Someone was yawning loudly. It was Qin Feng, a corporate slave, and he was working his ass off every day for his boss. As he walked down the street, he noticed the bus and he commented that the bus was there. But suddenly, a middle-aged man pushed him aside and ordered that he should get out of the way. Qin Feng lost his balance and he fell face first into the balloons of the woman walking in front of him, which startled and flustered her. While the woman looked uncomfortable, Qin Feng saw that the man beside her looked so pissed and he exclaimed that he was fucked. The man punched Qin Feng across the face. As he lost his balance again, he was alarmed when he saw that he had been pushed off the sidewalk and that a car was coming towards him. The car hit Qin Feng and he was sent flying. Qin Feng crashed on the ground with a loud thud as the car passed by him. As he lay in the pool of his own blood on the ground, Qin Feng remarked that he was probably the first person to ever die from such a cause due to balloons. Basically, the way Qin Feng died was too strange, and he got reincarnated in a mysterious world called Huanggu, where he laid down with a baby who was sucking his toes. Qin Feng was pissed, so he kicked the baby in the face while he demanded that he should go away and stop sucking his toes, and the system notified him that it detected that he kicked the chosen one, so he obtained 10 villain points. The baby was Qin Feng's brother, who was the epic level chosen one, and Qin Feng explained that according to his decade of experience as a reader, he could tell that anyone who usually has a protagonist halo will bring suffering to their family members. Qin Feng acknowledged that there was nothing he could do, so he must diligently cultivate in order to avoid the misfortune brought on by his brother in the future. Meanwhile, in Huanggu World's Qin family, a pregnant lady, who was the saintess of Mount Tabai, was going to be Qin Feng's mother. She was drinking the secretly made magic liquid of the Qin family, whose effect is comparable to that of Shenbao, and it is asserted that it was specially made for babies to gain a massive boost at the starting line. Qin Feng noted that just one bowl is worth a hotel suite and asked to confirm if it was cool. A man beside the saintess of Mount Tabai mentioned that it has been 97 years since they first used the secret method to delay the birth of their child by 100 years, and they have 3 years left till they will be able to meet their child, so he wonders if he will look more like her or him. He was Qin Tian, the head of the Qin family, and Qin Feng didn't want to talk about him as he was his cheap father. Qin Feng stood up and announced that he would solemnly introduce himself, but he suddenly felt pain, which made him cry ouch. He looked behind him, and when he saw that his brother was sucking his butt, he repeated that once again. Qin Feng was so pissed that he kept hitting his brother, and as he asked him if sucking was all that he could do, the system notified him that it detected that he beat the chosen son violently. So he had obtained 30 villain points, and it congratulated him for obtaining a divine level halo, the Great Emperor's natural ability. The system notified Qin Feng that the Great Emperor's ability halo was activated, so he obtained a tenfold bonus effect on all attributes, and it congratulated him for obtaining a divine level technique, the 33 Heavens Fortune Art. Qin Feng's forehead started to gather light as the system notified him that the 33 Heavens Fortune Art began to infuse while his brother was shivering to the side. From the outside, everyone could see the light that was gathering towards the saintess of Mount Tabai's womb, and they declared that the child was amazing because generally, infants who are still in the womb are in an unconscious state, so they are incapable of taking the initiative to cultivate. But once he cultivates properly, the minimum he would start at is saint-level cultivation techniques and perfectly harmonize them, so it really was the heaven's peerless pride. Qin Tian looked so happy as he approached the saintess of Mount Tabai's womb, and he proclaimed that his son made his father proud, but Qin Feng complained that they were chattering so much and it was so annoying. He looked behind him, and as he asked himself what he should do if he was upset, he decided that he would beat his brother to calm down, which startled and made his brother sob. Qin Feng looked pleased after he hit his brother, but he admitted that he doesn't want to do that either, so if his brother really wants to blame someone else, he should blame their roles as the chosen one and the destined villain, because if he doesn't rack up more villain points to improve his cultivation, he will sacrifice him to heaven when they grow up. And as his brother cried his heart out, Qin Feng asserted that if he was well behaved and sensible, he would understand his brother. The system notified Qin Feng that it detected that he smacked the chosen one's ass, so he obtained 10 villain points, and Qin Feng laughed maniacally as he exclaimed that he liked that system. 3 years later, the night was illuminated by a red moon. Qin Feng looked so evil as he remarked that 3 years had passed. While his brother trembled to the side, Qin Feng proudly stood up and announced that it was time for his birth. The saintess of Mount Tabai was having a hard time giving birth, and a girl beside her claimed that she could do it. Meanwhile, outside the room, Qin Tian was pacing back and forth, and he looked worried. Suddenly, a cry of a baby was heard, and the saintess of Mount Tabai looked so relieved when she saw the midwife carrying a baby in her arms. Qin Tian looked so happy, and he proclaimed that his son, Qin Feng, had been born. The girl from earlier smiled at Qin Tian, and as she carried Qin Feng in her arms, she commented that it was his son. While Qin Tian happily approached Qin Feng was disgusted, and as he complained that Qin Tian was so ugly, He wondered what in the world had gone through Nua's mind when she made his cheap father. He remarked that he hoped he didn't look like him, and he remembered how they mentioned that looking at beautiful women can make them handsome. When Qin Tian carried Qin Feng in his arms, Qin Feng covered his eyes and kicked him in the face, and as Qin Feng insisted that he didn't want Qin Tian to hold him, so he should hurry up and swap with a beautiful woman, the system notified Qin Feng that it detected his father-son relationship and he obtained 2 villain points. Qin Feng was surprised when he found out that it was an option, but he wondered why it was only 2 points, and the system notified him that villain points are determined according to the difficulty of the host's task. Qin Feng smirked as he acknowledged that it was better than nothing. Qin Feng started attacking Qin Tian while thinking that he wouldn't hold back with his cheap dad, and as Qin Tian playfully screamed in pain and remarked that his son is truly energetic, the system notified Qin Feng that it detected his father-son relationship, and he obtained 2 villain points. While Qin Feng pinched Qin Tian's face, Qin Tian looked pleased, and he mentioned that it was good as his son is indeed strong, so he sure has the talent of a great emperor. Suddenly, the midwife exclaimed her surprise, and she announced that there was another one in the Saintess of Mount Tabai's belly, so it was twins, which surprised the Saintess. The midwife looked like she was having a hard time as she tried to deliver the other baby. The Saintess of Mount Tabai looked so exhausted, and as she asked the midwife how it was going, the midwife replied that the second child seemed unwilling to come out for the time being. Qin Tian expressed his pain as he requested that his child let go of him, while Qin Feng looked so enraged when he heard what the midwife stated, and she wondered what she meant by unwilling to come out. Qin Feng threw a tantrum while he wondered if the midwife was serious, what was with that fantasy world, how the Saintess of Mount Tabai could give birth to half and keep the other half, and how he could get big points if the brother didn't come out. The girl from earlier took Qin Feng from Qin Tian and suggested that he should let her hold him. She called Qin Feng the eldest young master, and she added that they should get something to eat. Qin Feng was still throwing a tantrum, and he flailed his little arms while he protested that he wouldn't eat. As Qin Feng continued flailing his little arms while thinking that his damn brother should come out, he accidentally hit the girl's balloons, and the system notified him that he had completed the cushion of love, so he had obtained 50 villain points. Qin Feng was startled when he saw the system notification. He stopped flailing around, and he was looking at the girl's balloons intently. Qin Feng tried touching the girl's balloon again. The system gave him the same notification and the same points, which surprised Qin Feng and made him question that there was actually such a good thing. Qin Feng smiled sleazily as he wondered if it was the joy of being the villain. At the Qin family's garden, 3 women were playing with a little kid. The kid was blindfolded, and the women were all calling him a young master, and they revealed where they were. One of the women ran happily as the kid chased after her. Suddenly, the kid grabs a part of the woman's clothes. The woman was surprised and embarrassed when her clothes started to unravel as the kid pulled the part that he grabbed. The kid was Qin Feng, and as he called her sister Jui Yun and declared that she lost, the system notified him that it detected that he had completed the gentleman mission, so he obtained 200 villain points. Qin Feng took his blindfold, and as he looked at the system screen, he pondered to confirm if that should be enough. The system showed that he was currently at the 9th stage of Kai and Blood Realm, which was already upgradable, and he had mastered the skill 33 Heaven's Fortune art, and he already had 30,530 villain points. Qin Feng clicked the part of the system screen where it states that it was upgradable. The system showed Qin Feng that the next realm would be the Commencement Realm, and he would be given 30,000 villain points. In the world of Huanggu, the ranking of cultivation stages from low to high is Kai and Blood, Commencement, Transcension, Spiritual Martial, the Path of Tao, Heavenly Master, Nascent Core, Life and Death, and Ethereal. Each realm has 9 stages, and Qin Feng clicked on the system screen again on the part where it mentioned the next realm. Suddenly, a strong aura swirled and started gathering in front of Qin Feng, and he was surprised. Qin Feng started charging the aura and proclaimed that it was time to break through to the commencement realm. The strong aura surged out and filled the area. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief as the aura started to dissipate. He looked at himself so excitedly, and he exclaimed that he had reached the commencement realm. Suddenly, the women surrounded Qin Feng, and they looked at him with both worry and curiosity in their eyes. Qin Feng called someone his sister Biyu, and he expressed that he wanted Huggies. Biyu agreed with a smile on her face, and she welcomed Qin Feng with open arms. But to her surprise, Qin Feng kissed her on the lips, and the system notified Qin Feng that he had completed Love's Kiss, so he had obtained 50 villain points. Biyu patted Qin Feng in the head and kindly remarked that he couldn't go kissing girls as he pleased, but the other woman commented that he was just 3 years old, so there was no way he could understand such things. Qin Feng blushed as he admitted that it was right that a 3-year-old child couldn't understand such things. He hugged Biyu and confessed that he likes her so much that he wants to sleep with her, and Biyu agreed that it was okay if he wished for it. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia dynasty's throne, someone was sitting with the emperor, and she inquired if he truly loved her and her alone. But the person the Great Zia's emperor was with seemed like a man, and as the emperor called him muffin cakes, he asserted, of course. Suddenly, huge lightning appeared in the skies. The emperor was so startled that he quickly pushed the man away while he questioned who was there, and the man observed that it seemed like someone had a breakthrough. The emperor immediately released his spiritual consciousness. He saw Qin Feng, and he quickly recognized him as the gifted son of the Qin family. The emperor released his powerful aura, and he noted that at the age of 3, Qin Feng has already broken through to the commencement realm, so he cannot remain. At the Qin family's women's bathhouse, the 3 women attending to Qin Feng were taking a bath, and one of them remarked that it was so comfortable. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was peeking at them, and the system notified him that it had detected that he had completed the gentleman's mission, so he had obtained 100 villain points. Qin Feng argued that the system shouldn't be mistaken because if it wasn't for the system missions, a respectable person like him would absolutely never peek in the girl's shower when suddenly. The system congratulated him for triggering a system mission, teased Bu while she was washing, with a reward of 200 villain points. Qin Feng was enraged, and he asked the system who it thought he was when the system congratulated him again for triggering a system mission, bath with Jui Yun, with a reward of 500 villain points. Qin Feng quickly disappeared from where he was, and he urged that they should go. A few moments later, Bu noticed that Qin Feng was behind her, and he was extending a worm towards her with a mischievous grin on his face. Bu abruptly stood up and screamed as she got scared of the worm, and the system notified Qin Feng that he had completed the gentleman's mission, so he obtained 200 villain points. Qin Feng inquired of Jui Yun if he could take a bath with her, and Jui Yun was reluctantly trying to explain something. But the other woman chimed in and replied that, of course, Qin Feng could, and she beckoned to come at her as she would help him get undressed. While undressing Qin Feng, the woman commented that he was just a 3-year-old, so he knew nothing, and Jui Yun agreed while Bu was trembling and too scared to say anything. Qin Feng blushed as the woman carried him into the bath, and he admitted that she was right, a 3-year-old won't know anything. The system notified Qin Feng that he had completed the gentleman's mission, so he had obtained 500 villain points. A few moments later, Qin Feng was looking at a skill named Unconstrained Phantom, which has an exchange price of 400 villain points for the first volume, and Qin Feng can become as light as a swallow, or even walking on snow leaves no trace after learning it, and Qin Feng resolved that he would see as his brother should come out soon. Qin Feng clicked the exchange on the system screen. His feet immediately got enveloped in a powerful aura, and he remarked that as a wolf, one must have strong teeth, and as a sheep, one must have strong legs. Hopping out of his bed, Qin Feng proclaimed that his damn brother is the sort of heaven's chosen one for unknown reasons, and he could only be determined to be the fastest man in Huanggu. Qin Feng moved out of his room so quickly that he just seemed like a flash of light. He abruptly stopped outside, and he commented that when something is off, he will be able to immediately run away. Qin Feng laughed proudly. 3 days later, while Qin Feng was leisurely resting on a tree branch, he noticed a lightning-like aura covering the sky. Qin Feng looked so excited, and as he exclaimed that it was a sign from the heavens, he wondered if it could be that his bastard brother was about to be born. But Qin Feng was alarmed when multiple sharp auras suddenly came towards him. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to react, so he was able to quickly move out of the way and land safely on the ground, and the powerful attack hit the tree. Qin Feng looked up in the sky, and as he observed the emperor along with other people, he wondered if they came for him. An old man, who seemed to be an elder of the Qin family, called the emperor an old loach and asked if he was trying to start a fight. The emperor landed on the ground in front of Qin Feng, and both Qin Tian and the elder followed him. Qin Feng glared at the emperor. The emperor reached out his hand to touch Qin Feng as he asked if it was the eldest son of the Qin family. But he was surprised when Qin Feng quickly moved away from him and hid behind the elder. The emperor was astonished, and he remarked that Qin Feng's movement was fast. He declared that it was already unheard of for a 3-year-old to break through to the commencement stage, but he has also mastered a movement technique proficiently. The elder apologized to the emperor and mentioned that children are shy around strangers. While the emperor was exuding a dark aura, he laughed and noted that there were no worries. Qin Feng suddenly peeked from behind the elder, and with curiosity in his eyes, he asked the emperor if he was the emperor, which made the emperor smile at him, and he confirmed that yes, he is. Qin Feng's eyes twinkled as he stated that he has always heard that the emperor is wise, noble, virtuous, selfless, resilient, hardworking, unyielding, upright, fearless in front of danger, and unmatched, so as soon as he saw him that day, he could tell that he lived up to his reputation. The emperor was so pleased with what Qin Feng expressed, and he laughed. Qin Feng called him wise and noble majesty and asked if he wouldn't come empty-handed to someone else's house as a guest. The emperor stopped laughing as he was caught off guard. He was startled when Qin Feng exclaimed no way and asked if the dignified emperor of Great Xia really came empty-handed. The emperor was sweating profusely, and he saw that both the elder and Qin Tian were trying to suppress their laughter. He reached inside his robe and asked how that could be. The emperor pulled out a small chest and prompted Qin Feng to look. He opened the chest, which released a powerful golden aura, and he narrated that the vast Sky Nine swords were the swords used by the Heaven's Pride, the vast Sky Sword God, 10,000 years ago. And the swords were divided into 9: Punisher of Immortals, Killer of Gods, Slaughterer of Buddhas, Vanquisher of Demons, Subduer of Monsters, Slayer of Saints, Chaser of Souls, Seizure of Spirits, and Breaker of Armies. The swords came out of the chest and were floating in front of the Emperor, who observed that each sword is a rare divine weapon in that world, and combining the swords into one can create one of the top 10 divine weapons of Huanggu, rivaling the power of 1,000 forces. Qin Feng was in awe as he looked up at the swords. The Emperor closed the chest and inquired how Qin Feng found it. Meanwhile, in his mind, the Emperor was troubled as he was wondering which one he would give away, and he noted that he had spent a lot of manpower, materials, finances, and time collecting those 9 swords, and currently, he has to give one away before he has fully appreciated them. But the Emperor decided that if he didn't give Qin Feng one, he must give him the godly clothes off his back, so he decided that he should just forget it, and he would just close his eyes and give Qin Feng one. Suddenly, the chest in his hand was snatched, and the Emperor was startled. It was Qin Feng who snatched it, and he thanked the Emperor for giving him the 9 swords. Qin Feng was secretly grinning evilly as he muttered that the Emperor was a little prick who dared to fuck with him, so he should be prepared to get fucked. The Emperor looked troubled as he was trying to explain to Qin Feng what he meant. But the elder and Qin Tian suddenly chimed in, and as the elder stated that the Emperor lived up to his name by giving the vast Sky Nine swords all at once, Qin Tian commented that with such a valuable gift, their Qin family was afraid that they wouldn't ever be able to reciprocate it. The elder asked if the Emperor, the true imperial son of the heavens with wealth as great as the 4 seas, would really care about those worldly possessions, and Qin Tian agreed, and he remarked that it would be an insult to talk about money with the Emperor. The elder expressed that it was not the gift that matters but the thought behind it, so they finally understood that the Emperor deeply understands his principles, and in the end, the result was the same, so of course anyone would understand. And Qin Tian added and commented that, of course, it was okay because the Qin family will follow the Emperor's lead from that day forward, so whoever tries to talk badly about him, they will be the first to speak up. Qin Tian called Qin Feng a brat, asked him where his manners were, and urged him to quickly kowtow and show the Emperor his gratitude. Qin Feng quickly kowtowed in front of the Emperor, and as he thanked him for his great kindness, the system congratulated him for adding to his villain character by openly robbing the Emperor of the rare magical weapon, the vast Sky Nine swords, so he obtained 1,000 villain points. The Emperor looked so agitated, and he gritted his teeth as he thought about that whole family. Qin Feng suddenly inquired of the Emperor if he had heard of a rule in the Huanggu where the elder gives a gift the first time they meet a junior. The elder quickly agreed and confirmed that it was a rule, and Qin Tian added and affirmed that he also remembered that it was a real thing. The Emperor was exasperated, and he lamented that if he had known, it would have been better to pleasuring himself with his concubine in bed than to come there to suffer all in vain and meet that bastard who doesn't care about his image. Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed his surprise, and as he asked to confirm if the leader of the strongest country in Huanggu, the leader of the Xia dynasty, was unable to give his junior a gift, the Emperor was taken aback once again. Grabbing something from his belt, the Emperor questioned how that could be. He immediately handed an item to Qin Feng and directed him to take it, and Qin Feng's eyes were wide in admiration as he recognized that it was a Tianbao gourd. Qin Feng mentioned that although it was not an attack or defense type weapon, carrying it around could increase his cultivation speed, solidify his cultivation base, and especially regenerate energy quickly while fighting, so the old man was pretty generous. He looked so happy as he bowed to the Emperor and thanked him. Meanwhile, the Emperor looked so defeated, but he was still reassuring that there were no worries, and the system notified Qin Feng that it had detected that he wished to help others and that he had replaced the one taking care of the Tianbao gourd, so he obtained 1,000 villain points. While Qin Feng was thinking about what he should do at that moment, the Emperor saw his expression, and he wondered what he was coming up with at that moment. Qin Feng looked at the Emperor with puppy eyes, and he shared that he had a younger brother. The Emperor quickly cleared his throat vigorously, and he suddenly mentioned that he had some urgent matters to attend to. He announced that he was leaving and left in a hurry, but he was startled when Qin Feng called him and suggested that when he had time, he would bring his brother to come visit him. The elder, Qin Tian, and Qin Feng all watched as the Emperor disappeared into the sky. Qin Feng was startled when Qin Tian remarked to him that he was still young. Qin Tian took the chest in Qin Feng's hand and commented that he should let his father keep those swords for him. Qin Feng suddenly cried, and he stated that Qin Tian kept saying that he loved him, but he stole his treasures like that. Qin Tian was taken by surprise by what Qin Feng remarked, and he was lost for words. The elder suddenly took the chest from Qin Tian, and he kicked Qin Tian in the face as he called him good for nothing and questioned him for daring to rob his own son of his treasure. He comforted Qin Feng and mentioned that he shouldn't cry because his grandpa snatched it back, and as he gave back the chest to Qin Feng, he told that he should take it. Qin Feng took the chest back while holding back his tears. He looked away from them, and he secretly let out an evil smirk as he revealed that his tears were fake. Suddenly, huge lightning filled the sky, which startled Qin Feng, and he wondered what it was at that time. Something that looked like a fiery phoenix flew towards their house. Qin Feng was startled when Qin Tian suddenly slapped his forehead, and he exclaimed that Ziyu, the saintess of Mount Tabai, was still giving birth. Qin Tian quickly ran back to the house, and as he asked himself how he could forget it, he lamented that it was his damn memory. Qin Feng smiled evilly as he announced that his foolish little brother was finally there and that it had been 3 years. A few moments later, back in the house, Qin Feng was exuding a very dark aura as he approached Qin Tian, who was holding his little brother from behind. The baby was startled, and it trembled in fear when it sensed Qin Feng's dark aura. Qin Feng looked so evil as he walked towards the baby, and the baby was frantically trying to warn Qin Tian about it. The baby helplessly raised his arm for help when Qin Feng approached them and called their father. Qin Tian was clueless, so he lowered the baby and urged that he should look to see who was there, which made the baby sob quietly in his arms. The baby turned away from Qin Feng, and he tried to hide in his father's arms while Qin Feng questioned Qin Tian why his little brother wasn't crying and if there could be something wrong with him. Qin Feng suddenly slapped the baby in the ass. The baby's ass was so red, and Qin Tian was alarmed because the baby started crying so much. Qin Tian was a bit annoyed, and he asked Qin Feng how he could hit his brother. Qin Feng meekly replied that he was just afraid that there could have been something wrong with his brother. But he secretly let out an evil smirk as the system notified him that it detected that he hit the ass of the Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 100 villain points. The system notified Qin Feng again that it had detected that he made the Heaven's Chosen One cry, causing him to open his mouth and disperse his innate ancestral Kai. So he obtained 30,000 villain points, and that it also detected that he destroyed the opportunity of the Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained a chance for a lucky draw. In Qin Feng's room, he was looking at the system screen and thinking that since he broke through the commencement realm, his cultivation speed has slowed down again. The system showed him that he was currently at the first stage of the enlightenment realm, but he had insufficient villain points, which were 32,400, so he is unable to upgrade. Qin Feng remarked that fortunately, his foolish little brother had finally come out, so as long as he was there was no need to worry about his villain points, and he clicked on the system screen to draw. As the wheel that contained multiple skills appeared in front of him, Qin Feng commented that he would see what he would get. The arrow on the wheel started spinning to choose which skill Qin Feng would get. It stopped at the Heavenly Slaying Sword technique, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for winning it. Qin Feng immediately closed his eyes to meditate. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him within his consciousness. It seemed like a martial artist, and it showed Qin Feng multiple moves. Meanwhile, in reality, Qin Feng was releasing a very strong aura. When he opened his eyes, Qin Feng looked so surprised, and he exclaimed that it was such a formidable sword technique. Qin Feng looked so excited, and he declared that he had to hurry up and practice the technique. He quickly called the system and requested that he wanted to exchange for a month's comprehension aura, and the system congratulated him for successfully exchanging 30,000 villain points for a month's worth of comprehension aura. A month later, the elder came to Qin Feng, and as he called him his dear grandson, he announced that he had come to see him, which surprised Qin Feng. The elder mentioned that he had heard that Qin Feng had been practicing swordsmanship, so he came to give him some guidance. Qin Feng looked so disappointed when he heard about the guidance, and he asserted that with just that, it would have been better if the elder just lent him his brother's butt for 2 days. Noticing his reaction, the elder advised that those who cultivate must be mindful so as not to be arrogant. The elder moved his hands and gathered some leaves around it. He extended his hand forward, and the leaves moved in a flash in the direction where he was pointing. The rock in front of them was immediately slashed into multiple pieces by the leaves the elder threw at it. The elder explained that Qin Feng should look because it was the first stage of the heaven-level martial art that he learned, Swirl of the Falling Leaves, and he has cultivated diligently in seclusion, free from arrogance and haste, for over a decade until he finally achieved its great perfection after he emerged in the Jianghu, and his reputation resounded throughout the whole world. While listening to the elder, Qin Feng casually applied an aura to one of his feet to gather some leaves and stomped it on the ground. The leaves also traveled at an extreme speed towards something. The leaves hit a rock, but unlike what the elder did, those leaves were not able to cut through the rock. Qin Feng scratched his cheeks, and he was surprised that that trick requires over a decade of hard work. 5 years later, Qin Feng grew up and was submerged in a huge bucket of water. His face was so red, and he looked so uncomfortable. Qin Feng suddenly yelled and released a powerful aura, which sent the water flying in all directions. His aura was so powerful that it broke through the roof to ascend up to the sky, and when Qin Tian and the elder saw it, they were both startled and surprised that Qin Feng broke through. They were both astonished, and the elder remarked that at the age of 5, Qin Hao advanced to the 5th level of the commencement realm. At the age of 8, he rose to the Transcension realm, both simultaneously breaking Huanggu's records, so neither of those two brothers is normal. Suddenly, someone stepped outside. It was Qin Feng, and without clothing himself, he came to Qin Tian and inquired where Qin Hao was. Qin Tian was distressed by Qin Feng's action, and as the elder commented that it isn't easy to be their father because every year they have to rebuild the house and every year the brothers destroy it. Qin Feng suggested that Qin Tian should forget it as he will find Qin Hao himself. Suddenly, Qin Feng coughed up blood when the system congratulated him for breaking through to the Transcension realm and announced that he had triggered the Destined Villain Epic level mission, which requires him to take his younger brother's supreme bone, and the reward would be unrivaled eyes. Qin Feng circled around the system, and he repeatedly queried if it was broken. The system confirmed that the supreme bone could be broken and re-erected, and they would grow back anew, and Qin Feng looked skeptical when he listened to that. Qin Feng thought about it, and he pondered why it felt like it was too much. He declared that it wouldn't do, so he was going to need silence. As Qin Feng walked away, Qin Tian questioned the elder if Qin Feng wasn't looking for his brother and why he was currently looking for silence, which also puzzled the elder, who questioned who Jingjing was. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was peacefully sleeping on a tree branch. Suddenly, Qin Feng arrived, and he observed Qin Hao. Qin Feng smiled evilly as he discovered that Qin Hao was there after all. He quickly came up to the branch beside the one Qin Hao was sleeping on. Looking at Qin Hao, Qin Feng reflected that in the beginning, he had hoped to be a playboy, living a life full of luxury and pleasure. While Qin Feng raised his hand, Qin Hao was still sleeping peacefully, and he reasoned that it was because of Qin Feng, an insignificant thing, that he had no choice but to work hard and cultivate in order to protect himself. Qin Feng closed his eyes as he hit Qin Hao, and he accepted that maybe that was just his life. The system notified Qin Feng that it detected that he hit the Heaven's Chosen One's butt, so he had obtained 100 villain points. The brothers were sitting on the tree branch, and Qin Feng was surprised when Qin Hao remarked that they should sneak outside and go play. Qin Feng inquired of Qin Hao to confirm that he wanted to play, and Qin Hao eagerly confirmed. With a mischievous grin on his face, Qin Feng agreed. A few moments later, in the downtown area, the people's attention was caught by two crying children who called their dad and exclaimed how he could die like that, and they noted that it was a pity that they lost their father at such a young age. The people gathered around the children who were crying over a covered body, and they sighed and mentioned that they were such cute children and that life is harsh. They started tossing coins at the bowl that one of the children was holding. A few moments later, in an alley, the two children, Qin Hao and Qin Feng, were counting the coins they got. Qin Hao looked so happy as he exclaimed that there was so much money and that he and Qin Feng should go eat something good. Qin Feng agreed, and as he proposed that he would treat Qin Hao to some stir-fried beef and bamboo shoots, Qin Hao questioned if it was good. Imagining how the stir-fried beef and bamboo shoots equate to a butt spanking, Qin Feng asserted that of course it was good. Qin Hao cheered and expressed that it would be his favorite, which made Qin Feng laugh secretly. Meanwhile, in the downtown area, the people were startled when the body Qin Hao and Qin Feng were crying over earlier suddenly sat up, and they cried out that he had come back to life. When the man heard what the people declared, he looked so confused, and he scratched his head as he questioned when he died. He asserted that whatever, he didn't care because he was hungry, so it was time to go back. A few moments later, at Qin Estate, someone was being spanked in the butt. It was Qin Hao who was being spanked by Qin Tian. Qin Tian kept declaring that Qin Hao kept talking nonsense, and while Qin Hao was flailing and crying in pain, Qin Feng was behind him, covering his eyes. As Qin Hao pleaded that Qin Tian should stop beating him because it was Qin Feng's idea and it had nothing to do with him, Qin Feng acted worried and covered his eyes. But the system notified him that it had detected that he had framed the Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 200 villain points. Qin Feng smiled evilly while Qin Hao pleaded that he was still young, so he requested that Qin Tian just let him off that time. When Qin Tian heard Qin Hao's request to let him off, he scoffed and replied that a father beating his son is perfectly justifiable. Qin Hao called Qin Tian a stupid dad and exclaimed that he hates him the most. Qin Feng suddenly approached Qin Hao, and while wiping the tears off his face, he consoled that he shouldn't cry, and Qin Hao acknowledged that he was the best. Qin Feng agreed while grinning evilly, and he declared that a childhood without stir-fried beef and bamboo shoots wasn't a complete one. Qin Hao was lying in a room with his swollen butt out in the open. While Qin Feng was applying medicine to it, he remarked that it was a cute butt and that Qin Hao better get well soon because his whole life's happiness rests on his shoulders. Qin Hao commented that Qin Feng is so good to him, which took Qin Feng by surprise. Qin Feng smiled and stated that it was what a big brother should do while patting Qin Hao in the head. But in his mind, Qin Feng was thinking that, after all, Qin Hao was Heaven's Chosen One. Qin Hao was sulking as he expressed that Qin Feng was unlike his stupid dad, who only knows how to beat him. Qin Feng whispered to Qin Hao and revealed that he had a plan that could help him get revenge, and Qin Hao inquired what it was. Qin Feng acted like he was reluctant and admitted that Qin Tian was their father after all. Qin Hao asserted that Qin Feng shouldn't worry because he absolutely won't sell him out. Qin Feng sighed and explained that it was not what he meant. However, since he wanted to know, he would tell him, but in the back of his mind, he was grinning evilly as he declared that it was exactly what he meant. Qin Hao's eyes twinkled when Qin Feng disclosed that Qin Tian has a small stash hidden and what would happen if Ziyu were to know. Qin Hao looked so excited and he acknowledged that he understood. A few moments later, huge jars of gold were dug out of the ground. Ziyu was berating Qin Tian, and as she questioned that he had already learned how to hide money behind her back, she mentioned that if it weren't for Qin Hao telling her, no one knew how long he was planning to keep her in the dark. Qin Tian was surprised when he heard that it was Qin Hao. He immediately got mad, and he exclaimed that Qin Hao was a traitorous son and that it seemed as if he hadn't hit him enough. A few moments later, Qin Tian was chasing after Qin Hao, and as he called him a brat, he shouted that he should stop. Qin Feng suddenly appeared, and as he blocked Qin Hao's way, he acted like he was concerned and queried Qin Hao what was wrong and if he was okay. Suddenly, someone grabbed Qin Hao's clothes. It was Qin Tian, and he looked so angry as he threatened that he would let Qin Hao run, and he questioned him if he wanted to try running from him again. Qin Hao cried in pain as Qin Tian hit his butt again, while Qin Feng was holding in his laughter as he apologized once again for his little brother. The system notified Qin Feng that it had detected that he had framed the Heaven's Chosen One, so he had obtained 200 villain points. Ziyu was undressing herself, and she was calling someone her darling. She was with Qin Tian, and they were both on the bed. On the other hand, Qin Feng was blushing while Qin Hao was peeking through the door and asked him why Qin Tian was holding down Ziyu. With a deadpan expression, Qin Feng remarked that they were training. Qin Hao grinned evilly, and he asked Qin Feng if Qin Tian wouldn't have any energy to hit him if he interrupted his training. Qin Feng hesitated, and he responded that the villain points were alluring, but he was worried if they would be interrupted. But Qin Hao claimed that Qin Feng was not saying anything, so that means that it was okay. Qin Feng panicked, and he tried to stop Qin Hao, but he saw that Qin Hao was already gone, which made him curse in his mind. Qin Hao entered the room and called Qin Tian enthusiastically. Qin Tian was startled when he saw Qin Hao. He was so surprised that his screaming chicken rubber toy got limp. Qin Tian looked so disappointed, and when Qin Feng saw that, he looked horrified, and he exclaimed that it was over. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of the room. The system notified Qin Feng that it has detected that he has framed the Heaven's Chosen One, so he has obtained 200 villain points. It has detected that the Heaven's Chosen One has been violently beaten because of Qin Feng, so he has obtained 500 villain points. It has detected that the Heaven's Chosen One's butt bloomed because of Qin Feng, so he gained 500 villain points. And it has also detected that the Heaven's Chosen One's pain has penetrated the soul because of Qin Feng, so he has gained 1000 villain points. Qin Feng was surrounded by a powerful aura while he walked out of the building. He scratched his temple as he observed that one cannot be successful without being educated. So if Qin Hao isn't hit, he won't understand, but he asked what Qin Hao would do because he loves his big brother so much, so he surely won't blame him. Half a month later, Qin Feng looked so bored. He mused that ever since Qin Hao interrupted Qin Tian's training, his butt hasn't been in good condition, so he has already gone half a month without gaining any villain points, and he clicked his tongue as he asked himself where he should get points from. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed a carriage flying in the sky. A ferocious beast was pulling the carriage, which was being guarded by multiple men. A man was sitting on top of the carriage while a girl was inside, looking out the window blinds. Qin Feng recognized that it was Tiangxin City's Lin family, and he asked himself what they were there for when the system suddenly notified him that it had detected an epic-level Heaven's Chosen One. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he noted that just when he was worried that there would be no Chosen One to give him his rewards, there they were, just in time. Half a month earlier, at the Great Xia Dynasty, Tiangxin City, Lin family estate, a man was looking up at the colorful sky. It was the head of the Lin family, Lin Hao, and he looked so astonished as he remarked that the Qin family suddenly birthed 2 heavenly gifted sons. He looked at the little girl who was standing by a tree. She yelled as she did her best to release a powerful aura, but her power didn't have much impact as it just made some leaves of the tree fall. She proudly inquired how she did, and the guy standing beside her called her a young miss and commented that she was extraordinarily talented. Lin Hao let out a sigh. He was startled when the girl, who was her daughter, suddenly approached him and queried why he was sighing. Lin Hao awkwardly confessed that he ate too much. He revealed that he heard that the Qin family's eldest son was a striking boy, elegant and unbridled to boot, and even more so. He is unmatched in terms of cultivation and broke through the Transcension realm at a young age, and he proposed to her if she was willing to marry him as his wife. Zinner was so surprised when she heard what Lin Hao uttered that she was petrified. She immediately blurted out and protested that she was still a child. But Lin Hao insisted that young love is also love and that she shouldn't worry because he is very open-minded. Lin Zinner, Zinner's full name, walked away from Lin Hao, and she was fuming as she vowed that he will be a lone woman until she dies, and even if she goes blind or crazy, she still won't marry the Qin kid. At the present time, at the Qin family's estate, Qin Tian was greeting Lin Hao while Lin Zinner was looking at Qin Feng, wondering if he was Qin Feng and thinking that he was handsome. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed Lin Zinner. Lin Zinner quickly looked away, and she scoffed in her mind as she declared that she didn't care if Qin Feng was handsome because it was just a futile attempt at becoming her husband. She asserted that Qin Feng should just watch her and not show him any respect. She pointed at him and questioned if he was Qin Feng. Lin Zinner pointed at the guy behind her and stated that it was her new servant, Lin San, and she challenged Qin Feng if he would dare to fight a round with Lin San to prove himself. Lin Hao was surprised when he heard that and advised that Lin Zinner shouldn't be rude. Qin Feng was looking intently at Lin San as he wondered if he was the heaven's chosen one. He smiled as he admitted that, taking into consideration that Qin Hao was his dear younger brother, he had never used his full strength to hit him in fear of not being able to explain himself to his mother and father, but those past 5 or so years, he got 240,000 villain points out of him. Qin Feng grinned evilly as he declared that currently, there is someone who is neither a relative nor a friend who was delivered to him. Qin Tian was looking at Lin Hao with a nasty look on his face as he remarked that Lin Hao's mouth urged not to be rude, but his actions weren't intervening at all. He gave Qin Feng a pat on the shoulder and suggested that it was not a bad idea, so Qin Feng would play with Lin San. Qin Feng agreed with a smile on his face. Lin San politely requested that Qin Feng instruct him. Without further ado, Qin Feng released a powerful aura and started gathering the leaves around him. He used the move Swirl of the Falling Leaves. Lin San was startled when the leaves around him got infused with an aura and came at him at an incredible speed, but he still managed to draw his sword in time and block Qin Feng's attack. Lin San swung his sword and made a slashing attack to destroy those leaves. Lin Zinner confidently declared that it was beautiful, while Lin San was apprehensive of what Qin Feng was about to do next. Qin Feng smiled as he mentioned that that one swing took a lot of energy, so it was a good opportunity. Lin San was startled when Qin Feng suddenly lunged towards him using the skill Unconstrained Phantom and revealed that he was taking advantage of his weakness as he wanted his life. Lin San managed to block Qin Feng's fist with his sword, and the collision of their forces created a huge spark of aura. A huge explosion occurred, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for hitting the Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 200 villain points. While the dust coming from the explosion still filled the area, Qin Feng lunged forward for another attack. But to his surprise, Lin San was already prepared for him. Qin Feng's eyes were wide in surprise as he acknowledged that it was not good. Lin San swung his sword at Qin Feng and created a huge slashing aura, but Qin Feng managed to dodge it by doing a backflip in the air. Qin Feng landed on the ground safely while Lin San's attack went past him. Lin Zinner cheered on Lin San, and she cheered that he was doing a good job and that he should teach Qin Feng a lesson for her. Qin Feng looked thrilled as he wondered if that is how it feels to be stifled by the protagonist. He raised his hand and was surrounded by a powerful aura when he called for his sword to come. 9 rays of aura were converging toward Qin Feng. Lin Hao was so surprised when he recognized that it was the vast Sky Nine Swords. Qin Tian looked so uninterested, while Lin Hao enthusiastically mentioned that he had heard that the Emperor got cheated out of the vast Sky Nine Swords and the Tianbao Gourd by the shameless young master, but he thought it was all rumors and never admitted that it was real. Qin Tian let out a forced laugh when he heard what Lin Hao mentioned. Lin Hao called Qin Tian his in-law and quickly clarified that it was not what he meant, but Qin Tian just got pissed and inquired who his in-law was. As the vast Sky Nine Swords floated above Qin Feng, he proposed that they should join. The swords gathered and swirled around each other. They all merged into one sword. Qin Tian proudly proclaimed that Qin Feng really has the talent of a great emperor, so it is not unfitting for the emperor of the Xia Empire to gift him the vast Sky Nine Swords. And that made Lin Hao give him a side eye while he revealed that Qin Tian just exposed himself. Qin Feng wielded the sword and swung it to his side. Lin San started approaching Qin Feng, and he warned that even if Qin Feng had the vast Sky Nine Swords, he still couldn't be his opponent. Lin San swung his sword to use his skill, Vast Sky Sword Attack, and as he released a huge slashing aura, he declared that Qin Feng should take that. Both Lin Hao and Qin Tian were alarmed, and they expressed that it was not good. Qin Tian explained that the Vast Sky Sword Attack and the Vast Sky Nine Swords originated from the same person, the Vast Sky Sword God, so both sides originally complemented each other, but at that moment, they were against each other like that. He observed that even if Qin Feng has talent, in the end he is still 8 years old, so there was no way he could block the Vast Sky Sword God's Vast Sky Sword Attack. Qin Tian charged forward, and as he called Qin Tian, he announced that he was coming to help him. But he froze when Qin Feng instructed that he should stay back and not get in his way. Lin Hao was stupefied when Qin Tian quickly moved back to where he was and commented that it seemed he was disliked by his dear son. Back into the fight, Qin Feng has started accumulating a powerful aura in his sword. Qin Feng swung his sword and used his skill, the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. The two huge slashing auras were coming towards each other. As they collided, a huge explosion was created. The gust of wind the explosion created was so strong that Lin Hao was incoherent when he queried what that move was. Both Qin Tian and Lin Hao stood firmly while their children were about to get blown away by the wind. A huge hole was left in the ground by the explosion, and Lin San couldn't help but question if Qin Feng was seriously able to take that move and how that was possible. Suddenly, Lin San's sword got multiple cracks on it. Lin San was so surprised when his sword shattered into pieces, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for causing the unparalleled Tao Heart of the Heavens Chosen One to begin to crack, and he obtained 100,000 villain points. While Lin San's sword was crumbling, Qin Feng's sword was shining, and he was thinking that he was coming for Lin San. Qin Feng grinned evilly as he remarked that forming a crack got him 100,000 villain points, so he wondered what would happen if he was able to stab Lin San's spirit. He suddenly charged at Lin San, who was caught off guard, and he declared that he would just stab Lin San's spirit. Qin Feng swung his sword, and as his sword grazed Lin San, the system congratulated him for hurting the Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 500 villain points. He continued attacking Lin San, and as he managed to graze his cheeks, legs, and back, the system gave the same notification that he had obtained 500 villain points for each of those. Suddenly, someone grabbed Qin Feng by the collar. It was Qin Tian, and he asserted that it was enough because playing and being noisy is fine, but he should not disturb the peace, which pissed Qin Feng off, and he cursed in his mind as he wondered why Qin Tian was grabbing him when he was gaining so many points. Lin Hao also came to protect Lin San, who was also pissed, and as he stated that Qin Tian was right, he demanded that Qin Tian should quickly restrain Qin Feng because he doesn't have any manners for beating his Lin San to a pulp when he is a hard talent to come by. Lin Hao asked Qin Tian if he could have a word with him, and Qin Tian agreed. Qin Tian gestured for Lin Hao to go ahead, but Lin Hao did the same gesture and insisted that he should go first. Qin Tian smiled and acknowledged that it would be rude to decline, while in the back of his mind, he was thinking that Qin Feng was not his son for nothing because that alliance looked like it was in the bag. As the older men walked away, Lin Zinner approached Qin Feng and commented that he was really strong. Qin Feng replied that he knows, but his attention was on Lin San, which Lin San noticed. Lin Zinner introduced herself, but Qin Feng was uninterested and was focused on Lin San. Lin San was horrified when Qin Feng suddenly pointed at him and asked Lin Zinner if she could make Lin San come play with him a lot. Lin Zinner was pissed, and she exclaimed that she had asked Qin Feng to be her husband, but he only wanted to play with her family's servant instead. Qin Feng was surprised when Lin Zinner suddenly expressed her annoyance and quickly turned her back on him. He was puzzled, and he inquired what was up with her. At the Qin family's guest room, Lin Zinner came to Lin Hao while she called him. Lin Zinner queried Lin Hao why he betrothed her to the Qin family's second son, Qin Hao. Lin Hao was surprised, and he queried Lin Zinner if she was not unwilling to marry the first. Lin Zinner was taken by surprise by Lin Hao's question. She looked embarrassed as she quickly denied it and asserted that she wasn't. Lin Zinner declared that she was 2 years older than Qin Hao, and that it would be a joke if the news were to get out. Lin Hao questioned her what there was to joke about when love between an older woman and a younger man is quite popular these days, and that startled Lin Zinner. Lin Zinner started sulking as she asserted that if she is older than her husband, people will definitely say that their Lin family is trying to depend on the Qin family to gain power by forcing their daughter on them. But the Qin family wasn't willing to let Heaven's pride, Qin Feng, marry the daughter of the Lin family, so they settled on Qin Hao. Lin Hao quickly stood up. He shouted and declared that it was such nonsense, and he queried what was wrong with an older wife. The kids passing by outside the room heard when Lin Hao declared that whoever dares to make such a thoughtless remark toward the daughter of the Lin family will find their whole family dead, which embarrassed Lin Zinner so much that she queried Lin Hao why she was yelling that so loudly. Lin Hao quickly apologized to Lin Zinner, and as he stated that he would be quieter, Lin Zinner declared that, in short, she doesn't want to be married to Qin Hao. When he heard what Lin Zinner declared, he seemed to have come to a realization, so he queried Lin Zinner if it was because she likes Qin Feng. Lin Zinner could not answer Lin Hao's question directly, and she averted her eyes as she queried him who would like a narcissist like Qin Feng. Lin Hao laughed, and he remarked that it was good as that issue was settled, which startled and rendered Lin Zinner speechless. Lin Zinner ran away, and she declared that Lin Hao didn't love her at all, which startled Lin Hao. Lin Hao was puzzled, and he couldn't help but ponder what was wrong with his daughter. A few moments later, Qin Feng looked so unsettled, and he stated that he had some shit to say but didn't know whether to say it or not. Qin Feng was playing with Qin Hao, and as he watched the old men talking, he remarked that the ferocity of the fight earlier was like a tiger, but at that moment, they were talking about marriage without him. He sighed in defeat as he remarked that it was whatever, because not bothering with the hardships of love works fine too. Qin Feng looked at Lin San, and he grinned as he declared that he had him, and that was enough. Meanwhile, Lin San felt shivers run down his spine, and he declared that it always felt like he was being watched by someone. Lin Zinner was plucking the petals of a flower, and she claimed that someone loves her. She looked so disappointed as she plucked the last petal and asserted that someone does not love her. Lin Zinner threw the flower while questioning it, and she remarked that it was not accurate at all. She looked unhappy as she walked away from the flower field. But Lin Zinner's face lit up when she saw Qin Feng, who was calling Qin Tian, and announced that he wanted to go out and play with Lin San. Lin Zinner immediately chimed in, and she inquired Lin San where he was going to go and why he didn't call her. The old men, who seemed to be communicating telepathically, looked at each other, and as Lin Hao voiced that it was a good opportunity, Qin Tian agreed. Lin Hao proposed that since it was like that, Lin San should bring Lin Zinner, the second son of the Qin family, and the young master to take a look around, and he should be sure to keep them safe, and Lin San agreed. Qin Feng commented that Lin San was a good boy, and as he wondered if he was the free one in a buy one, get one free deal, he confessed that being the free one contradicted what he was thinking. But there was nothing he could do when he did his work so well. Lin San immediately gestured for Lin Zinner to walk ahead of them. A few moments later, at Huanggu Marketplace, Lin San was picking out some herbs, and Qin Feng observed that the Heaven's Chosen One could usually pick out heavenly treasures, so whatever Lin San chooses, he will buy it. Lin San was about to pick an herb, but Qin Feng quickly swiped it off the table, called the shopkeeper, and declared that he would take that one, and the system congratulated him for forcefully stealing the medicinal herb of Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 300 villain points. Lin San reached out to grab a tiny vial, but Qin Feng quickly snatched it again and stated that he would take that one too, and the system congratulated him once again and mentioned that he had obtained 300 villain points. Lin San raised his eyebrows at Qin Feng, but he remained silent while Qin Feng gave him a bright smile while thinking that it seemed like being the free one wasn't so bad after all. Qin Feng followed Lin San with a mischievous smile on his face, and Lin San noted that he was a little weird. Suddenly, Lin Zinner approached Qin Feng and asked him if he could come with her to take a look over there, which made Qin Feng look annoyed. Qin Feng quickly pushed Lin Zinner's face away and exclaimed that she was blocking his way. As Qin Feng walked away, Lin Zinner threw a tantrum, and she kept exclaiming that it was annoying, and Qin Feng dared to ignore her. But her demeanor quickly changed, and she looked at Qin Feng with admiration as she expressed that Qin Feng is so fierce, so she really likes him. The group continued to walk around the Huanggu Marketplace together. While Qin Feng was walking leisurely, both Lin San and Qin Hao noticed an old-looking item. Qin Feng was puzzled when he noticed their reaction. Lin San and Qin Hao immediately got into a heated confrontation, as Qin Hao claimed that he saw it first. But Lin San disagreed and asserted that he saw it first. Someone was walking really fast. It was Qin Feng who quickly grabbed the item and inquired the shopkeeper how much it was, and the shopkeeper replied that it was originally 1,000 spirit stones, but if he wanted it, it would be 888 spirit stones. Qin Feng quickly agreed, placed a huge bag on the counter, and announced that he would take it while thinking that he didn't know what was so valuable about it. But it most definitely was not ordinary if two Heaven's Chosen Ones noticed it at the same time. Lin San approached Qin Feng and questioned him if he wasn't bargaining, and Qin Feng responded why he would need to bargain for a trivial 888 spirit stones. The system congratulated Qin Feng for ruining the opportunity of Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained one draw from the lottery, and Qin Feng cursed in his mind as he muttered that it was really a treasure. Qin Feng raised the item up and observed it intently, but he coughed up blood, and he clutched his chest as he admitted that there was nothing he could see from it. Suddenly, Qin Hao approached Qin Feng and pleaded with him if he could give the item to him. Qin Feng explained that since his villain system is broken, maybe the item could be activated through a Heaven's Chosen One. He remarked that he just spent 888 spirit stones on that broken cauldron, so is Qin Hao's older brother. He will cover the 8 seconds so long as he pays the remaining 8, and he will lend it to him for a few days. And he proposed to Qin Hao how that sounds. With a bright smile on his face, Qin Hao agreed to the deal and handed a huge bag to Qin Feng. As he dug into the bag, Qin Feng declared that he had promised that he would get 800 spirit stones and no more. Qin Feng returned the now deflated bag to Qin Hao and stated that it was his. As the bag was placed into the cauldron, Qin Hao smiled at Qin Feng and acknowledged that he was such a good big brother. The system notified Qin Feng that it had detected that he had deceived the ignorant Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 500 villain points, and Qin Feng labeled Qin Hao as such a dumb younger brother. Qin Feng quickly turned his attention back to Lin San when he heard Lin San inquiring a shopkeeper how much an item was. He quickly went over to the shop and requested that he wanted everything they had there, and that horrified Lin San. Lin San looked so nervous as he voiced that it always felt like the Qin family's young master really liked secretly looking at him and always putting on a show in front of him. However, it didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Qin Feng looked so relieved as he confessed that it was a close one and he almost didn't get it. Lin San was looking skeptically at Qin Feng while Qin Feng was smiling at him. While observing Qin Feng, Lin San reached out for an item and Qin Feng's eyes twinkled when he saw that. Qin Feng quickly swooped in and claimed that he would take that. Lin San looked so uncomfortable as he looked at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng inquired if he was not buying anymore. Qin Feng was puzzled when Lin San started stuttering as he explained that he had something to do and bid goodbye. Qin Feng questioned what Lin San had to do and why both the master and her servant were so strange. The next day, Qin Feng was with Lin Zinner, and she mentioned that she didn't know what was wrong with Lin San either because he suddenly fell ill, so she was afraid that that day he wouldn't be able to go to the marketplace. Lin Zinner proposed if she could accompany him, but Qin Feng suggested that she should forget about it. Qin Feng asserted that he only wanted Lin San, which made Lin Zinner blush, and she revealed that Qin Feng was keeping his distance from women and not bowing down to force, so he stood out from the others. Qin Feng announced that he would come back the next day, and the mesmerized Lin Zinner concurred. Meanwhile, Lin San, who was by the window where Lin Zinner and Qin Feng were talking, overheard Qin Feng stating about only wanting him, and it made him shiver. The evening came, and fireflies lit up the trees. Lin San was still trembling by the candlelight, and he looked so troubled as he admitted that his goal was to be a high-quality servant. He trembled again as he confessed that his goal was not a high-quality bottom. A few days later, the announcement of the engagement of Tiangxin City's Lin Zinner of the Lin family and the Great Xia Imperial Court's Qin Hao of the Qin family and the Tiangxin City official alliance formation. Back at the Qin family estate, Lin Hao bade farewell to Qin Tian while calling him brother, while Qin Tian called him the same and wished him safe travels. Meanwhile, Qin Feng looked so sad as he lamented that from that point onward, his two-fold treasure-finding tool was going to be one-fold. Qin Feng was referring to Qin Hao and Lin San as both one-fold, and with them combined, they were two-fold. The bags under Lin San's eyes were so dark, and he looked so tired as he peeked out the window. Lin Zinner was surprised when Lin San quickly looked away from the window while blushing. She peeked out the window to see what Lin San saw, and she was startled when she saw Qin Feng looking up at their carriage with a longing look on his face. While having a sad smile on her face, Lin Zinner pondered if Qin Feng was looking at her. At the Qin mansion, Qin Feng was looking at his system screen, and he remarked that it would be great if only he could run away from home with Lin San. When he saw his stats, Qin Feng commented that just from those short few days, he had extracted 150,000 villain points in addition to drawing from the lottery. Qin Feng looked so excited as he was about to click the button to draw from the lottery, and he exclaimed that he wondered what he would draw at that time. The arrow started spinning itself. It stopped at the Heavenly Dragon's Might, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for drawing a god-level Buddhist technique. While Qin Feng meditated to learn the technique, the system informed that the Heavenly Dragon's Might, accompanied by the dragon pattern, could make him use god-level Buddhist technique while dealing double damage against the demon clan at the same time, as one could say that it was the demon clan's natural enemy. And not only that, it could increase his defense and give him the ability to differentiate if another person is a demon. Qin Feng was transported into his consciousness, which was filled with huge rocky mountains and a golden dragon hiding behind the clouds. The golden dragon revealed itself in front of Qin Feng, and he roared ferociously. It started charging towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng flinched when the golden dragon appeared in front of him, and it looked like it was about to devour him. But the golden dragon transformed into rays of aura and imbued itself into Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng woke up, and he was out of breath while he was holding his chest. He could see the dragon's pattern in his body, and he mused if that dragon pattern could allow him to use the god-level Buddhist technique. Qin Feng immediately tried it out, and his hand started emitting a bright golden light as he used his skill, Heavenly Dragon's Might. The skill was so powerful that the golden light broke through the roof and surged towards the sky. Qin Feng cursed in his mind when he saw the damage on the roof. He quickly sat back down, and as he observed that it seemed that he needed to pretend a little, he contacted the system and requested that he wanted to upgrade quickly. Qin Feng released another surge of powerful aura. The Elder and Qin Tian quickly burst into his room and called him. The Elder was stunned when he saw that Qin Feng broke through again, and he observed that it was such a terrifying power of comprehension. While on the other hand, Qin Tian looked so worried as he thought about his house. While the powerful aura gently surrounded Qin Feng, The system congratulated him for breaking through to the third stage of the 33 Heavens Fortune Art, where he spent 100,000 villain points. The system congratulated Qin Feng again for breaking through to the second stage of the Transcension Realm, where he spent 30,000 villain points. And when Qin Feng saw those notifications, he got petrified and pondered how many villain points were spent. The system explained that 130,000 villain points in total were spent, which made Qin Feng fall on his back in despair as he thought about his savings. Someone, who seemed to be worried, kept calling Qin Feng's name, and they urged that someone should stop being in a daze and should hurry up and bring the Qin family's best spiritual elixirs to Qin Feng to help him recover. It was the elder who was worried, and as Qin Tian called him ancestor and tried to reason out with him that Qin Feng had just broken through, he insisted that Qin Tian should hurry up and go. The next day, at the Great Xia Imperial Court, as an official declared that the Qin family and Tiangxin City have formed an alliance and they are blatantly ignoring the imperial government, so they should be punished, another official suggested that they recommend that the emperor send troops immediately. And as the official proposed that they should strike it down like lightning considering that the alliance hasn't been finalized yet, someone inquired if they were taking the Qin family and Tiangxin City for nothing, if they thought they could deal with them that easily. And if he asserted that the imperial government would let the Qin family and Tiangxin City dominate everything from the east to the west for so many years if they were that easy to deal with. It was the officials talking, and one of them called the emperor, and advised that he recommends negotiating peacefully because during those past few years, many abnormalities have occurred with frequency and a world of struggle was coming, so they must absolutely not have any infighting. Another official voiced that he supports that because 100 years ago, the Yinyu dynasty experienced reforms, so currently, it is even stronger, and they need not hide their ambition. And he mentioned that recently, 2 chosen sons of heaven have appeared, and they are the #1 enemy of the Great Xia Empire, so the emperor should see the urgency in their situation. The emperor stated that if they wanted to resist the Yinyu dynasty's invasion, they needed the most prominent families of the Great Xia dynasty to unite as one. But it would give the Qin family's 2 chosen sons of heaven plenty of time to grow. He let out a sigh as he lamented that if only his Great Xia royal family could produce a few chosen sons of heaven, there wouldn't be a need for all that. On the other hand, at the Qin family residence, the men have gathered, and as Qin Tian questioned someone if the imperial government was finally starting to take action against them, and the messenger affirmed, the other men cursed them and proclaimed that war is war, so they should bring it on. Qin Tian observed that logically, they recently allied themselves with Tiangxin City, and outside lies the Yinyu dynasty, eyeing them like tigers, so the Great Xia royal family can't possibly be that ignorant. But the ancestor remarked that the Great Xia royal family was sacrificing an arm. The ancestor commented that the Qin family is part of Great Xia's prestige, so once they grow too big, they should be replaced, and so they ultimately decided to take advantage of their Qin family while it was still growing. He asserted that fighting for a quick battle is for the best, but if it were to become a war of attrition, they could end up defending half the country to the death. Someone was observing through the agape door as Qin Tian declared that in order to be an emperor, the imperial government is really banding together. It was Qin Feng who was secretly listening to the meeting, and he was wondering if they were really going to go to war and if he should make his escape. Qin Feng shook his head as he thought, no. Remembering the past, Qin Feng mentioned that he was a transmigrator, and he originally planned not to get too emotionally invested because once he had a weakness, it would be easy to get caught up in a dangerous situation. But for the past 8 years, the Qin family's people have been affectionate and faithful to him, so he can't just watch them die. Suddenly, Qin Feng got an idea, and he exclaimed that that was it. He quickly barged into the room, called Qin Tian and the ancestor, and revealed that he had thought of a solution. Qin Tian hastily insisted that Qin Feng should get out, but the ancestor suggested that Qin Tian should shut his trap. The ancestor smiled at Qin Feng, inquired about his solution, and urged him to let them hear it, which made Qin Tian give him a side eye and think that he was a nepotist. Qin Feng revealed that the cause of that whole situation was Qin Hao and his appearance ruining the balance, causing the royal family to feel threatened. But so long as they find a way to conceal both Qin Hao and him, the war will naturally have no reason to continue. The ancestor acknowledged that even if they were to conceal the two of them at that instant, the Great Xia royal family surely wouldn't leave it at that unless he died or became disabled. Qin Feng agreed that the ancestor was correct. He suggested that the solution is mutilation, so they should dig out Qin Hao's supreme bone and break it, as it will grow back. The ancestor mentioned that that method could work. Qin Tian quickly stood up and declared that he was against it. He stated that Qin Hao is only 5, and it wasn't something he should experience at his age. The ancestor explained that if one wanted to become supreme, just relying on the supreme bone wouldn't cut it, as they also needed extreme willpower, spirit, and, above all, destiny. He remarked that Qin Hao must overcome having his supreme bone being dug out and going into hiding so that in the future he can achieve the supreme level after breaking and regrowing it, and he asked Qin Feng how he shall hide himself. Qin Feng asserted that he would be the young master of the Qin family who was envious of his brother's heavenly gifts, so he personally dug out the supreme bone for himself, and after being discovered, he fled. He disclosed that the Qin family's former head was furious, so he announced that the unfilial Qin Feng would forever be cut from the Qin family, made it known to the whole Huanggu that he was wanted dead, and that surprised everyone. The other men suggested that should Qin Hao suffer physical pain from having his supreme bone dug out, Qin Feng will suffer both physical and mental torment because not only will he be labeled as the Qin family's traitor, he will also lose the Qin family's protection and will be endlessly chased down, and only when Qin Hao grows up could he finally be exonerated. Qin Tian objected. He asked how they could do that kind of inhumanity, and as he remarked that if the imperial government wanted war they would have war, he inquired if they were really afraid of those imperial bastards. He went to Qin Feng and assured that he shouldn't worry because he will be sure to protect him and Qin Hao, and even if he has to risk his life, he won't let them touch a single hair. But Qin Feng confessed that being a hero and bearing the obscenities, if it was for the family, he would do it, and the system notified him that he had acted as a hypocritical villain and deserved praise and congratulated him for obtaining the inventory. The ancestor acknowledged that he knew Qin Feng was a good kid, but he questioned him if he knew the things he must face going forward because if he goes through with that, he won't have a chance to regret his decision. Qin Feng affirmed that he won't regret it, as the treasured sword must be sharpened first and the sweet fragrance of the plum blossoms only comes from the bitter cold. And he queried them how they will share the rainbow if they don't experience the rain. But in his mind, Qin Feng was thinking that a man's youth is precious, but they held him back for 8 years, so they should quickly let him go dig out the supreme bone as he needed to complete his mission because he wanted the unrivaled eyes and he didn't want to stay at home and be a good kid. He wanted to go find beautiful young women. The ancestor looked worried, but he consented. Qin Tian looked extremely horrified. He kneeled in front of the ancestor and implored him. Qin Feng looked worried as he watched the kneeling Qin Tian, who suggested that there must be another way. He looked away, and he cursed in his mind as he pondered how come his performance had reached a roadblock. The ancestor opined that Qin Feng's plan is for the best as it will reduce the Qin family's losses to a minimum. And even if the worst case scenario were to happen, it would only sacrifice Qin Feng. But Qin Tian interrupted and stated that Qin Feng is his child and he is only 8. Qin Feng intervened, and as he held Qin Tian's arm, he urged that he should get up because he did not need to kneel for him. He reassured Qin Tian and comforted that he shouldn't worry because his children will definitely return safely. Qin Feng walked away with his eyes filled with determination, while Qin Tian, who looked so devastated, beckoned for him. Qin Tian trembled and kneeled on the floor as he summoned Qin Feng and Qin Hao and apologized. A huge lightning bolt was striking the rocky mountain near a residence. Qin Hao was sleeping soundly in his room when someone opened the door. He was woken up by the light that was shining through the door, and he rubbed his eyes as he tried to open them. It was Qin Feng who entered Qin Hao's room, and Qin Hao was calmly sitting on his bed. Qin Hao opened his arms, and he smiled brightly as he greeted his brother, unaware that something dark was coming towards him. It was Qin Feng's hand, and Qin Hao was astonished when Qin Feng pierced his hand through his chest. Qin Hao looked so horrified and confused as he called for his brother. Qin Feng pulled out Qin Hao's bone and declared that he would be taking the supreme bone. The system congratulated Qin Feng for wounding the Chosen One and putting his life on the line, so he obtained 800 villain points. It congratulated him for digging out the supreme bone of the Chosen One and destroyed his opportunity, so he has obtained a chance to draw from the lottery. And he has also completed the Destined Villain Epic Quest, so he has obtained unrivaled eyes. Qin Feng was surprised when a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his eyes. Each of his eyes suddenly grew one more iris, which gave him 4 iris in total. Qin Hao lost consciousness, and he let go of the cauldron that he was holding. While Qin Feng inquired to confirm if it was the unrivaled eyes, a trembling spirit suddenly appeared out of the cauldron. Qin Feng reached out to grab the cauldron, but he stopped himself and decided not to take it. Looking at the bloody body of Qin Hao, he mentioned that he would leave that cauldron for him, his foolish baby brother. As the spirit watched Qin Feng walk away, it remarked that the unrivaled eyes was the best path, so it wondered what the use was in borrowing Qin Hao's bone. The spirit came out of the cauldron and began surrounding Qin Hao. A few moments later, Qin Feng knelt outside Yun Ziyu's room, under the rain, while carrying Qin Hao's supreme bone. Qin Feng bowed down and slammed his head on the ground. Inside, Yun Ziyu was on the verge of tears, and she was about to come out to Qin Feng. But Qin Tian stopped her. Qin Feng slammed his head into the ground once again. Qin Tian and Yun Ziyu hugged each other as tears flowed down their eyes. Qin Feng slammed his head on the ground again. He stood up, called his father and mother, and announced that he was leaving. Qin Feng quickly jumped off the ground towards the roof and hopped away. Just as Qin Feng left, Yun Ziyu quickly came out of her room and called his name. Tears were flowing down her eyes as she cried out that Qin Feng was her poor child. Yun Ziyu kneeled on the ground in the midst of the rain, and she screamed in agony. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground, which made Qin Tian run towards her. Qin Tian held Yun Ziyu in his arms as she screamed her name. On the other hand, Qin Feng had already left the Qin family estate, and in his mind, he was thinking goodbye to them. The ancestor came, and as he stated that the sun was about to come up and the Qin family had released his death warrant, which would soon spread throughout Huanggu, he asked Qin Feng where he planned to go. Qin Feng replied that he was going to the Yinyu dynasty, and the ancestor advised that he must make sure to stay alive and return. As he walked away, Qin Feng affirmed that he would, and the system notified him that such a hypocritical villain deserves praise, so it congratulated him as his inventory space doubled in size. Seeing the notification, Qin Feng teased the system if it was allergic to romance. The sun was already rising at the Qin family estate. The lady who was taking care of Qin Feng before called the young master while carrying a huge basin of water, and with a bright smile on her face, she announced that the sun was already shining on his butt. But she dropped the basin on the floor, and the water spilled. The lady screamed, and it filled the entire building. She quickly ran away and exclaimed that someone should come quickly because Qin Hao had been attacked. A few moments later, Qin Tian was with Qin Hao, who was wrapped in a bandage, and people were surrounding them. One of the men stated that he heard that the assailant was Qin Feng, and when they heard that, another man asked how that could be and commented that everyone knows how Qin Feng treats people politely, how he was refined. He's assiduous, he's smart, and he was the #1 candidate for the next head of the family, while the lady argued that it was not surely possible because she had watched Qin Feng grow up and he couldn't possibly do that sort of thing. One of the men quickly elbowed the other when he saw Qin Tian's grim expression. Qin Tian immediately declared that it was Qin Feng, the unfilial son. He suddenly began coughing so much. Everyone was startled when Qin Tian suddenly coughed up blood. Tears flowed down Qin Tian's eyes as he thought of Qin Feng. Qin Tian lost consciousness, and as one of the men managed to catch him, everyone called him with worry in their voices. Suddenly, the ancestor appeared, and he proclaimed that Qin Feng was secretly jealous, so he dug out Qin Hao's supreme bone for himself, committing a heinous offense, and after being caught, instead of repenting, he attacked and ran away from the Qin family. The ancestor announced that as the previous head of the Qin family, he announced that Qin Feng, who has been an unfilial son, was officially banished from the Qin family and must be killed on the spot, and everyone was surprised when they heard that. One of the men remarked that currently, Qin Hao's supreme bone is gone, and he asked what means the Qin family will have to win the war if they lose a talent like Qin Feng. The ancestor acted angry, and he asserted that with that kind of behavior, Qin Feng is not worthy to be a part of the Qin family. A few moments later, the sun was already starting to set. At the Great Xia Dynasty Imperial Palace, the officials have gathered, and the emperor proclaimed that the Qin family's 2 proud sons of heaven, one was lame and the other ran away, so the heaven truly was helping his Great Xia Empire. He laughed as he expressed that it was good, and he directed that the officials should pass it down that he was choosing a new concubine, and in fact, he will choose a few. The officials bowed down and cried out, "Long live the emperor." On the other hand, Qin Feng was traveling through the forest on a donkey, and while looking at the system screen, he muttered that he had finally saved 1,000,000 villain points. Qin Feng clicked the exchange button, and while he meditated, a strong aura surged out of him, and the system praised him for spending 1,000,000 villain points in exchange for a 100% great completion card. The system lauded Qin Feng again for using the 100% Great Completion card and revealed that the 33 Heavens Fortune art has reached 100% Great Completion. Qin Feng was in awe as he looked at his hands, which were producing a powerful aura, and he wondered if it was the Great Completion stage. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard someone calling a little girl and remarked that she shouldn't be scared and just let them brothers play with her a bit. They would let her go. Qin Feng quickly jumped off his donkey and went in the direction where the voice was coming from. He landed on top of a tree branch as he observed what was happening below. He saw a girl who was surrounded by 3 men. When he took a good look at the girl, Qin Feng cursed, and he observed that it was a beauty, so his youth was back. Qin Feng let out a sigh as he mused that ever since he came to that fantasy world, for those 8 years, he hadn't had any contact with a beauty. But he stopped himself and remembered some beauty. The girl suddenly screamed as one of the men lunged to attack her, but she managed to dodge his attack. Qin Feng was alarmed, and he exclaimed that with the hero saving the damsel in distress, it was time for him to come out. He jumped off the tree branch he was on, and he commanded that the men let go of the girl. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin San appeared and kicked the man from behind, which surprised Qin Feng. Everyone was surprised when the man crashed face first into the ground after Lin San kicked him. Lin San took his sword, and as he stood in front of the girl to protect her, he declared that in broad daylight, when the sun is bright, they actually dared to take advantage of a young girl, which surprised the girl. The girl looked at Lin San with twinkles in her eyes, and Qin Feng looked so appalled as he inquired if it was serious. One of the men called Lin San a brat and threatened that wherever he came from, he dared to go against the mighty tiger gang. Suddenly, another man called him, and as they looked at a poster, the man pointed out that he should look because it was that brat. It was a poorly drawn poster of Qin Feng, and it announced that there was a reward of 100,000 spiritual stones for those who captured him. The man grinned, and he boasted that they were about to get rich. He started undressing, which startled Lin San, and he nervously questioned the man what he was trying to do. Lin San asked if it was their old acquaintance as he looked to his side, where the men were looking. Qin Feng smiled, and he was confused. Each of the men was taking red pills while they were undressed. Lin San immediately recognized that it was the berserk pill, and eating it could double a person's fighting power. But he remarked that, however, if they were going to have fun, he wondered why they were taking the berserk pill. Lin San had a disturbing image in his head as he wondered if it could be that those men had some special hobbies. He looked so appalled, and he shivered when he realized what he was thinking. Lin San quickly took a fighting stance, and he declared that before the pill took effect, he needed to attack them first, but a swift, powerful aura suddenly moved past him. The aura moved from one man to another in a zigzag motion, and it was so fast that the men were not able to react. It was Qin Feng, and as he placed his sword back to its sheath, blood spurted out of the men's necks. One of the men was pissed, and he was about to call Qin Feng, but he collapsed on the ground along with his brothers, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for killing 3 people, and he had obtained 300 villain points. Lin San was astonished, and as he exclaimed that it was a terrifying sword attack, he realized that Qin Feng became stronger. Qin Feng turned to Lin San and mentioned that it was a coincidence. The girl approached Lin San, and as she introduced herself as Ziyuan, she thanked him. Ziyuan was in a daze as Lin San asserted that she doesn't need to be so courteous because seeing injustice on the road and resolving it is something he should do as a cultivator. While Qin Feng looked dismayed as he cursed in his mind and asked what about him. Meanwhile, one of the men was still alive, and he was crawling on the ground towards something. He grabbed the item, and he stated that with the 100,000 spiritual stones, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to get away. The man seemed to be holding a signal flare, and as it exploded in the sky, it startled both Lin San and Qin Feng observed that it was the mighty tiger gang's symbol. While coughing up blood, the man announced that their gang leader is in the 3rd stage of spiritual martial realm, so they should just accept their defeat. Ziyuan got worried when she heard about the leader being in the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm, but Lin San reassured that she shouldn't worry because they will protect her. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Ziyuan's arm, and he smiled at Lin San as he asked him if he was actually that fearless, and he wished good luck. Lin San was surprised when Qin Feng left him while dragging Ziyuan, and Qin Feng was thinking that he wouldn't give Lin San the chance to drag him along to show off. A group of people was startled when they saw the mighty tiger gang's symbol up in the sky. A man smiled and remarked that it looked like they had found Qin Feng's traces. He was the leader of the mighty tiger gang, and as he declared that they should go, one of the members commented about the ruins. The leader asserted that it wouldn't be too late to find the treasure after catching Qin Feng. On the other hand, Lin San was looking at Qin Feng, who was running off with Ziyuan, and he was thinking that if he were to run away, he would really look like he was bragging, but if he stayed there, he would be giving his head. Qin Feng was surprised when Lin San ran after him while calling him and exclaimed that he should wait for him. Ziyuan looked embarrassed as she turned to look at Lin San, and she admitted that he was originally just boasting. Qin Feng was surprised when the system congratulated him for disrupting the Heaven's Chosen One's pretentious acting, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor, so he obtained 500 villain points. He looked bothered as he wondered if something like that also worked, and he mused that it felt like unlocking a new ability. When Lin San caught up to them, he observed that with Qin Feng's strength and identity, he didn't understand why they still needed to run away. Qin Feng explained that it was simple, and it was because lying on others' power and the protection of ancestors doesn't make one an upright man. He voiced that he wanted to rely on his own power, and the system notified him that he was being a hypocritical villain, which deserves praise, so it congratulated him as his inventory space doubled in size. Qin Feng was appalled, and as he called the system with his mind, he protested that it was enough. Lin San opined that Qin Feng has great ambitions, and he admires them. Qin Feng replied that Lin San is being courteous, but he inquired how he has appeared there and is not returning with Lin Zinner to Tiangxin City. Lin San shared that he plans to learn by experiencing the outside world and return, and Qin Feng was intrigued when he heard that. Ziyuan nervously chimed in, and she stuttered as she uttered that she also came out to learn by experiencing the outside world, which intrigued Qin Feng as well. Qin Feng pointed out that, after being a bookworm for 10 years, he could accurately say that the protagonist's words are good at tricking others. He claimed that protagonists would say that they are out to learn through experience, but in reality, they are rushing to some ruins, treasures, or ladies, and they certainly won't return empty-handed. Qin Feng also noted that all the beauties saved by the protagonist are spoiled girls who ran away from home. They also have a good-for-nothing attribute that makes them unable to take care of themselves. He continued, however, it was also because the dog protagonists stood by the good-for-nothing girls that they could brazenly depend on them later on. Qin Feng observed Ziyuan, and he concluded that seeing that her clothing looks luxurious with a silly, good-looking appearance, she must be a spoiled girl from a big family, so he wondered if he should also make an investment. Lin San, Qin Feng, and Ziyuan were cooking a meal inside a cave. Qin Feng handed a chicken to Ziyuan and mentioned that she could have his. Ziyuan smiled at Qin Feng and expressed her thanks. While Ziyuan was eating the chicken, Qin Feng was thinking that she was currently eating his chicken so he could eat her soft rice in the future. Qin Feng called Lin San and proposed that he would stand guard for the first half of the night so he could do the second half, and Lin San agreed. Qin Feng pushed the vines aside as he walked past them. He stood in front of the cave entrance while carrying his chicken, and recounted that last time. He dug out the supreme bone where he gained a draw from the lottery he hadn't used. Qin Feng clicked the system screen to draw the lottery, and mused that he wondered what he could draw at that time. The arrow started to turn, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for drawing a god-level stealing technique, the non-existent space snatch. Qin Feng tried the skill out, and he focused his gaze on something. He looked at the walls of the cave and saw that there were stones hidden in them. Qin Feng reached out to grab one of the stones. He was amazed when he managed to grab the stone with his hand and take it out of the walls. Qin Feng wondered if it was the clairvoyance that occurs in novels that allows one to see through things like clothes, and declared that it was really a valuable treasure. He looked at Ziyuan and Lin San. Qin Feng laughed mischievously. He reached out his hand again to grab something. He was surprised when he managed to grab a chest undergarment. Ziyuan suddenly got startled. She covered her chest when she noticed that the undergarment was gone, and she looked embarrassed as she wondered what happened. Ziyuan glared at Lin San as she accused that there were only 3 people in that cave, her, Lin San, and Qin Feng, and Qin Feng was by the entrance, standing guard, in addition to being an innocent 8-year-old, so there was only Lin San left. Lin San was surprised when Ziyuan suddenly slapped him across the face and demanded that he should quickly give it back. Pretending that he just noticed, Qin Feng called Ziyuan to inquire what was wrong and what Lin San took from her. Lin San looked so puzzled when Ziyuan pointed at him and suggested that Qin Feng should ask him himself. The system congratulated Qin Feng for successfully framing the Heaven's Chosen One, causing him to gain the goddess's disgust, so he obtained 500 villain points. Ziyuan walked out of the cave, and she looked pissed. Lin San asked what was wrong with Ziyuan, and Qin Feng remarked that he also didn't know. Suddenly, the two of them heard a scream. Lin San quickly ran and exclaimed that it was not good as something had happened. Qin Feng, who was left behind, was in disbelief as he mused that after being detested, Lin San was carrying out the hero saving the damsel in distress situation to raise his favorability, and wondered if that protagonist's halo wasn't a little too overpowered. He stood up. Qin Feng ran after Lin San while thinking that since it was like that, he wouldn't lay low anymore, and he was laying down his cards. Lin San was surprised when Qin Feng easily ran past him, and he pondered what kind of movement technique it was that he was able to move so fast. Qin Feng was moving so fast that he looked like a beam of light traveling out of the cave. A ferocious beast was roaring in front of the terrified Ziyuan when Qin Feng arrived, and he assured that Ziyuan shouldn't worry because he was coming to save her. Ziyuan blushed as Qin Feng effortlessly carried her in his arms. Qin Feng abruptly stopped running. He jumped off a tree to avoid the beast. Ziyuan was mesmerized by what Qin Feng did. Qin Feng landed on a tree branch. As he placed Ziyuan down, he inquired if she was okay, and Ziyuan replied that he came in time so she didn't suffer any harm. Suddenly, the beast tackled the tree. The tree they were in was shaking tremendously. Ziyuan screamed as she lost her balance, and Qin Feng warned that she should watch out as he reached out to her. But Qin Feng was able to hold Ziyuan by the butt. Qin Feng froze when he realized it, and he cursed in his mind as he admitted that he had touched Ziyuan in the wrong spot. He immediately looked at Ziyuan's reaction, and he observed that it was a good thing that she didn't notice. Qin Feng quickly pulled his hand away. Lin Sen suddenly landed on the tree next to where Qin Feng and Ziyuan were, and as he called Qin Feng, he alerted that it was a saber-toothed tiger beast at the 9th stage of the Transcension realm, so they must work together to beat it. Seeing the frightened Ziyuan, Qin Feng speculated that if that unexpected turn of events became favorable to him, he wondered if the Heaven's Chosen One's goddess would completely change sides and if it would double the villain points exponentially. Qin Feng let out an evil smile. He looked so confident as he questioned Lin San if they still needed to work together just for that weakling. Qin Feng remarked that Ziyuan should stay there as he was going to fight the saber-toothed tiger beast, and Ziyuan advised that he should be careful. Qin Feng jumped towards the ground. When Lin San noticed that, he warned that Qin Feng should stop being reckless, as they could only defeat it if they worked together. Qin Feng landed on the ground, and he complained that Lin San was really annoying. He lunged forward while pulling out his sword. Qin Feng used his skill, the heaven-slaying sword technique, and slashed the saber-toothed tiger beast with it. The saber-toothed tiger beast roared in pain as Qin Feng's attack managed to cut its chest. But the saber-toothed tiger beast recovered from the pain, and it glared at Qin Feng. It quickly lunged forward to attack Qin Feng. Ziyuan called Qin Feng and cautioned that he should watch out. Qin Feng was startled when he turned and saw that Lin San had come to him, and Lin San reassured that he shouldn't panic because he was coming. He cursed in his mind as he reflected that, forgetting about being annoying, Lin San still wanted to steal the limelight from him, so he began releasing a powerful aura. Qin Feng used his skill, Heavenly Dragon's Might, and released a golden dragon that materialized through his aura. Both the dragon and the saber-toothed tiger beast were fiercely charging at each other. The aura of the dragon intensified as the saber-toothed tiger beast got nearer. A huge explosion occurred, and it filled the area with smoke. The saber-toothed tiger beast was suddenly thrown out of the smoke, and its blood was smeared on the ground. The system immediately congratulated Qin Feng for preventing the protagonist from acting pretentious, preventing him from gaining the goddess' favor, so he obtained 500 villain points. Qin Feng stared at Lin San with a bored expression on his face, while Lin San was in distress as he struggled to find the words to say. Ziyuan suddenly came to Qin Feng, and she praised that he was so strong, but Qin Feng dismissed that it was just an insignificant skill that was not worth mentioning. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng's legs were already trembling, and he confessed that the move was really strong. But it consumed a little too much energy because back then, when he was fighting fiercely with his girlfriend in bed for a dozen nights, his legs weren't tingling that much. Suddenly, the three of them noticed a group of people emerging from the trees and coming towards them. It was the Mighty Tiger Gang, and the leader acknowledged that Qin Feng was really skilled. He suggested that if they didn't guess wrong, those corpses of the Mighty Tiger Gang within the forest were the doings of Qin Feng. So if Qin Feng didn't give an explanation that day, he was afraid that it was going to be hard to calm down his gang's fury. Lin San looked awkward when Qin Feng suddenly pointed at him and declared that he was his big brother, so if the Mighty Tiger Gang really has the guts, they should try to get by him first. Qin Feng quickly ran away with Ziyuan while giving them the middle finger, and while he referred to Lin San as his big brother, he mentioned that he would leave first and go rest a little, so he would leave those good-for-nothings to him. Lin San smiled awkwardly, and he looked uncomfortable as he faced the Mighty Tiger Gang in front of him. The system congratulated Qin Feng for scheming against the Heaven's Chosen One, so he obtained 2,000 villain points. The leader of the Mighty Tiger Gang declared that the others should go chase Qin Feng while he deals with Lin San, and everyone agreed. As the leader walked towards Lin San was astonished when he felt that he was in the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm and realized that he was the leader of the Mighty Tiger Gang. While swirling his axe, the leader charged forward, and as he called Lin San a brat, he proclaimed that he should take that. A powerful spark appeared when the axe was blocked with the sword. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also blocking an axe, which he countered by kicking the man while the other members of the mighty tiger gang were lying on the ground. Qin Feng immediately grabbed Ziyuan and urged that she should be quick, but Ziyuan inquired what about Lin San if they were running away. Qin Feng assured that Ziyuan shouldn't worry because Lin San is the heaven's chosen one and he has a powerful halo, so nothing bad could happen to him. And when Ziyuan heard that, she queried him what halo he was talking about. But before Qin Feng could answer that question, something suddenly hit Ziyuan in the back, and blood spurted out of her. Ziyuan fell to the ground, and Qin Feng called her with worry in his voice. Qin Feng quickly looked behind him. A member of the mighty tiger gang threw something at Ziyuan while he was already out of breath. Qin Feng was so mad that he punched the man and exclaimed that he was courting death. His punch was so powerful that the man was sent flying and crashed into a tree. Ziyuan was hit by a small blade, which Qin Feng pulled out, and as he held her in his arms, he addressed her as a pretty girl and inquired if she was alright. Ziyuan was unconscious, so Qin Feng tried to carry her, but he could barely stand up, which made him curse in his mind, and as he remarked that he had used all his energy for showing off earlier so he couldn't muster any strength. The system suddenly notified him that it had detected that he was exhausted and suggested that he could spend 1,000 villain points to exchange for a Tianbao pill, which could allow his strength to recover. Qin Feng was so surprised when he saw that it only cost 1,000 points that he doubted if it was that convenient. He repeatedly confirmed that he would exchange, and the system congratulated him for spending 1,000 villain points and exchanging for a Tianbao pill, which could recover 10% of his strength after using it. The system notified Qin Feng that his strength had recovered by 10%, and as it inquired if he wanted to continue exchanging, Qin Feng acknowledged that he knew that dog system wasn't that kind-hearted, so he would exchange 9 more, and the system congratulated him. A few hours later, the morning came, and Qin Feng was touching Ziyuan's chest while she lay on the ground. Qin Feng was blushing as he addressed the dog system and questioned if it was a respectable system because Ziyuan received an injury to the back, so he wondered if treating through the chest really works. Suddenly, Ziyuan's wound started to heal. Qin Feng turned Ziyuan to her side to look at her wound, and when he saw that it was gone, he was surprised that it worked. As he looked at his hands, he admitted that it worked and that it really was weird. Qin Feng was walking around the forest ravine, and he was wondering if Lin San had escaped his difficult situation. He was astonished when he saw that some trees were destroyed, and he wondered if Lin San did that. Qin Feng frowned as he remarked that Lin San was worthy of being the heaven's chosen one because overcoming the realm difference in battle is extremely easy. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed that horses were coming towards him. A few moments later, Qin Feng was hiding on a tree branch, and he was watching the men on their horses pass through when one of them declared that he heard that the guy called Lin San injured went to the ruins after he injured the gang leader, so they needed to hurry up and get over there as they couldn't let him take the initiative, which made Qin Feng wonder what ruins they were talking about. Qin Feng came down, and he landed in front of the group of men. One of the men called Qin Feng a brat and stated that he was courting death for daring to block the road, and as he asked Qin Feng if he knew who they were, one of his companions was startled as he recognized Qin Feng. Qin Feng confirmed that they were correct, and he asked them where the ruins were that they mentioned earlier. The leader of the group asserted that they searched for Qin Feng everywhere, but they were unable to find him, and at that moment, he came to them himself so they should surround him, and the other men quickly charged towards Qin Feng. But the men were surprised when a swift aura suddenly moved and red marks on their necks appeared. Those red marks were wounds, and as those wounds spurted out blood, a silhouette was standing calmly in the distance. It was Qin Feng, and he proclaimed that when he gave them the chance to live, they should have treasured it. Qin Feng picked up a piece of paper that was beside one of the men. He read about Kuksu Mountain ruins, and he wondered why Lin San went there. Placing the paper inside his clothes, Qin Feng muttered whatever and that he would keep it first as he was free to go anytime. A few moments later, Qin Feng came back to where Ziyuan was, and he questioned if she was still sleeping. Qin Feng checked on Ziyuan, and when he saw that she was still sleeping, he uttered whatever as he would just take advantage of that time to integrate the Supreme Bone. Looking at the Supreme Bone in his hand, Qin Feng explained that, being blood-related brothers from the same mother, the Supreme Bone shouldn't reject him. Qin Feng pulled out a knife and suggested that they should see. He winced in pain as he dug the knife into his chest. Qin Feng gasped, and he kneeled on the ground as he dug his hand into the wound in his chest. Slowly, he pulled out his bone. Qin Feng voiced that he just needed to put the Supreme Bone in next, and that would do, and he was trembling in pain as he dug his other hand into his chest to put in the Supreme Bone. He screamed in pain as the Supreme Bone aligned with his own bone. Qin Feng's face turned pale, and he coughed up blood. He collapsed on the ground, and he exclaimed that it really sucking hurt. Ziyuan began to regain her consciousness. She suddenly screamed in surprise when she saw that Qin Feng was lying beside her, and that his hand was on her chest. Ziyun quickly sat down, and she remarked that Qin Feng was shameless. But Qin Feng didn't respond, so she kicked him and accused him of still pretending to be asleep. Ziyun's kick pushed Qin Feng to lay on his back, and when Ziyun saw his bloody chest, she was startled and inquired if he was injured. She quickly checked on Qin Feng, and she observed that, fortunately, he was still breathing. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Ziyun's hand, and she was startled as she noted that spiritual energy didn't belong to the Moon God Palace. Ziyun checked her back, and she recalled that she remembered being near death the other day from the poison darts of the mighty tiger gang. But her wounds seemed to have disappeared and she had recovered some spiritual power. She looked at Qin Feng and she pondered if it could be that he saved her. Qin Feng suddenly groaned in pain as a powerful aura surged out of him, and Ziyun declared that it was not good because his spiritual power was out of control and it needed to be suppressed immediately. Ziyun stated that Qin Feng has been kind to her, so she can't be ungrateful and abandon him as she is the only one who can do something. She began removing her top. Ziyun embraced Qin Feng in her arms while he was wincing in pain, and she enveloped him with her aura. Qin Feng's expression calmed down as Ziyun's aura entered through his forehead. A few moments later, Qin Feng regained his consciousness, and as Ziyun announced that he finally woke up, Qin Feng observed himself, and he confirmed that with his merge of the Supreme Bone complete, his strength seemed to have increased again. Ziyun was suddenly terrified, and as she pointed at Qin Feng, she exclaimed something about his eyes. Qin Feng was unaware that his unrivaled eyes were activated, so he questioned Ziyun what was wrong with his eyes. Suddenly, a bee flew past Qin Feng, and it was in slow motion. Qin Feng quickly grabbed it by its wings. As he interrogated the bee for being brave enough to fly past him at its skill level, Ziyun was surprised, and she commented that Qin Feng's hand was so fast. Qin Feng was puzzled, and he speculated if anyone couldn't catch it when it was flying so slowly. But he seemed to have realized something, and as he speculated if it could be that the Supreme Bone not only strengthened his body but also the unrivaled eyes, the system confirmed that the higher his level, the stronger the unrivaled eyes become, and Qin Feng acknowledged that that was how it works. Qin Feng suggested that Ziyun should slap him really hard. Ziyun was so confused by Qin Feng's request. Qin Feng looked so excited as he urged that Ziyun should slap him quickly. Ziyun replied that Qin Feng shouldn't be offended, and she reluctantly slapped him. In Qin Feng's perspective, Ziyun's hand movement was really slow. Qin Feng easily caught Ziyun's hand, and he realized that that was it. He stared intently at Ziyun's hand but remained silent. Ziyun got self-conscious about what Qin Feng was doing, so she asked him what was wrong. Qin Feng laughed and explained that it was nothing because it was just that Ziyun's soft, delicate hands made it difficult for him to let go, which made Ziyun blush, and she changed the topic by asking him where they should go to explore. Qin Feng mentioned that he would take Ziyun to a secret treasure hunting place and asked if it was okay, and Ziyun agreed. A few moments later, with the map in his hand, Qin Feng noted that, according to it, the place should be right there. The two of them were standing in front of a dark portal, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for triggering a villain mission, which was to steal the treasure of the Chosen One's lucky encounter, and the reward was a gold treasure chest. Qin Feng remarked that it was no wonder that Lin Sen didn't go back to Tiangxin City with Lin Zinner because he was trying to find treasure. Reaching out to the portal, Ziyun asked if Lin Sen was really in there. Qin Feng confirmed that members of the Mighty Tiger Gang personally mentioned it so it wouldn't be fake, so they should go, and Ziyun agreed. When they emerged on the other side, Qin Feng was greeted by a huge rock near a pool of water, and he seemed to have recognized it. There was a huge pool of water, and Qin Feng excitedly exclaimed that it turned out to be the mountain boundary. Ziyun was busy looking around, asking what that place was and if they were going to find Lin Sen there, and she was unaware that Qin Feng was already undressing behind her. Qin Feng mentioned that it was not the time, while he noted that the Qin family's ancient records mentioned that inside the Kuksu mountain ruins, there is a spiritual pool called the mountain boundary. He read that within that spiritual pool, there is a dragon's vein where the spiritual Kai is really abundant, which could help cultivators break through quickly. And if a man and a woman cultivate simultaneously, it could slow down the speed of time to the point where spending a day in the spiritual pool could equal a whole year. Qin Feng explained that using the heavenly dragons might earlier caused injuries to his foundation while the Supreme Bone was still in the merging stage. So if what the Mighty Tiger Gang mentioned was true, Lin San and the other members of the gang were still in those ruins, and when the two sides meet, it will definitely be a fierce battle, and in his current situation, just protecting himself is going to be hard, not to mention stealing things, so it would be better to recover in that spiritual pool first, go throw himself into battle afterwards. He had that naughty smile on his face as he remarked that, speaking of which, it was no wonder that for his 8 years in the Qin family, when he couldn't find his father and mother, they were actually busy happily building their relationship together there. Qin Feng recalled how he was reading a book titled 18 Styles in the room, and he noted that it was a good thing that he loved studying and was well read from a young age. Otherwise, he would have missed out on that place. He continued to undress himself while thinking that he didn't know if anyone else knew about that place, so he probably shouldn't waste any more time, when Ziyun suddenly turned to look at him and asked when the right time was. Ziyun was petrified and speechless when she saw that Qin Feng was already naked. Ziyun screamed in embarrassment, and she acted like she was trying to cover her eyes, but she could clearly see through them. Qin Feng was startled. He quickly charged towards Ziyun. Ziyun was caught off guard when Qin Feng carried her on his shoulders and jumped off the edge of the pool. She tried to wriggle her way out as the two of them splashed into the water. But Qin Feng pushed her into the water, which made her close her eyes and gasp for air. Suddenly, Ziyun kneed Qin Feng on the family jewels. Ziyun resurfaced in the water and started coughing. She confronted Qin Feng and asked what he was doing while Qin Feng was still trembling in pain. Qin Feng inquired why she was yelling so loudly and what would happen if she were to lead the mighty tiger gang over there. Ziyun was surprised, and as she queried Qin Feng if he pushed her into the water to protect her, Qin Feng retorted by asking her why else he would do that. She asked Qin Feng where he was hurt and offered that she would help him apply some medication. Qin Feng looked embarrassed as he submerged in the water and assured that it was fine because it was not convenient for Ziyun. But if she really felt guilty about it, she should just take off her clothes and soak in that spiritual pool with him for a bit. Ziyun was taken aback, and she blushed tremendously as she asked Qin Feng to confirm if he asked her to take off her clothes. She was already overheating, as she also asked to confirm if they would soak together. In a serious manner, Qin Feng expressed that it was correct because if she didn't take off her clothes, there was no way her body could absorb the spiritual power, and if she didn't soak together with him, there was no way for time to be slowed down. Ziyun let out a sigh of relief as she comforted that it was like that, and in her mind, she remarked that besides, Qin Feng is only an 8-year-old kid, so he doesn't know anything. She smiled brightly and mentioned that she understood, and if it was for cultivation, they should soak together. While Ziyun started undressing herself, the system congratulated Qin Feng for successfully deceiving the young girl from a respectable family. So he obtained 300 villain points, and Qin Feng quickly looked away as he replied that he really didn't. Seeing Ziyun in her undergarment, Qin Feng muttered that he should disregard the matter because he did. Qin Feng asked if they should start, and as Ziyun agreed, they put their palms together. As the two of them began to cultivate, Ziyun was nervously blushing. 3 days later, a golden gem was forming in Qin Feng's core while he was meditating in the water. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He remarked that he could feel it break, and a powerful aura immediately surged out of him. A bright golden aura surged out of Qin Feng's core, and the system congratulated him for breaking through the 3rd stage of the Transcension Realm, so he obtained 1,000 villain points. The system congratulated Qin Feng again for assisting Heaven's chosen goddess to break through to the Transcension Realm, smoothly gaining her favor, so he obtained 5,000 villain points, and it also congratulated him for thoroughly severing the Heaven's chosen goddess's predestined marriage, so he obtained 5,000 villain points. Inside the ruins, the ground started to tremble, and the people inside asked what was happening and why it was shaking inside the ruins. They were startled when the huge boulders in front of them started to crumble. In the middle of the smoke created by the dust and debris, they saw Qin Feng and Ziyun, who were meditating together. Both parties were surprised and embarrassed when they saw each other. Ziyun panicked, and she was stuttering as she exclaimed that it wasn't what it looked like, trying to explain what they were doing, but she was cut off. One of the men stated that it was Qin Feng, and while the other man was surprised, the other man suggested that since it was like that, they should just capture them both. As the men surrounded them, Ziyun asked Qin Feng why they were targeting them, and Qin Feng responded that it was probably because he was too handsome. Ziyun looked disgusted, and she was speechless when she heard that. One of the men declared that they have surrounded Qin Feng with nowhere to run, so he better do that the easy way by letting them take him and tied up than the hard way with his sword accidentally hurting them both. Qin Feng released his aura and confidently questioned the man if he was sure that he had him surrounded, while in his mind, he thought that he would get some experience right after breaking with such kind people seeking death. The man yelled and commanded that they should get Qin Feng. Qin Feng summoned the vast Sky 9 swords, and as he imbued them with his aura, he explained that before, he used to fuse them to fight. But since there were a lot of people that day, he would test their power. He dispersed the 9 swords, which immediately turned into multiple swords and surrounded him and Ziyun. Qin Feng directed them forward and instructed that they should go all together. As the 9 swords charged forward, multiple heads of men were decapitated and sent flying into the air. The man from earlier questioned what it was and how it could have such terrifying strength. One of the men looked so terrified, and he urged that they should quickly run. But in an instant, his head was cut off, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for beheading a person, so he obtained 100 villain points. The system congratulated Qin Feng for beheading 232 people in total and obtaining 23,200 villain points while Qin Feng gathered the 9 swords back into one. Qin Feng walked forward and suggested that they should go while leaving a mass of dead bodies, and Ziyuan looked so astonished as she remarked that Qin Feng was so strong. While walking away, Qin Feng had a sleazy smile on his face as he thought that, at that time, the gains didn't seem to be bad. While they were walking down a path and Qin Feng was checking the map, Ziyuan asked him where they were going. Qin Feng pointed at the bloody bot-eye tree and stated that they were going there. On the other hand, a voluptuous lady was tied down at the foot of a tree. She looked so troubled, as she was being tightly squeezed by the ropes binding her. It seems that the mighty tiger gang captured her, and as one of the members asked the leader if that was fine, the leader replied that they shouldn't worry because the lady just gave birth, so at that moment, her body was extremely weak, and another remarked that the leader was wise. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Ziyuan were hiding behind the bushes. Ziyuan was so pissed that she pinched Qin Feng and exclaimed that those bastards actually laid their hands on a mother who just gave birth. Qin Feng pinched Ziyuan's thigh in return, and she expressed her pain and complained that he should do it softer. Qin Feng responded that Ziyuan was pinching his arm while he was pinching her thigh, so they were equal, and Ziyuan retorted that he was a stingy guy. The two of them were suddenly alarmed when they heard a scream. The mighty tiger gang stabbed the lady with multiple polearms on her torso, and a pair of ears suddenly emerged from the top of her head. The leader of the mighty tiger gang made a hand gesture, and the men immediately pulled out their polearms. The lady screamed as the men plunged their polearms again into her body. Ziyuan could no longer take it, so she came out of the bushes and shouted that it was enough. She asked the leader if treating a mother like that is how their mighty tiger gang acts, and the leader was surprised when he saw her and Qin Feng. The leader immediately recognized Qin Feng, and he declared that he originally mentioned that finding the rabbit demon was an unexpectedly happy event, but he never imagined that there would be other gains too. He recalled that last time Qin Feng had the Heaven's Pride, Lin Sin helped him so he could luckily escape. With a menacing look on his face, the leader released his aura into the palm of his hand, and he challenged that at that time, he would see if Qin Feng could run. Ziyuan got worried when she saw the leader charging towards them. But Qin Feng was unfazed, and he remarked that the leader had a good imagination, so he should be a story writer. Qin Feng grabbed Ziyuan's hand, and the two of them effortlessly dodged the leader's attack. The leader looked so pissed as Qin Feng looked back at him with his taunting smile, and questioned if he was finally convinced. Enraged, the leader charged at Qin Feng again and screamed that he was courting death. Qin Feng instructed that Ziyuan should go save the rabbit demon while he faced the leader, and Ziyuan agreed. The leader of the mighty tiger gang released his aura and materialized a tiger. When Qin Feng saw that, he exclaimed that it was a tiger descending the mountain, and it was a little interesting. Qin Feng released a powerful aura along with the vast sky nine swords and the heavenly dragon's might. He grinned and remarked that the leader should look because it was bigger than his. The leader was alarmed, and he declared that Qin Feng was a brat. He used his move, Tiger Descending the Mountain, and attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng used his move, Heavenly Dragon's Might, to counter the leader's attack. The huge dragon charged towards the leader and tackled him. The leader was not able to block Qin Feng's attack, and the impact was so strong that he coughed up blood. Qin Feng's attack also reached the members of the mighty tiger gang and sent them flying. The system congratulated Qin Feng for killing 88 people, so he has obtained 8,800 villain points. And when he saw the dead bodies in front of him, Qin Feng commented that he originally wasn't planning on committing a massacre, but they delivered themselves to him. Qin Feng looked concerned as he mentioned that the mighty tiger gang doesn't have many members left, so after that, they will be completely wiped out. While Ziyuan was assisting the injured rabbit demon and was walking towards him, Qin Feng repeatedly lamented that it was a pity. The rabbit demon immediately bowed down to Qin Feng and thanked the young master for saving her, which startled Qin Feng. She explained that the reason she entered the ruins was to actually find the bloody bot-eye tree to cultivate her children's spiritual souls. But after giving birth, she became weak, so she had no strength to oppose those men, thus narrowly escaping their clutches. The rabbit demon mentioned that about the bloody bot-eyes, she didn't need a lot, as she just needed 10. Qin Feng acknowledged that considering the rabbit demon's motherly love, he could be nice and give her 10, and when Ziyuan heard that, she looked glad. But Ziyuan coughed up blood due to surprise when Qin Feng stated that, however, being a mother, the rabbit demon surely wouldn't want her child to live off others in the future, so he would show some kindness and only request 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones for one piece. The rabbit demon stuttered as she explained that she didn't have any spiritual stones. Qin Feng responded that it was fine if she didn't have money as they could discuss other resources, but the rabbit demon was still tense and she was trying to explain something. When Qin Feng noticed that, he questioned the rabbit demon if she didn't have any resources, and he was so surprised that he exclaimed that he has seen poor people, but he hasn't seen any as poor as her. Qin Feng waved it off and muttered whatever, which made Ziyuan and the rabbit demon look at him expectantly, and as the rabbit demon called him a benefactor, she asked him if he was willing to give some to her. Qin Feng retorted that there was no way, and as he questioned the rabbit demon if she had money, she couldn't answer. So he concluded that if she didn't have money, she shouldn't ask those dumb questions, and the rabbit demon nervously replied that she understood. The rabbit demon was feeding her children with the bloody bodhi while Ziyuan and Qin Feng watched. The rabbit demon stated that those were her kids. Ziyuan gave one a pat on the head, and she mentioned that it was so cute. The rabbit demon quickly gave one of her kids to Ziyuan and suggested that if she liked them, she could adopt one. Ziyuan was startled when she heard what the rabbit demon declared while looking at the rabbit demon's kid in her arms. But before Ziyuan could say anything, the rabbit demon had already hopped away. Ziyuan was troubled, and she asked Qin Feng what they should do. The system suddenly notified Qin Feng that he had obtained a young beast with an epic aptitude, and the binding was successful, which surprised Qin Feng, and he remarked that its rank was unexpectedly the same as Qin Hao. The system notified Qin Feng that, taking into consideration that he has an epic level aptitude beast, he shouldn't feed it any ordinary food and feed it with natural treasures, and it reminded him that one bloody bodhi could only last for a day. Qin Feng looked horrified, and he exclaimed that the special little beast was such a big eater, so it was no wonder its mother had to come out to look for food right after giving birth, and that no one in an ordinary family could feed him. Ziyuan looked worried as she asked Qin Feng why he wasn't speaking, which pulled Qin Feng out of his thoughts. Qin Feng smiled at Ziyuan and assured her that if she liked it, they would raise it, while in his mind, he resolved that if Ziyuan didn't like it, he would raise it because, after all, that guy was an epic-level demonic beast. Ziyuan was moved by what Qin Feng expressed, and she commented that he was so tender and kind. She suggested that they would give the demonic beast a name, and Qin Feng proposed that since he eats a lot, they should call him Big Eater. Ziyuan responded that it sounds terrible, so they should call him Little Rabbit, but Qin Feng still insisted on Big Eater. And while Ziyuan asked how about Heabao, and Qin Feng refused and still insisted on Big Eater, the demonic beast looked so confused. Ziyuan asked Qin Feng what he thought about Xiaobai. Qin Feng agreed and confirmed that his formal name would be Bai Fantong and his nickname would be Xiaobai, which pissed Ziyuan, and he complained that Qin Feng was a stingy brother as he was not going to let her have her way at all. Suddenly, a powerful lightning struck on top of the mountain, which startled Ziyuan and Qin Feng, and he asked what was going on. Qin Feng noticed that a group of men suddenly appeared in the sky, and as one of them proclaimed that they had found Lin San and that it seemed that he had discovered the jade box. Another claimed that the Lin family from Tiangxin City were trying to hoard it for themselves, which was ambitious, while another guy declared that that day they would teach them a lesson. He was wondering if the Xiamen family was also there when Ziyuan exclaimed that she overheard Lin San's name. Qin Feng quickly grabbed Ziyuan's hand and confirmed that it was Lin San, so they should head over there too, and Ziyuan agreed. A few moments later, while Qin Feng and Ziyuan were hiding behind the bush, the group of men approached Lin San and demanded that he should get out of their way. Lin San ushered the group of men and gestured towards the jade box. When Qin Feng saw that, he was so surprised that he couldn't help but ask himself when a chosen one became so kind. Qin Feng mentioned that based on his dozen years of avid reading experience, if the chosen one is robbed of his prey and still remains calm, undoubtedly, someone is going to be in trouble. He quickly grabbed Ziyuan and started moving, and as Ziyuan asked Qin Feng where they were going and remarked that Lin San seemed to be in trouble, Qin Feng advised that she shouldn't worry about him, and Ziyuan immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Lin San still looked so calm even though one of the men, who seemed to be the leader, questioned him for being the successor of the vast sky sword god and being the #1 swordsman in 100 years, and the man scoffed and retorted that Lin San doesn't seem like much, yet he dares to call himself the successor of the sword god when he couldn't even break a small spell. The leader unsheathed his sword, and as he hit the jade box with it, he taunted that Lin San should let him show him the power of the Xiamen family. But the leader was surprised when the jade box was unharmed, although there was an explosion of aura when his sword hit it. The leader tried his best and exerted a lot of effort, which intensified the explosion of aura. Seeing the leader struggle, one of his men swung his sword and declared that he would help. The other 4 men swung their swords as well and chimed that they would join too. 7 men in total were hitting the jade box, which intensified the aura surrounding it even more. As the leader exclaimed that the spell seemed to be absorbing their cultivation, one of his men repeatedly urged that they should retreat, but another man insisted that they couldn't retreat any further. The jade box exuded a powerful wave of aura, and it sent everyone flying. On the other hand, Qin Feng and Ziyuan watched how things unfolded, and Ziyuan remarked that it was scary. Qin Feng observed that he knew that Lin San definitely had bad intentions, as he saw that Lin San was calmly summoning a tiny orb of aura at his fingertips. The other men were all lying on the ground, coughing and expressing their pain. Their leader was cursing repeatedly as the place started to tremble, while one of his men noted that it was not good because the ruin was going to collapse. The leader commanded that they should quickly retreat. While the area was crumbling down and the injured men limped away, Lin San was calmly hitting the jade box with the tiny orb of aura he summoned. Lin San was filled with excitement as he saw that the protective barrier of the jade box started to break. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also excited, and he commented that it was a good opportunity. Qin Feng extended his hand and used his skill, non-existent space snatch. As soon as he managed to snatch a wooden scroll that seemed to be the content of the jade box, the system congratulated Qin Feng for completing the villain mission, so he obtained the gold treasure chest. It also congratulated him for destroying the opportunity of the Chosen One, so he obtained a chance for a lucky draw. And it also congratulated him for looting the treasure of the Chosen One, so he obtained 1 million villain points. A powerful aura surged towards the skies, which created a pillar of light in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, and a man was startled when he noticed it. It was the leader from earlier, and when someone suddenly arrived with the jade box in their hand, the leader cursed at him and questioned him about how he dared to steal it. The leader charged forward, and he declared that the other men should take the jade box for him, and they agreed. Lin San was the one carrying the jade box, and he looked so confident while grabbing something from his pocket. He pulled out a spatial teleportation talisman and immediately activated it. A swirling aura suddenly appeared underneath Lin San's feet. While the leader was still charging towards him, Lin San waved at him and smiled. The leader swung his sword at Lin San, but the spatial teleportation talisman had already transported him. The leader proclaimed that the teleportation talisman won't take Lin San far, so they should chase after him, and the other men agreed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Ziyuan were hiding behind the rocks and silently observing as the chaos unfolded. Qin Feng tucked something in his pocket as the leader got closer to where they were. The leader noticed Qin Feng when he passed by him. Qin Feng quickly went to hug Ziyuan, called her big sister, and exclaimed that he was scared. The leader glowered at Qin Feng, clicked his tongue, and sneered that he was a coward. Ziyuan called Qin Feng a stingy brother and asked him if he was scared, unaware that Qin Feng was just acting. Ziyuan and Qin Feng saw that the group of men had left. Qin Feng quickly pulled away and suggested that they should go too. Ziyuan was completely puzzled at how Qin Feng was acting. A few moments later, Qin Feng was carrying Ziyuan in his arms as they traveled across the rocky area at an incredible speed. Qin Feng remarked that it seemed like he needed to strengthen his power. While they were still on the move, Qin Feng called the system using his mind and commanded that it should open the treasure chest for him. The system congratulated Qin Feng for opening the gold treasure chest and obtaining sword intent, and as an aura suddenly started wafting out of Qin Feng's eyes, Ziyuan seemed to have noticed something. Ziyuan exclaimed that she just felt an extremely strong sword intent, so she thought they were in danger, but Qin Feng just calmly questioned her if it was real. Suddenly, a huge rock came flying in their direction, and when Ziyuan saw that, she panicked and urged that Qin Feng should be careful. But Qin Feng just confidently taunted if it dares while the aura was still wafting out of his eyes. He released a powerful aura and shattered the rock into smaller pieces with it. Lin San was looking at the jade box excitedly, and he exclaimed that it was great. But when he opened the jade box, it was empty. Lin San was so surprised by what he saw that his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He questioned how it could be empty, and as he remarked that there must be some mechanism, he looked underneath the jade box. On the other hand, Qin Feng and Ziyuan were resting, and as Ziyuan asked Qin Feng if he had understood the sword intent, Qin Feng responded affirmatively and asked if it wasn't something anyone could learn with practice while tinkering with the system's screen. Ziyuan replied that she didn't think so because the reason Lin San was called the #1 sword genius in 100 years was because he understood the sword intent at the age of 12, breaking the world record. Qin Feng was unfazed, and as he inquired if that was all, she seemed baffled and replied that that was it. He dismissed the idea that breaking the world record was a big deal, and Ziyuan looked so annoyed as she remarked that Qin Feng truly is a prodigy. The system asked Qin Feng if he wanted to spend 1 million villain points in exchange for a 100% great completion card, and Qin Feng clicked on the test button. Meanwhile, Ziyuan, who can't see the system's screen, was wondering what Qin Feng was doing, as he was just waving his finger in the air from her perspective. The system congratulated Qin Feng for spending 1 million villain points in exchange for a 100% great completion card, and it also congratulated him for using the 100% great completion card, so the heaven-slaying sword technique has reached the great completion stage. Qin Feng declared that the sword intent had finally reached the great completion, and there was still one chance for the draw, so he would use that as well. He noted that in that cursed place, no one knows what kind of experts might appear, so it was better to have more skills to protect themselves, and the system congratulated him for obtaining the invincible sword heart. Qin Feng just sat there as the system informed him that the invincible sword heart is the ultimate form that sword practitioners pursue, and without romantic thoughts, when unsheathing the sword, they become divine in nature with 10 times damage bonus in sword techniques. Ziyuan rubbed her eyes as she wondered what was happening and observed that it seemed like Qin Feng had become more handsome. She saw that Qin Feng's eyes were wide in surprise, so she wondered if maybe he hadn't changed and if she was imagining things. Qin Feng continued to wave his hand in the air, so Ziyuan asked him what kind of technique he was cultivating. He explained that he was cultivating the heart of man, which allows men to have a longer lifespan, become stronger, and become more powerful. Qin Feng exited the system screen. He lay on the ground thinking that it seems like he has a great affinity for the sword, as he has obtained 2 cumulative damage buffs in sword techniques consecutively, and he really wanted to find someone to test his sword, unaware that the wooden scroll had fallen out of his pocket. Ziyuan noticed the wooden scroll lying on the ground, and she inquired what it was. Ziyuan asked if it was the Sage Bamboo Scroll, and Qin Feng was surprised when Ziyuan mentioned that. Ziyuan explained that according to her observation, it is the Sage Bamboo Scroll that was written by ancient sages, and it consists of 3 volumes, Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, and those with the destined fate could comprehend the supreme path from it, while those without the destiny could not see a single word. Qin Feng recalled that he had heard from his Qin family ancestor that every time the Sage Bamboo Scroll is revealed, it causes a bloodbath, and every person who comprehends the Bamboo Scroll becomes a famous and powerful figure in history. He took the scroll from Ziyuan and suggested that she should let him see it. But Qin Feng looked so clueless as he looked at the scroll. He exclaimed that it didn't make sense and claimed that he was very intelligent and had the aura of comprehension, so it was impossible for him not to see anything. Ziyuan explained that the Sage Bamboo Scroll is not just about enlightenment. It is about destiny, like the destiny of Buddha. Qin Feng tossed the scroll away and declared that anything that doesn't work for him is rubbish. Suddenly, Bai Fantong appeared on Ziyuan's shoulders, and it looked like he was interested in something. Bai Fantong jumped on the wooden scroll Qin Feng just tossed. It laid on the wooden scroll and let out a sigh of relief, and when Qin Feng saw that, he remarked that it was clever to use the Sage Bamboo Scroll as a mattress. Suddenly, Ziyuan asked Qin Feng how he obtained the scroll, and Qin Feng, who was taken aback by the question, cursed in his mind and realized that he had been discovered. Ziyuan and Qin Feng's attention were suddenly caught when someone called Lin San and asked him if he really stated that they would believe those lies. Qin Feng looked so excited as he called for Lin San. As he called Lin San a ghoster, asked him if he knew how much he missed him, and exclaimed that he arrived just in time, Qin Feng quickly ran toward where the voices were coming from, while Ziyuan ran behind him and urged that he should wait for her. When Qin Feng arrived, he saw that Lin San was talking to the leader, asking him how many times he had to tell him to believe him. Lin San looked so pissed as he exclaimed that the jade box was empty. He was startled when Qin Feng suddenly jumped in and suggested that he didn't need to talk to them but just show them. Lin San looked at Qin Feng with disbelief while Qin Feng showed his sword to the enemies and commanded that they should look at it. The men looked so puzzled. Suddenly, a bright golden aura flashed, and in an instant, Qin Feng was already on top of the leader and was attacking him with his sword. But the leader managed to block it. The leader asked Qin Feng if a mere spiritual martial realm dares to challenge him and remarked that he was so arrogant. Qin Feng looked so disappointed, and as he mentioned that they always say the same thing, he asked if they don't have any creativity. Qin Feng stood in front of the Ximen family men. He looked so excited as he announced that there were so many people, so it was a good opportunity to test his sword. Qin Feng released his aura, and the men immediately recognized that it was a sword intent. The men asked how it was possible that an 8-year-old has comprehended the sword intent, and exclaimed that he has advanced 4 whole years earlier than the prodigy, Lin San, who comprehended the sword intent at 12 years old. Lin San looked concerned as he remarked that after not seeing Qin Feng for a few days, he had become stronger again, while Ziyuan looked so proud and commented that Qin Feng really loves to show off. The leader was alarmed, and he thought about how Qin Feng was able to comprehend that level of sword intent in the transcendent realm. Suddenly, the leader had a realization, and he proclaimed that it was not just the sword intent but it was also the invincible sword heart. The leader looked so horrified as he wondered how it was possible and if Qin Feng really was just a child. One of the men he was with, who was his younger brother, tapped the leader on the shoulder and remarked that Qin Feng was just a genius who understood the sword intent, and as he asked him if he was afraid of that, he questioned him for daring to dishonor the Ximen family. The leader's younger brother, Erlang, took a step forward and asked Qin Feng if he was the traitor of the Qin family who survived by excavating his brother's supreme bone, and his brother tried to stop him. Qin Feng proudly declared that it was him and asked Erlang if he wanted to fight with him. Erlang grinned as he responded that it was what he wanted, and his brother looked worried and expressed that they were done for. Qin Feng remarked that Erlang should look at how red his face is, so for his sake, he will give him 10 moves. Erlang was enraged, and as he questioned Qin Feng if he was insulting him, he retorted that he would regret it. But Erlang was surprised when he noticed something. His brother carried him, and with a terrified look on his face, he urged that the others should also run fast. While the leader, Dalong, ran away from the scene with all his might, one of his men questioned what kind of warrior he was for escaping in the middle of the battle and expressed that he was very disappointed in him. And the other man called Qin Feng, the Qin family's brat, and threatened that he would have him taste his sword. Qin Feng confidently agreed and taunted that they should come because he would promise that he was not going away. One of the men was enraged and asserted that just because Qin Feng had talent, He believed that he was already superior to everyone, repeatedly insulting members of the Ximen family, so he swore that he would be taking his head. 3 enraged men simultaneously attacked Qin Feng. On the other hand, Qin Feng just calmly released his aura. In one swift motion, Qin Feng eliminated multiple men while the system congratulated him for killing each person, and at the end of it, the system congratulated him for killing 8 people, so he obtained 800 villain points. Qin Tian was so surprised that he stood up from his seat and asked the messenger to confirm if Qin Feng killed the leader of the mighty tiger gang in an instant, and the messenger replied yes. Qin Tian exclaimed that the leader of the mighty tiger gang is at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm, and although Qin Feng has great talent, it is impossible for him to kill someone of a higher level, so the only explanation is that Qin Feng used the power of the Supreme Bone. He looked so worried as he stated that once Qin Feng becomes obsessed with a power that doesn't belong to him, he fears that it will affect his path, but the ancestor remarked that he doesn't think that will happen. The ancestor mentioned that he has been teaching Qin Feng for so many years, and that boy has his own pride and won't be easily influenced by the Supreme Bone, and Qin Tian let out a sigh as he hoped so. Qin Tian asked the messenger if there was anything else. The messenger reported that Qin Feng not only annihilated the mighty tiger gang but also the Ximen family. Qin Tian was so surprised that he stood up once again and crushed the cup in his hand, and the ancestor urged that he should sit down and questioned why he was getting agitated. The ancestor inquired the messenger if there was more, and the messenger informed that Qin Feng has also comprehended the supreme sword intent and the invincible sword art. Upon hearing that, the ancestor was pleased, and he laughed as he praised that it was very good and excellent and that Qin Feng's future is limitless. On the other hand, at the Great Xia Dynasty Imperial Palace, a man was out of breath as he called the emperor, and he reported that something serious had happened. The emperor was busy looking at the scrolls of women and calmly asked the man why he was in such a haste. The man revealed that it was Qin Feng because not only did he kill a 3rd level spiritual martial realm cultivator with a single slash, he also obtained the sword heart and sword intent. The emperor was still calm, and he questioned what there was to fear about a prodigy who had strayed from the family's protection. He dropped the scroll on the table and commanded that they should just kill Qin Feng. The man bowed down to the emperor and acknowledged that he was wise. Meanwhile, Lin San was watching Qin Feng play in the water with Ziyun, and he was thinking about how an 8-year-old child has surpassed him in the way of the sword and has also created his own sword technique and comprehended the sword intent and the invincible sword heart. Suddenly, the system congratulated Qin Feng for hitting the Chosen One's confidence, making him doubt himself and obtaining 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng was so taken by surprise that he wondered if those were 100,000 points. With a bright smile on his face, he called Lin San, and as he complimented that Lin San has impressive swordsmanship, he asked him if he could teach him some basic moves. Lin San was in a fiery rage, and as he snapped that it was enough because Qin Feng had even comprehended the invincible sword heart, yet he wanted him to teach him basic moves. He questioned if Qin Feng found it fun humiliating him. Qin Feng quickly hugged Ziyun and complained that Lin San was being mean to him when he really didn't know anything about basic moves because he only knew how to draw a sword. Lin San got more pissed, and as he interrogated Qin Feng if he was kidding him and what about his sword technique, the system congratulated Qin Feng for hitting the Chosen One's confidence, making him doubt himself, and obtaining 100,000 villain points. Ziyun got mad at Lin San, and she confronted him why he was being so mean to Qin Feng when he was just a child. Lin San was petrified, and the words Ziyun just uttered about Qin Feng being a child, about how Ziyun scolded him, and what Qin Feng declared about only knowing how to draw the sword, plunged into his chest like swords. The system congratulated Qin Feng again for hitting the Chosen One's confidence and obtaining 100,000 villain points, and Qin Feng had a mischievous smile on his face. Lin San looked away with a dim look on his face, and as Qin Feng asked him where he was going, he mentioned that he shouldn't be discouraged because he was the number 1 in the way of the sword in the last 100 years, and he believed that he would definitely comprehend the invincible sword heart. Ziyun clapped as Qin Feng remarked that Lin San should look at him because, after he farted while running away, he was able to comprehend it. Lin San's surroundings got darker, and the system congratulated Qin Feng again for hitting the Chosen One's confidence and obtaining 100,000 points. He quickly ran away, and when Qin Feng saw that, he called him and shouted that he shouldn't go. Qin Feng chased after Lin San and insisted that he shouldn't go because he still wanted to talk to him. He was determined, and in his mind, he thought that it was such a joke because, with just a few sentences, he has earned 400,000 villain points, so he can't let Lin San go. Qin Feng continued to chase Lin San and urged that he should wait for him while Lin San was running away with all his might and pleaded that he shouldn't come any closer. Suddenly, a huge cloud filled with people arrived, and they were startled. One of the men in the clouds declared that under the orders of the Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, he, Zhang Rihu, has come to take Qin Feng's head. The ground suddenly trembled. Qin Feng asked who Zhang Rihu was because he was such a big shot, and Lin San explained that Zhang Rihu is the personal bodyguard of the emperor, the head of the imperial division, and he has formidable strength. Lin San looked so anxious as he revealed that Zhang Rihu's cultivation is above both of them, and he also has thousands of iron-armored riders, and if they fight, they are destined to die without a doubt, so he asked Qin Feng if he had any way to resolve that. Qin Feng responded that it was not that he didn't, and he stated that it was his chance and the time to make Ziyuan fall for him. Lin San looked concerned as he tried to peek at Qin Feng's face. Suddenly, with puppy eyes, Qin Feng called Zhang Rihu uncle and meekly inquired who he was looking for. Zhang Rihu looked pissed, and as he reiterated his name again, he announced that he is the head of the imperial division of Changrihu, and following the emperor's command, he has come to take Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng asked Zhang Rihu if he would not kill Lin San and Ziyuan if he killed him, which surprised Ziyuan while Lin San looked skeptical. Ziyuan was moved by what Qin Feng expressed as well as Lin San. Qin Feng smiled brightly at them, and he assured Ziyuan that she shouldn't be afraid because he will protect her, and that Zhang Rihu declared that he would only kill him, so if he dies, she will be safe. Ziyuan asked Qin Feng if he was willing to die for her, and Qin Feng confirmed that he was willing to do anything for her. Qin Feng called Zhang Rihu and challenged that he should do it because he is just an 8-year-old child, so he supposed it should be easy to kill him. Zhang Rihu raised his sword and ordered that Qin Feng should prepare himself. Suddenly, Ziyuan screamed, and as she broke an ornament, she proclaimed that she wouldn't allow Qin Feng to die. A huge lightning bolt suddenly appeared, and it hit the ground in front of Qin Feng, causing a huge explosion. Qin Feng secretly grinned as he admitted that he took a risk, but he didn't expect much. A huge portal appeared where a lady riding on a huge demonic beast's head emerged behind them, and Qin Feng observed that it seemed that he would have a comfortable life from that point onward. The lady looked so calm and beautiful as she looked and assessed the situation. A man was running towards Qin Tian and the ancestor in a hurry, and as he called them, he announced that there was bad news. He informed that their spies reported that the Great Zia's emperor has sent Zhang Rihu, and he is attempting to assassinate Qin Feng at the border between the Yinyu dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty. Both Qin Tian and the ancestor were surprised. Qin Tian instructed that the man should tell the 13 high guards to leave the city with him immediately, and the man agreed. Meanwhile, at the border, the huge demonic beast was calmly standing there while its aura wafted all over the place. When Qin Feng saw that, he immediately recognized the lady and identified that she was the Yinyu dynasty's Moon Celestial, one of the top 5 experts of the Yinyu dynasty. He turned to Ziyuan and inquired if she was the Yinyu dynasty's goddess, and Ziyuan awkwardly confirmed yes. Qin Feng rejoiced, and he exclaimed that it looks like he has hit the jackpot. The Moon Celestial suddenly commented that it was getting interesting. Zhang Rihu looked pissed, and he declared that it was the territory of their Great Xia dynasty, so the Moon Celestial should know their place. The Moon Celestial claimed that she is just a weak woman and asked Zhang Rihu if it was not inappropriate to threaten her like that. Zhang Rihu stated that now that the Moon Celestial knows, she should hurry, but before he could finish his sentence, a powerful aura hit him on the chest. A huge hole was left in Zhang Rihu's chest, and it was the Moon Celestial who fired the powerful aura at him. Zhang Rihu immediately collapsed on the ground, and his men simultaneously called him with worry. The Moon Celestial remarked that in Zhang Rihu's next life, he should have to be more courteous to weak women. She gave him a flying kiss. Zhang Rihu's men looked horrified, and as one of them noted that Zhang Rihu was not breathing, the other man couldn't help but question how the leader of the Imperial Guard couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Moon Celestial. Meanwhile, Ziyuan grabbed Qin Feng's hand and urged that they should quickly go. Someone suddenly flicked their finger. It was the Moon Celestial, and both Qin Feng and Ziyuan screamed as they were enclosed in an aura and raised up in the air. The Moon Celestial asked Ziyuan where she was going. Ziyuan was nervous as she tried to explain things, while Qin Feng looked upset, and he was wondering what that had to do with him. The Moon Celestial gestured with her hand and commanded that they should come to her. The aura that enclosed Qin Feng and Ziyuan merged, and it placed them in front of the Moon Celestial. The Moon Celestial asked them what was going on and demanded that they should tell her. Ziyuan called the Moon Celestial her aunt, and when Qin Feng heard that, he wondered if it was not too late to change love interests. The Moon Celestial hit Ziyuan in the head as she asked her if she still knew that she was her aunt. She exclaimed that Ziyuan left home without a word, and currently, she has specially gone to the Great Xia dynasty so that she won't find her, and Ziyuan, who was in pain, apologized to her aunt and requested that she stop hitting her. Ziyuan pulled Qin Feng forward, proudly declared that at that time, she made a great discovery, and she mentioned that his name was Qin Feng and he was only 8 years old. But not only has he comprehended the sword intent, but also the invincible heart, and she asked her aunt if that wasn't amazing. When the Moon Celestial heard Qin Feng's name, she immediately remarked that he was the young master from the Qin family who possessed the talent of a great emperor, and whom the Qin family had issued a wanted order for digging his brother's supreme bones. Qin Feng called the Moon Celestial sister Moon Celestial and asked her if she believed in love at first sight. The Moon Celestial asked Qin Feng if he understood what love at first sight was at his age and commented that it seemed to her that he was only guided by appearance. Qin Feng shamelessly admitted that it was true that he is only guided by appearance, but he has decided that he will marry her when he grows up, which made the Moon Celestial laugh while Ziyuan looked pissed, and she expressed that she worried so much about Qin Feng yet he only has her aunt in mind. The Moon Celestial noted that Qin Feng may not be a big man, but he is very confident, and Qin Feng responded that a man's confidence isn't measured by his height but by the shamelessness he carries deep in his heart. Qin Feng closed one of his eyes as the Moon Celestial rubbed his nose. The Moon Celestial smiled brightly and commented that Qin Feng was a rascal, but she liked it. Meanwhile, Ziyuan was puffing her cheeks and she was annoyed at the two of them. Suddenly, another group of men came. It was Qin Tian, and he tried to communicate with Qin Feng telepathically and informed him that he came to save him, but to avoid being discovered. He would act threateningly and claim that he was going to take his life in a moment, but he shouldn't be afraid because it was just a performance to deceive them. Qin Feng looked disappointed when he heard that Qin Tian was there to save him, and he complained that they were there when he was in front of a rich woman, so he didn't know when to come. The Moon Celestial was startled when Qin Feng suddenly hugged her and revealed that the Qin family was coming to kill him, so he was very scared. On the other hand, Qin Tian was confused when he was informed telepathically that the other party rejected his message. The ancestor announced that Moon Celestial has come to their great Xia dynasty, but they have been discourteous by not receiving her properly, and that Qin Feng has mistreated his fellow clan members cruelly. So he hopes that the Moon Celestial does them a favor and hands him over, and while he asked the Moon Celestial about what she thinks, Qin Tian was busy wondering what happened to Qin Feng. Ziyuan suddenly declared that if they wanted to fight, they would fight, but Qin Feng belongs to her. Everyone was surprised, her aunt, the ancestor, and Qin Tian, when they heard what Ziyuan stated, and she was embarrassed and speechless when she realized what just happened. Ziyuan corrected herself and clarified that what she meant was that Qin Feng belongs to their Moon Celestial Palace, so they better go back the way they came. She proudly asked her aunt if she was right, and the Moon Celestial looked frustrated as she thought about what Ziyuan just did. The Moon Celestial let out a sigh as she remarked that Ziyuan not only shattered the etiquettes of her life for Qin Feng, but she is also so protective of him, so if she forces Ziyuan to leave that day, it will surely become an inner demon on her future path of cultivation. Moreover, Qin Feng's strength and cultivation were far above his peers, so his qualifications are really good. The Moon Celestial inquired the ancestor what would happen if she refused. The ancestor replied that she shouldn't blame him for showing the courtesy of a host. The Moon Celestial confidently asserted that just the ancestor alone wouldn't be able to stop her. The demonic beast they were riding on started walking towards the portal it came from. The Moon Celestial mentioned that he would see them later. Qin Tian started gathering his fiery aura and remarked that the Moon Celestial shouldn't be so arrogant. But the ancestor suddenly hit him in the head and scolded that he was an unfilial child. Qin Tian asked what he had done, and the ancestor looked at him in disbelief. The ancestor asked Qin Tian if it wasn't wonderful that Qin Feng could enter the Moon Celestial Palace, but Qin Tian retorted that the Moon Celestial looked down on them. The ancestor hit Qin Tian in the head again, and as he lectured that he was superficial, and that a lack of patience leads to chaos and grand plans, he asked Qin Tian what he would do if he really hurt his own son. Qin Tian asked the ancestor what they should do because the eyes of the Qin family and the palace are watching them, so if they don't do anything, it will reach the emperor and there will be suspicions, and the ancestor responded and revealed that he had a plan while winking. The ancestor started gathering a huge amount of aura into an orb, which surprised Qin Tian so much that he asked the ancestor if he was sure that he was doing it for Qin Feng's own good. Without answering Qin Tian, the ancestor threw the orb of aura towards the demonic beast. As the orb of aura hit the demonic beast, it started diminishing instead of creating a huge explosion. It shattered and scattered on the ground, and the demonic beast seemed unaware of it as it continued to move forward. The ancestor immediately ran away from the portal, and as he passed through the other men, he acted like he was worried and was talking to Qin Feng, and he proclaimed that Qin Feng dared to use stimulants to corrupt their Dao hearts, and it was extremely vile of him. One of the men stated that if there was such a large amount of stimulant scattered in the forest, the beasts would go crazy, and another man added and commented that the beast would be the chopping board and they would be the fish meat. The men left Zhang Ryu's body behind and urged that they should run fast to get out of that place and to run in different directions and not form pairs. Qin Tian and the ancestor watched as the men fled, and as Qin Tian asked the ancestor if he was serious about the stimulant, instead of answering, the ancestor questioned him what the problem was, which rendered Qin Tian speechless. On the other hand, at the Yinyu dynasty's Moon Celestial Palace, everything was grand and peaceful. Beautiful, voluptuous ladies lined up and greeted the Moon Celestial when she entered the palace with Ziyuan and Qin Feng. As they walked past the line of ladies, Qin Feng was blushing, and he tried to cover his eyes while repeatedly thinking that he shouldn't look at anything inappropriate. But when he looked to the other side, he was extremely surprised when he was greeted by two pairs of voluptuous bosoms. Blood immediately spurted out of Qin Feng's nose, which made him curse the author and exclaim why the author had to use that to test him. At the Moon Celestial Palace, Qin Feng was drooling when the Moon Celestial asked him if he would join her Moon Celestial Palace. Qin Feng quickly wiped the drool off his face. He replied, of course, because according to the rules of the martial world, the Moon Celestial saved him, so he should marry her. The Moon Celestial laughed, and she remarked that Qin Feng really is an interesting little guy. She placed a mark on his forehead and announced that she was appointing him as an official god of the Moon Celestial Palace. Qin Feng pointed at the other ladies and inquired if he would get to live with them, training and eating together, and the Moon Celestial stated that the matters of training for the gods and goddesses would be taught by her personally. He blushed and asked the Moon Celestial if he would live with her to train and eat together. The Moon Celestial queried if he was looking to train with her. Qin Feng averted his eyes, and he looked embarrassed as he muttered that even if they don't train, they could still live together. While Qin Feng was busy admiring the Moon Celestial, Ziyuan was glaring at him with Bai Phantom, and she exclaimed that he really was thinking about her aunt. Ziyuan suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's hair. She started dragging Qin Feng away and declared that her auntie is busy with her duties, so from that day forward, he will live with her in the Moon Celestial Palace, and Qin Feng looked disappointed when he heard that he would live with Ziyuan. But Qin Feng smiled brightly as he remarked that it worked too because raising someone from scratch is not impossible. 7 years later, a silhouette could be seen under a waterfall. It was a young man with a chiseled body, and it seemed like it was Qin Feng who had grown into a fine young man. A group of ladies were hiding behind the bushes, and as they watched Qin Feng secretly, one of them commented that he was handsome. Another one expressed that she really wanted to touch his abs. Another one questioned if youth and strength were a man's charm. Suddenly, Bai Fantong appeared in front of the ladies, and he suggested that they should get and buy a ticket so they could see Qin Feng for 5 minutes, and it was the last ticket, so first come, first served. The ladies were drooling, and as one of them requested that Bai Fantong give her the ticket, another lady insisted that she came first, so he should give it to her. The other lady was enraged, and as she pressed her chest against the other girl, she argued that she clearly came first. Bai Fantong chimed in and mentioned that the ladies shouldn't worry because he still has boxers from Qin Feng's youth, which cost only 20 spiritual stones each. He stated that they could pick one of the two, a ticket or boxers, and in a flash, those items disappeared from his hands. The lady who got Qin Feng's boxer put it on her head, and while the ladies were acting feral behind him, Bai Fantong remarked that he really was a good rabbit, smart and thrifty. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared, and it blew Qin Feng's boxers away. Bai Fantong was also blown away, but he didn't let go of his bag. And as he screamed, he yelled that they were trying to kill the rabbit. He fell headfirst into the water, creating a small splash in it. Bai Fantong re-emerged on the surface, still carrying his bag, and he was startled when he noticed something. A sword was swung towards Qin Feng, but he managed to block it with his fingers. It was Ziyuan who swung the sword, and she exclaimed that Qin Feng had such a quick reaction. The Moon Celestial declared that Qin Feng was not bad because his understanding of sword intent and sword heart was deepening. Qin Feng proudly proclaimed that if he was not strong, there was no way he could marry the Moon Celestial, and he was well aware of it. Ziyuan got pissed, so he kicked Qin Feng into the water, cursed at him, and asked why he was always like that. Qin Feng resurfaced in the water gracefully. The other ladies watching from the buses were mesmerized by it, and as one remarked that Qin Feng was really handsome, another stated that she liked it even more playing in wet clothes, while another commented that Qin Feng has such a strong body that she would love to take him home and do something censored. The two other ladies looked at her with a dark expression on their faces, so she nervously replied that it was okay to be in a relationship too. The two ladies cheered up again, and while one of them agreed and noted that she would take the first part, the other agreed and mentioned that she would take the second part, and the third lady agreed. On the other hand, Qin Feng questioned Ziyuan what was wrong with her, and Ziyuan was still so pissed as she exclaimed that Qin Feng was always thinking about her aunt since they were little, but he didn't see the beauty there by his side. Ziyuan was surprised when Qin Feng suddenly splashed water at her. She immediately turned red when she realized that Qin Feng had deliberately gotten her chest wet. Qin Feng grinned and remarked that they were quite big, which made Ziyuan immediately cover her chest, and she retorted that he was a perv. Ziyuan hopped on the water and shouted that he would rip Qin Feng's tongue out, and Qin Feng called the Moon Celestial and pleaded that she should help him because Ziyuan was beating him. The Moon Celestial changed the topic and mentioned that in a few days, it will be the Yinyu Dynasty's Death Elimination Tournament that takes place once every decade, and she inquired if Qin Feng was interested in participating. Qin Feng was surprised, and he suddenly stopped when he heard about the Death Elimination Tournament, causing Ziyuan to scream in surprise as she collided with him. Ziyuan's chest pressed against Qin Feng. She turned her head to the Moon Celestial and commented that Qin Feng is already someone respected in the Moon Celestial Palace, and she questioned her if he wouldn't be lowering his status if he competed for the position of Holy Son of the Yinyu dynasty. The Moon Celestial explained that the Yinyu dynasty's Holy Son is equal to a prince who can inherit the imperial throne, so if Qin Feng becomes the emperor and Ziyuan becomes the next Moon Celestial, it would be easier to handle such matters. But Ziyuan argued that even so, if something unexpected happens, Qin Feng could die, and when he heard that, Qin Feng responded that Ziyuan really doesn't consider him an outsider at all. Qin Feng suddenly slapped his face as he decided that work came first. He resolved that he would go as he was running out of villain points. So it was time to earn some, and if he came across a chosen one, it would be even more perfect. Qin Feng was startled when Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed that there was something hard and asked what it was. Ziyuan immediately reached underneath the water to find out what it was, and Qin Feng got nervous. Qin Feng quickly pushed Ziyuan away and warned that there was a snake. The ladies hiding in the bushes screamed as they got scared, and even Bai Fantong immediately jumped out of the water and admitted that he was scared of snakes. Qin Feng immediately covered his body as he wondered if so many people were actually watching him. The ladies immediately bowed down in front of the Moon Celestial and confessed that they acknowledged their mistake. A few moments later, the butts of the ladies were smacked, and one of them groaned in pain as the tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. The three ladies were bent over on the ground, and it was Qin Feng who was smacking them. Qin Feng insisted that the Moon Celestial shouldn't be angry because he would scold them for her. The ladies looked up at Qin Feng with a pitiful look in their eyes. Qin Feng commanded that next time, they shouldn't peek when he is bathing and instructed that they should leave. The three ladies smacked their foreheads on the ground as they bowed down to Qin Feng and expressed thank you very much. When the three ladies walked away, the Moon Celestial looked disappointed and commented that Qin Feng was spoiling them too much, but Qin Feng remarked that they were just harmless interests, so it was all right. Qin Feng mentioned that, on the other hand, there was someone else, and Bai Fantong immediately froze when he heard that. Bai Fantong trembled in fear when Qin Feng loomed over him and declared that someone really needs some spanking. He immediately jumped towards Ziyuan and expressed that he missed her so much, but to his surprise, Qin Feng caught him by the ear mid-air. With Bai Fantong in his hand, Qin Feng called the Moon Celestial and notified that he would go back and prepare, and the Moon Celestial informed that in the past 2 days, envoys from the Great Xia dynasty have come to observe the tournament, and the Great Xia's emperor has always seen him as a thorn in his side, so Qin Feng has to be more careful. Qin Feng gave her a thumbs up and assured that he would keep that in mind, while Bai Fantong lamented that he felt like his life as a rabbit was coming to an end. Suddenly, a lady arrived, and as he addressed Qin Feng as godson, he apologized for the interruption and announced that there is a disciple of the Great Xia Emperor outside the palace who wants to challenge him. Qin Feng was amused when he heard that, and Bai Fantong cheered that he was alive again. Outside the Moon Celestial Palace, a guy was standing by the gates, gathering his energy into a ball of aura while calling Qin Feng, and he declared that he should stop hiding inside and that he should come out and face him if he has the guts. The guy asserted that he knew Qin Feng was in there, so he shouldn't try to hide from him. He fired a powerful beam of aura towards the gates. Guards immediately came out of the gates, and they accused that he was arrogant. As the guards blocked him with their weapons, the guy claimed that Qin Feng was too scared to come out and wanted to bully him with numbers. A lady was stunned when she heard what the guy announced. It was Ziyuan, and she was pissed as she exclaimed that the envoy knows no shame, so she will teach him a lesson on how to behave. But Qin Feng stopped her and instructed that she should hold on. Qin Feng asked Ziyuan if she didn't think that it was possible that the guy was just a pawn being played against him, and Ziyuan inquired him if he meant like a chess piece and if he suggested that someone was setting a game with him. And Qin Feng explained that they were not targeting him directly but for the Great Xia dynasty's aristocratic families and the Yinyu dynasty. Qin Feng stated that in the last 7 years, the Great Xia dynasty has trained disciples for the position of Son of Heaven, and the ones selected are trained by the Emperor himself. He explained that on the surface, it seemed like they were recruiting talented people, but in fact, it was aimed at weakening the aristocratic family's strength, masking it as if they were supporting the geniuses. He pointed out that the envoys who came to the Yinyu dynasty at that time were all from the aristocratic families, so if anything happened to those geniuses in the territory of the Yinyu dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty's aristocratic families would definitely go to war with the Yinyu dynasty, and at that time, the Great Xia's imperial family would silently reap the benefits. Qin Feng jumped to the ground, and as he questioned the guy if what he declared was real, he dared the guy to try him and find out. The guards immediately greeted Qin Feng as the godson, and the guy was startled. The guy suddenly pulled out a weapon, and he taunted that Qin Feng finally came out. He threw the weapon towards Qin Feng and challenged that he should eat it. Qin Feng was startled when he noticed the weapon that was coming at him at incredible speed. but in a flash, Qin Feng managed to dodge the weapon effortlessly. Qin Feng remarked that they have a great master there while dusting off the dust in his clothes, but he changed his mind and insulted that the guy was actually just a piece of trash from the 4th stage of the spiritual martial realm. The guy was pissed, and as he proclaimed that he was a son of heaven candidate, he asked Qin Feng what realm he was even at, and Qin Feng confidently responded that he was at the Transcension realm, 9th stage. The guy got enraged, and he questioned Qin Feng for daring to be cocky as a 9th stage of the Transcension realm when he was in the 4th stage of spiritual martial realm. Qin Feng asked the guy how he wanted to fight, head-on or in a group brawl, and the guy confirmed that it would be head-on, of course. Qin Feng acknowledged that he understood, and he snapped his fingers. He turned to the guards and instructed that since the guy picked to fight everyone head-on, they should get ready, and everyone agreed. The guy was horrified when the guards started moving towards him, and he pleaded with Qin Feng to confirm if he was joking. But the guy was beaten up mercilessly by the guards, who have menacing looks in their eyes, and the guy accused that Qin Feng was shameless. The guy was pinned down to the ground by the guards, but he declared that he wouldn't comply. Qin Feng asserted that whether the guy complies or not is none of his business. He pulled out an abacus and suggested that they should calculate how much the guy owes them. Qin Feng started computing and reported that the floor has 2nd-degree damage, the door has 3rd-degree damage, the pillar was totally destroyed, as well as the emotional damage caused to his sisters from the Moon Celestial Palace. He claimed that the guy owes them a total of 1 million high-grade spiritual stones in compensation. The guy was surprised when he heard that it was 1 million and that it was high-grade spiritual stones, and he argued that if they add everything up, it was at most 1 spiritual stone. The guards insisted that the guy should settle down, and Qin Feng agreed that he was right. But it was just that he wanted to compensate himself with extra 999,999 high-grade spiritual stones. The guy protested that it was clearly a robbery and that he didn't have any money. Qin Feng winked at the guy and assured him that it was fine if he didn't have money because he could pay for it with his body. A few moments later, Qin Feng was riding a horse while striking a gong and announced that everyone should take a look, and if they were passing by, they didn't want to miss that. Qin Feng was pulling a cart behind him where the guy was restrained and imprisoned, and he advertised that it was an authentic Great Xia Dynasty's strongman, and they don't need 998, not even 888. But for only 98, they could immediately take him home. The guy was enraged, and he threatened that if Qin Feng humiliates him that way, the Zhu family won't let him go, and neither will the emperor. Qin Feng retorted that the guy should worry about himself first. He proceeded to yell that there was a strong man in stock and they didn't need to wait any longer, so they should take a look. One of the bystanders recognized the guy and exclaimed that he was the son of heaven candidate, and a genius who was also from an aristocratic family, so it was incredible. Another noted that he had a friend who wanted the guy. Another one commented that they shouldn't think any longer because 98 isn't expensive, and it will be worth it to obtain the guy. Besides, it was guaranteed by the godson, Qin Feng. A man approached Qin Feng and requested that he should see his daughter while gesturing to his side. The man was presenting his chubby daughter, which startled all the bystanders. Qin Feng was horrified, and he asked the man if he didn't think that it was a little bit too much. But Qin Feng stated that the man must pay extra, and the man agreed that it was no problem. Qin Feng dragged the guy by his shackles towards his customers, and the guy was trying to resist him and repeatedly demanded that he should let him go. Qin Feng instructed that the guy shouldn't make that kind of expression because it was a chubby girl that he specifically chose for him and that he should know that chubby girls are the best. But the guy warned that Qin Feng shouldn't dare. The guy released his fiery aura, and he was about to inquire something to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng flicked a pill into his mouth. The guy was horrified, and he asked Qin Feng what he just fed him. Qin Feng mentioned that, of course, it was a top-quality aphrodisiac, and all the ladies go crazy for that. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with a horrified expression, and when Qin Feng noticed that, he questioned them about their expressions. Qin Feng remarked that he often travels around the Jianghu, so it should make sense for him to bring some drug pills for self-defense, but the people looked at him with disbelief. The guy was in a daze, and Qin Feng encouraged the girl to go ahead and try touching him. The girl bashfully reached out to touch the guy's abs. She was surprised when she felt her hand bump on the guy's abs. The guy's eyes immediately turned to hearts, and as he leaned towards the girl, he expressed that not seeing him for a day felt like not seeing her for a year, as his thoughts for her are like an endless, flowing river. The girl blushed and suggested that they should continue the conversation in the bedroom, and the guy agreed that he was all hers. The man thanked Qin Feng for creating that miracle, and Qin Feng just laughed. When the three of them walked away, Qin Feng shivered in disgust, and the system congratulated him for insulting another person's dignity, so he obtained 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw the notification, and he questioned if that worked too. Suddenly, a carriage arrived, and a man repeatedly announced that Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia dynasty had arrived, so everyone should make way. Qin Feng got back on his horse. He explained that Princess Nanfeng was the most beloved little princess of the Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. She was also the representative of the Great Xia's envoy to the Yinyu dynasty, and it turns out that the person behind the guy, Zhu Tu, was Princess Nanfeng. Without getting out of her carriage, Princess Nanfeng questioned Qin Feng for daring to humiliate the Great Xia dynasty emperor's disciple, and she declared that he deserved to be punished. Qin Feng acted amazed as he inquired if Princess Nanfeng holds such great authority by imposing punishment on the godson of the Moon Celestial Palace in the Yinyu dynasty's territory, and he asked if he was ignorant that the Great Xia dynasty had already conquered the Yinyu dynasty without his knowledge. Princess Nanfeng responded that Qin Feng was presumptuous, and she commanded her men to cut him down in her name, and one of her men acknowledged. Seeing that the man released his fiery aura, Qin Feng taunted that they were all scum for killing in another territory. Qin Feng threw multiple needles and challenged that he would entertain them. The needles were sharp, and they had multiple pointed ends. The man swung his sword to deflect all of Qin Feng's needles, and he asked him if that was all he got. But one of the needles grazed the man's hand. Qin Feng declared that the man lost. The man was puzzled by what Qin Feng mentioned. He was alarmed when he felt his arm tingle, and he questioned Qin Feng if he used poison. Qin Feng declared that he is a gentleman, so there was no way he could have poisoned him. The man let out a sigh of relief, and Qin Feng revealed that it was an aphrodisiac. The man was surprised by what Qin Feng mentioned that he let go of his sword. He started imagining himself making out with another man, and he started sweating profusely. The man kneeled beside the carriage and nervously asked for Princess Nanfeng to save him, and Princess Nanfeng let out a sigh. Suddenly, a man came out of the carriage. The man asked Qin Feng if he was the famous #1 genius of the Qin family and stated that Princess Nanfeng had made a mistake, so he would apologize on behalf of her, so for the sake of the two dynasties, he requested that he detoxify their man. The system congratulated Qin Feng for discovering an epic level rank Chosen One, and Qin Feng's eyes immediately twinkled as he rejoiced in his thoughts that, after 7 years, his Chosen One was finally there. Qin Feng smiled mischievously as he wondered why he should not treat himself a little since the Chosen One was there. He agreed to the Chosen One and promised that he would help detoxify the man. Qin Feng pushed his foot into the stirrup to help himself up, and he jumped off the horse's saddle. He was jumping up in the air and lunging forward. The man was puzzled when he saw that Qin Feng was lunging towards him from behind. Qin Feng was menacing as he kicked the man in the crotch from behind, and the man was in so much pain that his eyes were bulging out and an egg was broken. The man turned pale as he knelt into the ground, sobbing, and the other men who saw what happened instinctively covered their crotch and exclaimed ouch. The system was congratulating Qin Feng for cutting off the man's descendants, so he obtained 1,000 villain points when Princess Nanfeng suddenly came out of her carriage. While the man was rolling on the ground in front of her, she pointed at Qin Feng and scolded that he shouldn't bully others. Qin Feng condescendingly commented that he had always pictured Princess Nanfeng as a maiden and fierce woman, so he didn't expect her to be hiding a man in her carriage secretly, and he clicked his tongue multiple times. Princess Nanfeng accused that Qin Feng was presumptuous and that she was about to slap him. Qin Feng effortlessly caught Princess Nanfeng's hand before she could hit him, but Qin Feng was surprised when a sword was pointed at his neck in an instant. The Chosen One was in a fiery rage, and he demanded that Qin Feng must unhand Princess Nanfeng in that instance. Qin Feng simply flicked the sword away with his free hand, and he remarked that it was such a big reaction for just being touched, so he wondered if it could be that those two were really having an affair. He smiled naughtily and noted that, in that case, it would be easier for him to get points using them. Qin Feng asked if she dared to have a duel against him. Princess Nanfeng pulled her hand away and responded that there was no reason not to, but Qin Feng clarified and explained that what he was proposing was having a one-on-one where no one could step in if anything happened. Without hesitating, Princess Nanfeng replied, of course, which made the Chosen One get worried, and he was about to say something to her. But Princess Nanfeng cut him off and stated that it was enough because Qin Feng went too far in bullying, so she had to punish him accordingly, and there was no way that a lascivious man who relies on women and only knows how to use aphrodisiacs actually has real skills. Princess Nanfeng went into a fighting stance while wielding her weapon, and she announced that she was coming, and Qin Feng agreed. She charged towards Qin Feng without any hesitation. Qin Feng was surprised, and he remarked that Princess Nanfeng was fast. As Princess Nanfeng closed the distance between them, Qin Feng wondered if he should use the double pupils. But Qin Feng noted that getting villain points was way more important than winning at that moment, so he used his arm to block Princess Nanfeng's blade. Princess Nanfeng pulled her blade and immediately moved away from Qin Feng. She smiled proudly and proclaimed that the #1 genius was nothing much. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his arm with a cloth that looked like an undergarment. Princess Nanfeng was startled when she saw that, and as she touched her chest, she exclaimed that it couldn't be and wondered when Qin Feng stole that. Qin Feng raised the garment and asked the bystanders if anyone wanted to see Princess Nanfeng's bra, and one of them cursed and exclaimed that it was too much, while another urged them to keep fighting and inquired why they stopped. The Chosen One was enraged, and he declared that Qin Feng was shameless. But one of the bystanders argued that it was not shameless because in their Yinyu dynasty, any trick that is beneficial in battle could be used, and another man agreed and mentioned that when going to another country, they should follow the locals' customs, so if they are a foreigner and don't know the locals' customs, they shouldn't complain. The system congratulated Qin Feng for defiling the goddess in the Chosen One's heart and obtaining 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng asked Princess Nanfeng if she could still go on, and as he taunted that she shouldn't tell him that she was going to chicken out at that moment. In his mind, he was happy thinking about the lots of villain points and how he was going to drain the Chosen One dry. Princess Nanfeng charged towards Qin Feng fiercely and shouted that he should die. But Qin Feng effortlessly dodged Princess Nanfeng's attack by moving to the side. Before Princess Nanfeng could move away from him, Qin Feng suddenly grabbed her by the waist. Princess Nanfeng was taken aback when Qin Feng pulled her closer and slightly dipped her like they were dancing. Her eyes were wide open in surprise. Qin Feng suddenly leaned in and kissed Princess Nanfeng while his eyes were still on the Chosen One. The system congratulated Qin Feng for defiling the goddess in the eyes of the Chosen One, so he gained 10,000 villain points, and when he saw the enraged Chosen One, Qin Feng declared that if he had the chance to gain more, he would. Princess Nanfeng was still in a daze when Qin Feng grabbed her chin and commanded that she should open her mouth. Qin Feng went in for another kiss. He went in for a more passionate kiss, and Princess Nanfeng tried to protest, but her words were muffled. The bystanders were shocked, and as one of them exclaimed that Qin Feng actually kissed Princess Nanfeng in broad daylight, and in front of everyone, another one questioned why he hadn't stumbled upon such a battle. The Chosen One was filled with rage, and he shouted that it was enough. He vowed that he would kill Qin Feng, and as he wielded his sword, he released a tremendous amount of aura that materialized into a golden Buddha behind him. The system congratulated Qin Feng again for defiling the goddess in the eyes of the Chosen One, so he gained 10,000 villain points, and while Princess Nanfeng was worried, Qin Feng was unfazed. Qin Feng stood face to face with the Chosen One, who was ready to fight him. He also released his aura to summon a weapon and challenged the Chosen One to come and get him. Looking at the huge Buddha in front of him, Qin Feng remarked that it seemed to be time for an upgrade of his movement skill. Qin Feng called the system, and as he instructed that it should upgrade Unconstrained Phantom, the system congratulated him for spending 100,000 villain points to get the third rank of Unconstrained Phantom. The Chosen One threw 2 slashing auras at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng effortlessly dodged those. That enraged the Chosen One even more, and he demanded to see where Qin Feng would escape at that time. The Chosen One released multiple slashing auras and threw them at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng summoned his vast Sky 9 swords and asked the Chosen One, who questioned that he was escaping. Qin Feng used his skill, the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique, and the huge slashing aura he produced quickly broke all of the slashing auras that were coming at him. The huge slashing aura managed to reach the Chosen One's golden Buddha, and the bystanders started running away as they were already caught in the crossfire. The Chosen One was exerting so much force that he was gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, but Qin Feng's attack managed to break through his defense and hit him. The Chosen One coughed up blood, and Qin Feng's attack left a huge, slashing wound in his chest. Qin Feng remarked that it was not bad and that the Chosen One was the first person to survive his Heaven-Slaying Sword technique. Princess Nanfeng approached the Chosen One, whose name was Fang Cheng, and asked if he was alright, and Fang Cheng responded that he was fine. While taking out a bottle, Princess Nanfeng looked at Fang Cheng with concern, but she mentioned nothing. She handed the bottle to Fang Cheng and commented that it was good that he was fine. On the other hand, the system congratulated Qin Feng for breaking the Chosen One's heart desire and gaining 100,000 villain points. It also congratulated him for activating the mission, Inherit the Will of the Prime Minister and Covet the Wife of Others, which surprised Qin Feng. Qin Feng refused, and as he asked the system what it took him as, he admitted that he was really not that kind, but he was cut off as the system informed him that if he successfully separated the two, the reward would be a god-level treasure chest. Qin Feng was tempted, and he agreed that he would give it a try then. He asked Princess Nanfeng if she had lost her tongue earlier. Fang Cheng and Princess Nanfeng were surprised, and they were both speechless. Princess Nanfeng was embarrassed that she stuttered as she accused that Qin Feng was shameless. But Qin Feng just shrugged it off and asked Princess Nanfeng if she knew whether he had teeth or not. Qin Feng remarked that they kissed for such a long time earlier that he wondered if Princess Nanfeng had finished counting how many teeth he had. A dark aura loomed over Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng chose to walk away, and Qin Feng observed that for Fang Cheng to be quiet even after being provoked, it seemed that he still had some cards up his sleeves. The system congratulated Qin Feng for sowing discontent in both their hearts and that the mission was 5% complete, but when Qin Feng saw that it was only 5% complete, he asked the system if it knew how dangerous that mission was, and the system informed him that with high risk, there's high reward and high compensation. Qin Feng looked at the system in disbelief and he was speechless. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng also walked away, following Fang Chang, and suggested that they should go. Qin Feng asked Princess Nanfeng if she was leaving so soon, and in the back of his mind, he thought that they shouldn't go because his mission wasn't done yet. He threw Princess Nanfeng's bra and pointed out that she had left something. Princess Nanfeng was puzzled when she heard what Qin Feng uttered, but her eyes went wide in surprise when she saw her bra land near her. She was extremely pissed, and she declared that Qin Feng was a bastard. But Qin Feng paid Princess Nanfeng's insult no mind, and with a smile on his face, he asked her what was wrong, if she didn't want it, and if he should take it back. Princess Nanfeng quickly snatched her bra off the ground, and she was red with embarrassment. She glared at Qin Feng as she walked away and warned that he should just wait and see, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for sowing discontent in both their hearts, so the mission was 10% completed. In the evening, Qin Feng came to the messenger inn, and as he asked if it was the diplomatic envoy's inn, Bai Fantong questioned him about what they were doing there at night instead of sleeping. Qin Feng jumped over the fence and entered the inn. He replied that of course they were there to earn money, and when Bai Fantong heard about earning money, he remarked that he was familiar with that work. Bai Fantong suddenly hopped away from Qin Feng, so Qin Feng called Bai Fantong and inquired where he was going. Meanwhile, at Princess Nanfeng's room, she let out a huge sigh. Bai Fantong suddenly appeared out of her window, and Princess Nanfeng wondered aloud if it was a rabbit. Without beating around the bush, Bai Fantong immediately questioned Princess Nanfeng if she lacked love and if she was craving a man. When Princess Nanfeng heard Bai Fantong's question, she immediately thought of Fang Chang. Without mentioning a name, Princess Nanfeng asked Bai Fantong if a certain guy sent him there, and Bai Fantong confirmed, of course. Thinking that it was Fang Chang, Princess Nanfeng immediately agreed, saying she did lack love and needed a man. And Bai Fantong quickly started calculating, and he explained that the slogan of his business was that, where there is a demand, there is a market. Bai Fantong revealed that, to tell the truth, he had been waiting for that business for 7 years because that guy was obviously a good-for-nothing lecherous playboy. Yet he still pretended to be an innocent gentleman, to which Princess Nanfeng nodded. But she responded that even though she had no idea what Bai Fantong was talking about, she and Fang Chang had indeed known each other for 7 years, and if he had only made their relationship official instead of just flirting with her for the whole 7 years, her first kiss wouldn't have been stolen by the bastard Qin Feng. Presenting his calculations, Bai Fantong explained that at the moment, the guy was so poor he couldn't even support him, but he finally got his act together, and since both of them liked each other as the middle rabbit, it would cost Princess Nanfeng 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones. Princess Nanfeng was in a daze, and when Bai Fantong noticed that, he asked her what her silence meant and if it was too expensive. Bai Fantong handed a bottle to Princess Nanfeng and suggested that it could increase her happiness and asked if she was ready to pay. Princess Nanfeng was reluctant, but she still pulled out a bag for the payment. Bai Fantong recommended Princess Nanfeng try the item. Princess Nanfeng opened the bottle and sniffed it. She was astonished when her body suddenly started trembling and she questioned what was going on. Suddenly, Qin Feng climbed up the window and called Bai Fantong. Qin Feng grabbed Bai Fantong and declared that he finally caught him, but instead of being scared, Bai Fantong confidently commented that it was perfect timing because he had already finished the deal, so it was Qin Feng's turn to act. Qin Feng asked Bai Fantong what he meant when he commented that it was his turn. Suddenly, he noticed something. Qin Feng noticed Princess Nanfeng, who teased that Qin Feng was a naughty brother, and asked him what took him so long. Princess Nanfeng came back to her senses and asked Bai Fantong if the one he was referring to was Qin Feng. Bai Fantong replied, asking Princess Nanfeng who else it would be, which enraged Princess Nanfeng. Princess Nanfeng immediately circulated her spiritual energy to combat the effect of the aphrodisiac she just sniffed. But her head throbbed, and she exclaimed that she couldn't. Princess Nanfeng suddenly stood up from her seat and called Qin Feng. She approached Qin Feng and called his name, while Qin Feng tried to wake her up and urged that she should calm down. On the other hand, Fang Chang was happily carrying a rose, and he remarked that indeed, he shouldn't push all the blame onto the princess because she didn't do anything wrong. Fang Chang declared that the one to blame was the asshole Qin Feng, so in that life and death elimination tournament, he would personally rip the asshole Qin Feng apart. A few moments later, Fang Chang arrived and called Princess Nanfeng. But to Fang Chang's surprise, he could see through the window that Princess Nanfeng was chasing after Qin Feng inside her room. Qin Feng noticed Fang Chang, and he remarked that, as expected of Heaven's chosen one, Fang Chang did know how to pick the perfect time. He chose to embrace Princess Nanfeng, and she was happy. Fang Chang was enraged with what he saw. Acting like he just noticed Fang Cheng, Qin Feng asked him what he was doing there. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng looked incredibly devastated, and he muttered that it was impossible. Qin Feng asked Princess Nanfeng if what she mentioned earlier, that she liked him, was true, and Princess Nanfeng immediately replied that of course it was true. Fang Cheng was astonished with what he heard. He questioned himself how that could be when Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng had only met each other twice and how that could compare to their 7 years of relationship. While the system congratulated Qin Feng because the Prime Minister's mission progress increased by 40% and the current progress was at 50%. The system also congratulated Qin Feng for taking action against the Heaven's Chosen One's sweetheart, so he obtained 200,000 villain points. And when Qin Feng saw that, he cursed in his mind as he murmured that it was immediate 50% progress, and an additional 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng stated that they shouldn't blame him for taking advantage of that. He asked Princess Nanfeng who she didn't like between him and Fang Cheng. Princess Nanfeng was a bit confused when she heard Fang Cheng's name. Qin Feng repeated the question and asked Princess Nanfeng who she didn't like, and when Princess Nanfeng answered that it was Fang Cheng was crestfallen. Fang Cheng fell to the ground, and he lamented that he had given his love to the wrong person. The system congratulated Qin Feng for completing the Prime Minister's mission, so he obtained 1 god-level treasure chest, and he also obtained 500,000 villain points for making the Heaven's Chosen One not believe in love any longer. Fang Cheng released a dark aura, and it started consuming the Buddha that was made of golden aura. The Buddha completely turned black, and Fang Cheng unleashed his rage. Fang Cheng called Qin Feng and declared that he would definitely shred him to pieces. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng pulled Qin Feng close and urged that he should kiss her quickly. Suddenly, the system congratulated Qin Feng for forcing the Heaven's Chosen One down the demonic path, so he obtained a chance for a lucky draw, and Qin Feng was surprised that it was all it took. Princess Nanfeng closed her eyes as she prepared herself for a kiss. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and placed it on her chest. But to her surprise, Qin Feng suddenly placed his fingers over her lips and remarked that she had no villain points to give and yet she wanted to take advantage of him. Princess Nanfeng was confused when Qin Feng pushed her away and rebuked that she was a leech. She was taken aback, but she was still flustered as she gazed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng commented that it was whatever because they, the men, are also very expensive. Yet Princess Nanfeng countered that she could get her hands on one just because she wanted to, and he retorted that besides, she made the deal herself with the rabbit and had already taken advantage of him so many times earlier, so he was the victim. Princess Nanfeng was pissed, and she demanded that Qin Feng should scram. Seeing that Fang Cheng was already gone, Qin Feng muttered that he better hurry because turning to the dark side would increase Fang Cheng's power tenfold. Otherwise, as soon as the tournament started, he would definitely be dead. Qin Feng scoffed that Princess Nanfeng was acting as if anyone would miss her. He disappeared from the window, and Bai Fantong asked what Qin Feng meant, and if he was not going to do it. Bai Fantong announced that he would not refund any money, but he was also one with rules, and even if the business failed, virtue wouldn't, so he gave a carrot to Princess Nanfeng and explained that it was the antidote. Princess Nanfeng watched as Bai Fantong left through her window. She asked herself if the carrot could detoxify. Meanwhile, at the Moon Celestial Palace, Ziyuan was sitting by the side of the spiritual lake. Ziyuan was sulking as she exclaimed that she had a big chest. She lamented that she had thick legs. Ziyuan was in a fiery rage as she demanded in what way she lost to Princess Nanfeng, why Qin Feng kissed Princess Nanfeng and not her, and why he even sneaked away in the middle of the night to find Princess Nanfeng. While piling down the neckline of her dress, Ziyuan scoffed, and she asked who doesn't know how to be revealing. She remarked that she would never forgive Qin Feng that time when Qin Feng suddenly arrived. When he saw Ziyuan, Qin Feng inquired what she was doing there. Suddenly, he noticed Ziyuan's huge bosoms that were revealed. Qin Feng commented that the brat really grew up and that it was not a bad pair of development. Seeing that Qin Feng's attention was being pulled by her chest, she declared that a goddess is a goddess, and it was not at the same level as a princess. But Ziyuan was taken aback when Qin Feng suddenly pulled up the neckline of her dress and advised that she should hide it well because the wind is strong and she could catch a cold. Ziyuan was petrified, and when Qin Feng noticed that, he queried what was wrong and if there was a problem. She slapped Qin Feng's hand away, and as she demanded why he cared, she also asked him where he ran off to in the middle of the night. Qin Feng replied that he went to buy Ziyuan supper. As Ziyuan accepted the food, she asked Qin Feng if it was real. She went ahead and took a bite and complained that the meat bun had no salt at all. Qin Feng called for the system in his mind, and as he stated that he would exchange for a bouquet of purple roses, the item appeared in his hand that was hidden behind him, and the system congratulated him for spending 1,000 villain points for the exchange. Qin Feng gave the bouquet to Ziyuan and expressed that his love for her was wordless. Ziyuan froze when she saw the bouquet and heard what Qin Feng expressed. When everything sank in, Ziyun was flustered and she became disoriented. Ziyun quickly snatched the bouquet from Qin Feng's hand, and as she ran away, she exclaimed that he was a naughty man. Watching Ziyun run away, Bai Fantong observed that he thinks that his business has potential. A few moments later, Qin Feng checked the system while he was on his bed and noted that his villain points had reached 1,047,000, so it was time to exchange for a Great Perfection realm. After Qin Feng clicked the exchange button, the system congratulated him for spending 1 million villain points to exchange for a Great Perfection upgrade voucher. As the system congratulated Qin Feng for using the Great Perfection upgrade voucher, and notified him that the Heavenly Dragons might had reached the Great Perfection realm, the Heavenly Dragons might appeared. Bai Fantong woke up from his sleep, and he saw the Heavenly Dragon's might, which he recognized. Suddenly, the Heavenly Dragon's might glared at Bai Fantong, and Bai Fantong muttered that he should just sleep quietly. Qin Feng continued to check the system and stated that next would be the God-level chest. He mentioned that the system should open the God-level chest. The system opened the chest, and it congratulated Qin Feng for successfully opening it and obtaining the Sword Intent upgrade card. Qin Feng asked what the Sword Intent upgrade card was, and the system explained that Sword Intent was separated into different levels, and the greater understanding he had of the Sword Dao, the higher the damage would naturally stack, to which Qin Feng asked if it meant that a second level Sword Intent has a higher damage than the first level, and the system confirmed that it was right. The system asked Qin Feng if he would like to use it immediately, and he agreed. The system congratulated Qin Feng for using the Sword Intent upgrade card, and Qin Feng immediately learned it. The system congratulated Qin Feng for upgrading the Sword Intent to the second level, and when Qin Feng saw that it was level 2 Sword Intent, he asked if it was strong. Suddenly, Qin Feng saw a fly pass by. The fly suddenly exploded. Qin Feng commented that the level 2 Sword Intent seemed to be good. He remarked that he had one more lucky draw chance left, so he might use it as well. The system congratulated Qin Feng for winning the God-level Physique Firmament Domineering Body, which is a battle physique that would grant the user a powerful, indestructible body, and as the longer the user battles, the stronger and bolder they become. Qin Feng noted that it really was a unique physique, but he was startled when he noticed something. Qin Feng was absorbed into a warp in space, and he screamed. He landed safely on the ground. But Qin Feng was in the middle of a battlefield where a lot of soldiers were charging towards him, and they shouted that they would kill. He asked what it was. One of the soldiers attacked Qin Feng with his spear, and he blocked it with his sword. Suddenly, the soldier and his horse began to disappear. Qin Feng realized and exclaimed that it was the power of the Firmament Domineering Body. He charged forward and requested the Firmament Domineering Body to grant him strength. Qin Feng moved swiftly, and while releasing his aura, he quickly passed by the soldiers charging at him. He stopped, and his aura dissipated. At the Moon Celestial Palace, in Qin Feng's room, Bai Fantong laughed. Bai Fantong put rabbit paw imprints on Qin Feng's face and, as he asked what was wrong with Qin Feng because he had been sleeping since last evening, remarked that the gate to the death elimination competition was about to open and Qin Feng couldn't pass by sleeping. He climbed on Qin Feng's shoulders. Bai Fantong whispered into Qin Feng's ear and mentioned that all senior sisters of the Moon Celestial Palace were wearing black stockings for the death elimination competition. Qin Feng immediately woke up and asked if it was real, which made Bai Fantong curse in his mind and wonder if the black stockings worked so well. Bai Fantong immediately jumped off Qin Feng's shoulder when Qin Feng groaned and complained that his face hurt so much and asked where his mirror was. Qin Feng reached out to grab the mirror, but Bai Fantong quickly hid it behind him and suggested that he thought Qin Feng's body had been damaged by cultivating too much, so he should rest a little to recover. Bai Fantong reminded him that the death elimination competition was about to begin and asked Qin Feng if he shouldn't prepare first, to which Qin Feng agreed. Bai Fantong wiped his sweat off as he muttered that it was risky and so scary. Meanwhile, at the death elimination competition live, the audience had gathered and the hosts were up on stage. The female host announced that they should look at the ranking list in detail next. When they saw the ranking list, one of the cultivators exclaimed that there was no way that Qin Feng's rank was below the 30,000s, but the cultivator beside him noted that Qin Feng hadn't shown any impressive results in 7 years, and in that competition, his age and cultivation level weren't advantageous. However, he added, Qin Feng was still the #1 genius of Huanggu, which made it unlikely for him to be ranked so low. The female host acknowledged the audience's doubts and revealed that they had invited a famous cultivator, Master Ma Deguo, who would analyze Qin Feng's unexpected ranking. Ma Deguo greeted everyone and introduced himself as the founder of Hunyuan Jin. He explained that Qin Feng's rank being below the 30,000 was the conclusion reached after repeated analysis by their cultivation experts, and, simply put, it was mixed but not refined, which puzzled the female host. Ma Deguo elaborated that, as they all knew, Qin Feng could utilize countless powerful abilities that could drive anyone into a frenzy, but having more did not mean strong. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't have needed 7 years to reach the 9th stage of transcendence. He pointed out that from the people who had entered the death elimination competition, there were thousands in the path of the Tao stage and so many in the 7th and 8th spiritual martial stage, so Qin Feng wasn't good enough in comparison. The audience murmured in agreement. One of them commented that indeed, Qin Feng might be a genius, but all participants were the geniuses of their family, so to be in first place was easier said than done. Another added that he had also heard that Qin Feng had been fooling around with his sisters after joining the Moon Celestial Palace instead of practicing, so it was no wonder it took him 7 years to reach the 9th stage of transcendence, because it turned out that he was fooling around with women. And another shushed them and urged them to keep quiet. The female host asked what would happen if Qin Feng turned out to be a black horse, but Ma Daiguo confidently asserted that there was no way, because the cultivation's way had always been about refinement, not excessiveness, and the reason why he had become a cultivation master was because of his refinement of Hunyuan Jin and 5 linked lashes. Ma Daiguo slammed his hands on the table and questioned how someone like Qin Feng, who was not refined enough, could turn the tides in his favor. One of the audience members acknowledged that it was reasonable. Another affirmed that experts were really experts after all, and yet another commented that it was a wise judgment. Ma Daiguo was satisfied with the audience's reaction, and he snickered. On the other hand, while Bai Fantong declared that he was too cute for the competition, and that Qin Feng shouldn't take him there, Qin Feng sneezed, and the teleportation array appeared. Bai Fantong cried in Qin Feng's arms as the two of them were transported, and as Qin Feng asked who was cursing him, he remarked that whoever arranged the teleportation array was quick. As they checked out the area, Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng if it was the life and death battlefield. The two of them stood at the edge of a cliff, and the area was huge. In the distance, there was an ominous-looking swamp filled with skeletons. Qin Feng replied that its reputation was well-deserved. Suddenly, they were startled when they heard booming and clanging sounds in the distance. Qin Feng observed that it looked like the fighting had started already. When Qin Feng moved, Bai Fantong asked him where he was going and if he would join the fight, and Qin Feng explained that at the moment, there were not only hundreds of thousands of participants but also many monsters watching them, so joining the battle at that moment would bring him little to no benefits and turn the fight into a war zone. Qin Feng advised that it was best to avoid fighting in the early stages and preserve his strength, and the later stages' benefits would be huge. The sun had already set, and the next morning came. The female host announced that after 24 hours, the former genius Qin Feng had dropped his initial spot from 30,000 to 50,000, with 0 points, and Ma Daiguo remarked that an overly conceited genius like Qin Feng couldn't recover after a setback because a prideful army was bound to lose, and that was the truth. One of the audience members noted that indeed, it seemed like Qin Feng had met with a setback when he entered the field, but he asked who had defeated Qin Feng, and the audience beside him wondered if it could be the young master of the famous sword Vil, Yi Jian, because at the age of 18, he had already reached the first stage of the path of Tao realm, comprehended the 3rd level of sword intent, and even possessed the legendary heavenly sword body. When the first cultivator heard the others speculate that it was Yi Jian, he remarked that it was not impossible because he reached 88th place last night and after one night, he jumped to 67th place. So it seemed like he had defeated a lot of people, and the other cultivator let out a rapid breath as he exclaimed that he thought Qin Feng was going to make big waves, but it was just that. Meanwhile, in Yunyu Dynasty's main hall, the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty looked at Qin Feng's rank and points. Princess Nanfeng also did the same, and she scoffed in her mind and muttered that it served Qin Feng right. On the other hand, Ziyuan and the Celestial Moon also looked at the ranks, and Ziyuan wondered what her stingy brother would do if he didn't fight well. Meanwhile, Qin Feng fished leisurely on a small river when Bai Fantong asked him if they were going to fight. Qin Feng responded that it was almost time for that. Bai Fantong handed the vast Sky 9 swords to Qin Feng and mentioned that it was his sword. But Qin Feng reminded Bai Fantong what he had taught him since he was little and quoted Confucius, saying that a gentleman needs no weapon. Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng what that meant, and Qin Feng explained that it meant that a real gentleman wouldn't bother using a weapon to kill his opponent. Bai Fantong admitted that he always felt like something was off, but he couldn't tell why. On the other hand, Qin Feng remarked that after a whole day of fearless fighting, those geniuses would definitely be thirsty, so he just needed to drop a few liters of a certain item in the water source, and even the so-called geniuses would go crazy. Both Bai Fantong and Qin Feng covered their noses, and when Bai Fantong saw Qin Feng grab 2 huge bags of the mysterious item, an aphrodisiac, he asked if Qin Feng would be using that much. Without answering Bai Fantong's question, Qin Feng placed the bags into the water and cut them. Pouring the aphrodisiac into the water, Qin Feng questioned how they could get a strong result without a strong dose. Qin Feng and Bai Fantong watched from a tree trunk in the distance while 2 monsters drank from the river. A few moments later, the monsters roared as they began mating, and Bai Fantong remarked that the drug was working. Suddenly, a group of participants arrived, and they noticed the monsters. The participants quickly charged forward to attack the mating monsters, and they declared that they should kill those monsters. The monsters stopped mating, and as one attacked the participants, one of them warned that they should be careful because it was coming towards them, while another commented that it was right on time. Meanwhile, Bai Fantong observed that the fight was intense, and Qin Feng agreed that it really was. After the participants defeated the monsters, one of them exclaimed that it was great because the monsters' level was high, so they would definitely rise in rank again. A red-haired participant suggested that they should clean up, and as the bald participant agreed, the black-haired participant mentioned that there was no water left either, so they would gather some. The red-haired participant started cleaning up by the water, and the bald participant began drinking while the black-haired participant gathered some in his container. Suddenly, the bald participant began feeling hot, and as he got flustered, he asked why he felt like something was off. The others were also feeling the same. The bald participant looked at the black-haired participant and commented that his lips actually looked really beautiful. The black-haired participant was looking at the red-haired participant and confessed that he wanted to push him to the ground and ravish him. And the red-haired participant was looking at the bald participant and remarked that he was sexy with his Adam's apple, biceps, and abs. The three of them began undressing, but they stopped when they suddenly realized the situation. They quickly turned away from each other and muttered that it must be an illusion. Suddenly, two female participants arrived, and as the senior sister complimented that the move the junior sister did earlier was amazing, the junior sister replied that it was thanks to the senior sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that good, but the senior sister insisted that the junior sister shouldn't say that because she was also very powerful. On the other hand, the male participants were amazed when they saw the women. The senior sister quickly noticed the men, so she immediately went to protect her junior sister and asked what they wanted. The bald man reassured that the women shouldn't be nervous because they just wanted to be friends, and the red-haired man demanded that if they wanted to talk, they should make him feel good and talk. The senior sister suddenly dropped her sword, and the two women started running away as the red-haired man began chasing them half-naked, and he shouted that they should come over to him. The red-haired man taunted that the more the women resisted, the more excited he got. Suddenly, Qin Feng swooped in and commanded that the madman should let the women go. The two women exclaimed that it was Qin Feng. The red-haired man was enraged when Qin Feng told him that he should scram, but he was taken aback when Qin Feng swung their sword at him. Qin Feng cut off the head of the man's chicken, and as the system congratulated him for a successful cut, it also notified him that he obtained 1,000 villain points. The red-haired man crouched on the ground and trembled in pain. The other male participants started to gather, and the bald man asked Qin Feng who he thought he was. But they were all startled when Qin Feng suddenly swung his sword at them. Qin Feng cut off all the heads of their chickens, and the system congratulated Qin Feng again for a successful cut, and notified him that he obtained 1,000 villain points for each head. As the system kept congratulating Qin Feng for each chicken head he cut, Bai Fantong was busy gathering those chicken heads, and he kept them in bags. Bai Fantong exclaimed that he made a fortune. Meanwhile, the women commented that Qin Feng was dashing, while Qin Feng reminded the men that the heavens have big virtues, and he had to punish them a little at the moment to prevent a lot later, so he hoped that they learned from it. The red-haired man thanked Qin Feng, and he expressed that if the young hero had not arrived, he would have made a big mistake. Qin Feng ordered that they should scram, and as the men walked away, the red-haired man remarked that they should meet again. The men all walked away limping and dejected. On the other hand, at the Yinyu Dynasty main hall, an old man observed that Qin Feng had an interesting way of thinking, and the Moon Celestial replied that the old man shouldn't look at her because she didn't know Qin Feng. The Moon Celestial admitted that she didn't expect Qin Feng to defeat the participants that way. She asked if Qin Feng couldn't consider not ruining the face of her Moon Celestial Palace, even if he was shameless. Meanwhile, Qin Feng declared that he was there for three things: to beat eggs, and beat eggs, while Bai Fantong stated that he was also there for three things: to make money, and make money. The men, whom Qin Feng had just defeated, crouched on the ground, and one of them grumbled that Qin Feng was a swine. Another one questioned what they would drink for the next day and a half if the water source was tampered with. Suddenly, Qin Feng showed them bags and announced that he was selling water and that the highest bid wins, and the lowest price was 1,000 high-quality spiritual stones, so they should come and look. One of the men shouted that Qin Feng was shameless, and as he called everyone, he urged that they should beat Qin Feng. The other men started to stand up even though they were still trembling in pain. The men wielded their swords, and as they cursed, they complained that being handsome really made Qin Feng an easy target. But suddenly, Qin Feng scattered some aphrodisiac powder into the air. Qin Feng quickly ran away and yelled that everyone should have a great time and that they would meet again. The men quickly covered their noses and remarked that it was bad, so they should hide quickly. Suddenly, Fang Chang walked into the area, and the men cursed in their minds as they wondered who the brave one was. Fang Chang was unaware of the aphrodisiac powder in the air, and he breathed it in. One of the men commented that he looked like Fang Chang, who was the great Xia dynasty's envoy. When the other man heard that Fang Chang was an envoy, he inquired why Fang Chang looked as if a demon possessed him, and as the man mentioned that he heard that Qin Feng played with his heart, so he looked like that. The other man asked if Fang Chang and Qin Feng were sworn enemies at the moment. Suddenly, one of the men shouted, and as he called Qin Feng, he exclaimed that he couldn't escape, and that caught Fang Chang's attention. Seeing how quickly Fang Chang chased after Qin Feng, one of the men scoffed and remarked that doing so much evil would get Qin Feng killed. Fang Chang caught up to Qin Feng, and he challenged that if Qin Feng had the guts, he should stop running. Qin Feng retorted that the kid was always able to find the right time because catching his sweetheart cheating was like giving away experience. Qin Feng sped up and taunted that Fang Chang should come and chase him if he had the guts, while in his mind, he thought that he would play with Fang Chang. Fang Chang also sped up, and he declared that they should do it, but he was afraid that Qin Feng wouldn't escape. But Fang Chang was startled when he suddenly became flustered. He stopped abruptly and wondered what was wrong with his body. Fang Chang quickly realized that it was the aphrodisiac, and he began to wonder if Qin Feng could have drugged Princess Nanfeng back then. He muttered that it would mean Princess Nanfeng didn't betray him. Fang Chang suddenly began meditating, and as his dark Buddha started turning gold again, he chanted that color is no different than void, void is no different than color, color is void, and void is color. All dharma is void, neither born nor dead, neither dirty nor pure, neither gaining nor losing, and no color is the air. No thoughts, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind. Colorless sound, scent, taste. No order, no vision, no delusion. Endlessness of delusion. On the other hand, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty declared that one thought could make Fang Chang a Buddha, and one thought could make him a demon, and he noted that Fang Chang turning into a demon could be handled. But at that moment, Fang Chang was grasping the true meaning of Buddha and demon. The emperor warned that once the comprehension was complete, the consequences would be disastrous, so they would have to get rid of Fang Chang. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng noticed the emperor's reaction, and she whispered that it was not good. Using sound transmission, Princess Nanfeng called the elder beside her and informed that Fang Chang was in danger, but the elder, who also used sound transmission, replied that Princess Nanfeng shouldn't worry because he had already sent someone to secretly protect Fang Chang. And as Princess Nanfeng asked if it was real, the elder assured that he wouldn't joke around when a life was at stake, and Princess Nanfeng thanked the elder. Princess Nanfeng vowed that if the emperor would dare to hurt Fang Chang, she would crush the life tablet and call her father and grandfather. Meanwhile, Qin Feng mocked if Fang Chang was already stopping and murmured that it shouldn't be. When the system suddenly congratulated him for activating a system task to destroy the chosen one's path to enlightenment, and the reward would be a sword intent upgrade card. Qin Feng exclaimed if there was a reward and jeered that Fang Chang shouldn't blame him for messing around with him. Qin Feng came back and found Fang Chang, who was meditating. He observed for a moment as the golden and dark aura swirled all over the place. Qin Feng greeted Fang Chang and remarked that they met again. Fang Chang was surprised when he saw Qin Feng, and he wondered what he was planning to do. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng got so worried that she stood up and exclaimed that Fang Chang is in the critical stage of his enlightenment, so if Qin Feng disturbs him, he will definitely go mad and get seriously injured. Princess Nanfeng was about to leave when the elder stopped her. Using sound transmission, she urged that the elder should let her go save Fang Chang. But the elder, who also used sound transmission, replied that she shouldn't be rash, and Princess Nanfeng tried to protest. The elder explained that Fang Chang has the Buddha relics for protection, so even if Qin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to break the shield. The Buddha relics are treasures left behind after the death of a highly skilled monk, and they are impervious to all evil and withstanding to all enemies. Meanwhile, Fang Chang was protected by the shield, and as Qin Feng asked if it was impervious to all evil and withstanding to all enemies, the system confirmed that it was correct. Qin Feng asked the system if it was asking him to ruin Fang Chang's good opportunity, and the system replied that a sharp edge of a sword comes from its sharpening, and the fragrance of plum flower comes from the bitter cold, so if one doesn't go through thick and thin, there is no way they would be able to see a rainbow. While Qin Feng wondered if what the system stated sounded like his saying, the system cheered him on and encouraged that he could do it. Qin Feng insisted that he couldn't do the task by force. The emperor of the great Xia dynasty looked amused as he anticipated what Qin Feng was about to do, while Princess Nanfeng and the Moon Celestial looked nervous. Qin Feng summoned a book titled Young Ladies X Cleaning, and he declared that he would do it by strategy. When she saw the book title, Princess Nanfeng wondered what kind of skill it was. On the other hand, the Moon Celestial remarked that she had a bad feeling when she saw the book. Meanwhile, Qin Feng started reading the book out loud and narrated that during those crazy nights, for the first time, the lady realized that her body contained such an enchanting delight. Just like a desert that had been dry for a long time obtaining precious water, just like the spring breeze turning into snow and taking away the cold, everything coming back to life forebodes vitality and beauty. Intensified by the effects of the aphrodisiac, Fang Chang was shaken when he heard what Qin Feng was reading, and he shouted that Qin Feng was a bastard. On the other hand, the Emperor asked the Moon Celestial if it was her teaching. The Moon Celestial denied that she was, and she didn't, so the Emperor should stop talking nonsense. She was pissed, and she complained that the glorious image that she had been building over the years was completely ruined by the brat Qin Feng. Back in the competition, Qin Feng commented that Fang Chang was a gentleman, but it turned out that he was also dirty-minded. As Fang Chang did his best to continue meditating, Qin Feng continued to read the book and recited that on that day, he was with his head down, and suddenly a slender, fair jade hand reached out in front of him, and while accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance, a gentle, soft voice reached his ears. Qin Feng kept reading the book and stated that the gentle and soft touch filled the man with excitement, heating up his heart even more. Fang Chang was distracted and flustered while he clicked his tongue. Still using sound transmission, Princess Nanfeng called the elder and requested that he find a solution quickly because if things went on, Fang Chang would go mad. Back in the competition, an arrow sparkled in the distance and traveled at an incredible speed. The arrow charged towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng noticed the arrow and he asked if it was a sneak attack. He quickly moved from where he sat, so quick that he left an afterimage, and the arrow went past through it. The arrow cut through the trees, and when Qin Feng saw the damage it dealt, he cursed and asked if it was that strong. Meanwhile, the man who fired the arrow clicked his tongue and remarked that Qin Feng avoided it. He fired 3 more of the same powerful arrows simultaneously. The 3 arrows moved together in the same direction and at the same speed. When Qin Feng saw the arrows, he cursed and remarked that the man was still going at it, while Bai Fantong complained that he didn't want to be shot. On the other hand, at the stage, the audience recognized the man and exclaimed that it was Bai Rai, the seed player of the death elimination competition, who had not only become famous at a young age for having extraordinary powers but had also reached the first stage of the Path of Tao, and his current rank was 153rd. Ma Daiguo commented that, as expected, it was Bai Rai's victory. Back in the competition, Qin Feng moved swiftly to avoid the arrows, and he cursed as he asked Bai Rai if he stole his wife or became his stepfather for him to keep chasing him like that. Qin Feng declared that if the tiger doesn't show its power, they will think it was a cat. He used his skill, Unrivaled Eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Rai aimed to launch another arrow, but instead of dodging, Qin Feng charged forward while he summoned the vast Sky 9 swords. Qin Feng swung his sword at the arrow and used his skill, the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique. Bai Rai could not believe what he saw, and he asked how that was possible. Qin Feng announced that there was one step left. He cut off Bai Rai's chicken head, and the system congratulated him for a successful cut, and notified him that he obtained 1,000 villain points. Bai Rai screamed in pain as he fell to the ground with his hand on his crotch. Qin Feng mentioned that 1,000 more villain points were gained, so it was not bad, and that they should keep going. He continued to read the book and noted that time always flies faster when one doesn't expect it, and in a flash, they talked until 2 in the morning. While Qin Feng continued to read, Bai Fantong explained that since the content was yet to be reviewed, he was switching to the interview of expert Ma Daiguo. Back on stage, the female host remarked that Ma Daiguo previously commented that Qin Feng was mixed but not refined, and he won't do well in the competition. But since Qin Feng defeated someone at the first stage of the Path of Tao while just being in the 9th stage of the Transcension Realm with one move, she asked Ma Daiguo what he thinks. Ma Daiguo replied that from the sword strike earlier, they could tell that Qin Feng had already reached the 2nd level of sword intent. But even if he had achieved that realm, it was still not possible for him to defeat Bai Rai. The female host inquired if Ma Daiguo was implying that Qin Feng had some other powers and if it could be some type of special physique. Ma Daiguo denied it and emphasized that there was no way. He clarified that they all knew Qin Feng possessed the power of the ancient double pupils, so he couldn't have a special physique, which is why Qin Feng most likely took some type of pill that temporarily boosted his power, and the female host acknowledged that she understood. Ma Daiguo added that Qin Feng's sword intent had reached the 2nd level, which showed that he had been focusing on it for the last 7 years, so his supreme bone and ancient double pupil couldn't be so strong. And judging from the fact that Qin Feng defeated Bai Rai, who was ranked 153rd, his limit was around the 100th spot. One of the audience members remarked that even though he felt like Qin Feng could move even further, since an expert stated it, it must be true, and another agreed that, as expected of Ma Daiguo, his analysis was reasonable. Back to the competition, Bai Fantong reported that after 10 minutes of a fierce fight, the content had been absorbed by the Chosen One, so they would now broadcast live. Qin Feng observed that it looked close, so he should find a few more exciting pages for Fang Cheng. The golden Buddha started to have cracks in them. Suddenly, Qin Feng exclaimed that he found it. The golden Buddha suddenly exploded, and as Qin Feng teased Fang Cheng, asking if he found those things exciting, he warned that Fang Cheng shouldn't be reading such things. Fang Cheng coughed up blood, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for completing the mission, and receiving a sword intent upgrade card, and for injuring the Chosen One and obtaining 500,000 points. But Qin Feng questioned if that was it and reminded them that he believed he could get one more chance for a lucky draw. He began absorbing Fang Cheng's aura. After condensing what he absorbed into an orb, Qin Feng declared that he would use it for compensation. The system congratulated Qin Feng for stealing the opportunity of the Chosen One and for obtaining a chance for a lucky draw. Qin Feng boasted that he already felt great while Fang Cheng crawled on the ground and demanded that Qin Feng should give him back the Buddha relics. But Qin Feng kicked Fang Cheng away. He replied that it was not impossible and not in that lifetime. Bai Fantong inquired Qin Feng why they ran. Qin Feng questioned Bai Fantong if he knew the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Bai Fantong wondered Qin Feng if he meant that they were being targeted by someone. Yi Jian suddenly blocked Qin Feng's path, and Qin Feng remarked Bai Fantong was an idiot rabbit who just had to jinx it. Yi Jian stated he wanted Qin Feng to help him polish his sword. Qin Feng asked Yi Jian who he was and why he should listen to him while thinking that there was no system prompt sound, so it seemed like Yi Jian was not a chosen one. Yi Jian declared he was the sword villainous Yi Jian. He mentioned Qin Feng should come. Yi Jian insisted Qin Feng should fight him. Qin Feng commented Yi Jian was strong. He explained he was at the first Transcension stage, 3rd level of sword intent, and had the heavenly sword physique, and Yi Jian was for sure the strongest opponent he had ever met. Qin Feng quickly ran away from Yi Jian. Yi Jian claimed it was a ghostly technique. He dug his feet into the ground for driving force. Yi Jian pursued Qin Feng, and he saw his silhouette in the distance. He utilized his skill, splitting wind. Qin Feng noted Yi Jian seemed to be determined to compete with him. He stated even though he could defeat Yi Jian is not a chosen one, so it leaves him at a loss. Qin Feng employed his skill, heaven-slaying sword art, and blocked Yi Jian's attack. Meanwhile, at the live broadcast area, one of the cultivators queried how it was possible when Yi Jian is ranked 53rd on the rank list, and he was way ahead of Qin Feng. And another audience member wondered if it wasn't some shady plot when the 153rd spot and the 53rd spot tied. The female host asked Ma Deguo what he thought about the fight. Ma Deguo stated Qin Feng is the godson of the Yinyu dynasty and that it was all he would mention while he would have no comment on everything else. One of the audience remarked sure enough, there is something shady going on because there is no way a rich playboy that indulges in pleasures all the time suddenly jumped from 30,000 to the top 100. Another audience commented the experts are reliable as they are honest, and another audience affirmed they are indeed. On the other hand, the female host inquired Ma Deguo if he didn't have any conscience, and Ma Deguo just cleared his throat. Back in the fight, Yi Jian questioned how that was possible and mentioned he was at the path of the Dao stage. Suddenly, Bai Fantong lunged at Yi Jian from the side. Bai Fantong declared he is fast, accurate, fierce, and is a hunter. Yi Jian quickly jumped away from Qin Feng and Bai Fantong. Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng if he did well, and as Qin Feng responded he was amazing. Bai Fantong stated Yi Jian did not even see him coming. Yi Jian scoffed and remarked they were petty tricks, but his vision became blurry. Yi Jian quickly raised his sword. He utilized his skills, splitting wind, prospering sea, and hurling forest. Yi Jian's slashing attacks approached Qin Feng at an incredible speed. Qin Feng mentioned it was not good. He employed his skill, ancient double pupils. Yi Jian's slashing attacks became slow in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng dodged those slashing attacks, and Bai Fantong noted Yi Jian was very angry, so he won't do that again. Meanwhile, the emperor expressed he was afraid Qin Feng was going to lose because his swordsmanship may be amazing. But once he encounters a strong opponent and fails to kill him with one strike, he is unable to continue. On the other hand, Moon Celestial stated it was still too much for the brat Qin Feng to be able to deal with a path of Dao cultivator. Back into the fight, Qin Feng stood back on the ground safely. Yi Jian asked Qin Feng if he was going to use the supreme bone and the double pupils. Qin Feng responded Yi Jian didn't deserve them. He mentioned even the sows will go crazy was more suitable for a baby. Yi Jian asserted there must be a limit to Qin Feng's childishness. Qin Feng replied he is not a good person, so he doesn't have a limit. He employed his skill, swirl of the falling leaves. Yi Jian swung his sword to block Qin Feng's attack, and as Qin Feng stated it was the moment, he talked to the system in his mind and mentioned he wanted to use the sword intent upgrade card. The system congratulated Qin Feng for using the Sword Intent upgrade card and for advancing the Sword Intent to the 3rd level. Qin Feng used his skill, the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique. Yi Jian remarked Qin Feng was foolish to use the same move repeatedly against a swordsman. He blocked Qin Feng's attack. Yi Jian explained it was not the same Heaven-Slaying Sword technique as before, and Qin Feng claimed Yi Jian underestimated him. Qin Feng's slashing attacks filled the area. Yi Jian and Qin Feng stood in a standstill after the attack dissipated. Meanwhile, at the live broadcast area, one of the audience asked if Qin Feng lost. Suddenly, Qin Feng coughed up blood. Princess Nanfeng wondered if Qin Feng lost and if Fang Chang saw that Qin Feng was defeated. On the other hand, Fang Chang declared Qin Feng was a scoundrel who tarnished his reputation, and he will never share the sky with him. Back into the fight, Yi Jian also coughed up blood and knelt on the ground. Princess Nanfeng was surprised when she saw that. The Emperor stated Qin Feng was something else. Meanwhile, Moon Celestial mentioned it was just Qin Feng's basic maneuver. She explained when she got back, she must properly deal with Qin Feng, as he has already broken through to the 3rd level of Sword Intent, yet he still plays dumb in front of her. And she wondered who he was guarding against when she raised him with all her efforts. On the other hand, the other masters were jealous of Moon Celestial. Meanwhile, the Emperor commented Qin Feng withstood a direct hit from the Sword Kai and only sustained a minor injury where he could even heal itself, so Qin Feng is no simpleton. Back in the fight, Qin Feng noticed Yi Jian. Yi Jian stood back up even though he was already a bloody mess. He released his powerful aura and asserted he had not lost yet. Qin Feng cursed and asked if it was never going to end. He declared they would see how Yi Jian would handle his skill. On the other hand, the Emperor wondered if it was the firmament domineering body. Yi Jian yelled as he poured everything he got into his attack. Qin Feng readily blocked Yi Jian's attack. A huge explosion occurred as the two powerful forces clashed. As the dust from the explosion dissipated, it was revealed that Yi Jian knelt on the ground while Qin Feng remained standing. Qin Feng stated the firmament domineering body seemed to be much more powerful than he imagined because not only does he not feel tired during battle, but the longer the fight, the stronger his body becomes. Bai Fantong mentioned it looked like he didn't need to make a move himself. He remarked he could finally quietly enjoy his carrots. Suddenly, Bai Fantong announced the birds had arrived, and as Qin Feng asked what birds he was talking about, Bai Fantong explained that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and asked Qin Feng if that wasn't what he taught him. Qin Feng stated it doesn't matter because he only wants the bird. Meanwhile, Yi Jian asserted he and Qin Feng have a long future ahead, so they should meet again. But Qin Feng asked Yi Jian who he thought he was and claimed he can't just fight when he wants and leave when he wishes. Yi Jian was surprised when he saw Qin Feng charge at him. In an instant, Yi Jian's egg shattered and his bird died. Qin Feng mentioned it was the other cultivators' turn next, and one of them added it was not good. One of the cultivators stated they should run fast, and the other declared Qin Feng is a devil. Qin Feng smiled evilly. He explained a total of over 100 people, each worth 1,000 villain points, so harvesting them gives 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng unleashed his 9 swords. For each egg Qin Feng shattered, the system congratulated him for cracking eggs and gaining 1,000 villain points. The system congratulated Qin Feng for ending 104 future descendants and earning a total of 104,000 villain points. Qin Feng thanked them as his brothers and mentioned they would meet again. He remarked it was delightful as he accumulated 726,000 villain points and there was one more chance for a draw. Suddenly, the system congratulated Qin Feng for corrupting the Heaven's Chosen One's body and soul, so he earned 300,000 villain points. And it also congratulated him for leaving a permanent psychological scar on the Chosen One, so he earned a chance for a draw. Qin Feng got curious when he heard about the corruption. He saw Fang Chang on top of the flustered Bai Rai. Qin Feng wondered if it shouldn't be Bai Rai on top and Fang Chang at the bottom. Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng how Fang Chang could go on top when he shattered his balls, and Qin Feng stated it was true. Qin Feng mentioned Bai Fantong should look at how virtuous he was, tirelessly working to make them focus on cultivation, even at the cost of bearing a bad name by smashing their eggs, and Bai Fantong remarked it was going to get dark soon. Qin Feng cursed and declared he must find a place to stay before it gets dark or those people will definitely seek revenge, and Bai Fantong asked him if he wasn't full of virtue. A few moments later, Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng if the place was safe, and Qin Feng responded yes because it was specially made for the competitors to rest, and once one enters the cave, there is no more live broadcast and fighting is prohibited. Bai Fantong remarked he could sleep peacefully in that case. Meanwhile, Qin Feng declared it was time to upgrade. He clicked the system screen to draw a lottery. The system congratulated Qin Feng for obtaining the god-level sword technique, Great River Sword Art. Qin Feng was alarmed. He was quickly transported in the middle of vast water filled with monsters. Those monsters threw swords at him. Qin Feng couldn't move as the swords all came at him. Suddenly, Qin Feng woke up. He was out of breath, and he mentioned it was a great sword art. The system asked Qin Feng if he would like to spend 1 million villain points to exchange for a great completion voucher, and Qin Feng clicked yes. Qin Feng explained currently, other than the heavenly slaying sword art, he can't perform any other sword moves, which puts him in an awkward position if he can't kill the opponent with one strike. So the Great River sword art couldn't have come at a better time, and by adding the 300,000 contributed by Fang Cheng, it was just enough. The system congratulated Qin Feng for spending 1 million villain points to successfully exchange for the Great Completion voucher, and for successfully using it, elevating the Great River sword art to the realm of complete mastery. Qin Feng was back at the vast waters, but this time he had control over the monsters and the swords around him. He raised his hand and made the swords move over him. Qin Feng commented it was not bad at all. He was back to the cave and stated, as a reward to himself, he should draw another one. The system congratulated Qin Feng for drawing the god-level mark, Indomitable Will, as the bearer of the mark is immune to any spiritual attacks in the world. Qin Feng mentioned it was great stuff. He explained, after all, in the cultivation world, spiritual attacks or soul attacks are the most damaging because they are invisible and intangible, and one could be ensnared without knowing. Qin Feng asserted with the Indomitable Will, he doesn't have to worry about those rogue attacks anymore. Qin Feng stated it was time for the Buddha relics next. He mentioned the heavenly dragon's might is a Buddhist technique, so he wondered what effect merging with the Buddha relics would have. Qin Feng began to meditate. A powerful aura suddenly surged out of Qin Feng. Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng what was wrong with him and what happened because the power in his body seemed to go berserk. He asked Qin Feng if he was okay and if he would not fall into Kai deviation like Fang Cheng. Bai Fantong placed a scroll in front of Qin Feng and expressed he hoped that it could make Qin Feng feel better. On the other hand, outside the cave, a cultivator asked if they really had to deal with Qin Feng, and as he mentioned, Qin Feng does not hold back at all. The other cultivator stated Qin Feng is currently ranked 53rd and his cultivation is the weakest, so there was no one easier to deal with than him. The first cultivator asked what would happen if Qin Feng still has aphrodisiacs on him, and the other cultivator replied he shouldn't worry because with their brotherhood eternal, their chrysanthemums will remain undefeated and they won't break apart. The first cultivator told the other cultivator should get lost. A few moments later, back in the cave, Bai Fantong asked Qin Feng if he felt better. Qin Feng meditated, and he remarked everything in the world is truly connected to each other. He used his skill, 33 Heaven's Fortune. Qin Feng's aura continued to surge out of his body. His body began to self-heal. Qin Feng commented it looked like he could break through to the spiritual martial realm soon. Meanwhile, Bai Fantong noted it seemed like Qin Feng was okay. But suddenly, Bai Fantong mentioned it was not good because someone came. Bai Fantong worried as he gazed at Qin Feng. He explained he could only rely on himself at the moment. Bai Fantong faced the cultivators and mentioned Qin Feng was inside discussing a billion-worth deal, so he advised them to leave quickly. One of the cultivators asked if Qin Feng was really discussing a deal, and the other responded Qin Feng is already infamous because he made countless brothers call each other sisters in one day, so one could imagine the consequences if they really disturbed his business, and he asked if they should come back another time. One of the cultivators asked if they could trust Qin Feng's rabbit. He stated he bet that Qin Feng healed inside. Bai Fantong quickly moved and attacked the cultivator. The cultivator kneeled on the ground in pain, and he trembled. The other cultivators declared it was the power of teleportation, and Bai Fantong had the power to teleport. Bai Fantong claimed he has spoken and asked the cultivators who agrees and disagrees. One of the cultivators remarked if Qin Feng was really discussing business inside, there wouldn't be complete silence, so he bet that Bai Fantong was just trying to deceive them. Bai Fantong asked them why there can't be more trust between humans and rabbits, but in his mind, he thought that it was hard to deceive those people, so it looked like he had to fight with all he got. He lunged forward and attacked the cultivator, who just spoke. One of the cultivators asked why Bai Fantong was as shameless as Qin Feng. Another cultivator mentioned he should be confident and just remove the why. And another cultivator scoffed and observed there was no such thing as teleportation, and it was just a simple deception. He explained it was the time. The cultivator asserted Qin Feng was next. Bai Fantong screamed in pain, and he coughed up blood as he crashed on the ground. But Bai Fantong commented as long as he was there, they wouldn't be able to enter the cave. On the other hand, Ziyuan worried about Bai Fantong. While Moon Celestial noted Bai Fantong usually lacks principles but is quite reliable at critical moments. The cultivator asked Bai Fantong if he indicated he could protect Qin Feng like that, and Bai Fantong asked him if it was funny. Bai Fantong added the sword should come. The sword quickly came out of the cave and floated around Bai Fantong. The cultivators expressed it was the vast Sky Nine Swords. Bai Fantong released his aura, and the cultivators became wary of him. He replied if heaven did not create him, the path of the sword was as eternal as the long night. Meanwhile, Moon Celestial indicated true to Qin Feng's upbringing. Bai Fantong didn't just learn his shamelessness but also learned his pridefulness. Bai Fantong directed his swords towards the cultivators. The cultivators stated they were in danger. The forest was filled with screams. The cultivators ran away in a panic while Bai Fantong's swords chased after them. Suddenly, Kian Jun arrived at the scene. He immediately blocked Bai Fantong's swords. One of the cultivators quickly recognized him. He explained Bai Fantong was a first-stage path of Dao practitioner, so they were saved. Bai Fantong was alarmed when he heard what they stated. He claimed he couldn't hold on for much longer. On the other hand, Qin Feng thought that the initial phase of the firmament domineering body has been activated, so he should enhance his physical strength further. Qin Feng declared it was the time. Meanwhile, one of the cultivators outside asked if the sound came from Qin Feng, but the other cultivator asked what they were waiting for when Bai Fantong is nothing to fear with Kian Jun's help. He replied they should rush in and finish Qin Feng. Otherwise, they will all become sisters once he emerges. One of the cultivators agreed and mentioned there was a chance to win, so they should all go together and kill the scoundrel Qin Feng that night. But Kian Jun stated they should wait a moment. Kian Jun approached Bai Fantong. One of the cultivators observed it seemed that Kian Jun planned a one-on-one fight, and another cultivator remarked Kian Jun is mighty, so Qin Feng is doomed that night. He added if they capture Qin Feng alive, he will tie him up and let him taste the agony of getting his balls crushed. On the other hand, Bai Fantong asked Kian Jun what he did, interrupting his master's business talk, and he asked him if he had a death wish. But in his mind, Bai Fantong whimpered, and he mentioned he hadn't sold Qin Feng's first time, so he requested that Qin Feng sell it for a good price if he died. Kian Jun suddenly crouched down, and Bai Fantong cursed in his mind as he wondered what that was all about. Kian Jun introduced himself and declared his admiration for Qin Feng was endless like the rolling river and uncontrollable like the flooding of the Yellow River, so if Qin Feng doesn't accept him that day, he will kneel to death outside that cave. The other cultivators were surprised with what Kian Jun did. Suddenly, Qin Feng walked out of the cave. He questioned the cultivators for daring to bully his rabbit in his absence and asked what the meaning of that situation was. The cultivators explained it was not good because Qin Feng had emerged. 15 minutes earlier, Kian Jun got curious when he saw the cultivators running away from Bai Fantong's swords. He quickly jumped towards them. Kian Jun landed on the ground and blocked Bai Fantong's swords. When he saw that Bai Fantong was a rabbit, he wondered what was going on. The other cultivator asked why they should wait when a mere rabbit is nothing to fear with Kian Jun's help, so they should quickly finish off Qin Feng. Kian Jun wondered if Qin Feng was inside, the one with the supreme bone, unrivaled double pupils, and the heaven-slaying sword technique, who broke Huanggu records multiple times, defeated Yi Jian, and jumped from 30,000 to the top 50 in ranking. And he declared if he was not mistaken, Qin Feng must be undergoing a breakthrough inside the cave, and judging by the momentum, Qin Feng might have even mastered an extremely terrifying sword technique that perfectly aligns with him. He remarked the universe is not set in stone and everyone is a dark horse, and with his current strength, it is hard to win, so it would be better to choose a strong ally. He explained Qin Feng was not only the godson of the Yinyu dynasty but also the eldest son of the great Xia's Qin family, so he seemed like a good choice as he was deeply connected with two dynasties. He commented those people wanted him to take the fall when they couldn't win, and they were idiots, so he won't be a part of that. Meanwhile, the other cultivators suggested they should run quickly. Qin Feng claimed they hit his rabbit and thought of leaving without facing the consequences. The system congratulated Qin Feng for breaking balls and earning 1,000 villain points for each cultivator he attacked. Kian Jun stated it was terrifying and that, luckily, he kneeled quickly. Suddenly, Fairy Yulan commanded stop, and Kian Jun mentioned the voice was familiar. Fairy Yulan floated in the sky and released her skills. Kian Jun was surprised when he recognized Fairy Yulan. On the other hand, at the live broadcast area, one of the audience asked if it was Fairy Yulan and stated she was truly a legendary peerless beauty indeed. Another audience asked who Yulan is, and the audience beside him explained he must not be from around that region because in the Yinyu dynasty, everyone knows Fairy Yulan as she is the daughter of Lan Mo, who is one of the four beauties of Huanggu alongside Moon Celestial. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wondered who Fairy Yulan was, and he mentioned she was quite good looking. Suddenly, the system notified Qin Feng that a Heaven's Chosen Lady was discovered. Qin Feng asked if Fairy Yulan's husband had arrived and stated he should let him earn some villain points quickly. But Qin Feng asked himself why his first thought was about Fairy Yulan having a husband. Qin Feng explained they shouldn't get him wrong because he is not into married women and he never read Young Woman 30, Young Stallion 20 is not a small pond in such books, and his computer is full of sophisticated books like engineering, philosophy, and he only does such things for the system missions. On the other hand, Fairy Yulan was pissed at them for daring to ignore her. Fairy Yulan asked if he was Qin Feng, and Qin Feng responded she was mistaken. Qin Feng asserted he is King Chu, the King Chu that surpasses Yulan. The cultivators inquired about King Chu and Yu Lan, and one of them remarked that it sounded a bit strange. Fairy Yu Lan commented that Qin Feng was exaggerating things and inquired why he humiliated others like that. Qin Feng responded by asking if she wanted him to kill them all then. The other cultivators became terrified upon hearing what Qin Feng replied. Fairy Yu Lan questioned Qin Feng if he was strong enough, and Qin Feng countered by asking her in which aspect. Qin Feng considered that Fairy Yu Lan was heavy and stacked like the snowy mountains. He pondered if he should use dragon leading into the sea and fire returning to the source to fight Fairy Yu Lan. Qin Feng laughed mischievously. Fairy Yu Lan commented that Qin Feng truly was despicable, as the rumors described. Suddenly, Bai Fantong remarked that Qin Feng finally came out. He observed that those people were despicable, as he had nearly assumed he would lose the chance to personally sell Qin Feng's first time. Qin Feng stated that Bai Fantong should already sleep, as he had worked hard that time. Kai Jun introduced himself to Qin Feng, and he declared that from that point onward, he was his man. Qin Feng perceived that the first stage of Path of Dao Realm seemed decent, and the system congratulated him for subduing a groveling underling and obtaining the immortal slave seal. Qin Feng reasoned that sharing his combat power meant that by acknowledging him as the boss, the cultivator underling could boost strength, and it didn't seem beneficial for him in the short term, but considering the betray and die clause, he might as well give it a try. He inquired if Kai Jun really planned to follow him, and Kai Jun affirmed. Qin Feng implanted the immortal slave seal on Kai Jun. A powerful aura immediately swirled around Kai Jun's head. Fairy Yu Lan speculated if it was the power of Huanggu's prodigy and considered that just by imprinting a seal on the forehead, Qin Feng increased Kai Jun's combat powers by more than 5 times. And even though he had just broken through to the first stage of the spiritual martial realm, it was still an entire realm lower than him. One of the cultivators remarked that the situation didn't look good, and another observed that he had seen underlings pay respects to a boss, but a boss voluntarily becoming an underling was a first for him. Meanwhile, Kai Jun inquired what had just happened there and why he felt like he had become stronger. Kai Jun thanked Qin Feng, and Qin Feng replied that he should stand up. Qin Feng pondered if he would receive a lot of rewards if he placed an immortal slave seal on Fairy Yu Lan. On the other hand, Fairy Yu Lan considered why Qin Feng was staring at her like that. The system congratulated Qin Feng for increasing Fairy Yu Lan's favor by 1 and earning 100 villain points, which made Qin Feng mutter in his mind, and he speculated if Fairy Yu Lan was a tsundere. Qin Feng remarked that Fairy Yu Lan truly lives up to her name, with unparalleled grace and beauty, not only gorgeous but also kind-hearted, willing to expend her energy to ensure everyone's safety, and he admires such magnanimity. Fairy Yu Lan instructed Qin Feng to cut the chatter because if he wants to kill the others, he will have to defeat her first. The system congratulated Qin Feng for increasing Fairy Yu Lan's favor by 3 and earning 300 villain points, and Qin Feng realized that it really works. Qin Feng declared that no one could guarantee that no innocent will be harmed if they swing swords and knives, so he proposed that they fight barehanded, and if Fairy Yu Lan wins, he will spare the others' lives. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Fairy Yu Lan accepted, saying that it was a deal. Fairy Yu Lan stated that they should start. Suddenly, there were a lot of explosions in the sky, and one of the cultivators wondered who was bold to be fighting a small dragon. One of the cultivators observed that it sounds chaotic, so it seemed like a group fight, and another cultivator inquired if they should go too because if they kill a small dragon, they could get lots of points and treasures like their dragon pearls. The cultivator urged them to hurry and go or they would miss out, and another cultivator told him to wait for them. Fairy Yu Lan questioned if they were leaving already. She announced that she was going too, but Qin Feng suddenly grasped Fairy Yu Lan by the wrist. Qin Feng questioned Fairy Yu Lan if a cultivator of her level must disdain those who bully the weak and enslave small animals, while concluding in his mind that he finally met a heaven's chosen lady, so there was no way he could let her go. Fairy Yu Lan affirmed that, of course, she was not going to fight the dragon with them. Suddenly, Bai Fantong cried that it hurt so much, and he proposed that Qin Feng should just end his suffering because he was just a worthless animal anyway. Bai Fantong suddenly brightened when Fairy Yu Lan healed him. Fairy Yu Lan declared that she would save Bai Fantong, as he was not a worthless animal. Qin Feng observed that Bai Fantong was seriously injured, and if not treated soon, it might be fatal, and as he proposed that Fairy Yu Lan come with them. Bai Fantong insisted that he was fine and his life isn't valuable, so he shouldn't trouble the lady. But Fairy Yu Lan agreed and announced that she would come with Qin Feng. Qin Feng thanked Fairy Yu Lan, and he concluded that the plan was successful. In the cave, Qin Feng declared that he would leave Bai Fantong in Fairy Yu Lan's care. Fairy Yu Lan replied that helping the weak is the duty of a cultivator, so there was no need for thanks. Qin Feng informed them that he was stepping out for a moment and instructed Kai Jun to take good care of Fairy Yu Lan and Bai Fantong, and Qiang Jun agreed. A few moments later, Qin Feng traveled through the forest at an intense speed. The cultivators from earlier were surprised when Qin Feng suddenly appeared in front of them. One of the cultivators questioned Qin Feng about what he intended to do. Qin Feng questioned them if he had permitted them to leave. One of the cultivators inquired what Qin Feng wanted and remarked that Bai Fantong was just a spirit beast, so after he slays the dragon, he will hunt a better one for him. But Qin Feng insisted that Bai Fantong was not just any spirit beast. He stated that Bai Fantong is his rabbit, and to harm his rabbit is to make an enemy of him, and he questioned how there could not be retribution when there's enmity. The system congratulated Qin Feng for smashing 121 balls and earning a total of 121,000 villain points. Qin Feng expressed that it was satisfying and that the work was done. Meanwhile, at the Flood Dragon Pool, Fang Chang observed while the other cultivators fought the dragon. The dragon attacked one of the cultivators, but none of them dodged or showed any fear. The other cultivators who had just arrived questioned what was happening there and if they weren't going to dodge. Suddenly, Fang Chang remarked that they had arrived just in time. Fang Chang attacked the cultivators, and one of them exclaimed that it was the Buddha demon sound. The cultivator remarked that it was the most despicable spiritual attack in the cultivation world, and if they got controlled by it, they would end up like those people, so they should hurry and run. The other cultivators became controlled, and the remaining one lamented that the heavens pride of the great Xia dynasty had resorted to such low tactics. Suddenly, Fang Chang seized one of the cultivators by the throat. He bit the cultivator on the shoulder and absorbed his essence. Fang Chang proclaimed that he was almost there and that his power was returning soon. On the other hand, Princess Nenfeng teetered on the verge of tears as she worried about Fang Chang. The next morning, Qin Feng, Fairy Yulan, and Qian Jun stood in front of the dragon's lair. Qian Jun inquired of Qin Feng what they were doing there and whether he was contemplating slaying the dragon. Qin Feng questioned Qian Jun on what he believes. Qian Jun replied that Qin Feng was truly going to slay the dragon, while Fairy Yulan speculated if Qin Feng had given up on the flood dragon last night because of the real one, and she considered that since the beginning of the life and death elimination competition, no one had managed to defeat the small dragon that is barely a flood dragon in disguise, let alone slay the actual one. So she mused if Qin Feng wasn't a bit arrogant to think that he could slay the dragon whose power was at the 5th stage of Path of Tao with his 1st stage of spiritual martial realm. The system informed Qin Feng that his favor with Fairy Yulan decreased by 1 point, and he pondered what was wrong, why his favor had suddenly dropped, and if it was because he had been busy with his task and wasn't paying Fairy Yulan enough attention. Qin Feng assured that Fairy Yulan needn't worry because after he slew the dragon, he would share the equipment with her. But Fairy Yulan was angered, and she considered Qin Feng indecent for touching her hand. The system informed Qin Feng that his favor with Fairy Yulan decreased by a total of 3 points, and Qin Feng questioned what was happening. Qin Feng stated that, sure enough, a woman would simply affect the speed of his sword, so it was time to slay the dragon. Qian Jun urged Qin Feng to ensure his safety. Fairy Yulan reflected that Qin Feng had put aside his grudges and requested her to rescue Bai Fantong the previous night, and that day he promised to share with her the heavenly treasures he would risk his life for. So everything suggested that Qin Feng was not as ruthless as the rumors said, and she began to question if she was being too heartless and if she should treat him more kindly. On the other hand, the system congratulated Qin Feng for increasing Fairy Yulan's favorability by 5, and gaining 500 villain points, and Qin Feng questioned if the stupid system was toying with him. Meanwhile, back in the Yinyu dynasty, the emperor inquired if Qin Feng had stated that he wanted to slay the dragon. Moon Celestial affirmed it. The emperor remarked that it was a true dragon, and that the dragon race had always challenged the humans, and seldom had humans challenged the dragons, particularly when Qin Feng was at the 1st spiritual martial realm. Moon Celestial confirmed it. The emperor wondered if Qin Feng had a trump card, and Moon Celestial responded that she didn't know. The emperor speculated on what was occurring. On the other hand, the cultivators caused the flood dragon to explode, and it spurted out a lot of blood. Fang Chang remarked that the explosion was an art form. He declared that all of the cultivators should come and sacrifice for that art. Back in the Yinyu dynasty, the emperor considered it fortunate that it wasn't Qin Feng, and he observed that Fang Chang was rather cruel. Meanwhile, Princess Nenfeng asked the elder if it was all fake, but the elder replied that Kai deviation releases the suppressed desires residing in a person's heart, and as Princess Nenfeng questioned him if he was suggesting that Fang Chang's elegance and kindness were all just an act, the elder asked her why she was bothering to ask again when she already knew the answer. Princess Nenfeng reflected on whether Fang Chang had been deceiving her the entire time. The dragon slept inside the cave. Qin Feng announced that he found it. The dragon suddenly woke up when it noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly went and plunged his sword into the dragon's eye. The dragon jerked up, and its body slammed against the cave. Qin Feng realized that it was bad as the cave was collapsing. He quickly leapt away from the dragon. Qin Feng ran out of the cave. Qian Jun called Qin Feng when he saw him come out of the cave. The dragon also came out after Qin Feng just as the cave collapsed. Fairy Yulan invoked the great heavens and remarked that it was loud. Qin Feng charged to attack the dragon. He declared that the dragon should take his attack. The dragon flew back, and it crashed into the mountains. Qin Feng stated that it was time. He used his skill, Yin-Yang Divine Light. Powerful beams of light struck the dragon's body, and Qin Feng landed on its head. Qin Feng summoned his vast sky divine sword and urged that it should go. The dragon screamed in pain. It roared in the sky while its ass was struck, and Qian Jun groaned in pain below as he sympathized with the pain. On the other hand, Moon Celestial considered that Qin Feng was still such a brat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reflected that it seemed that the dragon hadn't died yet, and the longer they fought, the more attention it would attract. Qin Feng determined that the dragon's life depended on his next move. He began chanting and proclaimed that the mighty heavenly dragon, the Prajna Buddha, the Prajna Bama, is void, and the dragon will fly up to the sky. At the Flood Dragon pool, the Flood Dragon lay extremely injured, and it fell onto the ground in front of Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng claimed that the Dragon Pearl was his. He questioned how Qin Feng could compete with him at the moment. On the other hand, the Emperor considered that the disciple of the Xia dynasty was actually overwhelming his opponents in the Yinyu dynasty. He speculated that it would all depend if Qin Feng could overpower Fang Cheng. Meanwhile, Qian Jun exclaimed to the good heavens, marveling that Qin Feng was amazing. Qin Feng asserted that they should see if the dragon could survive that. He controlled his vast sky divine sword that stuck on the dragon's body. The dragon was startled and became distracted when it noticed the sword moving in its body. The dragon was tackled on the ground by Qin Feng's golden dragon, and he pushed his companions away as the dragon's tail came at them. Qin Feng took a direct hit from the dragon's tail. He flew and crashed into a huge rock. Qian Jun inquired if Qin Feng was okay, while Fairy Yu Lan and Bai Fantong called to him with worry. Qin Feng responded that he was fine. He quickly absorbed the dragon. Qin Feng announced that the news of the dragon's death would soon spread throughout the battlefield, so they should get out of there quickly. Fairy Yu Lan offered that Qin Feng should lean on her. The four of them quickly teleported away from the place. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng remained at the Flood Dragon pool, and he declared that the first place was his. He proclaimed that he was the invincible genius of that world, and he laughed. Suddenly, Fang Cheng wondered if someone had slain the dragon. He quickly checked the ranking and noticed that Qin Feng was in first place. Fang Cheng deemed it completely impossible. Fang Cheng remarked that even if Qin Feng slew the dragon, he would definitely be gravely injured. He claimed that as long as he finds Qin Feng, the dragon and Qin Feng's lives will both be his. On the other hand, the system congratulated Qin Feng for stopping Fang Cheng from showing off, for beating him, and for destabilizing his Dao heart, and he gained 60,000 villain points in total. Qin Feng inquired why they were only for Fang Cheng, and he questioned the system about Fairy Yu Lan. He discreetly glanced towards Fairy Yu Lan. Qin Feng supposed that it was whatever and that he would just be the man Fairy Yu Lan couldn't obtain. Fairy Yu Lan mentioned that she was going to find something to eat, and Qian Jun requested for her to be careful. She assured Qian Jun that he shouldn't worry because no one could injure her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng noted that he doesn't have a lot of villain points, so he should first spend 30,000 points for 1 month of 100-fold comprehension halo and reach the 4th stage of 33 heavens fortune. But the system notified him that he could redeem the 10,000-fold comprehension aura, which costs 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng questioned the system if that wouldn't make him go crazy, and as he approved it, the system congratulated him for spending 100,000 villain points and redeeming the 10,000-fold comprehension halo. He exclaimed that it was a wonderful feeling. Qin Feng meditated, and the events from earlier flashed in his mind. On the other hand, Fairy Yu Lan asked Bai Fantong what else he eats besides radish, and Bai Fantong responded that he only eats radish and heavenly treasures. Fairy Yu Lan was unaware that a man was aiming an arrow at her from behind. The man released his arrow. The arrow struck Fairy Yu Lan at the back of her shoulder. The man hiding behind the bushes grinned evilly. He quickly emerged from hiding and went to Fairy Yu Lan. But both Fairy Yu Lan and Bai Fantong were gone, and he wondered where they went. Meanwhile, Fairy Yu Lan acknowledged that the arrow was laced with poison that is life-threatening, and Bai Fantong urged her to hang in there as they would be there soon. As soon as they approached the cave, Fairy Yu Lan collapsed, and Qian Jun grew worried. A few moments later, Qin Feng pondered if the Heaven's Chosen Lady was that unlucky because she got shot the moment she left. Suddenly, the system congratulated Qin Feng for triggering the selective mission where he would get God tier baguette if he did nothing and spoke with no qualms. He would get the Slaying Dragon treasure sword if he killed Fairy Yu Lan with one strike. He would gain immunity to all poisons if he helped Fairy Yu Lan detoxify the poison. Qin Feng remarked that he found the system very lascivious. Qin Feng added that, however, if he remembers correctly, Fairy Yu Lan's mother is Lan Mo, one of the 4 beauties who was as famous as Moon Celestial, and he verified if he was right that she has to express her gratitude no matter what happens since he has saved her daughter. He examined Fairy Yu Lan's wound. Qin Feng stated that for the opportunity of Fairy Yu Lan calling him dad in the future, he would help her detoxify the poison. Fairy Yulan's wound was already gone, and she lay on her stomach with her back completely exposed. Qin Feng wrote a tattoo on Fairy Yulan's back. As Qin Feng inquired if he should change it to boss, it's satisfying whenever you go in and out, the system congratulated him for taking advantage of Fairy Yulan. So he gained 10,000 villain points and completed one of the 3 missions, making him immune to all poisons. Qin Feng realized that what he had done was worth 10,000 points, and he questioned himself if he should do it again. Suddenly, Fairy Yulan awoke. Qin Feng jumped when Fairy Yulan sat up suddenly, and as her top slipped down, exposing her bosom, Fairy Yulan also gasped. Fairy Yulan shrieked and covered her eyes, and Qin Feng remarked that she was covering the wrong thing. She quickly covered Qin Feng's eyes, and he pondered if Fairy Yulan was indeed the chosen one with that level of IQ. Qin Feng remarked that fortunately, he is a gentleman, otherwise, Fairy Yulan would have been devoured. He asked Fairy Yulan if he was correct that when important and critical things appear together with critical but unimportant things, the priority lies with the important and critical things. Qin Feng mentioned that he had already dealt with Fairy Yulan's poison and he was tired, so it would be wonderful if someone massaged his shoulders and legs. Fairy Yulan offered that Qin Feng should lie down as she could handle it for him. A few moments later, Fairy Yulan inquired how it was, and Qin Feng responded that it was wonderful. Fairy Yulan sat down on Qin Feng's back and remarked that she could make him feel even better. Qin Feng cursed inwardly, wondering if that wouldn't reveal the hidden mystery box. But Fairy Yulan suddenly yanked on Qin Feng's arms violently, and he howled in pain as his back cracked. Qin Feng's scream was so loud that birds in the area scattered. Fairy Yulan remarked that Qin Feng shouldn't act dead, as she hadn't used that much strength earlier. Qin Feng claimed that he was gravely injured from slaying the dragon that day, and he had expended his energy saving Fairy Yulan. Yet he was being treated like this by Fairy Yulan again, so he feared he wouldn't see the sun the next day. Fairy Yulan urged Qin Feng not to scare her and asked where he was hurt. Qin Feng questioned Fairy Yulan if she believed in love at first sight. Fairy Yulan asked Qin Feng what he was waiting for and remarked that he should inform her where he felt pain so she could assist him. Qin Feng replied that there was no need to trouble Fairy Yulan because he understood his own condition, but he simply had an unfulfilled wish. He inquired if Fairy Yulan could kiss him, and Fairy Yulan was taken aback. Qin Feng admitted that before he encountered Fairy Yulan, he had never believed in love at first sight, but she had led him to reassess his prior beliefs because, from the moment he first noticed her, his heart had been captivated, and his heart, filled with deep affection, had since been beating solely for her, making even death by her hand a willing fate for him. He questioned if Fairy Yulan grasped what he was expressing, and Fairy Yulan pondered whether she should fulfill his final wish before he passed away. Fairy Yulan placed a kiss on Qin Feng's forehead. However, Qin Feng swiftly leaned forward and, as he kissed Fairy Yulan on her lips, the system commended him for taking advantage of Fairy Yulan, awarding him 100,000 villain points. While Fairy Yulan was flustered, Qin Feng promptly seized her undergarment. Qin Feng questioned Fairy Yulan if she had changed her clothing and why the undergarment appeared different from what he had observed earlier, and the system praised him once more, granting another 100,000 villain points. Fairy Yulan quickly demanded that Qin Feng return it to her. She collapsed on top of Qin Feng, and he asked her what she intended to do to him. Qin Feng boasted that he was aware of his attractiveness and the strength of his allure, assuring Fairy Yulan that she need not worry as he would not resist. As the system once again congratulated Qin Feng for earning 100,000 villain points, Fairy Yulan exclaimed that Qin Feng was shameless and threatened to tear his mouth apart. While Qin Feng and Fairy Yulan continued to argue, Wan Ma arrived. Wan Ma addressed Qin Feng as master, declaring that he had finally located him. In the meantime, Qin Feng asserted that he was conscious of his charm and good looks, but matters of romance should be shared with someone they truly love, urging Fairy Yulan to cease pressuring him. Wan Ma questioned who the demoness was that was endangering Qin Feng's moral integrity, and, as he threatened to slash Fairy Yulan, Qin Feng cursed internally and considered that Wan Ma had a fiery disposition. Qin Feng quickly suggested that they should discuss matters peacefully, assuring there was no need for violence. Wan Ma introduced himself and pledged that, from that point onward, he would follow Qin Feng's instructions without question, affirming that if Qin Feng directed him to go east, he would never go west, urging Qin Feng to accept him. Qin Feng found himself utterly bewildered. Wan Ma requested confirmation from Qin Feng on whether he would accept him. Qin Feng remarked that it was better not to act cute with Wan Ma's appearance. Wan Ma inquired if it implied that Qin Feng didn't want to accept him, and Qin Feng replied that he would accept, but Wan Ma should just cover up his face first. Qin Feng imprinted the immortal slave seal on Wan Ma while he covered his face. Wan Ma was startled by the surge of powerful aura. The system informed Qin Feng that the limit for the immortal slave seal had been reached, but he could unlock higher limits by improving his cultivation. And when Qin Feng observed that there was a limit, he considered himself lucky that those two guys weren't weak. Wan Ma felt excited as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng considered that Wan Ma was originally named Qin Wan, and he is the son of the leader of the Qin family's 13 protectors, so his appearance must be the doing of the Qin family's ancestor. He reflected on whether Wan Ma was there asking for help due to trouble in the Qin family or if the ancestor had sent Wan Ma to assist him. Wan Ma announced that there was bad news because Fang Cheng was coming after Qin Feng, and Qin Feng assumed that it seemed like the Qin family was not in trouble. Qin Feng questioned Wan Ma why they should fear Fang Cheng. He realized that under the enhancement of the 10,000-fold comprehension aura, he had not only mastered the 4th stage of the 33 heavens fortune, his injuries had also healed, and he had also gained insights into the supreme bone, double pupil, heaven-slaying sword technique, and great river sword technique. Qin Feng noted that Fang Cheng was always so precise with the timing, and if Fairy Yulan wouldn't call him daddy, he would make Fang Cheng call him daddy. Qin Feng laughed, and as Qian Jun questioned Wan Ma about what had gotten into Qin Feng, Wan Ma responded that he didn't know either. A few moments later, Fang Cheng arrived with the horde of cultivators he had controlled. Qin Feng commented that it was an old acquaintance, and he questioned Fang Cheng if he was not afraid of getting hypomenoria by putting on such a cold front. Fang Cheng was quickly enraged upon seeing Qin Feng. He lunged to attack, and Qin Feng observed that Fang Cheng had such speed. But Qin Feng blocked Fang Cheng's attack. Fang Cheng reasoned that he was at the 7th stage of the spiritual martial realm and had absorbed the Dragon Pearl, so he wondered how his strength could be on par with Qin Feng, who had just broken through the 1st stage of the spiritual martial realm. Suddenly, Qin Feng grabbed Fang Cheng's leg. He questioned why the Emperor's disciple was rubbish. Fang Cheng crashed on the ground, but he pulled his leg away from Qin Feng's grasp. Fang Cheng immediately jumped away from Qin Feng. He remarked that brute force is nothing to be afraid of. Qin Feng multiplied himself and inquired about Fang Cheng's opinion regarding it. Fang Cheng declared that Qin Feng's life belongs to him. He swung his sword and released a powerful dark aura towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng stated that they should see who was tougher in that head-to-head battle. He released his slashing aura to cancel out Fang Cheng's attack. Fang Cheng and Qin Feng's attack collided, and it created a strong pillar of aura that destroyed the area. Wan Ma mentioned that their young master is truly terrifying, while Qian Jun inquired if it was really a battle at the spiritual martial realm. Meanwhile, at the live broadcast arena, one of the cultivators remarked that Fang Cheng should beat Qin Feng hard. Another commented that it was exciting, and another observed that Qin Feng should beat Fang Cheng mercilessly and kill him. Back in the fight, Fang Cheng noted that since Qin Feng's sword technique was used up, he was done for, so everyone should attack. Wan Ma and Qian Jun both announced that if the others wanted to fight their young master, they would have to get through them first, and the cultivators under Fang Cheng's control proclaimed that they should die. Wan Ma and Qian Jun started fighting with the horde of cultivators that charged towards them. On the other hand, Qin Feng indicated that Fang Cheng should bring it on. He voiced that he was not just skilled in the heaven-slaying sword technique. Qin Feng pronounced that his attack should go. A huge amount of water quickly moved and charged towards Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng was surprised that a river formed from the gathered sword energy. While drowning, Fang Cheng insisted that Qin Feng did not abide by martial ethics. Meanwhile, Moon Celestial specified that she really didn't know about Qin Feng's move. One of the elders questioned the Moon Celestial what she knew. Another cultivator recounted that it was unacceptable because after 7 years, the Moon Celestial still knows nothing about Qin Feng, and as he queried where she has been focusing her attention. Another cultivator affirmed that if the Moon Celestial is in charge of Qin Feng's studies, he can't be at peace because such a perfect raw jade is being wasted, and it was a total waste. An elder professed that Qin Feng practices in the sword and in the entire Yinyu dynasty. Only he is renowned for his swordsmanship, so after the competition, Qin Feng should become his disciple. But another elder enunciated that he disagrees because Qin Feng's strongest technique is the Buddhist Golden Dragon, and he has studied Buddhism, so Qin Feng should be taught by him. Another elder conveyed that it was nonsense because it was clearly the supreme bone and her ancestors had a supreme bone, so Qin Feng should be taught by her. But another elder expressed that the double pupils are invincible and his great-aunt's sister-in-law's grandmother's husband's sister's son's wife's great-great-grand ancestor had double pupils. The Moon Celestial was taken aback and was speechless by what everyone said. She pondered that it was not her fault for being careless because Qin Feng was just too strong. Back into the fight, Fang Cheng wondered how Qin Feng could be so strong. The system congratulated Qin Feng for leaving a psychological shadow in the heart of the Heaven's Chosen One, so he earned 100,000 villain points, but Qin Feng questioned it for being only 100,000. Qin Feng called Fang Cheng, and he reflected that Fang Cheng did not leave until he earned 1,000,000 points that day. Fang Cheng was startled when he saw Qin Feng's multiple huge double pupils in the sky. One of the double pupils fired a powerful beam of aura towards Fang Cheng, and the system congratulated Qin Feng again for leaving a psychological shadow and earning 100,000 villain points. Fang Chang screamed in pain as the other double pupils fired their powerful beam of aura towards him, and the system congratulated Qin Feng 2 more times and he earned 200,000 villain points. Fang Chang declared that Qin Feng had forced his hand, and even if he had to sell his soul to the devil, he was going to kill him that day. He yelled and began releasing a sinister, dark aura. The aura that Fang Chang released was powerful that it surged towards the sky like a pillar. Qin Feng stated that he might have overdone it as he forgot that Fang Chang was the heaven's chosen one. He inquired if there wasn't anyone in charge there and voiced that he wanted to report Fang Chang for using a substitute fighter. The Moon Celestial pondered that Qin Feng really hasn't changed at all. Back into the fight, Fang Chang's eyes turned black, and they were sinister as he got possessed by the dark aura. Qin Feng remarked that minor fights are entertaining while major battles harm the body, so maybe they should just call it quits. Suddenly, a powerful lightning-like aura appeared in the sky, and Qin Feng reflected that his savior had arrived. Fang Chang noted that the brat from the Yinyu dynasty has actually reached such a level. The emperor mentioned that he didn't expect his senior to still be alive. However, that life and death elimination tournament is a contest among the younger generation, and it doesn't seem quite right for a senior like him to intervene. Fang Chang questioned the emperor what would happen if he insisted on intervening. The emperor affirmed that he would have to offend Fang Chang. Fang Chang laughed and added that the emperor was a young lad, so he couldn't kill him. He flew towards the sky while leaving a trail of his dark aura. The emperor queried if Fang Chang thought of leaving and observed that it was too late. He flew towards the sky and chased after Fang Chang. Kainjun couldn't believe that the Six Paths Emperor referred to the Dark Energy as senior and the Dark Energy called the Six Paths Emperor a brat. And as he cursed and pointed out that Fang Chang used a really good substitute, Wan Ma commented that luckily their young master is safe. Fang Chang's and the Emperor's auras clashed in the sky. The Emperor's aura dominated over Fang Chang's. Fang Chang cursed the Emperor, and as he specified that he dared to reduce his 1,000 years of cultivation so he should just wait, he also cursed Qin Feng and indicated that he would be back. The system congratulated Qin Feng for weakening the Heaven's Chosen One's fateful encounter, so he earned a lottery ticket, and for inflicting serious injuries on the Heaven's Chosen One, so he earned 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng considered that the Chosen One really doesn't play fair, but he hoped that Fang Chang wouldn't go off and buy even more powerful cheats behind his back. He demanded the emperor if he just let Fang Chang go like that. Qin Feng probed if he was wrong and if it wasn't incompetence that the Six Paths Emperor let Fang Chang go and Fang Chang used cheats to fight him. He began writing and expressed that on X year, X month, the Six Paths Emperor weakened his opponent, preventing him from honing his skills, so he would demand compensation of 10 million top-grade spiritual stones. At the cave entrance, Kain Jun inquired what was going on. One of the cultivators stated that they were saved and that the heavens have truly blessed them. Suddenly, Bai Fantong slammed his hand. He caught the attention of the cultivators. Bai Fantong declared that everyone should line up. He proclaimed that his master Qin Feng is handsome and dashing, unparalleled in the world, with peerless elegance, highly talented, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, adored by all, a pear blossom overshadowing the begonias, known as the most handsome man in Huanggu, has saved their lives. So the men should be grateful and line up to pay the protection fee while the women should be prepared to offer themselves in gratitude. The pretty and married ladies are given priority. One of the cultivators queried Bai Fantong if he wasn't a bit too domineering in how he handled things. Kain Jun glared at the cultivator. He questioned if there was anyone objected. Bai Fantong remarked that it was how they do things. The cultivator gulped in nervousness. In an instant, everyone began to line up. One of the female cultivators inquired of Bai Fantong if she really had a chance to become a concubine to Qin Feng. Bai Fantong responded that the female cultivator won't do because her chest is too small, and he called for the next one. The next female cultivator probed Bai Fantong about his opinion about her. Bai Fantong noted that she was too big so Qin Feng might suffocate, and he called for the next one. On the other hand, Fairy Yulan commented that it was despicable, lewd, as Qin Feng just took someone's first kiss and now publicly selected concubines. Meanwhile, Qin Feng mentioned that he wondered what he would draw at that time when the system notified him that the Heaven's Chosen Lady's favor had decreased a total of 6 points. Qin Feng wondered what happened. He went out of the cave. While Bai Fantong called for the next cultivator, 2 female cultivators greeted him by the entrance. Bai Fantong pressed Qin Feng if he was satisfied with how he handled things. Qin Feng pondered that it was no wonder the favor dropped crazily, and that he should really thank Bai Fantong. Qin Feng stated that Bai Fantong shouldn't call him because he doesn't know him. But Bai Fantong remarked that Qin Feng has always been money-hungry and lustful and inquired why the sudden change. Qin Feng wondered what the brat babbled about and that it seemed like it was time to save his image. He declared that money has never been his goal because to live under others' roofs is a blessing, But a gentleman can't live with no ambition, let alone be unable to earn his keep. And he is hungry for more, and lust has never been either, but beautiful things are meant to be admired. That was all, so he was not lustful but simply has a love for beauty. Qin Feng mentioned that Bai Fantong has no manners and offended them all, and he requested that they forgive him. He voiced that they embrace each other and are connected by fate, so on that battlefield he shall protect them. But the problem is that he already has a set goal in mind and couldn't promise them anything, so after leaving that place, they should forget about each other. The system congratulated Qin Feng for taking advantage of a young lady reasonably, so he gained 200 villain points, and the young lady asserted that everyone says that Qin Feng is heartless, but she is the only one to know that he was actually righteous. The young lady gave Qin Feng a kiss on the cheek. She announced that she has nothing to give Qin Feng, so she will give him a sweet kiss instead, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for taking advantage of a young lady reasonably, so he gained 500 villain points. The next young lady stepped forward and gave Qin Feng a hug, and the system congratulated him once again as he gained 200 villain points. The young lady also gave Qin Feng a kiss on the cheek, and the system congratulated Qin Feng as he gained 500 villain points. The young ladies began to line up, and the system kept congratulating Qin Feng as he gained 200 villain points for each hug and 500 villain points for each kiss. Fairy Yulan, who observed from behind a tree, wondered if she misunderstood Qin Feng again. The system notified Qin Feng that the Haven's chosen lady's affection had increased by a total of 8 points, and he considered that it was all done. Qin Feng proclaimed that there are 2 hours left before the life and death elimination competition ends, so if they wish to simply survive, they could stay there and he will make sure to protect all of them, but if they still wanted to continue on their own, they could go. All the cultivators knelt and thanked Qin Feng. Inside the cave, Qin Feng revealed that he could take advantage of them, make money, and earn villain points, so it seemed like he had some talent for it. He called the system and expressed that he wanted to do the lucky draw. The system notified Qin Feng that he drew the heavenly mystery card. The system notified Qin Feng that he could peek into the mysteries of the heavens and find the heaven and earth's fortune after using the card. But it warned him that the heaven and earth's fortune is not found everywhere, so the card needs to be used cautiously, and it was best to start by spying upon a heaven's chosen one to easily find it. When Qin Feng heard about the heavenly mystery card and the heaven's chosen one, he questioned himself with whom they should start. One of the elders called the moon celestial and declared that he did not point fingers, but he queried her what she had done with such a talented fellow, if she couldn't give Qin Feng a better home and more money, and how that was any different than forcing a righteous person to do something wicked. But the moon celestial replied that she truly didn't restrain Qin Feng like that. Meanwhile, the emperor reflected that it was time for Qin Feng to get his own residence. He announced that he would declare Qin Feng as the third son of the Yinyu dynasty and bestow him with a highly spiritual peak where he could recruit subordinates and build his place. One of the elders agreed, and as another commented that it was the treatment a genius deserves. Another elder remarked that he wondered if the emperor had found a suitable person to be Qin Feng's master and was about to suggest to the emperor to let him, but he was cut off. The emperor stated that he already had someone in mind for Qin Feng's master, so the elder shouldn't waste his efforts on that, and besides, he will send a group of envoys to the Qin family to assist in mediations. The Moon Celestial and the others were surprised when they heard about the mediations. She believed that by using Qin Feng's identity as the third holy son, they could try to win over the Qin family, and if they are successful, the Great Xia dynasty will lose the entire eastern territory. If they fail, such a big move will certainly raise the suspicion of the Great Xia's emperor, and cause disputes between the Qin family and the Great Xia's royal family, so no matter what, it will benefit the Yinyu Empire. The Moon Celestial considered that the old geezer was truly horrible. On the other hand, Qin Feng pondered his younger brother, but he responded no, as he was too small and non-threatening. He mused about Lin San and affirmed that the connection is not bad, and he's naive and sweet, so fooling him several times is okay, and he won't need the mysterious card. Qin Feng contemplated Fairy Yulan, and he opined that the more she resists, the more excited he gets, but prying on that secret was rather dull. He asserted that it could only be one person. Qin Feng pronounced that it was Fang Cheng. The heavenly mysterious card started to take effect on Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw a vision of Fang Cheng, and he inquired if that wasn't Kunlun's secret realm that opens once every 1,000 years. He was surprised that Fang Cheng also found the Fountain of Purity. Qin Feng watched while Fang Cheng screamed in pain as he separated his cores. Fang Cheng started gathering pure energy in the middle of his abdomen. Qin Feng questioned if Fang Cheng also mastered the Tao of Inner Demon and noted that it was too unfair. He probed what was happening. The scene suddenly changed to where Bai Rai appeared and conveyed that if Fang Cheng was to blame anyone, he should blame it on fate because, as long as they sleep together, he could change his fate against heaven's will and become a great emperor. He just has to be obedient. Qin Feng repeatedly cursed, and as he complained about his eyes, He demanded what it was. Qin Feng declared that he considered Bai Rai was a victim just like his name suggested, so he didn't expect him to actually make such a fortune silently. He stated that Fang Chang was the same. He also cheated, and as he inquired why the disparity turned out to be so huge, he remarked that he just stripped Fang Chang of his Buddha herd and he obtained Dao Heart a month later. He cursed and questioned if he was used for Fang Chang to gain experience. Qin Feng uttered no. He announced that he will not tolerate that, so in a month, Kunlun's secret realm and the Fountain of Purity will be his, and not even the heavens could stop him. But Qin Feng noted that if he wanted to make them his for certain, that wouldn't be possible with his current cultivation of spiritual martial first stage because the Kunlun secret realm is different from the live and death elimination competition of the Yinyu dynasty, and at that time, all the geniuses under the age of 30 will go to the Kunlun secret realm to try their chances. He commented that the lowest stage they will be at is around the level of Yi Jian and Fairy Yu Lam, and even if he has the power to slay a dragon, he can't defeat so many geniuses, so it seems like he will have to reach the path of Dao within a month, and if he dedicates all his time to training without eating or drinking for 24 hours, he will be able to advance by 2 stages in a month. Qin Feng observed that 1 month is a bit too short of a time. Moreover, intensive breakthroughs back-to-back will lead to unstable foundations and damage the body, so the gains won't actually compensate for the losses. The system notified Qin Feng that he could exchange for the spiritual martial foundation pill, which could fundamentally solve the issue of unstable foundations because of the fast breakthroughs that lead to cultivators going mad. But it reminded him that one pill could reinforce 1 cultivation stage and its exchange value is 500,000 villain points. Qin Feng queried the system if it would sell him an unknown pill for 500,000 each and if it didn't have a conscience. The system indicated that it was just a system and it has no conscience, to which Qin Feng replied and voiced that it was really something. Qin Feng pronounced that according to his calculation, if each stage requires 1 pill and since he needed 9, he would need 4.5 million villain points and he only has 597,000 villain points, so he could barely get 1. He clicked his tongue and expressed that it was hard to resist buying it, so it was whatever and he should just do it. The system congratulated Qin Feng for spending 500,000 villain points in exchange for a spiritual martial stage foundation pill. Qin Feng took the pill. A powerful aura immediately started swirling towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng posed if it was how cheating felt like and mentioned that it was worth the points because the effect is the same as the Transcendence Foundation that he polished for 7 years. Suddenly, the bell began to ring. Qin Feng affirmed that it finally ended. He disappeared from the cave. At the public square, one of the cultivators called his mother and recounted that her son made it out of the life and death battlefield alive. Another cultivator asserted that it was difficult surviving that year around. And another cultivator clarified that it was all the fault of the emperor's disciple of the great Xia dynasty, Fang Chang, because if it wasn't for him, there was no way the mortality rate would jump from 50 to 80%. Meanwhile, Bai Fantong conveyed that Qin Feng should remember to call him next time he does such profit-making things, and Qin Feng assented sure. Suddenly, Yi Jian called Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Bai Fantong both turned to see who called. Yi Jian looked pissed when he recognized Qin Feng. Qin Feng greets Yi Jian enthusiastically. Yi Jian stated that Qin Feng should go away. Qin Feng remarked that there was no reason for Yi Jian to be like that because battles were inevitable for everyone who participated in the life and death elimination competition back then. And since it was over, there is no concord without discord. And he queried Yi Jian if he was right that it was better to have more friends. He mentioned that he could tell Yi Jian a big secret as compensation, and he must tell no one. Qin Feng declared that he knew a quick way to become a great emperor. He added that there were 4 words, "There is still time." One of the eavesdropping cultivators inquired what that meant, and the other cultivator questioned if he was right that Fang Chang is the disciple of the great Xia emperor. And as the first cultivator wondered if that should mean to suck Fang Chang, the other cultivator probed if Yi Jian wasn't defeated by Qin Feng and how he could suck Fang Chang. Yi Jian yelled at Qin Feng, and as he asserted that everyone knows he can't suck, but he noted that he should suck Fang Chang, he demanded Qin Feng why he was humiliating him when there's no enmity between them. The eavesdropping cultivators were alarmed when they heard Yi Jian. Qin Feng pointed out that if Yi Jian didn't shout it out, no one would have known he couldn't. Yi Jian was enraged by Qin Feng's response. Suddenly, the emperor proclaimed that they should be silent. The cultivators were taken aback by the emperor's presence. The emperor pronounced that he would announce the end of the life and death elimination competition, and as he congratulated all winners, he revealed that according to the previous rules, the top 1,000 people will enter Tianhong Academy while the rest will receive the proper rewards for their points and return to their homes. One of the cultivators commented that it was great as he could finally enter the Tianhong Academy, the #1 academy of the Yinyu dynasty, while the cultivator beside him mused that the Tianhong Academy has a collection of hundreds of volumes of cultivation skills, techniques, and high-grade cultivation methods, and the most important, anyone who graduated from there directly becomes part of the top management of the Yin dynasty. It was one clear step to heavenly ascension. While the cultivator contemplated that he should keep trying, the other cultivator beside him posed what would happen about the one who was first. The emperor affirmed that Qin Feng, who ranked first in that year's competition, has been given the title of third holy son of the Yin dynasty so he could already create his own palace and recruit his own subordinates. The cultivators were shocked when they heard that Qin Feng became the third holy son, could create his own palace, and could recruit subordinates. Qin Feng pressed if that wasn't just becoming the emperor's son in name, getting a palace and a group of people to protect him, and why the others were surprised. To which Bai Fantong quizzed Qin Feng if he didn't know that the life and death elimination competition is held every 10 years, but the Holy Son title isn't given each time. He indicated that only peerless geniuses who have defeated everyone could get it, and above all, the palace and subordinates indicate that Qin Feng could legally establish his own force and join the ranks of top in the Yin dynasty. Qin Feng inquired if he didn't deserve all of that. Yi Jian and the others were enraged at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng interrogated them if he said something wrong. In the crowd, Qian Jun and Wan Ma called Qin Feng, and they congratulated him for becoming the third holy son. Wan Ma remarked that Qin Feng is truly amazing, and Bai Fantong inquired how Qin Feng could not be when he is his master. Wan Ma queried Qin Feng who he looked for, and as Qin Feng stated that he looked for a woman, he considered that it was a woman who could get him 4 million villain points. Both Qian Jun and Wan Ma were confused when they heard Qin Feng mention a woman. Suddenly, Qin Feng spotted Fairy Yulan, and he assumed that he had found her. On the other hand, Fairy Yulan supposed that she always felt watched, and she wondered if it was just her imagination. Qin Feng quickly excused himself through the crowd. Meanwhile, the people declared that Princess Nanfeng should hand over the murderer, Fang Cheng. Princess Nanfeng noted that she doesn't know where Fang Cheng is, but one of the men wondered how that could be when Fang Cheng was her lover. Qin Feng saw the commotion, and he questioned if that wasn't Fang Cheng's old buddies. Princess Nanfeng responded that she disclosed that she didn't know, so it meant that she didn't know. One of the men insisted that it was lies and that everyone knows that Princess Nanfeng and Fang Cheng. He pressed who else could hide Fang Cheng if she didn't, and another man proclaimed that they should go because if they capture Princess Nanfeng, he was sure that Fang Cheng will show up. Princess Nanfeng's guards blocked the men, and the men questioned them for daring to do such a thing. On the other hand, Qin Feng commented that it got fun, and as Bai Fantong indicated that Qin Feng mentioned that Princess Nanfeng wouldn't become empress, he probed if it was because she didn't sleep with Fang Cheng and if her fate could be changed. Qin Feng concluded probably. Suddenly, one of Princess Nanfeng's guards pushed an old woman and a child, and they fell to the ground. The old woman lamented that her life was miserable because not only did the kid she raised with so much hardship be killed by the great Xia dynasty's princess man, they tormented her grandson too and she just wanted justice for her kid who died in vain. She complained that she was treated like that and demanded if there was any justice or law there. One of the men exclaimed that the great Xia dynasty was truly horrible and cursed them. The crowd got riled up and they started fighting with Princess Nanfeng's guards. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng repeatedly asserted that it was absurd while her hair was pulled by the old lady. Princess Nanfeng raised her hand to hit the old lady. Suddenly, the Qian New guards arrived and ordered that they should halt. One of the people stated that it was the Qian New guards. One of the men inquired if the Qian New guards were that impressive, and another man declared that he must be from out of town to not know about the Qian New guards because in their Yin dynasty, they are responsible for the security of the imperial city, with the minimum cultivation level starting from the heavenly master realm, and despite their low official rank, they represent the face of the six-path emperor, and no one dares to disrespect them. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng scoffed and remarked that they should go, but the leader of the Qian New guards mentioned that it was the Yin dynasty, not a place she could come and go as she pleases, and those emperor's disciples have injured their citizens, and they need to come with them. One of Princess Nanfeng's guards queried the leader what he noted and if he wanted them to go with him. He questioned him if he had lost his mind, if he knew who they were, and if he considered that he was someone significant when he was a mere gatekeeper of the imperial city. The leader observed that they should take them all. Princess Nanfeng's guards questioned the leader for daring to do such a thing and commented that they were Princess Nanfeng's people. But the Qian New guards ignored their words and began arresting them. The Qian New guards uttered that they should go while one of Princess Nanfeng's guards called her and implored to be saved. Princess Nanfeng asserted that it was too much because mere Qian New guards dared to be so presumptuous. She pronounced that they should wait and see because she will go to the six-path emperor for an explanation. But the elder affirmed that she shouldn't. Princess Nanfeng wondered why not, and the elder voiced that even if she went, it might be in vain because if the Sixth Path Emperor really wanted to intervene, he wouldn't have allowed those people to attack their envoy, nor would he have let the Cayenne New Guards capture the Emperor's disciples. She pressed the elder if he was saying that the Sixth Path Emperor was behind those things. The elder disclosed that with Fang Chang missing and the Emperor's disciples captured, the situation is not in their favor, so Princess Nanfeng should return to the Dazia dynasty as soon as possible. But Princess Nanfeng revealed that she won't go, and she pondered that the journey to the Yinyu dynasty was already challenging. And currently, not only is the task unfinished, but Fang Chang is also missing, so if she leaves the captured disciples behind and returns alone, it will surely offend the major families. She conveyed that she would save those disciples, and when the elder heard that, he indicated that she was a stranger in the Yinyu dynasty, and he demanded her how she could save them without power or influence. Suddenly, Princess Nanfeng noticed Qin Feng. She quizzed the elder's opinion about Qin Feng. The elder articulated absolutely not because working with Qin Feng is like making a deal with a tiger. But Qin Feng insisted that they have no other choice but to take the risk at the moment, so the elder should wait for her at the post station as she will be back soon. A few moments later, Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng talked at a street corner. Qin Feng probed Princess Nanfeng if she was calling that asking for a favor, and as he expressed that he wouldn't help, the system congratulated him for triggering a side mission. Bully the goddess of the chosen one's heart for 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng was surprised that it works even if Fang Chang was not around. He cleared his throat and reported that helping Princess Nanfeng isn't impossible, but as she knows, he never engaged in a losing business, which made Princess Nanfeng challenge him what he wanted. Qin Feng replied that it was simple. He responded that Princess Nanfeng should come to his house and he will tell her. Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng went to the Jade Bamboo Peak. Princess Nanfeng wore revealing clothes. Qin Feng stated that it was not bad, and the system congratulated him for successfully bullying the goddess of the chosen one's heart, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Princess Nanfeng inquired of Qin Feng if he would save the disciples just by wearing that outfit and staying there for 15 days. Qin Feng declared, of course, and that he always kept his word. Princess Nanfeng questioned Qin Feng how he plans to persuade the Sixth Path Emperor, and Qin Feng announced that it was a secret. Qin Feng pondered that he couldn't possibly tell Princess Nanfeng that he used a destiny card to spy on her ex-boyfriend's secret and accidentally saw that they would be unconditionally released after 15 days. He queried Princess Nanfeng what they stood there for and remarked that she should pour the tea. Princess Nanfeng considered that Qin Feng should just wait, and the system congratulated Qin Feng again for gaining 100,000 villain points. On the other hand, at Dazia Dynasty's Qin family residence, powerful lighting bolts lit up the sky. Qin Hao cultivated in his room while the spirit of an old man watched over him. He suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Hao yelled and released a powerful amount of aura. The spirit commented that it was not bad. He mentioned that after 7 years of effort, Qin Hao had broken through to the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm, and his body could even be compared to ancient fierce beasts, and he could definitely kill a spiritual martial realm cultivator in a full-fledged battle. Qin Hao expressed that someone revealed that Qin Feng was only at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, so he was finally catching up to him. He noted that Lin Zinner will regret her decision in their 3-year agreement. 1 month earlier, Qin Tian and Lin Zinner had a meeting. Qin Tian wondered Lin Zinner if she broke off the engagement. Lin Zinner revealed that it was right and that they should break it off. She articulated that 7 years ago, her father engaged her to Qin Hao solely because he possessed the supreme bone. Qin Tian was the head of the Qin family, and Qin Feng had the potential of a great emperor. But currently, Qin Hao's supreme bone has been removed. Qin Tian is no longer the head of the Qin family. Qin Feng has defected to the Yinyu dynasty, and his own cultivation over the past 7 years has been unremarkable. Lin Zinner pronounced that she is the young mistress of Tianjin City and also a disciple of the emperor, and she probed what right a waste like Qin Hao has to marry her. Qin Tian questioned Lin Zinner for daring to say such things. Lin Zinner interrogated Qin Tian if he would dare strike her, and her guards immediately observed that they should protect the young lady. Qin Tian questioned Lin Zinner for daring to insult his son Qin Hao like that and uttered that he will teach her a lesson on behalf of her father that day. Suddenly, Qin Hao called Qin Tian and he challenged him if he could make his own decisions about his marriage. Qin Tian inquired Qin Hao why he was there. Qin Hao stated that with 30 years in the east of the river and 30 years in the west, he may be down at the moment, but that doesn't mean that he won't rise again. Lin Zinner questioned Qin Hao if that was the case, and she announced that it was fine, so they should have a battle in the imperial capital in 3 years, and she suggested that if he loses, he will publicly annul the marriage engagement. Qin Hao queried Lin Zinner why they should go through such trouble to annul the engagement. He grabbed a pen. Qin Hao began writing earnestly on the paper. He showed what he wrote to Lin Zinner. Lin Zinner pressed Qin Hao if he dares to divorce her. Qin Hao remarked that in 3 years they will meet in the imperial capital. 1 month later, Qin Hao pondered that they would see what would happen. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the residence. Qin Hao came out and demanded what was happening. A group of people riding on a cloud hovered over the Qin family residence. The envoy reported that, by the order of the Six-Path Emperor, he was there to congratulate the former head of the Qin family, Qin Tian. They opened the chest of treasures they carried with them. Both Qin Tian and Qin Hao were stunned when the light of the treasures shined on them. Qin Tian cleared his throat, and as he noted that he was not even close with the Six-Path Emperor, he probed what was there to congratulate him for, to which the envoy responded that it was of course to congratulate him for having a good son because Qin Feng, in the life and death elimination competition of their Yinyu dynasty, single-handedly dominated over 100,000 contenders, and with his spiritual martial first stage cultivation, he slew a dragon that was at the 5th stage of the path of Dao realm. He revealed that the Six-Path Emperor personally bestowed upon Qin Feng the title of the 3rd Holy Son of the Yinyu dynasty. Qin Hao was surprised when he heard that a first-stage spiritual martial slayed a dragon that was at the 5th stage of the path of Dao realm, while the spirit mused that Qin Feng was incredibly talented and truly unprecedented, and Qin Tian was surprised that his eldest son slayed a dragon. Qin Tian tried his best to contain his happiness, and he considered that he couldn't laugh. He kicked the chest of treasures. Qin Tian declared that the envoy should get out because he has no such beast of a son, so all of them should get out. He closed the door on the envoy. One of the guards interrogated the envoy what they should do, and the envoy explained that they delivered the message, so they should go back to report. But the guard quizzed about the gold and jewels. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was speechless as he watched Qin Tian lay on top of the treasures and uttered that they were already his. Princess Nanfeng sat on a bench and dozed off. On the other hand, Qin Feng meditated, and he believed that he had broken through to the 2nd stage of the spiritual martial realm so quickly. Qin Feng mused that the chosen ones not only attract women but also treasures in abundance because ever since he merged with the Buddha relics, they have been constantly releasing extremely pure energy, and although a part is absorbed to strengthen the heavenly dragon's might's light, the rest could all be used for breakthroughs, which was really not bad. He considered that he almost forgot that he still had a big dragon in his space that hadn't been dealt with. Princess Nanfeng inquired of Qin Feng what he wanted to do and declared that she would make it clear that she wouldn't give him her body. Qin Feng questioned Princess Nanfeng what she would do if he insisted. Princess Nanfeng remarked that Qin Feng can't, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for successfully intimidating the goddess of the chosen one's heart and gaining 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng leaned over Princess Nanfeng to intimidate her more. He uttered that it was a dark and windy night and they were there alone. And as Princess Nanfeng announced that he couldn't, the system congratulated Qin Feng again for gaining 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng grabbed the cup on the table behind Princess Nanfeng. He drank it in one gulp. Qin Feng expressed that it was getting late, so Princess Nanfeng should get some sleep early as there is a new routine the next day, and the system congratulated him again for gaining 1,000 villain points. A few moments later, Qin Feng wondered who he should get to deal with the big dragon. Suddenly, Moon Celestial queried Qin Feng how it was that he started to dislike her Moon Celestial Palace and if he would not have come to see her either if she hadn't come to find him. Qin Feng inquired of Moon Celestial what she was saying and mentioned that he had said since he was young that he would repay her life-saving grace with his body. Moon Celestial noted that Qin Feng was naughty, and Ziyuan presumed that Qin Feng always thought about her aunt and wondered if he didn't know that she was easy to tease. Moon Celestial stated that she won't bother Qin Feng anymore and that she was there for a reason, so the next morning he should follow her to Tianhong Academy as she was taking him to meet someone. Qin Feng probed who he would meet. Ziyuan revealed that the Six-Path Emperor personally selected a master for Qin Feng, the most knowledgeable person in the Dark Moon Dynasty, and that person is not only proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting but also in various martial arts and has considerable expertise in alchemy, weapon refining, and rune making, even in special physiques, which made Qin Feng ask if that person could be Dai Zhu. Ziyuan pronounced that Qin Feng was right, and as she interrogated him how he knew, Qin Feng conveyed that it was because he is knowledgeable and well-informed. Qin Feng pressed if Dai Zhu wasn't ruined and why the Six-Path Emperor chose him to be his master, and Moon Celestial maintained that obviously Dai Zhu saw Qin Feng's talent and wanted to see if he could stimulate him to rise again. Qin Feng demanded how he would stimulate him. He wondered if they would dress him up as a woman to seduce Dai Zhu. Qin Feng immediately added that that would cost extra. 100 years ago, a lot of ladies called Dai Zhu and stated that they liked him because he was handsome, and one of them declared that she had read all his poetry collections as she was a loyal fan. The young Daizu, with his profound knowledge, handsome appearance, and formidable strength, became one of the 4 great talents of Huanggu. He was the super idol of that era, the Prince Charming in the hearts of all Huanggu's girls. Later, the outstanding Daizu met the woman he loved, and they pledged their lives to each other. The woman became pregnant and gave birth to a son. But while she gave birth, the attendants screamed and remarked that she was a demon. The next day, Daizu pronounced that the woman shouldn't have deceived him. The woman observed that Daizu should look how cute their child is and that he slept so sweetly. One of the cultivators suddenly inquired of Daizu why he hesitated. He uttered that humans and demons were enemies, so he and the demoness would never have a future. He added that a child of a human and a demon was a half-demon and questioned Daizu if he wanted to watch his child be isolated by both humans and demons from birth, suffering scorn and humiliation, leading a life of misery, and insisted that he should stop being stubborn. The woman queried Daizu if she was right that he would not kill their child. She wondered if he had not said that he would always protect her and their child no matter what happened, and mentioned that even if their child was a half-demon, as long as they stood united as husband and wife, they could surely protect him all his life, so Daizu should believe in her as they could definitely make him grow up happy. Daizu was confused, and tears kept flowing out of his eyes. Suddenly, Daizu pulled their son, and the woman exclaimed no and begged Daizu not to do it. But Daizu swung his sword and slashed their son. Their son fell lifeless on the ground. The woman quickly kneeled in front of the child. She trembled, and she could not believe what she saw. The woman screamed in rage and revealed her demon form. One of the cultivators announced that now that the demon had been dealt with, they would take their life if there was nothing else. Another cultivator agreed and affirmed that they would be leaving. Another cultivator commented that it was difficult to settle family affairs, so they bid farewell. The woman proclaimed that from that day forward, she and Daizu were enemies. She summoned a sword and directed it at Daizu. Daizu did not fight back and murmured that the woman should come as it was what he owed her. The woman trembled in rage, but she hesitated. She whispered that it was her last act of love for Daizu. The woman disappeared. When Daizu returned to town, one of the people noted that he never thought that Daizu would be so heartless to be able to strike his own child. Another person agreed and expressed that Daizu was gentle and questioned how his heart could be so cruel. Another person articulated that even a tiger does not eat its cub, so Daizu is worse than a beast. They yelled that Daizu was a scum and that he should go die. Daizu turned to look at who threw the egg at him. That enraged more people, and as they interrogated him what he looked at, they threw more things at him, and from on, Daizu, once a prodigy, shut himself away, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, wasting nearly 100 years in melancholy. Ziyuan was still at the Jade Bamboo Peak with Qin Feng. She declared that Ziyuan must be having full of regrets at the moment, and Qin Feng considered that Ziyuan needed to kill his own son just because the child was half-demon. So he wondered if a person like him who likes cat-eared, rabbit-eared, and fox girls should be dragged out and discarded. Qin Feng wondered if he should make Princess Nenfeng cosplay as a cat-eared girl the next day. Suddenly, Ziyuan inquired Qin Feng why he was silent. She announced that Qin Feng was a pervert and that she begged Moon Celestial for a long time to let her come there, yet he currently looked at another woman in front of her. Suddenly, Qin Feng leaned over Ziyuan against the grass. He questioned Ziyuan if he should look at her only. Ziyuan was flustered and was lost for words. Qin Feng stated that he was tired. He remarked that they should rest. Ziyuan took the hand that Qin Feng extended at her. She responded yes. A few moments later, Qin Feng slept on his bed, and Ziyuan was with him. Ziyuan mused that Qin Feng treated her differently. Otherwise, there was no reason why he would sleep with her instead of the princess. She smiled widely as she lay on the bed. On the other hand, Bai Fantong noted that the case is too complex because if Qin Feng could simply sleep next to a pretty woman, he was totally not normal. Meanwhile, Yulan was about to take a bath in her room in Blue Devil Castle. She tied her hair up before she got into the bath. Yulan looked relaxed as she submerged herself into her bath. She pondered that ever since she came back from the life and death elimination competition, she felt a dull pain in her waist, so she called her attendant, Aju, and conveyed that she should bring her a mirror, to which Aju uttered yes. Yulan saw what Qin Feng wrote on her back, that he was there. She was immediately pissed. Yulan cursed Qin Feng and exclaimed that she would catch him for that. On the other hand, at Jade Bamboo Peak, the system congratulated Qin Feng for successfully humiliating the Heaven's chosen lady, so he obtained 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng speculated that Yulan returned home so long ago and was surprised that she washed just at that moment. The next day, Qin Feng went with Moon Celestial and Ziyuan to meet his master. Qin Feng inquired if it was the legendary Tianhong Academy. The academy was well lit, neat, and filled with books. Qin Feng believed that it seemed to be similar to other academies. Suddenly, one of the students there noticed that Qin Feng was at the spiritual martial realm. He stated that since the founding of the academy, there has never been a student in the spiritual realm, and another student declared that he was Qin Feng, the third holy son. The other students remarked that the third holy sun has arrived, so things will get interesting. Suddenly, Yulan called Qin Feng and was ready to attack him. Qin Feng excitedly called Yulan back, and he supposed that the heavens loved him because, as soon as he reached the spiritual martial second stage, Yulan took the initiative to come to him, and it seemed like he would have to continue to sprint his way up to the third stage that night. But he was startled when Yulan's attack intensified. Qin Feng managed to quickly step aside and dodge Yulan's attack. He considered that it was the Protagonist body. Qin Feng suddenly charged forward and welcomed Yulan with open arms. He noted that he came for his treasure. One of the students questioned what kind of monster Qin Feng was because instead of running away from such powerful cold air, he ran towards it, and another student queried if they suspected that Qin Feng had an issue in the head. A huge explosion occurred, and it froze the area around them, affecting the other students. Moon Celestial wondered what kind of monster Qin Feng was and if he has a trump card he hasn't shown yet, and while Ziyuan mentioned that Qin Feng was amazing, Bai Fantong commented that she squished him. But they saw that Qin Feng kissed Yulan, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for taking advantage of the Heaven's chosen lady, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Ziyuan was petrified and shattered when she saw what Qin Feng did. She added that it was just too much because they grew up together and he kissed two strangers but never her. She continued that it was simply too much while Bai Fantong pressed her on how she could do that to her and proclaimed that in year X month X, he endured pain in Qin Feng's place, which he should not have endured at that age, so he needed to be compensated with 20 carats. On the other hand, Yulan insisted that Qin Feng should let her go. Qin Feng exclaimed that he was all better, and he suspected that the heavenly domineering body had gotten stronger thanks to the profound yin body. Yulan suddenly asserted that Qin Feng was a leecher and that he should meet her sword. But she was surprised when Qin Feng managed to dodge her attack while swiftly snatching her undergarment. Yulan was flustered that she was lost for words, and as she let go of her sword to cover her chest, the system congratulated Qin Feng for harassing the Heaven's chosen lady, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Daizu suddenly arrived, and the ice in the area began to melt. One of the students remarked that they should move away quickly because it stinks. Moon Celestial quickly inquired Qin Feng how long he would continue to fool around. Yulan declared that she and Qin Feng were not done there, but Qin Feng simply taunted her by sticking out his tongue at her. Qin Feng called Moon Celestial and announced that he was back. He queried if it was Daizu, one of the world's 4 great talents. Daizu questioned Moon Celestial what she was there for, and Moon Celestial stated that the Emperor had requested her to give him a message that he had found a good disciple for him and was wondering if he was interested. Daizu probed what weapon the disciple uses. Qin Feng chimed in and mentioned that he uses plugins. Daizu was confused as he interpreted what Qin Feng voiced as cocked melon. Ziyuan pressed Qin Feng when he got so silly. She asserted that Daizu shouldn't listen to Qin Feng's nonsense because he uses the sword and has already achieved the 3rd stage of sword intent, and the invincible sword heart. She observed that he has also created 2 god-ranked sword skills, the ancient double pupil and supreme bone, and a god-ranked Buddhist skill. She indicated that he also slayed a dragon in the life and death elimination competition, and the reason for their visit was because the Emperor deemed Qin Feng's talent so extraordinary that no one else could teach him. Only Daizu in the whole Yinyu dynasty could. Daizu was stunned when he heard what Ziyuan articulated. He pronounced that he hasn't even taught himself well and pondered how he could be qualified to teach others. Daizu proclaimed that they should go back, and Moon Celestial considered that it seemed like the only choice left was to let the 6-path Emperor change Qin Feng's master. But Qin Feng requested for Daizu to wait a moment. He professed that he actually wanted to learn from Daizu's life's failures. Qin Feng recounted that when he was born, he awakened the 33 Heavens fortune skill, so no matter how serious the injury, he could quickly heal it, and he reached the commencement realm, Transcension, at the age of 8. He elaborated that he also had the sword intent and invincible sword heart, but those days, with more skills like the heavenly double pupil and supreme bone, life was smooth sailing that he didn't feel any pressure, and Daizu must know that kind of torture. Daizu was lost for words when he heard what Qin Feng expressed. Qin Feng requested for Daizu to help him out and to let him stay by his side, drinking every day, not thinking about progress and wasting his life, and Moon Celestial realized that it was her fault that she underestimated Qin Feng's abilities. Moon Celestial communicated that Ziyuan should hold on to her because they would be thrown out by Daizu, and Ziyuan replied yes. But Daizu affirmed that Qin Feng could do as he wished, to which Qin Feng agreed and began addressing him as master. Qin Feng concluded that it was a success. Moon Celestial couldn't help but wonder if it worked. A crowd has gathered at the Tianhong Academy to see Qin Feng. Moon Celestial declared that since the disciple matter was completed, it was time for her to return, and when Qin Feng is in the Tianhong Academy, He should remember to cultivate hard and never neglect his studies. Qin Feng noted that he knows. Moon Celestial commented that she and Ziyuan should go, but Ziyuan remarked that she also wanted to study in the academy. Moon Celestial mentioned that a long-lasting love between two shall withstand time apart, so Ziyuan should give Qin Feng some space, and as Bai Fantong announced that he will accompany Ziyuan instead. Ziyuan agreed. Suddenly Chen San and Chen Kexen approached Qin Feng. Chen San politely introduced himself to Qin Feng. He spoke that he is the second son of the Chen family of the Yinyu dynasty, and he is willing to work for him and even more willing to be marked with the immortal slave seal. And as he introduced his sister Chen Kexen politely greeted Qin Feng. Qin Feng inquired Chen Sen if he was going to give him his sister. Chen Sen conveyed that he would serve the Holy Sun, Qin Feng, and bear the immortal slave seal, but he struggled to explain about his sister. Qin Feng immediately uttered that he didn't want to, and he pondered that the sister would take advantage of him and the brother would use his spiritual power for free, so those siblings had a good plan. A few moments later, Qin Feng wondered where the people were. Suddenly, he saw Yu Lan and proclaimed that he found her. Qin Feng immediately greeted Yu Lan and voiced that they met again. Yu Lan requested that Qin Feng just get out of the way, and she professed that she would return later to settle their score. But Qin Feng insisted no, while thinking that he still needed 3,000 to 500,000 villain points, so he would request Yu Lan to give him some. Yu Lan queried Qin Feng what he wanted, and Qin Feng questioned her what he should want to make her angry. Yu Lan trembled in rage as she released her aura. She asserted that she was already angry. Qin Feng suddenly reached out to grab Yu Lan after he dodged her attack. He probed Yu Lan if she likes him and why she keeps falling into his arms, and the system congratulated him for bullying the Heaven's chosen lady, so he gained 200,000 villain points. Yu Lan interrogated Qin Feng who would like him, and the system congratulated Qin Feng again for gaining 100,000 villain points. Suddenly, Yu Lan tripped on her dress. She fell forward, and she was flustered when her body pressed against Qin Feng. Qin Feng pressed Yu Lan if what she expressed was real. Half a month later, Qin Feng was drunk and slept under a tree. Dai Zhu believed that Qin Feng reached the 7th spiritual martial realm in half a month, and he wondered what happened to Qin Feng to destroy his foundation like that and that he was still drunk every day. He declared that Qin Feng should wake up and that he couldn't go on like that. Qin Feng inquired Dai Zhu which was the way to go, and he presumed that as expected of Dai Zhu, the energy in the brewed wine actually helped with the evolution of the heavenly domineering physique. Dai Zhu yelled at Qin Feng and stated that he should stand up immediately. Qin Feng remarked that if Dai Zhu felt apologetic, he should do him a favor. He mentioned that Dai Zhu should help him deal with the dragon. Qin Feng summoned the dragon corpse he had kept since the competition. Dai Zhu noted that he would help Qin Feng with the dragon corpse, but as he was about to talk about Qin Feng's foundation, he trailed off. Qin Feng quickly thanked Dai Zhu for his hospitality and commented goodbye, and Dai Zhu announced that it was his wine. Dai Zhu voiced that Qin Feng was a kid. A few moments later, Yu Lan walked around Tianhong Academy. She was suddenly startled when she felt that her undergarment disappeared. Yu Lan immediately revealed that Qin Feng should get out. Qin Feng questioned Yu Lan why the embroidery got cruder, and the system congratulated him for bullying the Heaven's chosen lady, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Yu Lan queried Qin Feng why he considered that was the case and conveyed that all her private items are done by her, but he kept stealing them every day, so her embroidery pace couldn't keep up with him. Qin Feng probed Yu Lan if anything done by a scholar could be seen as stealing. But Yu Lan quizzed Qin Feng if he was a scholar. Yu Lan scoffed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng affirmed that if Yu Lan did that again, she shouldn't blame him for being rude, and Yu Lan demanded how he would do so. Qin Feng suddenly leaned towards Yu Lan and pinned her against the wall. Suddenly, he wondered why Yu Lan didn't resist and why she didn't give him any villain points. Qin Feng realized something, and he wondered if Yu Lan was after his looks. He wondered if Yu Lan wanted to take advantage of him without any reward and suspected that she got a great idea. Qin Feng declared that he already had 1.027 million villain points, and based on his calculations, one foundation pill could upgrade and solidify a stage so he could buy 2 to directly reach from the 7th stage to the 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm, and he would steal a few more undergarments to get 500,000 villain points, and he could directly reach the path of Dao realm. He bought the foundation pills. Qin Feng ate the 2 foundation pills he just bought. In an instant, a surge of bright light filled his room. The next day came, and Princess Nanfeng was still at the Jade Bamboo Peak. Princess Nanfeng knocked on Qin Feng's door and he mentioned that she could enter. She carried a plate of dates as she entered Qin Feng's room. As Princess Nanfeng gave the plate to Qin Feng, she stated that it was the 15th day and inquired when the disciples who were captured by the Yinyu dynasty would be released. But instead of answering Princess Nanfeng's question, Qin Feng replied that she had to wash the dates because it was unclean. Mishearing what Qin Feng conveyed, Princess Nanfeng questioned him what he had uttered, and Qin Feng explained that she had to wash the dates. Princess Nanfeng voiced that Qin Feng shouldn't go too far because she was Daxia Dynasty's princess, but Qin Feng just remarked that he knew that and that he just insisted that they had to be washed so Princess Nanfeng shouldn't get angry. Princess Nanfeng noted that she was her father's favorite, and she had been ordered to come to the Yinyu dynasty to observe the life and death elimination competition, and she figured that she would return home after witnessing something spectacular. But not only was Fang Chang missing, but their people were also imprisoned. She recalled that once a dignified princess, she assumed that enduring humiliation and bearing burdens would end the bitterness, but little did she know that Qin Feng would exploit her like a lowly maid, inching forward with each demand. Suddenly, the system congratulated Qin Feng for intimidating the goddess of a chosen one's heart, so he gained 100,000 villain points twice, which made Qin Feng wonder how he intimidated Princess Nanfeng and if she misunderstood. Qin Feng interrogated Princess Nanfeng why she cried and commented that the dates were what he requested her to wash, and that he really doesn't know what perverted crap runs through her head all day long. He advised that Princess Nanfeng should return to the post station and wait, and he believed that he would go for another blackmail. A few moments later, Qin Feng went to the Yinyu dynasty prison. He pressed the guard if he was going to free those disciples of the emperor, and the guard politely acknowledged yes. Qin Feng requested that the guard hand over the keys and specified that he was supposed to bring them to the post station, and as the guard responded yes, he surmised that he fortunately got there fast enough. Otherwise, they would have been let go. As he went inside, he announced that the disciples had been set free thanks to Princess Nanfeng, and the disciples exclaimed that it was great. The disciples cried that they were finally saved and that Princess Nanfeng saved them. But Qin Feng suddenly proclaimed that, as they knew, he doesn't help for free, so 1,000,000 spiritual stones for each of them was enough. Qin Feng probed the disciples if they were not willing to give it and asserted that Princess Nanfeng implored him to save them and served him for 15 days, yet they were not willing to give him 1,000,000 spiritual stones. One of the disciples challenged Qin Feng if he actually took advantage of someone being in danger to play with Princess Nanfeng. Another indicated that he would report the truth to the emperor when he returned so Qin Feng would get punished. And another petitioned Qin Feng how he could be that shameless. Qin Feng related that the disciples acted impulsively and failed to protect their master, so Princess Nanfeng had no other choice but to submit to him to protect them all, and he clicked his tongue as he added that it would not be good if that spread. Qin Feng inquired the disciples if he was right that he didn't need to say any more about what they would do. One of the disciples remarked that they will definitely not tell about the 1,000,000 spiritual stones, even more about Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng. Another disciple stated that Princess Nanfeng made such a big sacrifice for them, so they should protect her and keep their mouths shut. And another disciple agreed. Qin Feng commented that they were indeed smart and that they should go because Princess Nanfeng has been waiting for a long time, and the disciple thanked Qin Feng. Qin Feng noted that the lack of information of others is really beneficial in any era. He went to a store and declared that the vendor should give him a portion of Raojiamo, and the vendor announced that it came right away. Suddenly, one of the people queried if the clothes heard that there have been several murders recently and a few cities have been massacred, and he observed that it was horrible. Another person questioned if the murderer has been found. Another uttered that they heard that it was Fang Chang, the emperor's disciple, who did it, and an older man voiced that it was too much, as those disciples of the emperor of the Daxia dynasty are doing horrible things in their Yinyu dynasty every day, so he really wanted to end them all. One of the people mentioned that the older man should keep his voice down because if the disciples are in the city, they will hear him, and there will be another scuffle. And behind them are the Daxia aristocratic families whom common people like them cannot afford to offend. But the older man insisted that he was just not willing to endure. The other person added that the older man will have to because their Yinyu dynasty and the Daxia dynasty are not at odds with each other, so a little bit of impatience can ruin the great plans. Qin Feng pondered that Fang Chang actually massacred, which was quite shocking, but Fang Chang could become a demon with just one thought and a Buddha with another, so it must be him. A few moments later, Wan Ma proclaimed that Qin Feng was back, and Qin Feng responded yes. Wan Ma indicated that Ziyuan was there. Qin Feng quickly asserted that he went to Ziyuan, but Qian Jun stopped him. Qin Feng was puzzled by their reaction. Wan Ma revealed that Ziyuan looked to be angry, and he demanded Qin Feng if he tried to do something to another girl once again. Qin Feng retorted that it was nonsense, and as he probed if he was a person who would do such things, he considered that what he has is Jianan style and Wai Wu customs. He volunteered that he will go look. A few moments later, Qin Feng arrived at where Ziyuan was. He wondered why Ziyuan smashed things. Qin Feng called Ziyuan, but Ziyuan cursed Qin Feng and exclaimed that he had the nerve to come back. Qin Feng caught the pillow that Ziyuan threw at him, and he had a cold expression on his face. Ziyuan challenged Qin Feng what was with his expression and who allowed him to look at her like that, and she warned that Qin Feng should be careful or she will tell Moon Celestial. But Qin Feng professed that she was not Ziyuan. The shapeshifting devil maintained that she didn't understand what Qin Feng meant. Qin Feng pressed the shapeshifting devil if she really didn't understand. The shapeshifting devil was taken aback when she saw Qin Feng's attack, and she released her dark aura. She stated no as she protected herself. The shapeshifting devil declared that Qin Feng is worthy of being called the #1 prodigy, and the one who uttered that on top of all immortals, I, Qin Feng, will soon stand proudly among heavens, as he was truly remarkable. But she was there for the dragon's pearls and the Buddha relics, so if Qin Feng doesn't wish to die, he should hand them over obediently. Qin Feng remarked that he was the one to snatch others' treasures, and no one has been able to try to snatch his. The shapeshifting devil inquired Qin Feng if it was real and commented that they should see what other tricks Qin Feng has up his sleeves. Qin Feng mentioned he would since the shapeshifting devil insisted. He immediately ran and called Moon Celestial to save him. The shapeshifting devil was puzzled when she saw what Qin Feng did. Suddenly, Manhwa questioned what was going on, and as Qian Jun noted that he didn't know, but it looked like Qin Feng was a victim of domestic abuse. Manhwa queried what they should do, and Qian Jun observed that they should run too because they can't let Qin Feng lose face. Manhwa ran and pressed for help while Qian Jun repeatedly indicated that there was a killer. The shapeshifting devil scoffed and reported that if Qin Feng can't beat her, he would just run away, so he was smart. She explained that Qin Feng can run, but he can't hide, so they should see how long he could escape. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng demanded if the shapeshifting devil had left, and Qian Jun recounted that she should be gone. Qian Jun saw a shapeshifting devil, and as he probed if it could be that the Ziyuan earlier was the devil, he expressed that the person's skills are unknown, but they could change into 1,000 forms, anything from a man, a woman, a child, or an old man, and a variety of small animals, and it was not a simple disguise but a change in their entire physiological form. Suddenly, Bai Fantong arrived, and he sang about how the little white rabbit was white with both ears lifted up. Qin Feng was alarmed when he noticed Bai Fantong. He immediately raised his sword at Bai Fantong. Qin Feng wondered Bai Fantong if he was the shapeshifting devil. Bai Fantong requested who that was and pronounced that he was a rabbit. Qin Feng implored Bai Fantong if he didn't know and if he could prove that he was a rabbit. He conveyed that he would advise Bai Fantong to prove his identity. Bai Fantong repeatedly recited that he was a rabbit. He suddenly remembered something and voiced that the earth shakes the high hills. The streams and mountains are beautiful through the ages. Qin Feng maintained that the door faces the sea. The 3 rivers merged and flowed for thousands of years, and challenged Bai Fantong who his excellency is. Bai Fantong asserted that living in Chenghua district, the new driver on the mountain, King Xiaobai and Qin Feng testified that they studied at Erxian Kiao Primary for 2 years. In that world there is one peerless bug, King Leoliu. Qin Feng affirmed that it was really Bai Fantong. Bai Fantong started writing and declared that in month X, year X, he was scared to death by Qin Feng, so he needed 10 carats for compensation, and Qin Feng repeatedly uttered sorry. Suddenly, a dark mist spread all over the bamboo forest. Manhwa inquired what smelled so nice while Qian Jun queried what it was. Suddenly, Qian Jun felt a pang of pain. He called Qin Feng and remarked that there was something poisonous in the air. Qin Feng and Bai Fantong both questioned about the poison. Suddenly, the dark bats of the shapeshifting devil flew through the windows. They gathered and turned into the shapeshifting devil. The shapeshifting devil wondered what went on and he stated that the poison he used pointless shouting should have taken care of all of them because everyone at the nascent core realm should be affected. Qin Feng requested the shapeshifting devil to confirm if it was pointless shouting. He mentioned that it was truly that and that the shapeshifting devil should allow him to fiddle with it. The shapeshifting devil was enraged, and he demanded Qin Feng if he couldn't show respect to his poison. He noted that Qin Feng should admit that he must be panicking inside and he just pretended to be calm. He added that it was the world's strongest poison, and if Qin Feng didn't want the others to die like that, he should obediently hand over the Buddha relic and dragon's pearl. When Qin Feng heard that it was the strongest poison in the world, he pressed the shapeshifting devil if he would believe him when he explained that he could make Manhwa and Qian Jun jump back up in a few minutes. Qian Jun pronounced that Qin Feng shouldn't, but Qin Feng replied that Qian Jun shouldn't be afraid because life is short and bitter, and the things he goes through would disappear with the blink of an eye. Bai Fantong started pouring the aphrodisiac in Qian Jun's mouth. He also poured aphrodisiac on Manhwa's mouth. Both Qian Jun and Manhwa were flustered, but they just trembled and couldn't stand up, so Qin Feng quizzed if it didn't work. Qin Feng believed that the poison was truly strong, so it would be great if he could get it for himself, and the villain doesn't look smart, so he should be easy to deal with. He expressed that he could give the dragon bead and Buddha relic to the shapeshifting devil, but he probed the shapeshifting devil how long it would take him to surpass him with his talent and if he supposed he would let him go in the future given his character. The shapeshifting devil announced that he would kill Qin Feng at that moment. Qin Feng commented that the shapeshifting devil could wish to kill him to avoid future trouble, but he interrogated the shapeshifting devil if he assumed the moon celestial would let him go. He proclaimed that the Six-Path Emperor would definitely go after the shapeshifting devil too, whether it was for the sake of the Yinyu dynasty's face or to make an example out of him, and he challenged the shapeshifting devil if he reckoned that he would have a good life in the future. Qin Feng asserted that the shapeshifting devil shouldn't be arrogant or domineering like that when he becomes older, and he should think twice before acting because people who have gone through it know it as the truth. Qin Feng cleared his throat and remarked that to put it in another way, even if the shapeshifting devil gets the dragon pearl and the Buddha relic, he would question him how much he could improve his combat abilities and declared that the shapeshifting devil should make a deal with him instead. The shapeshifting devil inquired Qin Feng what the deal was. Qin Feng suggested that the shapeshifting devil give the formula of his poison to him while he will tell him how to become a great emperor. Meanwhile, Qian Jun stated that it was over and Wan Ma uttered that Fang Chang is in danger. On the other hand, the shapeshifting devil questioned Qin Feng if he did not lie to delay his death so Moon Celestial could save him. Qin Feng noted that the shapeshifting devil shouldn't worry because he is a serious Confucian gentleman, and he swore to the heavens that he would never lie, and he could also assure the shapeshifting devil that the method is as easy as riding a horse. The shapeshifting devil was curious when he heard that it was as easy as riding a horse. Qin Feng queried the shapeshifting devil if he had heard of the extremely special destiny called the Six Emperors game. The shapeshifting devil recognized the Six Emperors game and probed Qin Feng who the one he speaks of is. Qin Feng commented that it was good and that there was finally someone who understands him. He announced that the shapeshifting devil should write down his antidote and poison formulas while he would write down the name of the Six Emperors game, and they would hand in their information at once, and the shapeshifting devil proclaimed that it was a deal. A few moments later, the shapeshifting devil and Qin Feng exchanged their papers. The shapeshifting devil pronounced that the position of a great emperor is his. Qin Feng mentioned that sure enough, he didn't often fit in with other villains because he was not perverted enough. On the other hand, the shapeshifting devil read the paper Qin Feng gave to him. Seeing the name, the shapeshifting devil demanded who Fang Chang was. Meanwhile, Fang Chang has massacred another city and it was up in flames. The demon on Fang Chang's body voiced that he shouldn't be arrogant because his body is damaged. He pressed Fang Chang how he could go back to the past and if he knew why he was humiliated by Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng. And as he articulated that it was because Fang Chang is weak, Fang Chang responded no and that he can't kill anymore. The demon clicked his tongue and affirmed that Fang Chang should go on and kill because he will gain endless power, but Fang Chang rejoined that he should shut up. Suddenly, the shapeshifting devil arrived. He wondered if it was the person, the legendary one related to the Six Emperors' destiny. The shapeshifting devil was surprised when he saw that Fang Chang was a man. He cursed and added that between being a great emperor or maintaining his integrity, he hesitated. The shapeshifting devil concluded that he would see it. Yulan was at Lanmo Palace. She remarked that it was great because her mother finally got out of seclusion. Yulan declared that Qin Feng was a lowlife and she will definitely let her mother teach him a good lesson. On the other hand, in Qin Feng's room on Jade Bamboo Peak, Daizu noted that he had already helped Qin Feng settle the Great Dragon. Daizu placed a lot of valuable items on the table. Qin Feng inquired of Daizu which parts of the dragon he used to make those and mentioned that they were all extraordinary. Daizu stated that Qin Feng had a good eye because the flexible armor was made by the soft scales of the dragon's belly and refined using the dragon's tendons, and furthermore, he also used dragon blood to enchant it and strengthen its defense power, so wearing that could block the strongest strike from a nascent core cultivator, which amazed Qin Feng. Daizu voiced that only prodigies 30 years old and below could journey within the secret realm of Kunlun, and it is impossible for anyone to reach the nascent core stage before 30 years old. So in other words, with that armor, there is no one in Kunlun who will be able to break through Qin Feng's defenses. Qin Feng commented that it was good stuff. He announced that the flexible armor will be his while Qian Jun and Wan Ma could of the rest, which made the two of them thank Qin Feng. Qian Jun proclaimed that Qin Feng is seriously the world's greatest boss, and Qin Feng spoke that there was no need to thank him because, after all, subordinates with no equipment will make him suffer the most. Qin Feng pondered that he could leave the Longo for Bai Rai because although they aren't close, at the end of the day, he was the first person to do it with Fang Chang and has the qualifications of a great emperor, so he must quickly take him in and use the immortal slave seal. He mused that it was just a shame that he had used up all his immortal slave seals, so he had to break through to the path of Dao Realm before he could unlock 2 more. And the secret realm of Kunlun is opening soon, so it looked like he had to make haste. Dai Zhu observed that since he was done with his commissions, he would take his leave. He quickly disappeared. Qin Feng thanked Dai Zhu. A few moments later, Qin Feng wore the flexible armor he got. He shared that Qian Jun should try and use his halberd to stab him, as he wanted to see if the flexible armor was really impervious to sword and saber. Qian Jun uttered that Qin Feng made things difficult for him. Suddenly, Bai Fantong arrived, and he was in a hurry. He called Qin Feng and articulated that the sister that brings big surprises brought someone. Meanwhile, outside Qin Feng's room, Yu Lan called him and informed that he should come out immediately. Lan Mo accompanied Yu Lan. Bai Fantong revealed that the person Yu Lan brought with her was her mother, Lan Mo, and they pronounced that they came to settle some score with Qin Feng, and Qin Feng acknowledged that he got it. Qin Feng addressed Yu Lan as his darling, and as he quipped that she was naughty, he questioned her why she didn't tell him beforehand that her mother came. Lan Mo was surprised when he heard Qin Feng address Yu Lan as darling, while Moon Celestial wondered when Yu Lan and Qin Feng got so close. Qin Feng greeted Moon Celestial and Lan Mo. He inquired Yu Lan if she was still mad. Yu Lan declared that of course she was angry. Qin Feng remarked that he has already told Yu Lan that he and Ziyuan are childhood sweethearts, so even if Yu Lan wishes to give him all her love to repay him for saving her in the competition, she could only be a concubine at most. Yu Lan questioned Qin Feng who would want to be his concubine. She stated that Qin Feng shouldn't pull her, to which Qin Feng agreed that he wouldn't pull her and added that she shouldn't be angry. Qin Feng conveyed that Yu Lan should relax because he is a responsible man, and since he had no choice but to strip her that time to treat the poison, he will take full responsibility for her, and regarding the undergarments Yu Lan gave him as a token of her love, he would definitely keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Lan Mo was surprised when she heard what Qin Feng uttered, while Moon Celestial noted that young people really are full of tricks. Yu Lan queried Qin Feng what nonsense he said and who gave him undergarments as a love token. Qin Feng cleared his throat, and as he addressed Yu Lan as his darling, he mentioned that he knew that her love for him is like a torrent river, ever gushing and never ending, and that she can't resist being stuck with him at every moment. He observed that Moon Celestial and Lan Mo are looking, so Yu Lan should control herself, but Yu Lan responded that it was not and she did not do such a thing. Qin Feng showed Yu Lan's undergarments and interrogated what those were. Yu Lan got extremely flustered. Lan Mo cleared her throat and pronounced that Yu Lan didn't have to give that much, while Moon Celestial voiced that the love was deep. Yu Lan asserted that it was nonsense because Qin Feng clearly stole them, but Qin Feng just demanded if she had any proof. Lan Mo commented that there is no need for Yu Lan to explain because her mother was young once, so she understands everything. She pondered that the number one heaven's pride of Huanggu, who subdued a great dragon, fought the emperor's disciples of Daxia, and was bestowed the title of the third holy son by the sixth Tao emperor. She surmised that Qin Feng was also the eldest son of Huanggu's number one family, the Qin family, and he will return to his family sooner or later. Lan Mo considered that the ability, the wealth, and the appearance, Qin Feng has it all, so perhaps him being Yu Lan's husband isn't such a bad choice. She affirmed that Yu Lan should relax because her mother is very open-minded, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for severing the heaven's chosen lady and obtaining her mother's acceptance, so he had been rewarded 100,000 villain points. When Qin Feng read about severing, he wondered if that meant that the next victim, a heaven's chosen one, is appearing soon. Yu Lan suddenly yelled and wondered what open-mindedness Lan Mo was talking about and announced that she clearly didn't know what she was talking about. Pinching Yu Lan, Lan Mo explained that Yu Lan shouldn't ignore the blessed situation she was currently in, and she reflected that if she wasn't born early, Yu Lan wouldn't be able to take her turn to be with the Huanggu's number one genius because she would be seducing Qin Feng the moment they meet. But Lan Mo proclaimed that her daughter will certainly not be anyone's concubine. Qin Feng was lost for words as he got into a tricky situation. He immediately exclaimed that he was afraid that Lan Mo had to ask Moon Celestial. Moon Celestial was surprised with what Qin Feng revealed that she dropped the watermelon she ate. Moon Celestial inquired Lan Mo if Qin Feng didn't say earlier that he and her Ziyuan were childhood friends, but Lan Mo just questioned her if it was real. Lan Mo suddenly snapped her fingers. She released her powerful aura and started summoning a huge white tiger. The white tiger got completely summoned, and it made a loud thud as it landed on the ground. Lan Mo stood on top of the white tiger's head. She uttered that she shall beat Moon Celestial until she agrees. The white tiger roared loudly as it towered over Moon Celestial and the others. Moon Celestial queried Lan Mo if she really believed that she would be afraid of her. She summoned her huge toad to stand against Lan Mo's white tiger. Qin Feng declared that it was his turn to watch a good show. The system suddenly congratulated Qin Feng for making the heaven's chosen lady so angry that her chest started aching. So he had been rewarded 10,000 villain points, and Qin Feng wondered if he shouldn't step up and massage them for Yu Lan as a proper gentleman himself. Qin Feng probed Moon Celestial and Lan Mo if the both of them weren't getting a little too agitated. But they weren't listening, as Moon Celestial stated that her Ziyuan will never be the inferior wife, while Lan Mo remarked that her Yulan must become the superior wife. Suddenly, the Emperor conveyed that it wasn't the time for the both of them to fight. Both Moon Celestial and Lan Mo were surprised and stopped in their tracks. The Emperor mentioned that in 5 days, the secret realm of Kunlun will be opened, so he hoped Moon Celestial and Lan Mo would save their strength. And as he requested that they head to the main hall for a meeting immediately, Moon Celestial and Lan Mo both articulated yes. Lan Mo pronounced that she and Moon Celestial will continue it after the meeting, and Moon Celestial voiced that she has the same considered too. As the two of them left, Qin Feng spoke that there was no way, and pressed if that was it. Qin Feng quizzed Yulan what she presumed about it. Yulan revealed that she was not done with Qin Feng and left. Qin Feng began writing and announced that in X year, X month, the 6th Dao Emperor stopped Lan Mo and Moon Celestial from fighting, preventing him from witnessing a duel between 2 experts and taking away his chance of improving himself. So he must be compensated with 1 million spiritual stones of the highest quality, while Bai Fantong did the same and explained that in X year, X month, Qin Feng incited the fight between Lan Mo and Moon Celestial, preventing him from falling asleep, so he must be compensated 10 carats. Suddenly, Bai Fantong was blown away by a powerful wind. Qin Feng expressed that he guessed that the shapeshifting devil found Fang Cheng but suffered massive losses, and was currently asking him for help. The shapeshifting devil demanded Qin Feng how he knew. Qin Feng took a step towards the shapeshifting devil. He noted that it was just what he expected of him. Qin Feng believed that the fact that the shapeshifting devil wanted to do it with Fang Cheng had nothing to do with him, because it was just that the situation was too urgent at that time and he had no choice but to expose Fang Cheng's fate to service 6 emperors. But he didn't expect that the shapeshifting devil would be interested in that. The shapeshifting devil inquired Qin Feng if he had a way to help him do it with Fang Cheng. Qin Feng uttered that he did have a way, but he questioned the shapeshifting devil what treasure he was going to use in exchange at that time. The shapeshifting devil queried Qin Feng what he wanted. Qin Feng spoke that he wanted the shapeshifting devil, but before he could finish his sentence, the shapeshifting devil immediately remarked no, not him, and that Qin Feng should pick another one. Qin Feng was disgusted when he realized what the shapeshifting devil's response implied. He cleared his throat as he commented that the shapeshifting devil was mistaken. He declared that what he meant was that the shapeshifting devil would become his servant for 100 years, and he will guarantee that he will get Fang Cheng. But as he quizzed the shapeshifting devil for his opinion, the shapeshifting devil stated that 100 years is impossible, and he will at most promise him 3 years. Qin Feng immediately voiced that it was a deal. The shapeshifting devil probed Qin Feng if he agreed, while in his mind, he was thinking that he presumed that Qin Feng would keep negotiating with him and end up with 50 years. Qin Feng announced that he agrees and regarded that after using the immortal slave seal, it doesn't matter if it was 100 years or 1 day, because with the shapeshifting devil's intelligence, he could truly forget about learning to even ride a bike. He articulated that the shapeshifting devil should come and find him again right there at that time the next day, as he will give him a solution, but the shapeshifting devil pressed why it would be the next day. Qin Feng recounted that the solution requires the right time, location, and people. Any of them must not be missing, but in his mind, he deemed that it was because he didn't have any more slots for the immortal slave seal, so he had to break through first. The shapeshifting devil conveyed that it was the case, so he will come the next day. Qin Feng considered that the shapeshifting devil was gullible. A few moments later, Qin Feng started meditating in his room. Outside, Kaiyan Jun requested if it was fine for Qin Feng to break through like that, if the foundation would be stable, and if it could be what Dai Zhu was worried about, that Qin Feng was abandoning himself to despair and was destroying his own future. But Wan Ma responded that that won't happen and that he believes in Qin Feng. Wan Ma recalled how everyone in the Qin family mentioned that they should kill Qin Feng. He contemplated that for the sake of the Qin family, Qin Feng was cruel to himself and left the Qin family at the age of 8. And he shouldered the hatred and vile words of others and went on a journey alone in the Yinyu dynasty, so he would never do something like ruin his own future, and for Qin Feng to do such a thing, he must have a reason. Kaiyan Jun and Wan Ma were both startled when a golden, bright light flashed behind them. Wan Ma expressed that Qin Feng broke through to the path of Dao Realm. On the other hand, Qin Feng was thinking that breaking through to the path of Dao Realm actually increases his lifespan by 1,000 years, which is such an astonishing discovery, and besides, his bond with the vast Sky Divine Sword seemed to have become stronger. Qin Feng called the sword and observed that it should come. He noted that the sword should enlarge and repeatedly pronounced that it should go larger. Qin Feng hopped on and rode the enlarged vast Sky Divine Sword. He averred that the sword should rise. Qin Feng quickly flew up in the sky, and Wan Ma got worried for him. Qin Feng exclaimed that he could finally fly. The next day, Qin Feng and the shapeshifting devil met. The shapeshifting devil inquired Qin Feng what it was in his hand. Qin Feng placed the seal on the shapeshifting devil without answering his question, and the shapeshifting devil questioned what kind of seal it was because it was unfathomable. The shapeshifting devil screamed and declared that his head hurts. Both Wan Ma and Kyan Jun queried what was going on. Qin Feng remarked that it might be the celebration song for becoming his little brother. He noted that it was a little painful for the first time, so the shapeshifting devil needed to get used to it first, and he will be right back. Qin Feng flew away in his vast sky divine sword. Meanwhile, Bai Rai was at the Great Xia Dynasty downtown street. A man commented that Bai Rai should come on and bark like a dog, and he will give him a treat. Bai Rai recalled how he was attacked by the elder and he was extremely injured. He pondered that he wanted to live and he must live. Bai Rai became homeless and competed with a dog for food. He reflected that the Bai family took advantage of his crisis, destroyed his cultivation, and expelled him from the family, so he will definitely pay double the amount for everything they have done to him. Bai Rai started barking. The people laughed at Bai Rai, and one of them observed that Bai Rai, the former genius of the Bai family, actually barked like a dog. Bai Rai requested if he could already have the chicken leg. The man threw the chicken leg on the ground and stated that Bai Rai should eat it. But suddenly, another man stepped on Bai Rai's hand and indicated that the other man was the one who agreed to it, but he didn't. The man kicked Bai Rai in the stomach. 4 men towered over Bai Rai while he was lying on the ground. One of the men kicked the chicken leg and voiced that Bai Rai was trash, so he should eat up. The man mentioned that Bai Rai should come on and eat, and as he pressed Bai Rai if he wanted to eat, the man added that Bai Rai should hurry up and eat the chicken leg. Suddenly, Qin Feng challenged the men if it was funny. Bai Rai looked up and saw Qin Feng beside him. He immediately muttered that Qin Feng shouldn't touch him because he is dirty. Qin Feng just called Bai Rai and pronounced that he was late. Qin Feng gave the longbow to Bai Rai and declared that it was for him. Bai Rai was surprised when he saw the longbow. Qin Feng considered that the strategy was successful, so he would add a little more for Bai Rai. He stated that he knew that Bai Rai was good with bows, so he made that dragon horn specially for him. But he just didn't expect that he would go through so much during the month he worked hard to craft that dragon horn for him. Qin Feng uttered that Bai Rai shouldn't worry because no matter how hard it is, he will definitely help him restore his cultivation and let him stand up again. Bai Rai was moved, and tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. Qin Feng voiced that he will not let those who have bullied Bai Rai go. One of the men queried if he was Qin Feng, the third holy son of the Yinyu dynasty, while another man inquired if he was the Qin Feng who is very good at cutting off people's descendants and the one who likes to drug people. Qin Feng mentioned that it seemed like he was pretty famous. He cut off the chicken heads of the 4 men. Qin Feng noted that the scariest part is not having it but wanting to have it even though they couldn't. He announced that Bai Rai should come with him because he will give him food, shelter, a sense of security, and dignity. Bai Rai accepted Qin Feng's hand and grabbed it. A few moments later, Bai Rai and Qin Feng were riding the vast sky divine sword back to the Jade Bamboo Peak. Qin Feng remarked that it was the immortal slave seal that could help Bai Rai increase his combat power 5-fold. Bai Rai immediately felt his spiritual power when the immortal slave seal was placed on him. He was thinking that he never believed that he could gain strength again. Bai Rai thanked Qin Feng for his kindness. Qin Feng indicated that there was no need to thank him because it was a mutual benefit, and he pondered that he was just investing for his dog's life in advance. Bai Rai surmised that he and the Bai family got more than enough time. Suddenly, Bai Rai remembered what Fang Chang did to him back at the competition. He reckoned the Bai family and Fang Chang should wait and see. Meanwhile, Lin Sang conveyed that the Kunlun secret realm was finally about to open. He questioned himself if he was right that Qin Feng would also go. Qin Feng and his men went to Huoluo City. Kyan Jun queried Qin Feng what they were doing there when the Kunlun secret realm was about to open, and Qin Feng responded that, of course, they were going to the Kunlun secret realm. Qin Feng reflected that every time the Kunlun secret realm is opened, there are many random entries, and people with great luck could easily encounter them, but others may need to spend a lot of money to set up teleportation arrays to force people in. And according to the heavenly mysterious card, Fang Chang will encounter a secret entrance in Huoluo City, and from on, he will find the legendary spring of purity nurtured by heaven and earth and cultivate a great Tao heart. He glanced over at the shape-shifting devil with a mischievous smile on his face. Qin Feng cleared his throat and stated that he has always been a trustworthy person and there is still some time before the Kunlun secret realm opens. And Fang Chang also happens to be there in that city, so he could fulfill the shape-shifting devil's wish first. The shape-shifting devil inquired if Qin Feng was for real, and Qin Feng declared that he was without a doubt. Evening came, and Qin Feng and his group went to the Flower District, Joyful Red House. One of the ladies called Qin Feng and mentioned that he should come in and play and let her relieve him of his fatigue that day, while another lady noted that it has been a long time since he came to see her, and she really misses him. The 2 ladies approached Qin Feng, and they were alluring him. Kyan Jun was flustered, and he wondered if it was the wish of the shape-shifting devil. One of the ladies remarked that Qin Feng looked so handsome, and the other lady observed that he has such an amazing chest. Qin Feng entertained the ladies and voiced that his men should follow him. Kai Jun awkwardly announced that he was coming, and he pondered that Qin Feng was really so nice, and he loves Qin Feng. On the other hand, Wen Ma was frustrated, and as he uttered that it was noisy and he really didn't understand what was good about women when his dual-headed hammer is way cuter than them, a lady tried to approach him. Wan Ma yelled and exclaimed that the lady shouldn't touch him, which scared the ladies. He commented that they were a bunch of cowards, and not only is his twin hammer much cuter, it also has stronger combat power, so the ladies were boring. A few moments later, Qin Feng and his men entered the joyful red house. One of the ladies called the madam and reported that they have guests. The madam shared that there were a few unfamiliar faces and questioned if it was their first time there. She proclaimed that Qin Feng came to the right place because they are the most famous courthouse in that city, with 4 top courtesans in residence. Qin Feng interrogated if they were Xiao Nio, Xiao Gong, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Bai. The madam pronounced that as long as Qin Feng liked them, they would be called Xiao Nio, Xiao Gong, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Bai, and Qin Feng considered that it was whatever. Qin Feng affirmed that for the next 3 days, the madam's court will be under his command and probed if there was any problem. The madam's eyes twinkled when she saw the top-grade spiritual stones, and she articulated that there was no problem, so whatever Qin Feng says, no matter what he does, they will do anything. Qin Feng conveyed that the first thing was to change the sign, and the madam immediately replied sure, and there was no problem while she called Hong Hong and added that she should bring her a brush and ink. A few moments later, the madam was horrified by the name Qin Feng chose. The sign was changed to no time to chicken out. Qin Feng declared that it was the effect that he wanted, and he believed that with such a unique name, Fang Chang would definitely take a look at the crowd. He inquired the madam if Miss Dong Feng was done grooming and dressing, and the madam mentioned that according to Qin Feng's instruction, Dong Feng was already waiting on the 2nd floor. Qin Feng stated that the madam did well and gave her another spirit stone. A few moments later, the people who had gathered at the courthouse questioned who the lady upstairs was and voiced that she was pretty. One of the men uttered that he considered that the lady was the courtesan to be auctioned that night, and another man remarked that if he could spend the night with that beauty, it would be worth dying for. Meanwhile, Qin Feng queried Bai Fantong who the look of the shapeshifting devil was, and Bai Fantong indicated that the shapeshifting devil is very much alike, a perfect resemblance, and he is worthy of being the shapeshifting devil because he was just like Princess Nanfeng. Qin Feng gave an aura concealment charm to the shapeshifting devil and affirmed that he should carry it with him so that Fang Chang doesn't discover him. The shapeshifting devil probed if it was really going to work, and Bai Fantong expressed that there was no way Qin Feng would do something that wouldn't work. Qin Feng announced that the shapeshifting devil shouldn't worry because he guarantees that it will work. A few moments later, Fang Chang was walking down the downtown street. He was calmly strolling and looking around. Suddenly, Fang Chang noticed the no time to chicken out sign Qin Feng prepared. He got curious and chose to enter the house along with the other men. The shapeshifting devil was amused, and he conveyed that Fang Chang really came. Qin Feng exclaimed that the shapeshifting devil should take action, and the shapeshifting devil noted all right. The shapeshifting devil came out from behind the curtains. He immediately started running away. Qin Feng acted like he was in distress, and he yelled and observed that Miss Dong Feng ran away. The men recognized that they should chase Dong Feng. Meanwhile, the shapeshifting devil reckoned that he had been searching for Fang Chang for half a month, and he couldn't find a trace of him. But at that moment, Fang Chang came knocking on his door, so he would succeed no matter what at that time. He grabbed Fang Chang and requested that he save her. One of the men commented that the shapeshifting devil entered the flower house and still wanted to run away, so he was tired of living while the shapeshifting devil continued to ask Fang Chang to save him. The madam cursed as she slapped the shapeshifting devil, and she demanded him if he was trying to kill her. The shapeshifting devil screamed in pain while the veil on his face was removed by the madam's slap. Fang Chang was stunned, and he wondered if it was Princess Nanfeng. Fang Chang immediately considered that the shapeshifting devil was not Princess Nanfeng because Princess Nanfeng is the most favored princess of the Great Xia dynasty, so there was no way she could end up in such a place. Suddenly, the madam called for everyone's attention and declared that it was the day when their Miss Dong Feng was going out of the boudoir, and regardless of whoever it was, the one who offered the highest bid would win. The madam remarked that Dong Feng was such a beautiful girl, and she still hasn't gotten out of the boudoir yet. What the madam uttered caught Fang Chang's attention. Fang Chang looked at Dong Feng and observed her intently. He supposed that Dong Feng's every expression was similar to Princess Nanfeng. The madam pronounced that as everyone could see, Dong Feng is well developed. She stated that Dong Feng should take a spin. Fang Chang reflected that back then, if he had been a bit tougher, the bastard Qin Feng wouldn't have dared to bully his Princess Nanfeng. The madam revealed that Dong Feng comes from a wealthy family, and because she refused to serve the third holy son, Qin Feng. He had her entire family slaughtered, and moreover, Qin Feng threw that fairy-like beauty into that red house, intending to make her filthy and disgraced. One of the men commented that Dong Fang was from a wealthy family, so it was no wonder that she was beautiful. Another voiced that he had heard that the third holy son, Qin Feng, is ruthless, but he didn't expect him to lay hands on such a beautiful woman. Another mentioned that Qin Feng even harmed his own brother, and at that time, he didn't even care about a beauty, and Fang Chang surmised that it was Qin Feng again. The madam announced after all that was asserted to her dear guest, they should get started. A man bid for 100 spiritual stones, but another man inquired if the first man wanted to get a kiss for 100 spiritual stones and proclaimed that he would bid 1,000 spiritual stones. And the bid continued to rise until it reached 30,000 spiritual stones when Fang Chang suddenly bid 100 top-grade spiritual stones. One of the men queried who Fang Chang was, and as another man noted that he didn't know, another man observed that one top-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 1,000 ordinary spiritual stones. So Fang Chang bid 100,000 ordinary spiritual stones, which was a huge sum, and another man indicated that it looked like Fang Chang was determined to get that girl. Suddenly, Kian Jun expressed that he would bid 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones. One of the men claimed that those people were rich while Fang Chang got curious. Meanwhile, Kian Jun questioned Qin Feng what they should do if Fang Chang gets scared if they raise prices like that, but Qin Feng affirmed that Kian Jun shouldn't worry about it. Qin Feng insisted that Fang Chang will fall for it. Suddenly, Fang Chang bid for 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Kian Jun marveled that as expected of Qin Feng, he knows everything like a god. He vowed that he will bid 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Fang Chang bid 150,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Kian Jun immediately pledged that he will bid 1,000,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Qin Feng spit his drink when he heard what Kian Jun articulated. He wondered Kian Jun how he could jump from 150,000 to 1,000,000, and as he muttered that it was too much, Kian Jun quizzed him if he didn't say that Fang Chang would fall for it. Qin Feng explained that Fang Chang is rich, but he is not an idiot. Kian Jun remarked that Fang Chang should come on and suggested that he bid more. He inquired Qin Feng if he thinks Fang Chang might not increase the bid price, and Qin Feng believed that currently Fang Chang is a wanted man, and he is also in a hurry to return to the Daxia dynasty, so he won't resort to force in Luohua city, and he could only bid honestly according to the rules. Qin Feng stated that Kian Jun shouldn't worry because Fang Chang is good at bidding. He questioned Kian Jun if he was right that serving the 6 emperors game requires making noise after all, and Kian Jun mentioned that although he doesn't understand, it's fine just as long as Fang Chang shouts to bid more. On the other hand, Fang Chang was thinking that it was obvious that the girl was not Princess Nanfeng, but her every expression was similar to Princess Nanfeng. Fang Chang was startled when he noticed the shapeshifting devil make eye contact with him. He considered that the shapeshifting devil looked too similar. Fang Chang clenched his fist so hard that he was trembling. He declared that he would bid 1.5 million top-grade spiritual stones while thinking that he would definitely save Princess Nanfeng. The other men were surprised when they heard the 1.5 million bid. Another queried if they presumed there was something wrong with Fang Chang's brain, and as another man noted that it was possible, another man probed if Fang Chang actually spent 1.5 million on a woman he had never met before. Meanwhile, Kian Jun commented that it was as expected of Qin Feng. He knows everything. He requested Qin Feng if they should still increase it. Qin Feng pronounced no and that they should stop there. He supposed that they could harvest spiritual stones later, but Fang Chang's flower must wither that day. The madam announced that the bid was 1.5 million top-grade spiritual stones going once, twice, thrice, and the shapeshifting devil was sold, and she congratulated Fang Chang. The men observed that it was awesome, and it was love. Fang Chang gently held the shapeshifting devil's hand. He pressed her if she was all right. The shapeshifting devil voiced that she was fine while thinking that Fang Chang could no longer escape. A few moments later, a candle was lit in Dong Fang's room. The shapeshifting devil sat on the bed, waiting for Fang Chang. She uttered that it was late at night and suggested that Fang Chang go to bed early. Fang Chang expressed that it was just out of sympathy and not because of any ill intentions. The shapeshifting devil wondered if Fang Chang was seriously going to stay like that. The shapeshifting devil remembered that Qin Feng declared that if she wanted to get Fang Chang, his gaze is very important and that she should remember that she must be good at moving her too big, pitiful eyes and soften Fang Chang's heart. Qin Feng mentioned that if the shapeshifting devil brought Fang Chang to her room, but he is pretending to be a gentleman, she should do something lewd. But he retracted that and stated that she should recite a poem to Fang Chang. And the shapeshifting devil pondered that the situation was really the same as what Qin Feng remarked. She voiced that he knew that a courtesan like her would tarnish Fang Chang's name because her arms are pillows for thousands of men. Her lips have been tasted by tens of thousands of them, and she pretends to be a body of grace and acts as if she has a good heart in place. Fang Chang quickly announced that he was mistaken because that wasn't his intention. The shape-shifting devil started undressing herself. She uttered that Fang Chang does not have to speak another word because it was her life. Fang Chang asserted that he really isn't that type of person. Meanwhile, the candle in the room continued to melt, and the scent of the aphrodisiac wafted around the room. Fang Chang immediately recognized the scent, and he commented that it was even the So's will go crazy. Suddenly, the shape-shifting devil made Fang Chang sit on the bed. She pushed him and made him lie down. The shape-shifting devil quickly went on top of Fang Chang and pinned him down. Fang Chang mused that the shape-shifting devil had such powerful strength. He exclaimed no and that the shape-shifting devil wasn't going to do it. But the shape-shifting devil grabbed Fang Chang's hand that was pushing him away. She inquired Fang Chang if he was trying to run and observed that there was no escape. The shape-shifting devil forcefully turned Fang Chang around and restrained his hand on his back. She laughed evilly, and she pronounced that her position as the Great Emperor was set. Fang Chang immediately queried how it could be the shape-shifting devil. The shape-shifting devil has turned back to his original form, and he just continued to laugh evilly. Fang Chang screamed and shouted no. His scream could be heard outside the courthouse as he yelled that the shape-shifting devil shouldn't come near him. On the other hand, Qin Feng noted that it was a nice reign and reward, and the system congratulated him for setting up the trap to sell the Heaven's Chosen One, so 20,000 villain points were rewarded. The system congratulated Qin Feng for taking the initiative to set the trap and ruin the Heavenly Chosen One, so 50,000 villain points were rewarded. But Qin Feng questioned the system what it was talking about and what it meant by selling, and as he articulated that it was clearly a fated match between two loving men, he demanded if he was that kind of person. Qin Feng affirmed that they should go. Suddenly, Lin San passed in front of Qin Feng while on horseback. Lin San was surprised when he noticed Qin Feng while Qin Feng looked pleased. Lin San stopped under the pouring rain. Noticing Qin Feng's relentless gaze, Qian Jun inquired Qin Feng what was wrong. Qin Feng ignored Qian Jun and suddenly recited a poem and remarked that searching for him amidst the crowd, but a turn of the head, and he is there, standing under the lantern's gaze. Wan Ma queried what that meant. Meanwhile, Lin San was wondering why Qin Feng's gaze was more unbearable than 7 years ago. Qin Feng requested Lin San for a friendly duel. Lin San entreated Qin Feng to pardon his actions. The two of them immediately exchanged blows. They quickly jumped off the ground, ignoring the pouring rain. Qin Feng swung his sword, and Lin San managed to block it while the two of them were still in the air. Lin San counterattacked and swung his sword, and Qin Feng dodged it effortlessly. Qin Feng declared that Lin San was powerful, and it was as expected of the #1 swordsman after 100 years, and Lin San noted that Qin Feng's wordsmanship has become even stronger. Qin Feng commented that Lin San's swordplay wasn't weak at all. Lin San mentioned that if the two of them dueled any longer, he was afraid that they would miss the opening of the Kunlun's secret realm, so he suggested that they save that battle for another day. Qin Feng reasoned that from Lin San's 3 moves earlier, he could tell that if he wanted to defeat him, he would have to expand a large amount of energy. But indeed the secret realm of Kunlun waits for no one, so it truly wasn't the place to waste any more time, so he agreed and stated that they should talk another day. He believed that the important thing was that when he was viewing the mysterious fate before, he didn't see Lin San appearing in Huoluo City, and his sudden appearance was really abnormal, so he might as well send him away because if not, both of them will be fighting to enter, and Lin San will steal his spring of purity. Lin San announced that he shall take his leave. Qin Feng mused that after fighting for so long, he didn't even get a single reward, so the dog of a system was getting more and more stingy. On the other hand, Qian Jun questioned if there was something between Qin Feng and Lin San. He explained that many women appeared around Qin Feng before, but he has never acted like that, and it was only Lin San that Qin Feng was looking at with such a heated gaze. And as Wan Ma observed that it really does seem like it after hearing Qian Jun's words, Bai Fantong affirmed that Qin Feng was also like that at that time when he slept with Ziyuan. Both Qian Jun and Wan Ma prompted Bai Fantong to confirm if Qin Feng slept with a lady, and Bai Fantong replied yes. Qin Feng was startled when the night sky started to shatter. He suspected that the realm of Kunlun had opened. Qin Feng immediately voiced that they should go, which caught the others off guard. A few moments later, Qian Jun wondered if it was the realm of Kunlun. Qin Feng didn't answer and just pronounced that they should go. Qian Jun claimed that not only did Qin Feng manage to sell Fang Chang to the shapeshifting devil and earn 1.5 million spiritual stones of the highest quality from him, he even managed to calculate the entrance of the Kunlun realm, so he was awesome, to which Wan Ma agreed that Qian Jun was right. Fang Chang was still lying on Dong Feng's bed. He was thinking that it was Qin Feng once again. Meanwhile, the shape-shifting devil was wondering if what he did could truly change his destiny. He wondered if he maybe should do it once more just in case. Fang Chang inquired the shape-shifting devil what he was doing. The shape-shifting devil stated that, of course, he was getting what he wanted, and Fang Chang declared that he shouldn't come any closer. But the shape-shifting devil forced Fang Chang to drink the aphrodisiac. Fang Chang weakly mentioned that the shape-shifting devil shouldn't come. The shape-shifting devil remarked that it is useless even if Fang Chang screamed, and Fang Chang repeatedly announced no. Suddenly, the devil's dark aura started coming out of Fang Chang's body. It intensified and pushed the shape-shifting devil away. The shape-shifting devil landed upright on the floor, and he was in pain. He considered that it was bad because the old devil made a move. The shape-shifting devil remembered that Qin Feng conveyed that the aphrodisiac paralyzes Fang Chen, so he has to be quick and handle things with a firm hand. And if something is wrong, he must turn around and run with no hesitation, which made the shape-shifting devil think that it proves it that he could always trust Qin Feng. He believed that he should withdraw first. On the other hand, at the Kunlun secret realm, Bai Fantong queried why the place was hot. Qian Jun expressed that it was articulated that the Kunlun secret realm is vast with many lands full of mysteries. He voiced that, like that desert, as an example, he had heard that it was a deserted region and countless cultivators have been trapped and perished there, unable to escape, and Bai Fantong questioned if it was that scary. Meanwhile, Qin Feng pondered that the place was the same as what he saw when he was spying upon the heavenly mystery, and it was in that extremely hot region that Fang Chang found the legendary Spring of Purity. And as things move in the opposite direction, when they finally reach the extreme, the yin would give birth to yang, and the yang would give birth to yin, and they will combine. He reflected that, needless to say, nature is truly remarkable because in such a hot place, surprisingly pure springs have been born. Suddenly, the system congratulated Qin Feng for making the heavenly chosen one's heartbreak and sadness, which will take one lifetime to heal, so he obtained one lucky draw. And Qin Feng conveyed that the shape-shifting devil doesn't show mercy even to the fairer sex, and it would be better if it was a bit more too. In his mind, Qin Feng told the system that he wanted to do his lucky draw, and the system notified him that the rewards were being drawn for him. The system congratulated Qin Feng for winning the heaven and earth's treasure, Nanming Primordial Fire. The system notified him that the Nanming Primordial Fire is the divine fire bred by heaven and earth, the fire from Bagua, the fire smelted by Suzaku, the fire that could restrain ghosts and evil souls. The system noted that the Nanming Primordial Fire was processing thunder and lightning, and as long as it is integrated into the body, it gains attack power no less powerful than the Profoundian physique. Qin Feng was surprised that it integrated into the body and it was more powerful than the Profoundian physique, and he wondered if it was something a villain like him could have. The system notified Qin Feng that he currently has 917,000 villain points and he could spend 600,000 villain points to buy a Path of Tao Realm Foundation pill, which made Qin Feng inquired at what it meant and if the Foundation pills could increase his success rate. But the system declared no. The system stated that it only reminds Qin Feng about the foundation of the first stage of the Path of Tao, and it doesn't know why he was worried, as there is no success rate for Nanming Primordial Fire because it could be 100% successful by refining. And if there are cheats, there will be cheats, so Qin Feng shouldn't act like he has never had it in that world because the system was losing face. Qin Feng queried the system why it didn't tell him earlier, and the system remarked that Qin Feng didn't ask. Qin Feng mentioned that the system is part of him, so he can't get angry. He expressed that he wanted to redeem a foundation pill, and the system congratulated him for spending 600,000 villain points and redeeming a Path of Tao Realm Foundation pill. Qin Feng announced that they should go and find some shade to stay because Bai Fantong was dying from the heat. A few moments later, the four of them found a shade under the huge rocks. Everyone sat down, but Qian Jun quickly stood up, and as he started jumping, he repeatedly exclaimed that it was hot. Meanwhile, Qin Feng took the Path of Tao Realm Foundation pill. He began meditating to refine the Nanming Primordial Fire. When Qian Jun saw that, he questioned if it was divine fire. Suddenly, Bai Fantong woke up and inquired if it was divine fire. Qian Jun wondered if Bai Fantong was absorbing it directly while Wan Ma was lost for words. Qian Jun pondered that Qin Feng was not a normal human being, but he wondered how come Qin Feng's rabbit was abnormal and what rabbit could be so abnormal. Meanwhile, at the Daxia dynasty Qin family, the ancestor pronounced that the era of great conflict is near as the Kunlun secret realm is opening again, and the battle will be extremely dangerous. He indicated that they have to use all of their family's treasures to ensure the safety of the juniors. Qin Tian reported that instructions have already been sent out, but the issue was that Qin Hao left a letter and ran away, and he probed if they should wait for him. The ancestor responded no, because Qin Hao is born a genius and has his own challenges to go through, so their interference will hinder his path, and if they encounter them in the Kunlun's secret realm, Qin Tian should just ask other juniors to help him. One of the elders observed that Qin Hao is a child with a strange destiny, and he has always been followed by bad luck since childhood, so the disciples of the family avoided him like he was a plague, so if he gets into danger in the secret realm, he is afraid. The ancestor interrogated them about their opinion on Qin Feng. The elders asserted that Qin Feng has already been expelled from the family and has been suffering, wandering outside, so there was no way they could persuade him to risk his life for Qin Hao in crisis. The ancestor affirmed that Qin Feng would do it, and while he was thinking that Qin Feng not only kept Wan Ma by his side, he taught him himself, and that kind of magnanimity is somewhat like that of a Qin family's head. Qin Tian considered that his boy is amazing. On the other hand, Ziyuan was at the Moon Celestial Palace. Moon Celestial articulated that Ziyuan should remember what she told her. She voiced that Ziyuan should not be impulsive when she encounters some trouble, because the only way to survive is to escape with her life, and as long as she lives long, she could become strong sooner or later, to which Ziyuan acknowledged that she knew, and while she petitioned Moon Celestial if she could go, she wondered where Qin Feng was and if he got on time for the Kunlun Secret Realm's opening. Moon Celestial conveyed that Ziyuan should remember that the task given by the Six-Path Emperor was for everyone to bring back no less than 10 crystals, and those who fail will enter the 10,000 Demons Tower to be punished. But the crystal is hard to find, so Ziyuan must not act rashly, and together with the Six-Path Emperor, she will help her find a way, and Ziyuan repeatedly reaffirmed that she got it. Ziyuan signified that she was going and quickly left. Meanwhile, at Lan Mo Palace, Lan Mo commented that no matter what happens, Yu Lan shouldn't think about it even if the Kunlun Secret Realm holds many treasures, because they won't match what the Lan Mo Palace possesses, and that her first priority in the Kunlun Secret Realm at that time was to find a way to sleep with Qin Feng. Yu Lan was surprised when she heard what Lan Mo uttered, and she pressed her if she was serious. At Daxia Dynasty, the Emperor declared that Princess Nanfeng couldn't let her father down again at that time. Princess Nanfeng announced that the Emperor shouldn't worry because she will definitely kill Qin Feng to get rid of their shame. She remarked that Qin Feng should just wait for her. The teleportation array was activated. On the other hand, Qin Feng was still in the desert of the Kunlun Secret Realm. He mentioned that the Nanming primordial fire has such a strong vigor. Suddenly, a teleportation array appeared in front of Qin Feng. Fang Chang suddenly appeared. Qin Feng inquired himself why Fang Chang was there, and he pondered that just in case, he gave twice the measures to make sure Fang Chang couldn't come, both the drug and the poison, so he wondered how Fang Chang could still be in such good shape. Fang Chang trembled as he stood up. Qin Feng reflected that it looked like the battle was fierce. Fang Chang stated that it was Qin Feng again. He uttered that he will kill Qin Feng. But suddenly, Fang Chang felt a panging pain in his butt. He froze and he trembled in pain as he stood there. Wan Ma questioned Fang Chang if he considered he could hurt Qin Feng as a withered chrysanthemum and a lost willow. Fang Chang was stunned as Wan Ma's words hit him so badly. He was enraged and released the Buddha demon in him. Fang Chang commented that they should become his slaves. Wan Ma queried what Fang Chang was up to while Qian Jun probed if Fang Chang was going mad. Qian Jun demanded Wan Ma if he reacted to Fang Chang's skill, and Wan Ma pressed Qian Jun which sane person would react to that. Qian Jun suggested to Wan Ma that they should break Fang Chang, and Wan Ma expressed yes. Qian Jun asserted that they should attack, and Wan Ma insisted that Fang Chang should take his hammer. Fang Chang wondered what was happening and why he couldn't enslave them when he clearly had a deeper understanding of the Buddha's technique. Qin Feng wondered if Fang Chang actually broke through the path of Tao realm. He contemplated that if he remembered correctly, when he first met Fang Chang, he was on the 5th level of the spiritual realm, so he had broken into the path of Tao in just a month and wondered if Fang Chang's foundation wasn't unstable. Qin Feng wondered why those protagonists could ignore their foundation's stability as they wished, whereas he should spend 7 years and hundreds of thousands of villain points to stabilize him. And as he mused that it was clearly targeting him, the villain, he noted that the stupid author should come out as he couldn't accept it. Fang Chang stated that if Qian Jun and Wan Ma don't wish to become slaves, they should die. He summoned the demonic devouring art. Wan Ma inquired what it was. Fang Chang remarked that the demonic devouring art could devour everything. Suddenly, Fang Chang queried where Qin Feng went. He shuddered when he felt Qin Feng's evil presence behind him. Fang Chang quickly looked over his shoulder. Qin Feng casually greeted Fang Chang while his vast Sky 9 swords was floating beside him. He directed his vast Sky 9 swords to hit Fang Chang's butt. Fang Chang quickly summoned a shield to block Qin Feng's sword. The vast Sky 9 swords was successfully blocked by the shield. Fang Chang let out a sigh of relief as he uttered that it was blocked. On the other hand, Qian Jun and Wan Ma attacked the demonic devouring art. After attacking, the two of them quickly ran away, which baffled Fang Chang. Fang Chang declared to chase them or to protect his chrysanthemum was the question. Suddenly, Fang Chang turned pale and he bit his lip as he groaned in pain. Bai Fantong pronounced that to be a successful man, Fang Chang has to learn to conceal himself, to be unmovable like a rock, to have a secure object, to be ready to go, and to attack as fast as the wind. Fang Chang's chicken withered and died in that instant. Bai Fantong quickly stepped away and he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fang Chang couldn't help but tear up and scream in pain, and the shield he created shattered. The vast Sky Nine Swords managed to break through the shield, and it was coming for Fang Chang's butt. Fang Chang voiced no and that it shouldn't. But the vast Sky Nine Swords did not stop, and it pierced through his chrysanthemum. Fang Chang screamed in pain, and he coughed up blood. The system congratulated Qin Feng for breaking the Heavenly Chosen One's eggs, making him a man of honor, for stabbing the withered chrysanthemum of the Heavenly Chosen One, for seriously injuring the Heavenly Chosen One, and for causing serious psychological trauma to the Heavenly Chosen One, so he gained 2 million villain points in total. On the other hand, Kai and Jun expressed that Qin Feng was scary, while Wan Ma noted that he was cruel. Meanwhile, Fang Chang commented that Qin Feng was shameless. Qin Feng believed that he got a total of only 2 million villain points, and he wondered if that was all and if there was no lucky draw. He queried Fang Chang if he was dead. Kai and Jun stated that Fang Chang was not moving. Qin Feng inquired if it was real, and as he announced that it was a pity, he suggested that Kai and Jun and Wan Ma take that chance and take advantage of the opportunity to change their fate, becoming a great emperor, but Wan Ma suggested that maybe they should leave that to someone else. Qin Feng cleared his throat and remarked that they don't need to feel burdened by that because he did it for Fang Chang's own good. He declared that if one wants to succeed, one can't do it without the help of noble people, the guidance of renewed teachers, and the provocation of villains. Also, they are willing to sacrifice themselves to help Fang Chang thrive and embark on the journey to success, so they are great men. Wan Ma questioned if what Qin Feng mentioned made sense, and Bai Fantong noted yes, that he agreed with Wan Ma. Bai Fantong commented that he has to remember that and keep it in mind. Qin Feng observed that they don't need to actually feel burdened at all, as he could give them a few bottles of his drug so they could close their eyes, and they would be fine. Kai and Jun and Wan Ma took the bottles of drugs and hesitantly looked at Fang Chang's butt. Fang Chang was alarmed when he saw what they were doing. He voiced that he could be killed but not humiliated, so he called the old demon and uttered that he should lend him his power quickly. A dark aura immediately surged out of Fang Chang's body. Bai Fantong cursed and pronounced that Fang Chang was hard to kill, and Qin Feng disclosed that Fang Chang was shameless because he was cheating and was unlike him, who works hard for everything. Fang Chang smiled evilly as the power of the old demon possessed him. Kai and Jun conveyed that it was a strong aura, and Qin Feng specified that there is a demon among the Buddhas, a Buddha between the demons, and they coexist. And he considered that it seems that in the last competition, even though he interrupted Fang Chang's comprehension, he still coexisted with the Buddha demon. Fang Chang used his skill, Thousand Hand Tathagata. On the other hand, Qin Feng used his skill, Great River Sword. Qin Feng threw multiple punches, and water was coming out of his fist while he did that. Fang Chang and Qin Feng's attack clashed with each other and created a huge explosion. Fang Chang affirmed that he will kill Qin Feng at that time. Qin Feng claimed that they should not talk about that because Princess Ninfeng's first kiss doesn't belong to Fang Chang anymore, and he also got a taste before Fang Chang escaped, and it was sweet, moist, and soft. Fang Chang was enraged by what Qin Feng expressed that his eyes turned bloodshot. His dark aura also intensified. Fang Chang called the old demon and indicated that he wanted more power. Fang Chang affirmed that it was what he wanted, power, endless power. The demon laughed and stated that Fang Chang should use it to his heart's content, while he believed that the more Fang Chang uses his power, the weaker his will becomes, and when their two powers integrate perfectly, he will take over his body. Qin Feng remarked that Fang Chang was strong. Fang Chang laughed proudly. Suddenly, Qin Feng released his Nanming primordial fire. He inquired of Fang Chang whether he could determine what it was. The demon promptly declared that they should retreat. He explained that it was the Nanming primordial fire, specializing in defeating evil, and he is the soul of a demonic cultivator, so once he is touched by it, even if he has the skill to reach the skies, he will be destroyed easily. Fang Chang inquired of the devil whether he could help him defeat Qin Feng by giving his body for him to control, but the demon challenged Fang Chang, questioning whether he considered himself a god and stating that it was the Kunlun secret realm where the laws of heaven and earth are suppressed, and the limit is him being able to lend him that power. So Fang Chang shouldn't start nagging and just retreat because if he doesn't leave immediately, it will be too late. Fang Chang cursed as he walked away. Suddenly, he realized that in that secret realm, the demon is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth and cannot actively control his body, and it was afraid of Qin Feng's weapon. So in other words, at that moment, it was all in his hands. But Qin Feng flicked a small amount of flame towards Fang Chang. As Fang Chang screamed, the demon screamed as well, declaring that he was going to die. Qin Feng queried whether he could fight him seriously. Fang Chang stated that Qin Feng should just wait because he will definitely be back. The system congratulated Qin Feng for making the Heavenly Chosen One run away, so he obtained 300,000 villain points, and as he saw that he currently has 2,617,000 villain points, Qin Feng remarked that Fang Chang is nothing but a guy that gives him benefits. Wan Ma suddenly suggested that they should follow Fang Chang, but Qin Feng stated that there was no need. Qin Feng believed that with the scary aura of the Heavenly Chosen One, no one could catch up to Fang Chang if he wanted to run away, and even if he caught up to him, that would be to his benefit. And he is not playing such a losing game, as it was better to take advantage of Fang Chang's injury and quickly find the Spring of Purity so as not to be stuck in a bad situation when they meet again. Suddenly, the Nanming primordial fire began intensifying, and Qin Feng groaned in pain. A powerful aura suddenly burst out of Qin Feng's body. Kai Jun commented that it was amazing, and Wan Ma inquired whether Qin Feng had a breakthrough. Qin Feng stated that they should go and find the Spring of Purity, and as Kai Jun noted that Qin Feng was strong, Bai Fantong repeatedly suggested that they should go. On the other hand, the demon mentioned that he would advise Fang Chang not to provoke Qin Feng because he has unprecedented talent, and provoking him will do Fang Chang no good. Fang Chang finally managed to put out the fire in his butt. He acknowledged that he knew the technique the demon passed on to him was incomplete, so he wants the demon to pass the complete version. But the demon challenged him, questioning who he thought he was that he actually dared to ask for the complete version of the demonic devouring technique and whether it could be that he was hit badly on the head by Qin Feng. Fang Chang inquired whether the demon would do it or not, and the demon questioned him about his actions. Fang Chang stated that he was no longer righteous anyway, and he lost Princess Nanfeng too, so he might as well go back and die in Qin Feng's arms. The demon cursed, and he questioned Fang Chang why he was obsessed with Qin Feng. Fang Chang stated that the demon should think about it because if not, he was going to die. The demon responded fine, but he could only tell him a small part, and Fang Chang remarked that it was a deal. One day later, Fang Chang continued to meditate using the demon's dark aura. As he opened his eyes, Fang Chang furrowed his brows, and he was disappointed. Fang Chang inquired the demon why there was still no effect, and the demon explained that Fang Chang shouldn't be depressed at such a young age because when he reaches the Great Emperor realm and refines his physique, his wisdom core will grow again, and there are also many heaven and earth treasures that grow severed limbs, so it is not a big deal, and it will grow back. Fang Chang questioned the demon where he could find such a treasure, and the demon stated that since Fang Chang didn't have it anymore, it was time to cut off all worldly desires and focus on his cultivation because it would be a waste to find such treasures to help him regrow it when the Kunlun secret realm finally opened. Fang Chang queried the demon if that was the case. He suggested that they should part, as he will go to find Qin Feng and die, to which the demon replied that Fang Chang should wait as he has more to tell him. The demon mentioned that in the remote borderland, there is a legend. On the other hand, Bai Fantong complained that it was hot in there, that it was burning through his fur, and he was burning to death, and Qin Feng noted that they should be there soon. Qin Feng continued to walk forward until they reached an area where grass grew. Kai Jun inquired how come there was grass there while Wan Ma queried what kind of grass that was. Wan Ma quickly grabbed the grass and pulled it out of the ground. He explained that it was poison, so they should protect Qin Feng quickly. Kai Jun added that it was a strong poison, but Qin Feng replied that there was no need to worry. He stated that his physique is immune to all poisons and his blood detoxifies poison. Qin Feng let his blood drop onto Wan Ma's forehead. Wan Ma was healed immediately and he quickly sat back up. He thanked Qin Feng, but he inquired why there is such poisonous grass there while Qin Feng believed that if it could grow in such a restricted region, it meant that it was a treasure, but the grass is poisonous and its toxicity is high. Qin Feng asserted that there could be only one answer and that there is a big treasure. Bai Fantong remarked that it was great. Qin Feng gave Bai Fantong a reward, and Bai Fantong expressed that he liked Qin Feng the most. Kai Jun mentioned that with the rabbit, he lost the chance to flatter Qin Feng earlier. Qin Feng explained that with the antidote, they don't need to be afraid of the grass anymore, so they should go because the Spring of Purity should be right ahead. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of a rocky area. Qin Feng was pleased as he looked at the explosion. He remarked that it was great because the Spring of Purity was there. Qin Feng stated that everyone should follow him. Everyone followed Qin Feng down the hole just like he instructed. Kai Jun mentioned that it was such a deep cave because 3 minutes had passed, and they still had not reached the bottom. A few moments later, Qin Feng and his companions finally landed at the bottom of the cave. Qin Feng threw his vast Sky 9 sword and declared that it should go. Kai Jun inquired if that was the Spring of Purity and if they had found it, while Bai Fantong observed that Qin Feng used the divine sword as a torch to light up the way, so he was truly his master. Qin Feng stated that they should go cultivate, and both Kai Jun and Wan Ma if they could really go. Bai Fantong questioned the two of them if they didn't want to. Kai Jun and Wan Ma immediately thanked Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was reflecting that it was said that the spring of purity was the purest spiritual spring made by heaven and earth, and after using it, one could enter the state of harmony between heaven and man and travel through heaven and earth, finding true self, and people with good luck could also cleanse their Tao heart in it. But according to the secrets he had gathered, the spring there could only be regarded as a weakened version, not the real one, so the real one is deeper in the cave. Qin Feng contemplated that it was precisely through that spring water that Fang Chang was able to clear his Tao heart and understand the demonic Tao known only in theory. On the other hand, Qian Jun and Wan Ma were enjoying themselves, and Qian Jun expressed that Qin Feng was good, so he loves him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was considering that even the weakened version is a rare treasure, and if it was placed outside the cave, it would attract many people who would fight for it because for them, that would be enough. A few moments later, he came across a spring that was sparkling. Bai Fantong inquired if it was the real spring while Qin Feng mused that it had such pure energy. Qin Feng immediately crouched and took a sip of the water. He pondered if it was Tao nature, the harmony of heaven and man. Qin Feng wondered if it could cleanse his Tao heart. He remarked that regardless if it was possible or not, it is not a chance to be missed because even if he wastes it, he is not leaving it to Fang Chang, and Bai Fantong queried him if it was tasty. Instead of answering Bai Fantong's question, Qin Feng stated that Bai Fantong shouldn't idle either. A few moments later, Bai Fantong commented that he was bloated. Qin Feng stated that the system should redeem him one path of Tao Foundation pill, and as the system congratulated him for spending 600,000 villain points to redeem one path of Tao Foundation pill, Qin Feng declared that it should redeem again for the 12-hour 10,000-fold comprehension halo, and the system congratulated him for spending 100,000 villain points to redeem it. A golden aura immediately surged towards Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng reached the 33 Heavens Fortune Path of Tao 3rd stage. On the other hand, Bai Fantong, who was sleepy, noticed what happened to Qin Feng. Bai Fantong remarked that Qin Feng was cool and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Feng noted that the world of the mortals refines one's heart. One becomes enlightened and reaches the Tao. He transcends the world of mortals and becomes an immortal. The 3 flowers bloom to form the fruit of Tao in the past, present, and future bodies. The 5 Kai elements transform into the infinite, revealing the world and playing the role of heaven and earth. Bai Fantong continued to sleep while Qin Feng started to gather his aura into an orb. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and he was using his double pupils, which were different colors on each side. He commented that the left eye brings life, the right brings destruction, and the left could heal all wounds, and the right could destroy all. Qin Feng mentioned that it was the rank 4 sword intent. He pondered that everything in heaven and earth is united in one body. Every inhale and exhale is like his, also the heavens and earths, and he wondered if that was the Tao heart. Meanwhile, Qian Jun and Wan Ma saw the light Qin Feng was releasing from where they were. Qian Jun called Qin Feng and asserted that they were there to protect him, while Wan Ma inquired if Qin Feng was okay because they just saw a light bursting out of the depths of the cave, and the big energy fluctuation. When they found Qin Feng, Qian Jun remarked that Qin Feng broke through again. Wan Ma questioned if it was Qin Feng and why he had that feeling that Qin Feng was clearly standing and not moving. But he couldn't feel his breath at all, and he seemed to be there but not there. It felt like he could disappear in thin air. Bai Fantong suddenly woke up and queried them what they were doing. As he expressed that he had such a good rest, the system congratulated Qin Feng for seizing the opportunity of the heavenly chosen one, so he earned a lucky draw. The system notified Qin Feng that he found a low-level heavenly chosen one, and Qin Feng considered that all the heavenly chosen ones, men and women, he had met so far all started at the epic level, so he wondered what was the one with a low level. Suddenly, Qin Feng announced that they should watch out. Wan Ma and Qian Jun were taken by surprise, and Qin Feng was startled as well. Before any of them could react, the 4 of them were quickly restrained by the vine-like aura. Tang Chuan laughed and revealed that the heavens were on his side as he actually found the fountain of innocence. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wondered if Tang Chuan was the low-level heavenly chosen one. Qin Feng considered that if he was guessing it correctly, Tang Chuan's cultivation must be at the first stage of the path of Tao. His Kai should be stronger than 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, and if such 2 people with so much power cooperated, their enemy would have to beg on their knees not to be killed. He inquired of the system telepathically if it was sure that Tang Chuan was a heavenly chosen one, and the system replied affirmatively. It detects that the other party is a low-level heavenly chosen one, and there is no doubt about it. Qin Feng queried the system about what the low level was, and the system responded that it was the one beneath intermediate. He inquired about the intermediate, and the system explained that it was one level beneath superior. Qin Feng queried the system about superior, and the system stated that it was one level beneath advance. He inquired about advance, and the system explained that it was one level beneath legendary. Qin Feng inquired if there was any reward for beating Tang Chuan up. The system replied affirmatively, stating it was villain points, and Qin Feng questioned if there was a lucky draw. The system inquired what he was thinking, and it stated that Tang Chuan is basically a heavenly chosen one in the sewers, to which Qin Feng responded that fine. Qin Feng considered that in the era of Huanggu's big strife, the heavenly chosen ones he encountered were all at epic level, so he wondered how such a weak and inferior heavenly chosen one could appear and if that was a joke. On the other hand, Tang Chuan was contemplating that he would strangle them to death and monopolize the Spring of Purity, and he used his skill, Bind in Silver and Blue. But Qian Jun inquired if Tang Chuan was trying to make them laugh to death, and Wan Ma stated that he felt like Tang Chuan was insulting him by using such a weak weapon on him. Wan Ma took a deep breath. He released a powerful aura and effortlessly destroyed Tang Chuan's restraints. Wan Ma quickly crouched on the ground to gain driving force. He charged at Tang Chuan at an incredible speed, and Tang Chuan tried to use his skill, Bind in Silver and Blue, but he was cut off. Tang Chuan was startled when Wan Ma was already in front of him before he could finish casting his skill. Wan Ma slapped Tang Chuan across the face really hard. Tang Chuan tried to use his skill, Bind in Silver and Blue, again, but he couldn't finish casting it again. Wan Ma slapped him again so hard that he coughed up blood. But Tang Chuan did not give up, and he tried to use his skill, Bind in Silver and Blue, again. But Wan Ma interrupted him again by giving him an explosive punch on his stomach. The system congratulated Qin Feng for injuring a low-level heavenly chosen one, so he obtained 50 villain points. Qin Feng couldn't help but inquire if it was only that much. He considered that when he kicked his younger brother in the womb, he got 10 points for each kick, but it was only 50 points for injuring Tang Chuan, and as he cursed in his mind, he reflected that it was no wonder Tang Chuan is called the Sewer Heavenly Chosen One because one cannot squeeze much out of him. Tang Chuan immediately announced farewell to everyone. Wan Ma inquired if Tang Chuan wanted to run, and Qin Feng stated that Wan Ma should just forget it. Wan Ma tried to protest, but Qin Feng teased him and questioned if he was afraid of the silver and blue binding. Wan Ma stated that if he doesn't kill Tang Chuan to silence him and others learn that he was his opponent, they will laugh at him. Qian Jun stated that Wan Ma shouldn't be hasty because there will be time for that. Qin Feng cursed in his mind as he considered that he couldn't perceive that idiom right anymore because of Fang Cheng. He cleared his throat and stated that Qian Jun is correct. He mentioned that the opening time of the Kunlun secret realm is limited, and they have waited a few days there, so it was time to go out, and as Qian Jun stated that they will listen to Qin Feng, he inquired where they should go next for a treasure. Qin Feng inquired Qian Jun about finding a treasure, and Qian Jun responded that it could be told from the fact that Qin Feng took them to Huoluo City to the Kunlun secret realm, and when he came there, he knew there was a spring of purity, so it is reasonable to know the location of the other treasures. But Qin Feng stated that his ass is reasonable while he wondered if Qian Jun didn't know that his system was weak and the heavenly mystery secret card given to him was only enough to peek into the spring of purity, and as for the other heaven and earth treasures, he will just have to look for them blindly. Qian Jun declared that the only option was to snatch it. Qin Feng immediately remarked that Qian Jun should set up and use his brain to attack and only use violence when needed, and he inquired what he has taught him so far. He explained that the Kunlun secret realm was large and there are countless talented people coming in, so even if Qian Jun could snatch it, he questioned how many he could get and what kind of treasure he could get. He mentioned that it was just a waste of time, and Bai Fantong stated that it was right because they are nobles and not robbers. Qian Jun agreed, and as he inquired Qin Feng what they should do, Qin Feng responded that it was simple. Qin Feng explained that Qian Jun and Wan Ma should immediately go out and spread the news about him and include Tiangxin City's Lin Sang, the Emperor's disciple Fang Chang, Blue Demon Palace's Yu Lan, and Tang Chuan because they have obtained the most precious treasures in the Kunlun realm, such as the Spring of Purity and the Nanming Primordial Fire, so they will mobilize the entire Kunlun secret realm to help them find those because with those treasure hunting radars around, there was no reason to bother traveling all over the place because as long as they find them, they will find treasures. Qian Jun and Wan Ma both agreed. Qin Feng considered that he would continue to hide behind the scenes and be a happy master. He called the system and stated that he wanted a lucky draw. The system congratulated Qin Feng for winning the divine level Heavenly Star Sword Array. Qin Feng inquired why the sword again and if the system was for real. He closed his eyes and began meditating. Qin Feng's consciousness was transported into the knowledge sea where the vast sky nine swords was glowing strongly in front of him. He remarked that it was fierce. The vast sky nine swords flew up to the sky. Suddenly, the bright light the vast sky nine swords was producing multiplied and filled the entire sky. Those bright lights started falling down. In each of those bright lights was a sword crashing back down with its sharp end first. Qin Feng was stunned when one of the swords stopped with its blade just right in front of his eye. He came back to reality and stated that it was a strong sword array. A lot of cultivators were meditating as a group. Qian Jun and Wan Ma found the group of cultivators. The two of them laughed mischievously as they looked at each other. Qian Jun inquired whether Wan Ma had heard that Lin San from Tiangxin City had found the immortal crystal mine. Wan Ma responded that there was no way and that Yu Lan from the Blue Demon Palace also found the Phoenix Egg. But Qian Jun remarked that Wan Ma's news was really out of date because earlier, he had heard that Fang Cheng, the great Xia Emperor's disciple, found the Spring of Purity. Wan Ma explained that the Spring of Purity was a good find because one could cleanse their Tao heart there. And he also mentioned another person called Tang Chuan, who is not very strong, but his skills are mighty, so it would be great if someone could capture him. As Qian Jun and Wan Ma walked away, one of the cultivators suggested that they should go. One of the cultivators stated that they shouldn't rest and that they should hurry and follow him in finding Fang Cheng. Another cultivator wondered about the Blue Demon Palace and believed that the Phoenix Egg could be his only. And as another cultivator proposed that they should go because they can't just sit back and let them have the treasures since they found them. Another cultivator advised that they should wait for him. Meanwhile, Qian Jun commented that as expected of Qin Feng, he is always right, while Wan Ma pondered if there was anything their master was not good at. On the other hand, Qin Feng was still at the Spring of Purity cave. Qin Feng declared that the sword array was there, but the swords are still missing, so from that day onwards, he would start collecting swords. But he noted that it is obviously unrealistic to spend money to buy them, so there is only one other option. Qin Feng proposed that they should get them for free, and Bai Fantong agreed that they should go. A few moments later, Bai Fantong inquired where he could get those swords for free in such a desolate place. Qin Feng mused that Bai Fantong was a brat and that he just had to open his mouth. He went to the bloody sea he had just seen, but Bai Fantong responded that he didn't see a treasure there in that sea of flowers. Qin Feng suggested that Bai Fantong would see one if he went in and took a peek. After a while, Qin Feng observed that it looked like there really was nothing coming out. He recommended that they should go because there was no treasure. Suddenly, Lian Lian jumped in front of Qin Feng's face and inquired about the treasure. Qin Feng and Lian Lian lost their balance, and the lady fell on top of him. He flinched and looked up at Lian Lian. Two more ladies popped up, and they introduced themselves as Zhenjin and Ai. The ladies questioned Qin Feng about the treasure. Qin Feng was taken aback by their sudden appearance. Qin Feng wondered if it was the beauty scheme. He contemplated that he wouldn't be polite then. But as Qin Feng was about to touch Lian Lian's bosom, he stopped himself. He inquired whether Lian Lian had a marriage certificate. The three ladies questioned what a marriage certificate was, and Qin Feng responded that it seemed not. Qin Feng requested that Lian Lian behave herself, and he considered that Lian Lian didn't even have a marriage certificate. Yet she wanted to seduce him with her beauty, and he pondered if she didn't know that he had the potential to be the prime minister. Ai questioned Qin Feng about what he was doing, and Qin Feng stated that he was leaving, so she should do as she wished. She probed Qin Feng about where he was going, but Qin Feng replied that it was none of her business. Ai remarked that Qin Feng was a stingy brat because he was giving face but not showing respect. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw the powerful aura that Ai released. The three ladies began floating in the air as they released their dark aura. The three of them declared that Qin Feng should go to hell. Their dark auras all charged towards Qin Feng, but Qin Feng remained unfazed. Those dark auras exploded when they hit Qin Feng. But Qin Feng stated that the battle would end in 3 seconds, and if they split it among the three of them, it was 1 second per head, and he clicked his tongue and mentioned that it was not very good. Ai questioned how that was possible, and as Zhenjin explained that their soul attacks could instantly kill a cultivator of the 3rd stage of the Path of Tao realm, and even a 9th stage of the nascent soul realm. Lian Lian asked why Qin Feng was completely unharmed. Ai suggested that the others should come out. The area was filled with loud booming noise. Corpses immediately emerged from the ground. Qin Feng cursed and stated that it was no wonder nobody was around because they were all lying underground. He inquired if they were ghosts, and he considered that he had heard a lot of legends about ghosts, but it was his first time seeing them. He thought that it was said that they are special creatures formed when a person dies in a special place at a special time, requiring the right conditions and harmony with nature and humanity, and they don't have physical bodies, but they possess incredibly powerful soul attack techniques. Hence they are also called ghost cultivators. Qin Feng reflected that, however, it just so happens that his primordial flame is the nemesis of ghost cultivators. He released a small amount of Nanming primordial fire at the tip of his index finger. All of the ghost cultivators froze when they saw the Nanming primordial fire. Everyone quickly ran away from Qin Feng. Ai immediately recognized the Nanming primordial fire, and Ai wondered if she was kidding. Zhenjin, Ai, and Lian Lian stated that Qin Feng shouldn't come any closer, but Qin Feng addressed them and mentioned that they shouldn't run away because he is not a bad person. Qin Feng called the sisters and declared that his waist is super strong, so they should come and absorb his yang energy. He inquired if they didn't believe him and remarked that they should look. Zhenjin immediately announced that she really wanted to rush up and take a big sip, while Lian Lian was amazed and stated that Qin Feng had such vigorous and robust yang energy, and it has been over 10,000 years since she smelled a man's scent since the Kunlun secret realm closed last time. Qin Feng noted that with such a good waste in front of them, they might not be tempted on the first day and they might still resist on the 10th day, but he wondered if they could resist on the 15th day. Zhenjin commented that it was such a temptation, and she will just look at it for one more second, and she will run. Qin Feng insisted that they should give it a try because he was super durable and super abundant, so their investment won't be wanted, guaranteed. Zhenjin muttered that it was not good as she almost fell for Qin Feng's tricks. She insisted that she won't be deceived by such charms. Qin Feng wondered why they ran away. He declared that it doesn't make sense because according to the theory of appearance equals justice, he should be the most just man in the entire Huanggu, and those girls should be kneeling, adoring, and surrounding him with their eyes full of love, and inquired how they could withstand temptation and flee quicker than rabbits. Bai Fantong agreed, and as he observed that it really didn't make sense, he handed Qin Feng his clothes. Qin Feng started dressing up. He revealed that he finally got it that the sisters were lilies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to resist his charm, and Bai Fantong pointed out that it made sense. So if they don't chase them immediately, they will get away. Qin Feng acknowledged that Bai Fantong was right, and he called the system and proclaimed that he wanted to make an exchange for the 5th volume of Unconstrained Phantom. The system congratulated Qin Feng for spending 1 million villain points to exchange for the 5th volume of Unconstrained Phantom. Qin Feng used his skill, Shrink Land, for me. He started walking towards the sisters. Zhenjin exclaimed that Qin Feng was coming after them, and his AI marveled that it was such a fast speed. Lion Lian urged that they should hurry and go look for their young miss. Meanwhile, at the center of the Sea of Flowers, there was a coffin made of shiny gems. The three sisters ran towards the coffin while they called their young miss for help. The coffin cracked open. A few moments later, Qin Feng was puzzled when he noticed the shining crystals underneath the flowers. Qin Feng took a step, and as the flowers disappeared, it revealed the crystals on the ground. Bai Fantong queried if it was an immortal crystal. He shouted that he was rich, and he has become rich. On the other hand, Qin Feng wondered how there could be so many and if it could be that they stumbled upon an immortal crystal mine. Qin Feng pondered if it was an opportunity a villain like him could have and if it was really possible. Bai Fantong quickly stuffed the immortal crystals into a bag. He celebrated and cheered that he was already a rich rabbit. But Qin Feng took the bag, and Bai Fantong insisted that it was his. Qin Feng reminded that Bai Fantong was still young, so he would hold onto it for him in the meantime and give it back when he was older. He probed if he had any problem with that, and Bai Fantong responded that there was no problem. Qin Feng advised that they should go because the three sisters must be getting impatient, and Bai Fantong considered that Qin Feng could say whatever he wanted because he wouldn't dare to resist anyway. A few moments later, Qin Feng found the three sisters standing near the coffin. Qin Feng greeted the sisters and expressed that it was nice to see them again. A powerful wave of aura spread throughout the area and hit Qin Feng. AI sneered that Qin Feng was a stinky brat and his time had come. But Qin Feng just queried why it was still a soul attack and if they didn't have any other tricks. AI declared that their young miss soul attacks are 100 times stronger than theirs, yet Qin Feng was completely unharmed, and Qin Feng insisted that it was too powerful that there was no way. Qin Feng inquired if it was his turn next, and as Zhenjin probed what he wanted to do, Qin Feng indicated that of course, he would do what a man should do. He used his skill and proclaimed that it should charge upwards and invade. Qin Feng's attack hit the coffin. Qin Feng could see the past, and in a crowd, someone announced that the auspicious moment had arrived as the new bride ascended the bridal sedan chair. One of the attendants of the Xinyan, the bride, inquired who doesn't know that Long Aoshan and Xinyan are a couple and why their majesty insists on taking Xinyan as his concubine. Another attendant declared that Xinyan is the #1 beauty on the beauty ranking, so it was only natural for their majesty to be moved. But another attendant explained that the others don't understand because their majesty was doing that to demonstrate imperial authority and suppress Long Aoshan's momentum. And another attendant observed that when one's achievements overshadow the master, tragedy follows. Meanwhile, Xinyan was crying under her veil as she reflected on Long Aoshan. On the other hand, Long Aoshan proclaimed that the tyrant king seized his beloved, so that day, he, Long Aoshan, shall rise in fury for his beloved and kill. The king declared that Long Aoshan indeed harbored rebellious intentions, and Long Aoshan responded that the king took away his beloved, so there was no reason why he wouldn't rebel. The king asserted that Long Aoshan should stop spouting those high-sounding excuses because he, at heart, will never be a loyal subject, and for his own selfish interests, he was willing to provoke war, causing countless people to suffer, and that a little probing from him has revealed Long Aoshan's true intentions. But Long Aoshan just insisted that they should settle it once and for all. After the fierce battle, the war was over and Long Aoshan knelt on the ground with Xinyan in his arms. Long Aoshan screamed Xinyan's name as he cried and mourned her passing. After the war, Long Aoshan brought Xinyan to the center of the Sea of Flowers, and he lamented that it was not him who was wrong. It was the unjust world. He vowed that if people kill his love, he will eradicate all humanity. He pledged that if heaven kills his love, he will shatter the heavens, and he will become the new heavens and make all beings kneel beneath his feet. Long Eoshin urged that Xinyan should wait for him. He left Xinyan's closed coffin at the Sea of Flowers. Back in the present, Qin Feng looked tense when he heard Long Eoshin's name. Qin Feng seemed to analyze something while he stared at the coffin. He inquired if Long Eoshin, the invincible chosen son of the dragon family, wasn't home at the moment. Xinyan remarked that at the Triple Realm, not only does Qin Feng have the Nanming primordial fire protecting him, but he could also ignore attacks. She mentioned that Qin Feng even managed to take a glimpse into some of her memories. Xinyan noted that Qin Feng was very similar to Long Eoshin back then. Both of them have the talent to suppress the eternal. She added that she won't make things difficult for Qin Feng so he can go. But Qin Feng just laughed, which made Ai inquire what was funny about that smile of his, and as Zhenjin stated that Xinyan has graciously allowed Qin Feng to leave. Yet he dares to show such a contemptuous smile. Lion Lian wondered if Qin Feng was perhaps not taking Xinyan seriously. Bai Fantong declared that it was clear what Qin Feng meant. He noted that they have never been ones to return empty-handed, so either they pay up for safety or they will dig Xinyan out and scatter her ashes. Ai spoke that Xinyan should look at Qin Feng and Bai Fantong, and Xinyan remarked that she admits that Qin Feng's Nanming primordial fire could threaten them, but she also has the ability to kill him before he could use it. Qin Feng wondered if that was really the case and what would happen if he were to burn that place down. Xinyan responded that it was just a sea of flowers, so if it burns, it burns. Qin Feng acknowledged that he understood, and he would burn it down immediately. Xinyan urged that Qin Feng should wait a moment. She indicated that Qin Feng won, and as she requested for him to retract the Nanming primordial fire first. The system congratulated Qin Feng for taking advantage of the absence of the chosen son to intrude and bully his beloved, so he earned 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng commented that compromise is good because when a lady compromises for the first time, there will be a second time, and he wondered if he would be able to make a fortune with that 200,000. He affirmed that it was no problem, and as he called Bai Fantong consumed the Nanming primordial fire to put it out. Bai Fantong announced that it would have been great if Xinyan had mentioned so earlier, and as he probed if she had the strength to compete with them. Xinyan considered that a rabbit was actually able to swallow the Nanming primordial fire, and she wondered what Qin Feng's background was. Xinyan queried what he wanted. Qin Feng repeated Xinyan's question while wondering what could satisfy him in one fell swoop. Xinyan gave Qin Feng an offer and conveyed that as long as he was willing to leave the Sea of Flowers, she could give him 100 million immortal crystals. Qin Feng was surprised when he heard the amount, and he mused that even cultivators entering the Kunlun secret realm may only accumulate hundreds if they were lucky, yet Xinyan was offering 100 million at once. Xinyan affirmed that as long as Qin Feng leaves, all of the immortal crystals will be his, and Qin Feng reflected that Xinyan was like a super rich woman. When Qin Feng inquired if all of that was his, Zhenjin probed if he had never seen anything like that before, while Ai wondered if 100 million was a lot. Qin Feng wondered if the sisters were saying that they still have many more mountains of immortal crystals like that. He declared that he didn't want to work hard anymore and inquired if she couldn't give him a chance. Zhenjin inquired how Qin Feng and Bai Fantong could be so shameless, and Ai declared that she had never seen someone so shameless before. Xinyan remarked that Qin Feng should forget it, and she will escort him out. Qin Feng noted that anything of value will do. A few moments later, Qin Feng was transported out of the Sea of Flowers along with the immortal crystals that Exnian promised him. Bai Fantong mentioned that Xinyan was really heartless, and Qin Feng wondered who taught him that word. Bai Fantong queried if that wasn't how it was used, and Qin Feng responded that if they are happy, it was okay. Bai Fantong commented that Xinyan was a rich woman, and as he pressed what they should do if she didn't give them a chance, Qin Feng observed that they should go smash the glass in Xinyan's house that night. But he added that he meant that they would smash her crystal coffin. Bai Fantong replied that Qin Feng always has solutions. At a distance, Lin Zinner yelled and stated that Lin Sen can't run away, so he should surrender quickly, which caught Qin Feng's attention. Qin Feng decided to take a look, and he believed that it was really Lin Sen. He pondered that speaking of the devil, Lin San was there and that he had missed him so much. But Qin Feng saw Lin Zinner and he inquired self what was going on. He announced that between the girl and Lin San, of course he was picking Lin San, and he used his skill, 9 swords at once. One of Lin Zinner's guards uttered that it was not good because there was an ambush, so they should protect Lin Zinner and retreat. Qin Feng queried if he was okay, and Lin San acknowledged many thanks to Qin Feng for lending a hand. Qin Feng declared that he was quite curious why Lin Zinner would be chasing after Lin Feng when he was the top servant of Tiangxin City, and as Lin San recounted that it was a long story, Qin Feng commented that he should make it short. Lin San probed if he remembered when he brought out a jade box from the ruins and if he would believe him if he told him that there was nothing inside the box. Qin Feng exclaimed, "Of course." He noted that he has always trusted Lin San's integrity, so if he says that there was nothing inside, there must be nothing inside. Lin San immediately asserted that in the end, the person who trusts him the most was Qin Feng, and Qin Feng reflected that the item was in his possession after all, so if he didn't trust Lin San, he wondered who else he could trust. The system congratulated Qin Feng for deceiving the Chosen One, so he earned 50,000 villain points, and as Qin Feng voiced that if the system shouldn't speak if it couldn't speak right, he inquired if it could call it deception when it was about scholarly matters and that he was clearly telling the truth. Qin Feng pressed what happened next, and Lin San remarked that by the time he got hold of the jade box, the news had already spread, so no matter how he explained it, Lin Hao and Lin Zinner believed that he was lying to them. Lin San revealed that from on, there was a rift between them, so to avoid embarrassment, he decided to go out and gain experience, and he considered that returning at that time would ease the tension. But someone spread rumors that he had found an immortal crystal mine, which was a serious matter, and after hearing about it, Lin Zinner demanded that he hand it over. But he truly had no idea about any immortal crystal mine, so because of that, they even drew their swords at each other. Qin Feng indicated that he also believed Lin San in that matter while in his mind. He apologized to Lin San and surmised that it was him who did it, so of course he believes he was innocent. Lin San was moved, and he expressed that having such a confidant as Qin Feng in his life is great enough. The system congratulated Qin Feng for inspiring the Chosen One with words, making him understand the dangers of society and becoming his destined benefactor, so he earned 50,000 villain points. Qin Feng knew that if the system could speak right, it should keep speaking. Qin Feng remembered something, and he inquired if he found any good treasures at that time in the Kunlun secret realm. Lin San sighed and responded that there weren't any treasures and he was just chased constantly upon entering the Kunlun secret realm, so he didn't find a single treasure, which made Qin Feng wonder if that was the case. Qin Feng stated that there were no worries, and since Lin San was hunted by the Lin family, he suggested that he accompany him instead, while in his mind, he pondered that the chosen son always comes with a built-in treasure hunting GPS, so he should just follow him, and he will always have a chance to seize opportunities. A few moments later, Lin San and Qin Feng went inside a cave. Qin Feng was excited as he walked behind Lin San. Meanwhile, Lin San mused that Qin Feng had such familiar eyes. Lin San and Qin Feng were both silent as they walked inside the cave. They continued to walk in silence, and the atmosphere seemed awkward. Lin San wondered if Qin Feng still felt the same way about him as he did back after all those years. A few moments later, Qin Feng queried what he did behind the bushes alone, and Lin San remarked that he just took care of something. Qin Feng declared that Lin San should carry on, and Lin San requested if Qin Feng could turn around for a moment. Qin Feng replied that it was no problem and that he didn't mind. Lin San reflected that Qin Feng was a good person, and when no one else believed in him, Qin Feng stood firmly by his side, so he wondered if he was right that he should probably be honest and tell Qin Feng something. He inquired if he wasn't going to seek his own opportunities. Qin Feng was puzzled by Lin San's question, and he wondered if Lin San's opportunities weren't the same as his and why Lin San was so formal. A loud roar echoed through the forest. It startled both Qin Feng and Lin San. A lady, Qin Muxu, was chased by multiple earth demon bears. She requested for someone to help her. Lin San noted that it was the earth demon bear, and as he considered that it looked like he would have to find another opportunity to talk about the matter, Qin Feng seemed to recognize Qin Muxu. Qin Muxu queried if it was Qin Feng, and Qin Feng affirmed that it was Qin Muxu. Lin San mentioned that the earth demon bear should take his slash. Qin Feng inquired how Lin San could still not change his bad habit of showing off in front of beautiful women after 7 years. Lin San used his skill, Heaven Slaying Sword technique, to attack one of the earth demon bears. On the other hand, Qin Feng defeated the other earth demon bears with his sword technique. Qin Muxu remarked that it was amazing. Meanwhile, Lin San recognized Qin Feng's slash earlier, and he surmised that he couldn't be wrong. He presumed that he definitely wasn't mistaken that Qin Feng's cultivation has already broken through to the 3rd stage of the path of Dao Realm, and his sword intent has even reached the 4th level, so his heaven-slaying sword technique was much stronger than it was 7 years ago. Lin San considered that it was not right because just a few days ago, when he met Qin Feng in Huoluo City, he was still at the 1st stage of the path of Dao Realm with 3rd level sword intent, so he wondered how Qin Feng was overpowering him after just a few days. He believed that after 7 years of diligent cultivating with the sword, the gap between him and Qin Feng kept widening, so he wondered if he was really worthy of the invincible sword heart, the successor of the vast sky sword god, and the title of the #1 sword genius in 100 years. The system congratulated Qin Feng for stopping the Chosen One from showing off and for shaking the Chosen One's unbeatable belief, so he earned 100,500 villain points. Qin Feng announced that he knew little Lin San wouldn't let him down. He inquired how his sword was earlier and stated that he realized it after sparring with him in Huoluo City. The system congratulated Qin Feng for shaking the Chosen One's unbeatable belief, so he earned 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng declared that since he realized 3rd level sword intent a month ago, he has been unable to break through to the 4th level, and thanks to Lin San, he was able to easily make that breakthrough, which discouraged Lin San even more. Lin San reasoned that he spent 7 years diligently cultivating his sword intent from the 1st level to the 3rd level, and yet Qin Feng managed to raise his sword intent from the 3rd level to the 4th level in just a month. Qin Feng revealed that if it weren't for a few days of delay midway, it wouldn't have taken a month. He could have done it in 10 days, and the system congratulated Qin Feng for shaking the Chosen One's belief, so he earned 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng was amazed, and while he was pondering that another 100,000 points was added, so he would work hard to earn some more, Qin Muxu called him and mentioned that she had something very important to say. But Lin San spoke that since Qin Feng has something urgent, he will already take his leave. Qin Feng requested for Lin San not to leave yet, and as he uttered that he also realized a set of sword formations after the sword fight, he turned to Qin Muxu and added that they should talk about her matter later. Qin Muxu wondered how they could wait for that. She conveyed that back in the Qin residence, when she kissed Qin Feng once, he ran around the entire residence trying to kiss him back, but now he was ignoring her for another man. Qin Muxu voiced that Qin Feng should wait for her because the disciples of the Qin family had been trapped by Princess Nanfeng in the canyon, and the situation was dire. Qin Feng queried why she didn't say so earlier. Qin Muxu probed if it was her fault. Lin San commented that he shouldn't involve himself in Qin Feng's family matters, so he will take his leave, but Qin Feng acknowledged that Lin San is his brother from another mother, so his affairs are also his. Qin Feng quickly grabbed Lin San's hand and intertwined their fingers. Lin San was flustered with what Qin Feng did while Qin Muxu was startled. Qin Feng was reflecting that before he drained all the villain points from Lin San, he shouldn't even think about leaving him behind, while Qin Muxu concluded that she finally understood and that it was no wonder Qin Feng had been chasing after Lin San. Qin Muxu perceived that Qin Feng was truly remarkable because not only is he charming himself, but his partner also exudes such elegance. She realized that they were well matched, so there was no reason why they shouldn't just get married right there. Meanwhile, inside the canyon, Princess Nanfeng scoffed and remarked that she may not be able to touch Qin Feng, but she could annihilate the new forces of the Qin family. One of Princess Nanfeng's men inquired if they should charge forward and kill those people from the Qin family and if their efforts wouldn't be in vain if they let Qin Muxu bring reinforcements. Princess Nanfeng queried if he believed he was incapable or if he assumed that she was incapable. The man quickly apologized to Princess Nanfeng. Princess Nanfeng stated that she intentionally let Qin Muxu go, and if she brings reinforcements from the Yinyu Empire or other countries, she will just use the pretext of colluding with foreign enemies to wipe out all the Qin family disciples. But the man wondered what they would do if the reinforcements came from the Great Xia Empire. Princess Nanfeng noted that it was perfect because they would deal with them together to prevent them from joining forces in the future to threaten the imperial authority, and the man answered yes. A huge explosion occurred inside the canyon. One of the Qin family disciples declared that they should go into formation. He announced that the power of the 9 heavens is the unity of mind and technique. Another disciple commented that the mutual operation of the 8 gates was the strength of the 7s, and another disciple uttered that the longevity of heaven and earth was shaking the 8 directions. As they gathered, a huge devil eel attacked their formation and caused a huge explosion. One of the disciples pondered if it could be that the heavens wanted to destroy their Qin family, and another disciple replied that he shouldn't think like that because Qin Muxu just broke through the encirclement, so as long as they could find reinforcements in time, they still have hope. The devil eel continued to attack their formation and created a huge explosion. Each and every one of the Qin family disciples who created the formation started coughing up blood. One of the disciples lamented that they were really doomed at that time, and the other disciple responded that it was no use, so he would fight them head on. One of the disciples warned that it was dangerous, so they should quickly retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the others were flying on his vast Sky 9 swords. Qin Muxu observed that Qin Feng was already the #1 genius of Huanggu, the only godson of the Moon Celestial Palace, and the 3rd holy son of the Yinyu dynasty. She asked if he did not enter the Kunlun secret realm alone. Qin Feng mused how he could possibly enter alone, and he mentioned that besides bringing his rabbit, he also brought thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses with him, and with the flare, he could summon them. Qin Muxu expressed that it was great and the Qin family members could finally be saved. She fired the flare towards the sky. The flare exploded and showed a symbol in the sky. When Qian Jun and Wan Ma saw the symbol, Qian Jun proclaimed that it was the signal from Qin Feng, and Wan Ma affirmed that they should hurry back. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng demanded if the Qin family's reinforcements had arrived. Qin Feng landed behind Princess Nanfeng and pressed if she seemed to miss him. Princess Nanfeng spoke that it was Qin Feng again. Qin Feng's group and Princess Nanfeng's group stood face to face with each other. Princess Nanfeng inquired if he would dare to attempt to rescue the Qin family from among her tens of thousands of the Emperor's disciples with just the 3 of them. But Qin Muxu queried, who claimed that there were only 3 of them. She remarked that Qin Feng's entry into the Kunlun's secret realm at that time was accompanied by thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, and she had already sent the sky-piercing arrow, so the main forces will be there soon, and since the tables have turned, it was Princess Nanfeng who is at a disadvantage. Princess Nanfeng's men were intimidated by what Qin Muxu stated. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng challenged what Qin Muxu expressed. Dust and debris were blown all over the place when Qian Jun and Wan Ma arrived. Princess Nanfeng was surprised when she saw them. Wan Ma interrogated why she acted so arrogantly. Meanwhile, Qin Muxu wondered who they were. Qian Jun and Wan Ma asserted that they were the thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses. Qin Muxu probed if they were his so-called thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, and Qin Feng affirmed yes. Qin Feng noted that Princess Nanfeng was already surrounded, so if she didn't want any harm to come to her emperor's disciples, she better surrender obediently, but Princess Nanfeng just countered if he was kidding her. Princess Nanfeng declared that when there is a way to heaven, Qin Feng refuses to take it, and he insists on barging into hell without a way out. Qin Feng observed that Princess Nanfeng was still as confident as ever, but compared to her confident appearance, he still preferred her eloquent tongue. Princess Nanfeng proclaimed that they should all kill the people from the Qin family. Her men maintained that they would kill and won't let a single one escape. Qin Feng instructed that Qin Muxu, along with Qian Jun and Wan Ma, should go deal with those emperor disciples while he handled the fierce beasts, and the 3 of them consented. Qin Feng quickly moved towards the canyon. He hit the devil eel as soon as he entered the canyon. One of the Qin family disciples inquired if it was their great young master. Another disciple avowed that surely the great young master has come to rescue them. And another disciple commented that the devil eels are a group of fierce beasts, so Qin Feng should be careful. Qin Feng thanked the disciple. One of the Qin family disciples quizzed if the emperor disciples from the Daxia dynasty were the ones after their lives and conveyed that he would fight them until the end. Another disciple averred that they should fight and they would either die or live that day. And another disciple insisted that if it weren't for the emperor's suspicion back then, there was no reason why their Qin family would end up like that, so he has been itching for a fight, and they have come at just the right time. The disciples of the Qin family regained their morale and started fighting with Princess Nanfeng's men. On the other hand, Bai Fantong mentioned that once the chill arrives, the sword will follow like a dragon. Bai Fantong tackled one of Princess Nanfeng's men in the groin, and the system congratulated because his spiritual pet has successfully severed others' wisdom roots, so he earned 1,000 villain points. As Bai Fantong continued to attack more of Princess Nanfeng's men, the system to congratulate, and he earned a total of 3,000 villain points. One of Princess Nanfeng's men inquired whose rabbit Bai Fantong was and why it was so shameless, and as another man agreed that Bai Fantong was really shameless. Bai Fantong scoffed that he wasn't from the martial world, so there was no reason to talk about martial rules. He stated that Qin Feng only taught him to hit the eggs first with a 50% chance of winning. One of Princess Nanfeng's men was pissed at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng just queried what it was to him, and remarked that he didn't even know Bai Fantong. But Qin Feng moved behind the man while laughing sinisterly, and the man was terrified. Princess Nanfeng's man screamed and cursed while the system congratulated for severing someone's wisdom roots, so he gained 1,000 villain points. One of Princess Nanfeng's men cursed and interrogated if he weren't just saying that he didn't recognize Bai Fantong. Another noted that they should protect their wisdom roots and be careful with Qin Feng, and another declared that they should retreat. But Qin Feng addressed them as his brothers and mentioned that they shouldn't run away because they were just so brave earlier. Meanwhile, Lin San used his skill, Prodigious Spirit Slash, to eliminate multiple devil eels at once. Qin Feng considered that Lin San was truly a chosen one because that prodigious spirit was comparable to the Dao heart he had cultivated in the spring. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng believed that she never expected Qin Feng to find such a skilled fighter. Qin Muxu asserted that Lin San was so strong, and with only the cultivation of the 2nd stage of the path of Dao realm, he could slay a demon eel of the 5th stage of the Heavenly Master realm, and throughout Huanggu, there are definitely no more than 3 who could achieve that. Meanwhile, Lin San deemed that Qin Feng slayed 3 devil eels with 1 slash while he slayed 4 with 1 slash, so in the end, he was still stronger than him. Qin Feng commented that he just loved Lin San's unruly appearance and reckoned that, as expected of the one he picked, Lin San had started to challenge him. He informed that little San shouldn't even blink at that time. Qin Feng pulled his vast Sky 9 swords and released a powerful aura. Multiple swords fell from the sky and sliced up multiple devil eels. Qin Feng looked so proud while the devil eel's chopped body fell from the sky. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng was so surprised by the meat that rained down on her. One of the devil eel's bodies fell on Princess Nanfeng, and she screamed in pain. Princess Nanfeng probed men what they were all standing around for, and as she advised that they should hurry up and get that thing off her, the men responded yes. One of her men examined if she was okay, and she just replied that he should shut up. Meanwhile, Lin San wondered when Qin Feng broke through to the path of Dao realm, when he comprehended the 4th level sword intent. If he didn't break through to the spiritual martial realm only just a month ago, and if he actually comprehended the Dao heart and possesses the Dao of nature too. The system congratulated for shaking the unwavering belief of a chosen one, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng supposed that he knew that Lin San wouldn't let him down. He thanked Lin San so much and added that he never knew how to comprehend the Dao heart, but unexpectedly, after seeing his prodigious spirit, he understood it. The system congratulated for taking advantage of the absence of a chosen one to bully his beloved and instill fear in her, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng reflected that it was another unexpected surprise. Qin Feng believed that since Fang Chang wasn't home, it was fine, and after he was done with Lin San, he would come find Silver Tongue, Princess Nanfeng. He stated that with Lin San's extraordinary talent, he surely didn't have to spend years cultivating like those mediocre people to comprehend the prodigious spirit. And as he inquired if he was like him with understanding things with just a breath, the system congratulated for shaking the unwavering belief of the chosen one, so he gained 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng contemplated that in just a few seconds, 300,000 points were received, and that was quite embarrassing, but he wondered if he could squeeze out a bit more. Devil eels, roaring ferociously, appeared behind Princess Nanfeng and her men. Qin Feng and Lin San were both alarmed when they saw that. Princess Nanfeng cursed as she tried to avoid the devil eels charging at her. One of Princess Nanfeng's men remarked that they should protect the princess, but Princess Nanfeng asserted that her men shouldn't worry about her and they should kill Qin Feng. Her men were troubled and undecided when they heard her command. Princess Nanfeng maintained that if they couldn't kill Qin Feng, she wanted them all to die with him. Her men declared and quickly charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng considered that it was 1 egg for 1,000 points, and after deducting the recent ones, there should be about 700 left, totaling 700,000. Qin Muxu mentioned that Qin Feng should be careful. Her bosoms were squeezed as they got pressed onto Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng queried if she was trying to save him, while he reckoned that it seemed that she knew nothing about the power of bumping into someone with a ball. Qin Muxu advised that Qin Feng needs to leave there quickly with his people because if he doesn't go immediately, it will be too late. She commented that their other disciples from the Qin family may perish there, but Qin Feng cannot perish there because he is the hope of the Qin family, and as long as he is alive, the Qin family will always survive, and after he turns over a new leaf, he must return to the Qin family. Kai and Jun opined that Qin Feng should take care. Qin Muxu urged that Qin Feng should hurry and go, but Qin Feng didn't budge as Qin Muxu pulled on his arm. Qin Muxu observed that they should go, but Qin Feng pondered why he should leave and if she hadn't heard that Lao Tzu once expressed to Confucius that among the weak waters of the 3,000, he only took a sip to drink. Qin Muxu probed what that meant. Bai Fantong chimed in that he was so exhausted, but Qin Muxu should let him translate it for her. He explained that it meant that the opponent's 3,000 disciples are as weak as water, and it was as simple as drinking water for Qin Feng to deal with them. Bai Fantong affirmed that Qin Muxu should watch because Qin Feng was about to start. Princess Nanfeng's men interrogated what was going on and why their swords were moving on their own. Princess Nanfeng wondered what kind of trick Qin Feng was playing again. Bai Fantong pressed if she could see and noted that it was just as he conveyed. It was as simple as drinking water. Qin Feng proclaimed that the hunt had begun. The swords of Princess Nanfeng's men attacked their owners, and the system congratulated as he gained 1,000 villain points for severing others' wisdom roots multiple times. Chicken heads all around sliced, and the system continued to congratulate for severing each of them. One of Princess Nanfeng's men inquired why he needed to insult them like that, by first severing their wisdom roots and taking their lives, and stated that Qin Feng was truly a shameless villain. Another man remarked that even if he became a ghost, he wouldn't let Qin Feng off. And another man cursed and exclaimed that when he met the King of Hell, he would make sure to file a complaint against Qin Feng, sending him to the 18th level of Hell, never to be reincarnated. Qin Feng maintained that he was innocent. He declared that it was 1,000 points for smashing eggs and 1,000 points for killing, so the reason that he smashed before he killed is just to earn a bit more to support his family. And he queried if they couldn't understand the hardships of surviving as a villain among all kinds of chosen ones. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng asserted that her men should quickly go and support the others and that they should hurry, but one of her men interrogated if that wouldn't be suicidal if they went over there like that. Princess Nanfeng professed that even the dignified emperor disciples are so afraid of death. She posed men if they saw what she did and noted that if they can't kill Qin Feng, she will kill them all. Qin Feng believed that with more killings under the stimulation of blood, his heavenly domineering body gradually awakened, and unlike the double pupils and supreme bone constitution that require closed-door meditation for enlightenment, the heavenly domineering body is born for battle, and its awakening could only be achieved through continuous combat. He reasoned that the more he fought, the more courageous he became, and he never tired. But those were just the basic abilities of the heavenly domineering body, and its true power would be unlocked after activation, opening up completely new forms, and with each form unlocked, the combat power would undergo a qualitative leap, and the opening of the first form was not far away, so the men should come on because the more, the better. Meanwhile, Lin San reflected that he didn't want to get involved in the grudges between Qin Feng and the Daxia imperial family, but Qin Feng saved him from Lin Zinner's hands, so he will do his best to help him kill those demon eels and keep him safe. Lin San swung his sword and slashed another demon eel. He chopped multiple demon eels. Lin San managed to eliminate all the demon eels blocking the way and cleared a path outside the canyon. Qin Muxu observed that she saw it, and Bai Fantong commented that indeed, Lin San is worthy of being the man chosen by Qin Feng, as he has quite a bit of skill. Qin Muxu expressed that the disciples should hurry up, and Lin San has cleared the way out, so everyone should seize the opportunity to leave. Lin San watched as the Qin family disciples flew out of the canyon. Qin Muxu advised that Qin Feng should hurry up and go, but Qin Feng countered that Qin Muxu should go first as he will cover the rear. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng insisted that they can't let the Qin family escape, so they should chase after them. Qin Feng contended that no one could harm those who he wanted to protect, and as he used his heavenly domineering body, first form, one of Princess Nanfeng's men probed how that was possible. One of Princess Nanfeng's men challenged if Qin Feng already possessed the ancient double pupils and had unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, and how he could also possess the heavenly domineering body, which was born for battle, and Princess Nanfeng avowed that it was absolutely impossible. On the other hand, Lin San wondered what he needed to do to catch up with Qin Feng. The system congratulated for shaking the unwavering faith of the Chosen One and gaining 100,000 villain points, and as Qin Feng wondered if Lin San warmed his heart again, he considered that he really was his treasure. Qin Feng opined that he will give Lin San another surprise. Princess Nanfeng's men claimed that they should deploy, and if they worked together, they could definitely stop Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's men created a formation, and it managed to block Qin Feng's overwhelming attack. The men stated that they must hold on, but one of the men remarked that he can't hold on any longer. The formation broke, and Princess Nanfeng's men screamed as they got carried away by the current of Qin Feng's attack. The system congratulated for killing one person and gaining 100 villain points, and it was about to repeat the notification for each person that Qin Feng killed, but it got speechless because a lot of men were dead on the ground. Princess Nanfeng inquired how that could happen. Qin Feng observed that the first form was so powerful, so he wondered how strong the 10th form would be, and he avowed that just killing one person gets him 100 points, but breaking wisdom gets him 1,000, so that wave is a bit of a loss. He queried if he should seize the opportunity and break the men's wisdoms at that moment and if it could count as a reward. But the system notified that they are villains and not maniacs, so it would request him to mind his words and actions. While Qin Feng mentioned that he should just forget it if it doesn't work because at least he still has his beloved Lin San, Bai Fantong professed that he was coming for the money. Bai Fantong gathered the bags and declared that it was his, while Qin Feng considered if Lin San actually left him alone. Qin Feng concluded that it was all because of Princess Nanfeng that he lost Lin San, so he was really angry at the moment. He figured that Princess Nanfeng was still running away. Qin Feng quickly chased after Princess Nanfeng, and Bai Fantong was startled when he saw him running after Princess Nanfeng. He expressed that Qin Feng should wait for him and that Qin Feng is precious, but treasure is valuable. Bai Fantong commented that for a woman, both can't be tossed around, so he will be coming soon. Meanwhile, Wen Ma wondered if they really didn't need to go help Qin Feng, and as Qian Jun noted that there was no need, he probed if he remembered the scene a month ago when Princess Nanfeng appeared at the Qiuzhu Peak. He asserted that Princess Nanfeng must like Qin Feng and that war was probably to forcibly take Qin Feng back as her consort. Wan Ma conveyed that it was no wonder Princess Nanfeng always looks at Qin Feng with 7 parts hatred and 3 parts shyness because it turned out to be the deep love and intense hatred. What one can't have is always in turmoil, and Qian Jun averred that unfortunately, the identities of the two are destined to be impossible. Wan Ma maintained that a princess of the Daxia dynasty, a holy son of the Yinyu dynasty, in the life and death elimination tournament, Qin Feng successfully caught Princess Nanfeng's attention, but she couldn't seek love, so she started playing with fire. She pursued, Qin Feng fled. He couldn't escape. He pursued, she fled, her anger couldn't dissipate, and it was such profound love. Kai and Jun claimed that as a savvy subordinate, they naturally need to give Qin Feng enough personal space because knowing too much isn't good for them, and Wan Ma argued that it is true that seeing Qin Feng once could lead to a lifetime of mistakes. Not seeing Qin Feng could also lead to a lifetime of regret. On the other hand, Fang Chang was cultivating in a forest. He proclaimed that at that time, he would make Qin Feng wish he was dead. The demon informed that Fang Chang should just forget it and they should just go back because he can't beat Qin Feng. But Fang Chang interrogated if he was teaching him how to do things. Fang Chang noticed the disciples of the Qin family pass above him. One of them queried if Qin Feng could really handle it alone and if they shouldn't go back and help him. To which Qin Muxu indicated that they shouldn't worry because Qin Feng will be fine and they were all injured, so staying there would just be a burden, and the disciples agreed. Fang Chang reckoned that he finally found Qin Feng. He believed that at that time, he wouldn't let Qin Feng go. Fang Chang heard Qin Feng inquire Princess Nanfeng if she wouldn't want their little secret to be known by Fang Chang. It caught Fang Chang's attention, and he was surprised when he heard Princess Nanfeng's name. Princess Nanfeng remarked that Qin Feng was shameless. Fang Chang wondered what secrets there could be between Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng. He was taken aback when he saw Princess Nanfeng kneeling directly in front of Qin Feng. Fang Chang believed that he had only been gone for a month and Princess Nanfeng had already given herself to Qin Feng. He wondered what their 7 years of feelings were. Fang Chang was so enraged that he coughed up blood. The system congratulated for bullying the Chosen One's sweetheart and being unexpectedly seen by the Chosen One, spotting blood out of anger, gaining 200,000 villain points, but it also gave a friendly reminder that the Chosen One's wisdom root has been restored. Qin Feng was puzzled when he saw the notification about the Chosen One. He stated that after seeing everything, Fang Chang could still endure, and he considered that he almost didn't recognize that it was Fang Chang who came. Meanwhile, Bai Fantong commented that when he goes back, he is going to use that little money to buy a house full of carrots, fill the entire room, and live every day eating and sleeping well. Bai Fantong noticed Fang Chang and queried if that was a butt. With a mischievous smile, Bai Fantong slowly approached Fang Chang from behind. Bai Fantong observed that to become a successful camper, one must learn how to hide themselves, stay like a rock, lock onto the target, and wait for the right moment to strike. He declared that it was now or never and used his chrysanthemum sword technique. Fang Chang jerked up and groaned in pain due to Bai Fantong's attack, and Princess Nanfeng was startled when she saw him come out of the bushes. The system congratulated as Bai Fantong stabbed the Chosen One, withering his flower with a sword and gaining 500,000 points. Princess Nanfeng interrogated how he was there and mentioned that things weren't what he reckoned, so he needed to let her explain. Qin Feng clicked his tongue and noted that by Princess Nanfeng making that expression, it was easy to misunderstand. Fang Chang asserted that Princess Nanfeng should get lost, as she was a wretched woman, while he was wondering why he got stabbed in front of Princess Nanfeng. Princess Nanfeng was still worried for Fang Chang despite his hurtful words. Qin Feng added that he was quite satisfied with Princess Nanfeng's service earlier, so in return, he could help Princess Nanfeng teach Fang Chang a lesson. He directed his attack towards Fang Chang. The system congratulated for sabotaging the Chosen One and severing their wisdom root, so he gained 500,000 villain points. Fang Chang screamed and exclaimed no. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng replied that Qin Feng shouldn't. Qin Feng inquired if it was a no, and he agreed that he would do as she wished. He looked at Fang Chang while he activated his double pupils. Qin Feng stated that the right eye is destroyed, but the left eye shows vitality. In an instant, Fang Chang's chicken head was reattached. Fang Chang wondered if it was regenerating again. But Bai Fantong appeared and remarked that Fang Chang should get ready. Bai Fantong declared that it was another hit and a strike. The system congratulated because his spiritual pet precisely struck the Chosen One, gaining 500,000 villain points. Princess Nanfeng observed that Qin Feng was so shameless, and Qin Feng asserted that, to be fair, it had nothing to do with him at that time. Fang Chang used the devouring demon technique and noted that it should devour everything. A huge demon immediately appeared in the sky and began devouring everything just like Fang Chang instructed. Princess Nanfeng quickly called the 12 zodiac signs and mentioned that they should protect her body. She commented that Fang Chang was crazy and he should stop it immediately because by using the devouring demon technique so recklessly, he will suffer a backlash. But Fang Chang ignored her and soared up to the sky. While Fang Chang claimed that he would drain Qin Feng dry, Kai and Jun and Wan Ma quickly arrived, and as they called Qin Feng, Bai Fantong exclaimed that he was a poor rabbit that was scared to death. Qin Feng queried if what Fang Chang said was for the devouring demon technique to devour everything. He probed how Fang Chang would respond if he were to unleash even the So's go crazy. Qin Feng maintained that the demon should go ahead and show him what it was worth, and Bai Fantong averred that Qin Feng clearly could directly use the Nanming primordial fire to restrain Fang Chang. But he deliberately chose even the So's go crazy as killing intent runs deep, and Qin Feng truly lives up to his reputation. Fang Chang interrogated how someone could be so shameless and replied that the devouring demon technique should disperse. Princess Nanfeng screamed in pain as she got blown away by the devouring demon technique that Fang Chang unthinkingly dispersed. Bai Fantong clicked his tongue and pointed out that it looked like there would be many more star-crossed lovers after that night, while Qin Feng challenged why he was agitated and conveyed that he shouldn't forget that he was not whole, so even if he breathed it in, it wouldn't make much difference. Fang Chang opined that Qin Feng was asking for death. He indicated that the old devil should hurry up and lend him all of his power. Qin Feng insisted that his companions should step back, and they immediately responded yes. Fang Chang and Qin Feng's attack created an explosion when they clashed, and it created a loud booming sound. One of the cultivators in the forest inquired what was causing such a commotion and who was fighting so fiercely. Another cultivator speculated that with such intensity, it is likely not just a personal feud and they probably stumbled upon some incredible treasure. And another cultivator agreed that it made sense, so they should go check it out. Noticing the approaching cultivators, Tang Chuan cursed and suspected that someone was plotting against him, a righteous gentleman. Tang Chuan declared that the cultivators should take his blue-silver embrace. One of the cultivators wondered what those tentacles that got them were. Suddenly, Tang Chuan exclaimed that there were so many men, and he was so excited. One of the cultivators remarked that it was disgusting. Another cultivator cursed and threatened that he would beat Tang Chuan to death as he was unusual. And another cultivator warned that if he punched Tang Chuan, he might actually die. Suddenly, the cultivators inhaled the particles of the even the so's go crazy that was wafting in the air. One of the cultivators wondered what was going on and why Tang Chuan suddenly became so handsome. Another cultivator complained that it was so hot and it felt like ants were crawling all over his body. And another cultivator assured that there was no need to be so modest because Tang Chuan is just as charming. Tang Chuan stated that when three are walking together, his teacher must be among them. He addressed the cultivators as his dear friends and suggested that they join forces. One of the cultivators responded that it sounded good. Meanwhile, Fang Chang crashed on the ground and coughed up blood. The demon urged Fang Chang to come on because there was no point in continuing like that and reminded Fang Chang not to forget that Qin Feng still has the Nanming primordial fire, so he can't kill him. Fang Chang protested that he refuses to accept that, and the demon wondered if he had ever considered that if he died in battle that day, that would just fulfill the wishes of Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng, and recommended that he strive to return as an emperor instead of that. Fang Chang was stunned as he realized that the demon was right. He admitted that it made sense, and as he rolled away, the demon tried to call his attention and warned that there is a cliff ahead. When Qin Feng saw that, he wondered if there was no need to roll so smoothly. Wan Ma queried if they were still pursuing Fang Chang, and as Qin Feng instructed Wan Ma to forget it and let Fang Chang recover his wisdom roots before they harvest. He inquired about the people from the Qin family, and Wan Ma replied that they already left, and Qin Muxu told him to thank Qin Feng on her behalf. Qin Feng proposed how he could treat him on Qin Muxu's behalf and if he could treat him to a cup of milk tea in autumn, and Wan Ma wondered what tea Qin Feng was talking about. Kyan Jun suddenly chimed in and mentioned that he was too busy with the battle earlier and didn't get a chance to report to Qin Feng that according to the information that they have gathered those past few days, Yulan from the Blue Demon Palace seemed to have found the Dao fruit. Wan Ma affirmed that thanks to the wise and valiant leadership of their boss, they spread the news and mobilized everyone to search for Yulan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known that the Blue Demon Palace was silently making a fortune. When Qin Feng heard about the Dao fruit, he remarked that Yulan truly deserves to be the chosen one, and he reflected that they say that whoever obtains the Dao fruit will conquer the world, so he adores his dear Yulan. On the other hand, Yulan was wondering which shameless bastard spread the news. The system congratulated Qin Feng for making the chosen lady angry, so he gained 10,000 villain points, and when Qin Feng saw that he received a reward, he concluded that it looked like the news was authentic. Qin Feng announced that they should go, and as he checked if Wan Ma was ready, Kyan Jun confirmed that they were ready to go anytime. Qin Feng proclaimed that he was coming for Yulan. At the part of the forest where the Dao tree was, a cultivator remarked that the Blue Demon Palace indeed found the treasure and the Dao fruit belongs to their Wang family. Another cultivator disputed what the Wang family counts for and asserted that the Dao fruit must belong to their Su family. But another cultivator countered that the Wang family and Su family were nothing compared to the Chu family. Yulan considered that originally, when the Blue Demon Palace found the Dao fruit, as long as they waited for it to mature, they could quietly pick it and make a fortune. But she pondered who was the shameless guy spreading rumors everywhere about her getting the phoenix egg, causing various forces to join hands in searching for them, and she concluded that it seemed that they have to go through a fierce competition at the moment. Qin Feng suddenly called Yulan and expressed that it has been a long time and he has missed her so much. Yulan raised his sword at Qin Feng, and her companions prepared for battle as well. She inquired if he was there to compete for the Dao fruit. Qin Feng clarified that he had no interest in the Dao fruit, and he came there because he heard that Yulan was in danger, so he came to protect her. Yulan challenged if he imagined she would believe him and buy Phantom, to which Qin Feng responded and insisted that they had an intimate encounter in that cave, and she even kissed him voluntarily so she could say that the Dao fruit is important. But in his heart, Yulan is more important, while Bai Fantong pondered what he had to do with anything. When Yulan's companions heard what Qin Feng mentioned, one of them reflected that she didn't expect that Qin Feng would be so romantic and private, while another mused that she didn't envy the mandarin ducks that live and accompany each other for a lifetime or the immortals in heaven, but she envied being with Qin Feng every day. Yulan demanded what nonsense he was talking about and who kissed him voluntarily, but Qin Feng merely retorted if it was not and emphasized that the kiss was moist. Yulan's companions were amazed when they heard what Qin Feng uttered. Yulan snapped that Qin Feng should get lost, but Qin Feng suddenly grabbed her arm. Qin Feng admitted that he knew Yulan was angry at the moment, but he wondered if she could promise him something. He proposed that they should be each other's dearest. He urged that Yulan should give him a chance to win her back, and he knew that she demanded that he should get lost. But she actually can't just let go of her pride, and love isn't about what he hasn't given but is about Yulan not knowing what she wants. Yulan speculated how she could develop feelings for the bastard Qin Feng while her companions egged her on and suggested that they should get together. The system congratulated Qin Feng for making the chosen lady's heart beat faster, so he gained 100,000 villain points, and Qin Feng questioned if the system was serious. Qin Feng deliberated if he should accept Yulan's love, if he should let her call him daddy or maybe daddy during the day and keep calling him daddy at night because after all Yulan's mom is pretty nice. Suddenly, Ziyuan appeared, and she was pissed. She glared at Qin Feng, and her veins were popping out of her face. Ziyuan was in a fiery rage, and both Qin Feng and Yulan felt uneasy. Qin Feng addressed Ziyuan as his darling and expressed that she had no idea how worried he had been about her. But Yulan was the one who got pissed at that time, and she scoffed as she walked away. Suddenly, Ziyuan turned Qin Feng's head with her index finger so he would face her. She declared that he was a naughty little brother and that he should pay attention when talking to him and no distractions are allowed. Qin Feng agreed and assured that he would listen to his darling Ziyuan. But he came to a realization. Qin Feng speculated if it was the divine skill of the Moon's celestial palace. Ziyuan inquired what he was looking at and remarked that he was a naughty thing while considering that after knowing each other for so many years. It was the first time Qin Feng looked at her like that because before, Qin Feng had always looked at Moon Celestial like that. Ziyuan stated that she is familiar with every inch of Qin Feng's skin. But Yulan countered that Qin Feng is familiar with every inch of her skin. Ziyuan was petrified, and she demanded clarification about what Yulan uttered. She wondered if what Yulan declared was true, but Qin Feng ignored Ziyuan as he contemplated Lin San. As he intertwined his fingers with Lin San's, Qin Feng mused that Lin San could no longer escape while Lin San reflected why Qin Feng always looked at him like that whenever they met. Meanwhile, Yulan considered that Qin Feng's interests seemed quite diverse, while Ziyuan speculated if her opponent wasn't Yulan after all. Lin San remarked that he and Qin Feng met again, and Qin Feng commented that Lin San arrived just in time. Qin Feng explained that his little concubine discovered the Dao fruit there, but no one knew that it would attract a group of ruffians coveting it, so as brothers, and knowing how much Lin San valued brotherhood, he queried if he would help him seek justice and if he was not there to compete for the Dao fruit. Yulan challenged who claimed that she was his little concubine, while Ziyuan inquired if what Qin Feng was implying is that she is the irreplaceable main consort. The system congratulated Qin Feng for making the chosen lady mad, so he obtained 10,000 villain points, and Qin Feng acknowledged that his darling Yulan was truly his precious because with just one move, it was worth 10,000. Qin Feng questioned internally how there were suddenly so many people. He announced that there are 7 Dao fruits, so if Lin San helps him hold off those people, after the matter is settled, 1 fruit will go to the Blue Demon Palace, 1 to the Moon Celestial Palace, 1 to his rabbit, and 1 to each of his 2 little brothers, and with the remaining 2 fruits, the brothers will take each one, and he asked Lin San's opinion on that arrangement. Both Kai Jun and Wan Ma queried if they also have some. Lin San pointed out that there are a total of 7 Dao fruits, and he would risk his life to help Qin Feng fend off enemies. But in the end, Qin Feng's people would get 6 fruits while he only got 1. To which Qin Feng responded and explained that the accounts shouldn't be calculated like that because a person could only eat 1 Dao fruit in their lifetime, and eating more won't have any additional effects, so it is better to use them to cultivate friendship, as friendship is priceless. Qin Feng urged him to consider how Tianxin City treated him. He emphasized that they not only distrusted Lin San but also sent people to chase and kill him, leaving him with nowhere to go and wandering around. But as Lin San's half-brother, he will always unconditionally trust him, so if he claims that the treasure chest is empty, if he insists that he has never hidden any treasure, he would believe that he has never hidden any treasure, and he will always stand behind him silently supporting him. Lin San retorted if he appeared like an idiot to him. Qin Feng sighed and expressed that he didn't want to come to it, but Lin San forced him, and Lin San demanded clarification of his meaning. Qin Feng abruptly challenged what the hell they were looking at, if they dared to look down on his big brother Lin San, and as he provoked them, urging them to come out and fight if they had the guts, Lin San commented that he didn't expect that even after 7 years, Qin Feng's moral integrity remains the same. One of the cultivators mocked that Lin San was just a measly number 1 sword genius of the 100 years, yet he dared to be so arrogant, so Lin San should watch him teach him a lesson. Qin Feng taunted the cultivators to come on and swore that he is not a man if he ever begged for mercy. Lin San affirmed that the cultivators were not afraid at all, and Qin Feng praised that when it comes to being powerful, it has to be his little San Sen. Suddenly, E-Giant called Qin Feng and remarked that his thick skin was as impressive as ever. E-Giant smiled confidently as he stood in front of Qin Feng. One of the cultivators identified E-Giant as the second young master of the famous Sword Villa. Another cultivator praised E-Giant as impressive, carrying the aura of the 5th stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. Another cultivator speculated that E-Giant came prepared at that time. E-Giant clarified that his Sword Villa doesn't want too many of those Dao fruits, and just 4 will suffice. Qin Feng remarked that E-Giant was demanding more than half of the Dao fruits right off the bat and doubted if he still had the nerve to claim he had thick skin. He pondered if E-Giant had grown a beard, if he wasn't cleanly shaved last time, and if he should find an opportunity to drag E-Giant out and cut it again because after all, he is a businessman and reputation is important. Suddenly, a powerful golden aura came down from the sky and hit the Dao tree. The cultivators declared that the Dao fruits were ripe. E-Giant commanded Qin Feng to get out of his way. Qin Feng agreed, sure thing, and quickly left with Ziyuan. E-Giant warned that Qin Feng should consider himself lucky. A group of cultivators suddenly blocked E-Giant's way and asserted that the Dao fruits belonged to them. E-Giant threatened that if they dare to snatch them from their Sword Villa, they better have the guts for it. He and his Sword Villa quickly overpowered the cultivators blocking their way. But Yulan claimed that the Dao fruits belonged to their Blue Demon Palace. She released a powerful hissing aura that quickly pushed away the cultivators around her. On the other hand, a cultivator wondered what kind of thing the demon was, and another exclaimed that the ghost head could actually devour others' cultivation techniques. Fang Cheng insisted that he needed more power and that the Dao fruits could only belong to him. Qin Feng cursed and complained that all the big shots were there, and he assumed that Lin San, Qin Feng, and Yulan were all epic chosen ones, plus Yi-Giant, who seemed to be a fated villain, was a lineup. He admitted that resisting head-on is not his style, so being a happy-go-lucky camper is the way to go, but the system notified that epic-level missions were selectively released. The first one was Happy-Go-Lucky Camper, which requires being a happy-go-lucky camper to compete for the Dao fruits with a reward of 5 million villain points. Second was United Cooperation, which requires helping the fated villain Yi-Giant fight against the chosen one Lin San with a reward of 1 golden treasure chest. And third was Suppressing the Group of Big Shots, which requires single-handedly suppressing the chosen ones and fated villain present with a reward of 1 divine-level treasure chest. Qin Feng contemplated if he should be a happy-go-lucky camper or seriously be a villain head-on, but he concluded that it would only take a month to gain 5 million villain points if he is diligent enough to collect Yulan's dudas. And as for the golden treasure chest and divine-level treasure chest, with divine level, he definitely won't choose gold. He exclaimed that it was outrageous and complained that the system really didn't understand him at all, ruthlessly depriving him of the joy of being a happy-go-lucky camper. Meanwhile, Lin San cheered that it was great, while the chosen ones and the fated villain were all reaching out for the Dao fruit. The other cultivators shouted that they should quickly stop the chosen ones and the fated villain. Suddenly, when one of Qin Feng's swords passed by them, one of the cultivators wondered what it was. Lin San announced that it was not good. Everyone quickly ran away and dodged Qin Feng's vast Sky 9 swords. The vast Sky 9 swords crashed and destroyed the ground. Lin San immediately recognized it and identified it as the vast Sky 9 swords. Qin Feng demanded if they had enough fun. One of Ziyuan's companions remarked that Qin Feng was so cool, and it was no wonder he was Ziyuan's man. Another lady commented that Qin Feng has really changed a lot and he was getting more handsome, and she never would have imagined that the little brat the Moon Celestial picked up years ago would grow up to be that handsome. And another lady declared that when Ziyuan gets married, she must volunteer to be her maid. On the other hand, Yi-Giant demanded that Qin Feng should move aside. But Qin Feng retorted that he was a loser. But Qin Feng clarified that just to make it clear, he was not targeting Yi-Giant alone, and he meant everyone there. One of the cultivators cursed and complained that Qin Feng was so arrogant. Another cultivator challenged who he assumed he was and rebuked him for daring to talk to them like that. Another person queried if Qin Feng dared to be so arrogant when he was just one person and if Qin Feng floated away or if he lost the ability to lift his sword. Wan Ma wondered if they weren't all supposed to be happily hiding in the buses as low-key villains and why Qin Feng jumped out without even saying hello and provoked everyone there so arrogantly. While Ziyuan praised that her little brother was amazing. Back at the fight, Yi-Giant demanded who he was calling a loser. Qin Feng replied that it was whoever he was talking to. Yi-Giant warned that Qin Feng was courting death, but Qin Feng countered that Yi-Giant was just someone who lost to him and questioned who gave him the guts to talk like that. Yi-Giant swung his sword, but the vast Sky 9 swords quickly blocked his attack. Qin Feng challenged Yi-Giant to bring it on. He summoned the vast Sky 9 swords back into his hand and shifted into a fighting stance. Qin Feng looked at Yi-Giant intently. He used his skill, Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. A huge explosion occurred when Qin Feng and Yi-Giant's attack collided with each other. Yi-Giant wondered how it was possible and reflected that when he encountered Qin Feng in the Life and Death Elimination a month ago, Qin Feng also used the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique as his opening move. But he successfully blocked Qin Feng's attack and even forced him to use his Supreme Bone Divine Power. And he pondered why he was unable to block the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique at the moment when a month had passed and his invincible confidence had solidified. Qin Feng mocked what was so impossible about it, and if he couldn't stop being so shocked all the time when he had been around the block, and he accused the giant of making it seem like he suddenly became so powerful after eating something special. The giant's companions got concerned for him and urged that he should quickly take the pill, while the system congratulated Qin Feng for defeating a fated villain, so his completion progress is 25%. Qin Feng realized that it seemed like he was about to break through again. One of Yi Giant's companions wondered if Qin Feng actually broke through on the spot in that situation, while Yi Giant inquired if he had broken through to the 4th stage of the entry realm in just 1 month. Qin Feng ridiculed if the breakthrough wasn't supposed to be like that and if they needed a long time, while he called the system and decided that it should exchange a foundation establishment pill for him. The system congratulated Qin Feng for successfully exchanging for a foundation establishment pill at the cost of 600,000 villain points. Meanwhile, Yi Giant and his companions were completely speechless when they heard what Qin Feng uttered. Qin Feng declared that Yi Giant was just a piece of trash and mocked who would take pills in proper cultivation. Everyone was confused when they saw Qin Feng take a pill after what he just declared. Qin Feng realized that 25% progress was not bad and victory was within reach when Lin San suddenly called him and mentioned that he was curious if his previous offer still stands. Qin Feng replied that Lin San was given a chance, but he refused it, so he was taking everything. Fang Cheng remarked that Qin Feng should screw off with his taking everything. When the other cultivators heard what Qin Feng mentioned, one of them wondered how shameless Qin Feng could get compared to Yi Giant. Another cultivator suggested that they should go together because even if Qin Feng is the #1 genius of Huanggu, he can't handle all of them. Another cultivator agreed and declared that Qin Feng is alone, so even if he is at the 4th stage of Path of Dao Realm, they could drown him in a single piss. And another cultivator added that the one who gets the Dao fruit gets the world, so they should go all out. Qin Feng mocked that they were losers and they could keep doing whatever they wanted because he would only use one sword. One of the cultivators cursed, and as he challenged if he called that just using one sword, another cultivator urged that they should quickly set up defenses. The cultivators quickly gathered to set up their defenses and instructed that their formation should go. The cultivators stuck together, and their formation created a huge barrier to block Qin Feng's attack. On the other hand, Lin Sen used his skill, Prodigious Sword Kai. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng used his skill, Devouring Demon Technique. Qin Feng's attack clashed with the barrier, and the barrier managed to block it. But one of the cultivators complained that it was too much. He added that there were many people, yet they were still getting overwhelmed. Tian Jun and Wan Ma praised that it was great because their leader finally acted like one, while Ziyun remarked that her naughty little brother is so powerful. On the other hand, the old man accompanying Qin Hao wondered how that was possible and how there could be such a monster in that world. He recalled that if he remembered correctly, Qin Feng should be less than 18 years old that year, yet he already possesses the invincible sword heart, 4th level sword intent, natural Dao techniques, and even refined the Nanming primordial fire, which is on par with the god of destruction, and Qin Feng could also wield the power of Buddha's relics and dragon pearl with ease. Qin Hao declared that he is 3 years younger than Qin Feng, but he will definitely surpass him in 3 years, and the old man realized that at that moment, Qin Feng had completely transcended the human limits because any one of his abilities could make someone a peerless legend. But he has gathered all those abilities within himself, perfectly mastering them, so perhaps no one could match him within the Huanggu. But the old man agreed with Qin Hao and affirmed that he could do it as long as he did something, and Qin Hao queried what it was. The old man struggled and insisted that Qin Hao could definitely do it anyway, and he considered that Qin Hao was still young after all, so it was better to let him live in his dreams. Qin Hao acknowledged that the old man was right and that he could do it. When Qin Hao suddenly charged towards the Dao tree, the old man exclaimed that he was not done talking, and he encouraged Qin Hao too much. Meanwhile, the system notified that a mythical level chosen one had been detected and was rapidly approaching. Qin Feng speculated if it was Qin Hao and remarked that it has been a few years and the little guy has grown so big. He recalled that if he remembered correctly, Qin Hao should be at the epic level, and he pondered when he became a mythical level. Qin Feng concluded that whatever it is, as long as the little guy is healthy. Suddenly, Qin Hao grabbed one of the Dao fruits from the tree. Qin Feng cursed, and as he scolded if it was the behavior of the little rascal, he lamented that Qin Hao used to be such an innocent child, but currently he was taking advantage of his big brother's fight to steal the Dao fruit. He wondered which little scoundrel corrupted his second brother. The old man inquired if it actually worked, and Qin Hao confirmed that he got it. He suspected it was intentional because with Qin Feng's abilities, it didn't matter even if he was currently using the Great River Sword technique. Stopping Qin Hao wasn't difficult, so he speculated why he didn't intervene in the end. On the other hand, Qin Feng remarked that he wouldn't lay a finger on Qin Hao, and he assumed he would let him take it, but it would cost him more. He questioned whether they were not going to talk and concluded that he wouldn't either, so they should see who could endure it. One of the cultivators observed that someone just succeeded in grabbing the Dao fruit, so it appeared Qin Feng wasn't invincible after all. And another proposed that he should distract his attention while he takes a detour and gets the fruit, and after it's done, they would split it evenly. The cultivator reminded that he better keep his word, and he affirmed that a gentleman's word is as good as his bond, so they made the deal. The cultivator called Qin Feng, and as he questioned who he thought he was, he challenged him to come and handle him on his own if he had the guts. Qin Feng probed if he wanted to fight against him, and if he possessed the strength for it. Everyone exclaimed that it was not good and that it was the double pupils, so they should retreat, while another cultivator challenged why he didn't use the double pupils to shoot the kid who grabbed the fruit earlier, and expressed disbelief. Another cultivator cursed and interrogated whether he was even human because he used sword techniques to suppress them while still able to use the double pupils to shoot at them. Meanwhile, Yulan insulted him and assumed he claimed he came to help her deal with outsiders, but he fought against them from the Blue Demon Palace at that moment. The system congratulated 3 times for making the chosen lady mad and for gaining 10,000 villain points, and he commented that it was getting interesting. He wondered who else was there. The other cultivators struggled to protect themselves from his attacks. Lin Sen declared that he wouldn't give up and he couldn't fall in a place like that. But Qin Feng's sword was so powerful, and the system congratulated for shaking the unshakable faith of the Chosen One, gaining 100,000 villain points. On the other hand, the demon urged Fang Chang to forget it because Qin Feng had become a monster beyond comprehension, and even in his prime, he wouldn't dare to face such a creature, but he refused. He vowed to seek revenge and defeat Qin Feng. He would make Princess Nanfeng regret it, and he would let the world know who the real protagonist of Huanggu was. He didn't care, and he demanded that he lend him all of his strength. But the demon denied him. He pressed if he was sure he didn't want to let him borrow it, which made the demon curse as he relented and acknowledged that he was ruthless. He granted Fang Chang his strength and challenged if that wasn't enough. The demon devoured Fang Chang's swords. One of the cultivators admitted that they didn't think there was a stance that could contend with the Great River Sword technique. Lin Sen suddenly declared that he couldn't wait any longer. He used his skill, the prodigious sword. He charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng remarked that little San San finally showed up. Lin Sen requested for him to enlighten him. Qin Feng commented that he really didn't know what to do with him. He used his skill, prodigious spirit sword of heaven and earth. One of the cultivators remarked that the showdown between the number 1 Heaven's Pride of Huanggu and the once in 100 years number 1 Sword Genius, he speculated who would come out on top. Meanwhile, Fang Chang declared that he exerted all his strength, yet Qin Feng still had the energy to pick fights with others, and the demon reminded him that he told him to stay away from him. But he continued to provoke him, and he demanded whose fault that was. Lin San considered that Qin Feng was so strong. Qin Feng remarked that Lin San was destined to be suppressed by him for the rest of his life. He released his attack on him. Lin San declared that his fate was in his hands and not in the heavens. He tried to block Qin Feng's attack, but he realized that Qin Feng was really so strong. On the other hand, Fang Chang observed that it was a great opportunity. It was fantastic, as the Dao fruit was his. Qin Feng commented that he was a brat trying to take advantage of the situation in front of him when he was still too inexperienced. Meanwhile, Lin San was overwhelmed by Qin Feng's attack. His defenses shattered, and the system congratulated for severely injuring the Chosen One, gaining 200,000 villain points and completing 75% of the mission for defeating him. Qin Feng also coughed up blood, but he immediately used his skill, non-existent space snatch. Fang Chang was surprised when the Dao fruit suddenly disappeared before he could grab it. Qin Feng contacted him and demanded that he should give him the Dao fruit back, and he inquired what was going on. Qin Feng insisted that he should hand over the Dao fruit. He denied taking it, but Qin Feng accused him of lying because they were all fighting earlier, and he was the closest to the Dao fruit, so if it was not him who took it, he pressed who did. Fang Chang defended that he really didn't, and one of the cultivators cursed him and accused him of taking advantage of the situation, and still wanting it only for himself. Another criticized that he looked like a gentleman and wondered why he kept doing such sneaky things, while another threatened that he should hand over the Dao fruit or he would smash his head in. Qin Feng took advantage of the chaos and questioned what was wrong with him eating a few of those lousy Dao fruits when, after all, he was Fang Chang, the heaven's pride of the Daxia dynasty, and if they were capable, they should go ahead and beat him to death. One of the cultivators challenged that if it was a lousy Dao fruit, Fang Chang should take it out, and he was so arrogant that he would kick him to death, while another mocked that a man who couldn't protect his own woman dared to call himself a heaven's pride, which was a joke. The system congratulated for framing and endangering the Chosen One, gaining 2 million villain points. Qin Feng criticized that Fang Chang was shameless as he was actually hogging it all for himself, to which Bai Fantong concurred and mentioned that he had never seen such shamelessness in his life. He proposed that they should strip his clothes off and strip him naked. Fang Chang protested. Everyone was speechless after they stripped him naked. One of them inquired if he didn't have it, and another questioned if it was for real and urged that they should let him see, so he should just move his hand a bit because he couldn't see clearly. He was enraged. He shouted that they all should go to hell. One of the cultivators observed that it was bad. Qin Feng remarked that it was good to be angry, but it was unfortunate that Fang Chang was alone there. Fang Chang froze when he saw the Nanaming primordial fire. He quickly ran away. Qin Feng demanded where he believed he was going. The demon warned that he had told him not to provoke Qin Feng, but he simply wouldn't listen, and at that moment, he found him lying down beside him. Fang Chang insisted that he should stop his whining and inquired what they should do, and the demon wondered what he had done in his past life to deserve selecting him. His millennium of cultivation. He extinguished the Nanaming primordial fire. Fang Chang exclaimed that it was great, and the demon muttered that he had expended too much at that time and didn't know when he would wake up, so he should heed his advice and not provoke Qin Feng anymore, as that demon was destined to dominate for eternity, so he couldn't defeat him. But Fang Chang replied that they would deal with the future later. The system congratulated for severely injuring the Chosen One, gaining 300,000 villain points, and he also completed 100% of the task, so he received a divine level treasure chest. He declared that it was finally completed, and the system congratulated for successfully snatching 6 Dao fruits and gaining 1 lottery chance. He protested that he only got 1 lottery chance for 3 chosen ones and 6 Dao fruits, and he grumbled that the dog of a system was becoming increasingly dog-like. But he figured that he should just forget it, as he didn't have time to argue with it at the moment, as he had more important things to do, and as he reflected on Lin San wondered why that feeling seemed familiar. While he approached Lin San, one of the cultivators stated that they originally came to compete for the Dao fruits, but they had mysteriously disappeared, and the prime suspect, Fang Chang, had run away, and as he inquired what they should do, another cultivator urged that they should chase after him, as he refused to believe that mere Fang Chang could escape. Yulan wondered if that was how the battle for the Dao fruit ended and considered that they didn't manage to snatch any of the 7 Dao fruits that originally should have belonged to their Blue Demon Palace, which was really frustrating. On the other hand, Ziyuan pondered what her naughty little brother was up to again. Qin Feng questioned how his sword array had performed earlier and explained that theoretically, it could be stacked infinitely, but he didn't even unleash 1/10,000th of its power. The system congratulated for shaking the unshakable belief of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Ziyuan observed that the two of them were fighting for the Dao fruits with swords drawn, ready to kill each other earlier, one wanting to suppress the other, one wanting to defy heaven's will, but they could happily chat, and she wondered why that was the case. She recalled that Moon Celestial mentioned that men might not necessarily find happiness with women, and when in the company of men, they could be truly happy, and she mused if there was any happiness she could not provide. Suddenly, Lin Zinner pointed out that it was really easy to find Lin Sam. Ziyuan speculated if she was another concubine. She doesn't care because she is the rightful wife, while Qin Feng contemplated if she was trying to steal Lin San again, and reasoned that she had to ask him if he agreed or not. Lin San was uncomfortable when Qin Feng grabbed his hand. Lin Zinner remarked that she could give Lin San another chance, and as long as he revealed the location of the immortal crystal mine, she promised to forgive the past, and he would still be a member of her Tiangxin city, but he insisted that he truly didn't know. She declared that if that was the case, she would make it known that he was expelled from Tiangxin city, and from that point onward, he would no longer be a member of the city. Ziyuan speculated whether she was not Qin Feng's concubine. Qin Feng assumed that Lin Zinner managed to keep away the Chosen Ones time after time because, first, she went to the Qin family to break off the engagement with his brother, and currently, she publicly expelled Lin San from Tiangxin City while Ziyuan concluded that as long as she wasn't there to steal Qin Feng, she could do whatever she liked. Lin San responded that since Lin Zinner didn't trust him, he had nothing more to explain and took his leave. Lin Zinner was taken aback that he actually intended to leave Tiangxin City. She demanded who he believed he was and declared that Tiangxin City wasn't a place he could come and go as he pleased. She summoned the guards and instructed them to stop Lin San for her, and they complied. The guards swiftly surrounded him. He warned that she shouldn't compel him, but she challenged whether he was still capable of threatening her when he was already heavily injured. He dared her to try. Suddenly, Qin Feng commented that it was such a grand spectacle in Tiangxin City, apprehending people right in front of him. Lin Zinner inquired what he implied, and he clarified that the meaning was simple. Lin San was his half-brother from another mother, so anyone who dared to harm him would be his enemy. One of the guards checked if he had heard it correctly because Qin Feng was someone who could harm his own biological brother, and now he was treating someone from another family as a brother. Another guard found it truly strange, and another wondered if there could be some special connection between him and Lin San. Lin Zinner recollected the past when she inquired about the special connection. She admitted that she knew it, that her intentions had been so apparent at that time. But Qin Feng had turned a blind eye, and she assumed he was just a playful youth, but she never imagined it would be like that. He was a cunning person who quietly took away her servant. They should leave. She regretted that she still missed him after returning home, which was maddening. Lin San expressed his gratitude to Qin Feng, and the system congratulated for deceiving the Chosen One's emotions, gaining 50,000 villain points. Qin Feng pointed out that he should observe who was speaking because it was as if they were two peas in a pod. Lin Sen mentioned that he had something else to handle, so he would leave immediately, and Qin Feng wondered if he was departing just like that. He felt ecstatic, so he resolved to be ready for him next time, as there was no way Lin Sen could escape, and he expected they would meet again soon. Joyful events elevated the mood, so he summoned the system and expressed that he wanted to draw. The system congratulated for drawing the super divine level sword technique, one sword opening the heavenly gate. He remarked that he was speechless and wondered why it was another sword technique. He summoned the system and expressed that he wanted to make an exchange for a great completion card. The system congratulated for spending 2 million villain points to successfully exchange for the super divine level great completion card and for using it for the one sword opening the heavenly gate to reach the realm of great completion. Qin Feng was surprised that the super divine level great completion card actually requires 2 million villain points, and he realized that if Lin Sen hadn't left, he could have instantly replenished some points. Since Lin Sen's a protagonist and he's a villain, he believed fate would bring them together again, so he contacted the system and declared that he wanted to open the divine level treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest, the system congratulated for obtaining the primordial treasure, the painting of mountains, rivers, and states. Qin Feng looked at the painting in front of him. Bai Fantong was surprised that he created a ripple when he reached out and touched it. He was absorbed into the painting. He inquired what place it was and where his master was. Qin Feng responded that he could see it. He stuck his hand inside the painting. Bai Fantong was surprised that he came out. He mentioned that he would be back again. He repeatedly went in and out of the painting. Ziyuan wondered what it was, and Yulan explained that the figure in the painting is her, and she is also the figure in the painting, which is interesting. Meanwhile, Qin Feng pondered deeply. He considered whether the Dao fruit tree could be transplanted into the painting. He figured that it was whatever, so he should try it first and decide. He used his aura to uproot the Dao tree. Yulan believed that they came to the Kunlun secret realm to replenish their stock at most, but he was just uprooting everything without giving the next group a chance. One of her companions remarked that everyone is busy chasing after Feng Cheng, but Qin Feng is there leisurely plucking the Dao fruit vines, which is clearly unreasonable, and as she questioned if she thought the Dao fruit might be in his hands, she acknowledged that she made a valid point. Her companion noted that considering her relationship with him, if she just threw a little tantrum, maybe she would get it. But she rejected the idea because she is the young palace master of the Blue Demon Palace, so even if she jumped from the highest peak of the Kunlun secret realm, even if she starved to death, she wouldn't resort to throwing tantrums just to get Dao fruit from him. Her companion observed that he's got the looks, the talent, and the background, so he is definitely the perfect match in all of Hanggu, so maybe she should reconsider. She insisted that there was no need to consider, so they should go, and the companion agreed but silently admitted that he was really outstanding. On the other hand, Qin Feng transplanted the Dao tree into the painting. He confirmed that it was done, and whether it survives or not depends on its fate. Time is running short, so they should come with him and find Xinyan, and as Bai Fantong urged that they should go, Qian Jun inquired who it was, and Wan Ma affirmed that whoever she is, following Qin Feng's lead is always right. Ziyuan remarked that she was not going to the Bloody Sea. She believed that although they had gained something in the Kunlun secret realm, those insignificant gains were not even enough to cover the cost of admission, so she had to seize the time to search for other treasures of heaven and earth and immortal crystals. Qin Feng inquired whether she was going to look for immortal crystals and recommended that she take it. She wondered if it was all for her and felt that immortal crystals were so hard to come by, yet her stinky little brother gave her so many, so she was so touched. Her companion reminded her that she should pull herself together because although the godson was powerful, she was also a goddess, the future head of the Moon Celestial Palace, so she couldn't always rely on him. She insisted that she didn't want them and she wanted to obtain immortal crystals with her own strength. He agreed and mentioned that he would be waiting for her good news and found that she did well as the little girl was starting to take responsibility. She declared that she was going and realized that he had already collected 6 Dao fruits, and compared to her, she was already far behind, so she needed to work harder. A few moments later, at the Bloody Sea, Bai Fantong inquired whether her husband, Long Aoshan, was at home, and as Wan Ma checked if she was home, Bai Fantong interpreted the silence as consent and proposed that they come in. It was the Bloody Sea, so they should go, but Qian Jun hesitated whether it was really okay for them to go in like that because he heard that the Bloody Sea was extremely terrifying, and many cultivators who went there never returned, while Wen Ma assumed that it must be fine. He recalled whether he had forgotten that Qin Feng and Bai Fantong had already been there. Bai Fantong questioned how they knew that it was the painting, the one that Qin Feng personally gave him, and Qian Jun pointed out that he was bringing that up and showing it off. Meanwhile, Xinyan observed Qin Feng and his group with the other ghosts. Zhenjin wondered whether it wasn't the man named Qin Feng and how he came back. Lionlin complained that he was shameless as he even deceived ghosts, while Ai resolved that she would just drive him out, so they should go. Suddenly, Wan Ma sneezed. Kai Jun warned that it was not good because it was the female ghosts. But Qin Feng welcomed them with open arms and remarked that it had been a long time since they saw each other. Ai demanded that he stop, and Lion Lian reminded him that her mistress had already given him 100 million immortal crystals and inquired why he was still there. Kai Jun stated that as far as he knew, the various forces that had entered the Kunlun secret realm had only collected tens of thousands of Xianjing at most, and he had never heard of anyone having over 100 million immortal crystals, so Xinyan must be powerful and influential. He speculated why she would suddenly give Qin Feng 100 million immortal crystals for no reason and whether he did something lucrative. Wanma countered that it shouldn't be because Qin Feng was supposed to only sell his skills and not himself, but Kai Jun remarked that selling a kidney but not selling a heart shouldn't count as selling. Qin Feng expressed that the ghosts shouldn't be distant because they all had gotten to know each other a bit, and since the Kunlun secret realm was about to close, he wanted to say goodbye before leaving, and he also wanted to bring back some local specialties as souvenirs. Ai acknowledged that she understood, and Lion Lian inquired what local specialties he would like. He responded that anything would do because he was not picky, and he considered that they were quite nice. Suddenly, Xinyan arrived. She mentioned that they didn't have any local specialties there in the Bloody Sea, so she suggested picking some flowers to take back. He questioned picking flowers, and if that wasn't bad. Ai remarked that Qin Feng was shameless, and Zhenjin commented that he didn't spare any ghosts. He inquired how they could evaluate a Confucian disciple like that, but noted they should forget it because he was too lazy to argue with them, so they should talk about the souvenirs. Xinyan explained that he couldn't take them away because Kunlun's secret realm had long formed its own world with its own operating rules, and just like outsiders couldn't stay there for long, they also couldn't leave. He wondered what she would do if he could take them out, and she replied that she wouldn't stop him. He confirmed that it was good that it was what he claimed, and he summoned Bai Phantom, who declared that they should watch him perform. He danced to dramatically open the painting. Xinyan immediately recognized the primordial space treasure. It is a magic weapon born from heaven and earth, and especially that kind of self-contained realm is extremely rare in the world. Even Long Aoshan, with great fortune back then, failed to obtain it, so if he uses that treasure to take them out, it is definitely possible to bypass the rules inside Kunlun's secret realm. He assured them that, rest assured, he would promise in the name of the Prime Minister, no matter how difficult it was, he would definitely take her out. The other ghosts wondered if they could really go out, while Xinyan requested about the Prime Minister. He revealed to them secretly that there were big bros outside, and not only were they good looking, they were also full of vitality. He proposed if they wanted to go out and take care of the big bros, and they agreed. He prompted them about what they should do if they wanted to go out, and the ghost immediately turned to Xinyan. She acknowledged that he was indeed exceptional, and she would keep her word, so as long as they were willing to leave with him. She would not stop him because they had been accompanying her in that desolate bloody sea for tens of thousands of years, so it was good for them to go out and see the world. Ai expressed that it was great because after tens of thousands of years, they could finally go out and find fresh men. Zhenjin declared that she wanted 10 a day and she wanted to eat her fill every day, while Lion Lian claimed that she wanted 20 as she wanted to eat until she was stuffed every day. Qin Feng could only admit that they were impressive. Ai reminded them that once they left, the vast bloody sea would be left with only Xinyan, so she requested that she come with them, but she responded that they should go ahead as she would wait for Long Aoshan to come back there. Zhenjin wondered why she was so confused, how reliable men's words were, and why he hadn't shown up for tens of thousands of years if he truly cared about her. Lion Lian concurred and pointed out that she had waited for him for so many years and he hadn't appeared once, so maybe he wouldn't come anymore. But she insisted that there was no need to persuade her, as she wouldn't leave. Zhenjin resolved that if she didn't want to leave, she wouldn't leave either, and Lion Lian echoed the same, which made Qin Feng curse in his mind and suspect if he was being played. Ai concluded that since the others were not leaving, she wouldn't leave either. Qin Feng challenged whether she rejected him for the sake of Long Aoshan and whether no one could reject him. He scoffed and argued that no one could go against the Prime Minister's will, and compromise either happens 0 times or countless times, so if he could compromise last time, he must be able to do it this time too. He questioned whether she wouldn't want him to be upset just because she didn't get the souvenirs. She demanded that he give her a price and inquired how many immortal crystals they could offer for him to leave the bloody sea. Bai Phantom warned that she shouldn't say that they were not giving her a chance, so she should fill up the painting for him. She cautioned that Qin Feng shouldn't push it too far. Bai Phantom challenged how she could turn the tables around just like that. Qin Feng assured them that if there were not enough immortal crystals, it was no problem because he would just pack some souvenirs, and the ghosts exclaimed if it was packing and remarked that they were clearly robbing them. But he corrected them that packing was a favor while robbing was a mishap, and he posed whether he was someone who didn't understand human affairs. Lian questioned why it was that what he conveyed sounded somewhat reasonable, and AI admitted that she didn't understand, but she was taken aback. Xinyan acknowledged that she had never seen such shameless audacity, so they should go down together. Qin Feng inquired if they would be together in death and if she was not waiting for Long Aoshin to return. She was taken aback. He urged that she should hold it. AI mentioned that he should not trouble Xinyan and that they would just leave with him. He replied that it was too late because currently, including Xinyan, he wanted all of them. Zhenjin criticized that he was a shameless scoundrel, and AI insisted that he should let them tear him apart for Xinyan, while Lian encouraged that he should take it. He questioned if she wanted everyone to die for her, while Qian Jun pointed out that there were so many, and Wan Ma declared that they should protect him. Xinyan realized that Qin Feng was just a cultivator at the fourth realm of the path of Dao realm, yet he showed no fear in front of her, and even the strongest cultivators in Huanggu would be afraid of her to some extent. So she wondered if he was truly fearless due to his ignorance or if he possessed some terrifying trump card. Suddenly, she suggested that they should wait. Qin Feng mused that compromise truly seemed to have zero or countless times because she was wavering again. He promised that he would take care of Long Aoshin's wife so he should not worry. Xinyan agreed that she was going with him while weighing that on one side were the lives of everyone in Bloody Sea and on the other side was the unknown boundary of his abilities, and she apologized to Long Aoshin as she dared not gamble. The system congratulated Qin Feng for taking advantage of the absence of the Chosen One at home, barging in, bullying, and taking care of their beloved, and he gained a total of 700,000 villain points, and he confirmed that he got them. Xinyan expressed that she had one request, and that was after he took them out of the Kunlun secret realm. He must let the others go and grant them freedom, to which he agreed and assured that compared to those zombies and ghosts, he was only interested in her. She wished that he would keep his promise. He called Bai Fantong and instructed that he should get ready, to which Bai Fantong acknowledged. A few moments later, Bai Fantong affirmed that he got it. Qin Feng remarked that ancient times had concealing beauty in a golden house, and that day was different when Qian Jun suddenly summoned him. He inquired what was wrong. Qian Jun revealed that they hit the jackpot. Qin Feng clicked his tongue and probed what treasure he believed it was, and Qian Jun exclaimed that it was no ordinary immortal crystal, as it was the immortal crystal mine recorded in the ancient text. But Qin Feng countered that it looked like he had sheltered him too much from the world. Qian Jun queried what he meant, and he explained that the Kunlun secret realm was about to close, so if they did not act immediately, they would miss their chance. A few moments later, a cultivator wondered if someone found an immortal crystal mine in Bloody Sea, and another doubted it, and questioned how anyone could come out of Bloody Sea. The cultivator asserted that he was not kidding, and for some reason, Bloody Sea seemed completely safe already, and they could enter freely. Another confirmed that it was true and that many people were rushing to mine immortal crystals at the moment, and he would not waste any more time talking as he needed to hurry. Another one reported that someone had already dug up tens of thousands of immortal crystals, and if they did not go immediately, they would be too late. Another decided that they should do whatever they wanted because he was going. At the Bloody Sea, a cultivator remarked that the closer they got inside, the more immortal crystal mines there must be. Another marveled that the news was actually true that the Bloody Sea, known for its perilousness, actually hid immortal crystal mines. Another proclaimed that he was going to dig them all out and let those arrogant fools in the sect take a look at his strength. On the other hand, Qian Jun questioned if they were just going to watch them dig out the immortal crystals like that. Qin Feng refused and realized that the trap was set so they would await his entry. Qian Jun inquired when he would stop those people and remarked that those were immortal crystal mines, and he pointed out that they wanted to be free laborers, so he should let them. Wan Ma wondered if his idea was to let them help them dig out the immortal crystals, and they would snatch them later. But Qian Jun explained that although he was unmatched in combat, and could suppress tens of thousands of geniuses single-handedly, if so many people were determined to escape, it seemed that they couldn't snatch back much. Qin Feng declared that with the treasure in hand, the world was his. As Qian Jun commented that he was being cunning again, Wan Ma praised that it was a great strategy. He finally realized that the immortal crystal mine was just bait because since the Kunlun secret realm was about to close, the major forces already filled their treasure, and once they came over, they would fall into the trap set by Qin Feng. Not only could the newly dug immortal crystals not be retained, but also other treasures found in the Kunlun secret realm would also be plundered. He wondered if that small bottle of pointless shouting could really handle so many people, and he assured that since obtaining the formula, he prepared thousands of points, so even if they had tens of thousands of people, it would be enough. If necessary, he also possessed thousands of points of even the So's will go crazy, and Wan Ma admired that he was indeed wise and far-sighted because while others' poison came in bottles, he did it by the pound, and not just a pound or two, but starting from 1,000 pounds. Kai and Jun queried when they would make their move when a girl suddenly questioned who the guys were and what they wanted. The guy responded that their boss method was indeed the best because everyone was rushing to Bloody Sea Canyon to dig for immortal crystals, and they could lay in ambush on the essential routes and catch them one by one. The boss noted that since the Kunlun secret realm was about to close, everyone was getting rich, and it was their turn to profit. He demanded what he was looking at and urged that he should hurry and hand over the treasures she had on her. The guy insisted that she should quickly hand them over, otherwise she shouldn't blame them for taking action themselves, and she bravely permitted that they should take them. As Qin Feng questioned if they were actually robbing his business right in front of him, he lamented that he put in so much effort to set up the stage and those pests were coming to his territory to reap the benefits. If he didn't show off his strength, he challenged if they thought he was just a sweet candy that they could chew off. He introduced his name and assured the girl that she shouldn't be afraid of those thugs because he would protect her while the boss inquired who he was. If he was in the 4th level of the Path of Tao realm, and the guy acknowledged that he just mentioned he was Qin Feng. The boss was astonished. Qin Feng criticized that he couldn't stand people like them the most because they had hands and feet, but instead of finding treasures themselves, they just waited there and robbed others. He challenged if they didn't know how shameless they were. Suddenly, Kai and Jun and Wan Ma fell from the tree branch. Kai and Jun mused that there was no need to scold himself like that, to which Wan Ma concurred. Meanwhile, Qin Feng concluded that they were useless because they were even tripping while walking. The boss urged that they should hurry up because he was the most despicable person in the Huanggu and they shouldn't get too entangled with him, to which the guy affirmed that he understood. But Qin Feng pledged that he would uphold justice for all those who worked hard to dig for treasures that day. He had enough of their nonsense. Suddenly, Mo Dao appeared and blocked the bandits. He swung his sword at the guy. Qin Feng questioned where the scoundrel came from and complained that just as he was about to receive thousands of villain points, he intercepted him halfway. The boss recognized Mo Dao from the Yanyan clan. He lost his life and fell on the ground. Mo Dao beckoned that Tianqian should come to her big brother. Qin Feng inquired if Mo Dao was her brother, to which she confirmed, and she thanked him for saving her. She explained that according to their great desert customs, he saved her earlier, so she should marry him. Mo Dao interjected and remarked that he didn't and he killed those people before him, so she didn't need to marry him. But Tianqian insisted that he should move. Mo Dao retorted that he didn't and his blade is faster than his sword. Tianqian persuaded that he shouldn't listen to her brother's nonsense, and she was about to tell him about their desert customs. But she was cut off. Mo Dao dragged her. He stated that they don't have so many customs in the desert, and she scolded that her stinking older brother should let her go quickly because it concerns the happiness of his sister's future. Kai and Jun criticized that Mo Dao is too arrogant because he didn't even look at Qin Feng properly the whole time, to which Wan Ma agreed and mentioned that he saved his sister, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Qin Feng responded that he wouldn't stoop to his level and considered that after all, even though he snatched his kills, he also worked as free labor in the Bloody Sea. He observed that it was a fast blade and the wounds on those people are exactly 2 inches deep, no more, no less, and all in the same location. With just one slash, it was done in one go, and whether it was strength or accuracy, it was perfect, and it was just a basic, ordinary slash, without any additional buffs like sword intent, yet it could still kill several practitioners of the celestial realm with a single slash. Truly, he has mastered the essence of speed, precision, and ruthlessness to the extreme, and not only does it require extraordinary talent in blade training, but also enduring the monotony of swinging the blade day after day, year after year. Kai and Jun queried if Mo Dao's skill was really that formidable, and he affirmed that it was extremely formidable. He should let him put it that way, that in a situation where both sides have similar cultivation levels and only ordinary moves are used in a duel, if he slashes once and he counters with a sword strike, he will definitely lose. But Bai Fantong pointed out that the problem is if he will engage in a duel using ordinary sword moves against him. He refuted that he won't. Qin Feng questioned if he would engage in a duel using ordinary sword moves. As he disagreed, he wondered who would engage in a duel with ordinary sword moves among proper fighters. The two of them simultaneously concluded that it was despicable. On the other hand, Princess Nanfeng remarked that fortune truly favors the Daxia, while she assumed that after suffering annihilation at the hands of the monster Qin Feng, Daxia had already withdrawn from the battle prematurely, and no one would have thought that by some stroke of luck, someone would actually announce the discovery of the immortal crystal mine. As long as they could dig out enough immortal crystals before the Kunlun secret realm closes, there is still hope for their Daxia dynasty, and she won't have to face any punishment. She instructed that they should begin, and her companion complied. She was determined to dig without eating, drinking, or sleeping until the Kunlun secret realm closes, and it might be tough and exhausting, but it doesn't matter because she is not just digging immortal crystals for someone else. She is fighting for her own future, and she is going to seize her destiny. On the other side, Lin Zinner inquired if it was the immortal crystal mine. She lamented that if Lin San had been willing to tell her where it was, their Heavenly Heart City wouldn't have arrived so late, and been forced to compete with others, so he better be ready for her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his men watched all the cultivators working hard to dig the immortal crystals. He observed that it was not bad, and for employees who work diligently, overtime without complaint, and don't even ask for pay, he believed no unscrupulous boss could resist. Suddenly, he noticed Yu Lan. He wondered if it wasn't his darling Lan and how she ended up falling into the hole he dug again. He justified that at that time, it wasn't his fault, and since she had come to him voluntarily, he would just have to eat it all up. Yu Lan sensed why she felt a bit anxious all of a sudden. Qin Feng remarked that the two of them should keep watch there while he went to take care of something in the painting, and Qian Jun assured that he could trust them while he was gone. Inside the painting, Qin Feng mentioned that Xinyan actually wanted to turn his painting into another bloody sea, and that wouldn't do. He controlled the painting. He created a barrier to stop her dark aura from spreading. She was surprised. A portion of the painting turned purple, and a golden light suppressed it. She exclaimed that he deceived her again. She inquired who deceived her. He explained that he may control the painting, but that didn't mean he was a deceiver because what he promised her was if she went with him, and after they were out, he would set those zombies and female ghosts free. She questioned if he would really let them go, and he affirmed. As a proper Confucian gentleman, he would stick to his word so the zombie friends and female ghost ladies who wanted to leave after they were out could raise their hands up at that time. They exclaimed that it was great that they were finally going to be free, and Lionlian urged that they should raise their hands quickly, to which Zhenjin agreed, while Ai expressed that she was so excited. Everyone raised their hand. Qin Feng released his Nanming primordial fire. Everyone quickly put their hands down. Xinyan questioned what he was doing, and he clarified that she shouldn't misunderstand because, as a living person, it was only reasonable to light a fire to warm up in such a gloomy place, while Bai Fantong agreed that, of course, it was reasonable. Qin Feng remarked that nobody raised their hand, so he was truly touched, as he never expected that, despite only meeting a few times, everyone would be so reluctant to leave him, and it showed their trust in his character. Since everyone trusted him so much, he proposed that he take care of the soul marks for everyone. Xinyan explained that the soul marks were their lifelines. As long as they were intact, they could be revived, so he must handle them with care. As she inquired if he understood their importance, he confirmed that he understood and reassured her that he would take good care of the soul marks for her. Zhenjin entrusted her life to him and requested that he take good care of her, and he mused that they were really laying it on thick because if he hadn't witnessed the terror of their soul attacks, he might have almost believed their ghost stories. They were surprised when he really took their soul marks away. Zhenjin sobbed and pleaded if he could not be so harsh on her because she was scared. He collected more soul marks. They stacked up in the palm of his hand. 2 more stacks formed as more soul marks were collected. The system congratulated him for sneaking the chosen one's beloved back home to bully her, gaining 500,000 villain points. As he called the Prime Minister and reflected that he had an epiphany, Bai Fantong admitted that he might not know what enlightenment was, but if his master achieved it, so should he. Qin Feng stated that it seemed like he was about to have a breakthrough again. Zhenjin marveled that it was such vibrant young energy, while Lionlian noted that from that perspective, it seemed like following him wasn't a bad deal after all, and Ai confessed that it was something else and she couldn't stand that test. The 3 of them drooled for him. Bai Fantong suddenly warned that with him around, they better behave themselves. Qin Feng reached the 5th stage of the path of Dao Realm, so he telepathically called the system and declared that he wanted to exchange for a foundation pill, and the system congratulated him for successfully exchanging for the path of Dao Realm foundation pill using 600,000 villain points. He took the pill. He believed that it was very good as his foundation was stabilized. On the other hand, Zhenjin mentioned that she was so full and it was the first time she had felt so much young energy since becoming a ghost, while Lionlian remarked that it felt like being full for the first time after eating. AI expressed that if she could only possess him, she could continuously absorb his yang energy 24/7. He mused that they were truly a bunch of terrifying women. Suddenly, he got news from the two, and he conveyed that it seemed like it was time to close in. It was time to fulfill Lin San's promise, and he will transfer the ownership of the crystal mine to him unconditionally, of course, excluding the rights to mine, use, and know, and he won't escape, so in that lifetime, he should just resign himself to being under his control. After they leave, they all will use the useless scream to lurk around the Blood Sea, wait for his signal. And he inquired if they understood. Zhenjin affirmed that his words are her command, so she will obey his orders. As AI requested if she could get closer to him, Lion Lian stated that she also wanted to get closer to him. He instructed that they behave themselves and warned that he is a monk who is not someone to be trifled with. The ladies called out to him as he came out of the painting. A few moments later, the ladies urged him to command as he wished, and he joked that as a seasoned villain, he almost got dried out. Qian Jun commented that just a few days ago, those female ghosts were fiercely against Qin Feng. But currently, in just a few hours, they were willing to do anything for him, and Wan Ma observed that they have all submitted, but he inquired about Xinyan. She was sending out a message using her aura. Qin Feng surmised that it seems like she is leaving a message for Long Aoshan. The system congratulated him for secretly taking care of the beloved of the Chosen One and gaining 100,000 villain points. He exclaimed that intercepting messages could earn 100,000 points, so if he built her a bronze bird platform, he speculated if he would be able to get rich directly. Xinyan was pissed at him. She returned to her coffin. Qin Feng commented that compromise is good, and if she compromised once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, or 8 times, she would definitely compromise the 9th time when Qian Jun called him and mentioned that those people had already started to turn on each other and queried if they shouldn't take action. Qin Feng explained that details determine success or failure. As he questioned if he didn't understand, he reminded that they are the most vigilant at the moment, and with a population of over 10,000. They are all chosen by various major forces, and they have also survived the brutal and bloody trials of the Kunlun secret realm. With so many pairs of eyes, they won't let any movement slip by unnoticed. He queried if they think shouting covers a wider range faster or if they would run faster, and Qian Jun wondered what they should do. Qin Feng elaborated that, of course, they wait until they officially start fighting, as they could imagine that when their attention is drawn to the enemies around them, they won't have time to focus on further distances, and the deafening cries of battle will conveniently cover up other noises, and by the time they hear someone shout poison, it will be too late to run. They should remember that even if the success rate reaches 99.99%, they can't act recklessly. And to become a successful villain, one must consider all details and achieve 100% certainty before asking, and he probed if they understood. Bai Fantong responded alright and praised that he said it well, so he is truly the infamous villain that makes the whole martial world tremble, unparalleled in professionalism, and Qin Feng acknowledged that he has a reward. Qian Jun lamented that he missed another chance to flatter Qin Feng, while Wan Ma pondered when he would be able to learn Bai Fantong's ways, when Qin Feng indicated that the atmosphere was set so the free laborers could already start fighting. He flicked a pebble with his finger. Tianqian was hit. She complained that it hurt, and Mo Dao cursed that they were bastards who dared to attack his sister, so he would tear them all to pieces. The cultivators were all fighting each other. On the other hand, Qian Jun remarked that he felt like he had seen that sword somewhere before, and Qin Feng, who was disguised as Lin San, responded that it belonged to Lin San. Qian Jun inquired why he was specifically blaming Lin San when there are so many people in the Kunlun secret realm. As he stated that he should guess, he speculated if it could be as he suspected. Wan Ma muttered that it was too cruel, and Qin Feng explained that for the sake of money, people die and birds perish for food, but they haven't done anything wrong because the real culprit behind all that is money. Money is the root of all evil in that world, and without it, people wouldn't be driven by greed. Without it, people wouldn't lose sight of truth, goodness, and beauty, leading to one massacre after another. So that day, he decided to sacrifice himself and seal away those sinful crystals within his personal space. Bai Fantong questioned who will go to hell if he doesn't go and volunteered that he is willing to share that pain with him. To which Qian Jun admitted that he finally understood why he could only be a follower, and Wan Ma complained that he had completely lost face. The system notified Qin Feng that it had never seen such integrity from a villain before, so his inventory space doubled in size, and he declared that they should start harvesting. Meanwhile, AI informed that the signal from Qin Feng had arrived. They should do it. The three of them quickly spread the useless scream around. Princess Nanfeng questioned what it was. She mentioned that it was not good because it was poisonous. She pondered how there could be an expert in the nascent core realm, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. Zhenjin revealed that she found the storage ring containing the immortal crystals, and Princess Nanfeng realized that she was not human. Zhenjin laughed and declared that the boss will definitely be pleased with that, while Princess Nanfeng demanded that she should give her back her future. She believed that it was over and everything was ruined because those immortal crystals are her last hope of establishing herself in the Daxia dynasty, and losing them meant losing the trust and favor of the emperor. Suddenly, Bai Fantong arrived, and he sang as he walked around. She recognized him, and she feared if the devil Qin Feng was nearby too and what would happen if she fell into his hands again. Bai Fantong identified her as his customer and mentioned that since they had a pleasant cooperation last time, he would help her again. It will do it, and she speculated why he was giving her a carrot again. On the other hand, Lin Zinner warned that the smoke is toxic, so everyone should hurry and follow her to run uphill. But Qin Feng obstructed them with a slash. One of her companions cautioned that she should watch out. The slash exploded as he blocked it. He wondered who it was and noted that it was such a powerful sword aura. Qin Feng revealed himself. Lin Zinner suspected if it was Lin San. One of Lin Zinner's companions remarked that it was no wonder Lin San refused to tell them the location of the celestial mine in Tangxin City. And even if he couldn't finish mining the celestial crystals alone, he didn't expect him to have schemed such a big plan. He must be planning to use the celestial crystals as bait to lure all the major forces of the ancient wilderness, not only to help him mine the celestial crystals for free but also to target all their gains in the Kunlun secret realm. But Lin Zinner pondered if Lin San really possessed such great courage. The system congratulated Qin Feng for successfully making the Chosen One under suspicion, gaining 100,000 villain points. As he wondered what happiness is, he mused that happiness is when one is not by his side but is still bringing him joy, which is why he loves Lin San. Suddenly, Mo Dao urged that he should get out of there. A huge explosion occurred as they clashed. Qin Feng speculated why he was not poisoned and considered that he was unable to use his own sword techniques, so if it kept going, he would be at a disadvantage. But he noticed that he was falling, and he supposed that the heavens helped him. Mo Dao inquired why he wasn't giving his all and if he looked down on him while wondering where his strength was. Tianqian was weak as well, and she called her big brother. Mo Dao questioned if he used poison and cursed that he is a despicable scoundrel. Meanwhile, Tianqian contemplated how Qin Feng was doing. Qin Feng declared that he was just rushing against him and interrogated where that cocky energy went. Mo Dao scorned that he was shameless and he dared him to kill him if he had the ability, but he swore that he wouldn't. Unaware of his true identity, Mo Dao vowed that he will never forgive Lin San for that humiliation, and the system congratulated him for successfully framing the Chosen One, gaining 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng reflected that the chosen woman was indeed the chosen woman because while everyone else was powerless, she still had some strength, and it was just a pity that she couldn't hold on to those treasures, so he would take care of them for her. He promised that he will take it for her, and she grumbled why she keeps running into sneaky thieves recently. First it was the Dao fruits, and currently, the immortal crystal mine has also been robbed, which was so annoying. The system congratulated Qin Feng for safeguarding the storage ring for the chosen lady for angering her, and for his female ghost underling snatching a storage ring, gaining a total of 111,000 villain points, and the notifications kept going. A few moments later, Qin Feng exclaimed that finally it was over and he believed that evil shall retreat and justice shall soon prevail. Bai Fantong suddenly demanded which wicked scoundrel dared to plot wealth and harm lives there, and he proclaimed that his master, Qin Feng, will arrive shortly, so he will deal with him with his peerless sword first, and Qin Feng presumed that the exit performance had begun. He pretended to be alarmed when his mask was removed, as a professional villain must consider all aspects of the details and couldn't let the 10 million villain points exchanged for a polymorph pill be wasted. Bai Fantong denounced that he was a scoundrel, traitor, and a villain. As he queried where he was running, the system congratulated him for successfully framing the Chosen One, putting them in a life-threatening crisis, and gaining 2 million villain points. The two of them jumped behind the bushes. Bai Fantong commanded that he should take the rabbit's sword, while Qin Feng exclaimed that he got a whopping 80 million, so that day he had really hit the jackpot. Bai Fantong screamed and raged that the shameless scoundrel dared to ambush him, while Qin Feng cheered that it was his turn to shine. Meanwhile, a man pleaded that AI shouldn't, but she retorted that he shouldn't be scared. Qin Feng announced that he was there too and the bold female ghost should release those boys immediately. The man begged to save him. He assured that he shouldn't be afraid because he is justice and he will surely rescue everyone from danger. The female ghosts explained that it was the Nanming primordial fire, so they should retreat. Bai Fantong urged everyone to hurry in, while the cultivators acknowledged that Qin Feng had saved them. They mentioned that if he had not arrived in time that day, not only would their immortal crystals and treasures have been robbed, but they would also have lost their vitality and died by those female ghosts. Xianxian admired Qin Feng, while another cultivator proclaimed that from that point onward, Qin Feng became his great benefactor. On the other hand, Yu Lan sighed in relief. Qin Feng noticed her. He inquired whether it was not his darling Yu Lan and why she lay on the ground without getting up. He urged her to let him check her body quickly. She looked away, flustered, and allowed him to check her body. He assured her that he was definitely not taking advantage of her, explaining that he was helping her detoxify, and she should understand that she had been poisoned with no ordinary poison, which could stop the flow of spiritual power in the body, and if not cleared for a long time, it would cause meridian blockage. In mild cases, it could lead to lifelong paralysis, and in severe cases, it could endanger lives, and she questioned if that was true. He reassured her not to worry because as long as the blocked meridians were cleared, there would be no major issues. But of course, each school's methods differed, and his came from a well-known browser called Open Up the Package, and if necessary, he could even help her bring out a Yuan infant. While she inquired about the browser and Yuan infant, one of her companions suggested that they also ask him to use the browser's technique to help them clear their meridians. But the other companion stated that clearing it required physical contact, and he was the beloved of their young miss, so she questioned whether she would allow it. He explained that it was an exclusive technique and they were not allowed to observe, so they should turn around. One of them expressed curiosity about what kind of exclusive technique it could be, as it was really intriguing, while the other observed that the fluctuations of their young miss's spiritual power were so intense that she assumed it must be a very intense technique. The system congratulated Qin Feng for bullying the chosen lady and reaching the upper limit, gaining a total of 2 million villain points. He wondered if there was a limit to that thing, and the system replied that he did not have it, but she did. And in those days, chosen ladies were rare, so for his long-term development, it requested that he be restrained. He asked what it thought of him and whether he was just someone helping her to get some villain points. He claimed that he mainly enjoyed helping others and enjoying the process, and he questioned if it understood, but it remained speechless. Yu Lan remarked that it was amazing as her strength had really recovered, and she admitted that she initially suspected he was taking advantage of her, but it turned out that he told the truth. He asked if, in her heart, he was just a kind of sneaky villain who took advantage of others' misfortunes and stated that in that case, he would leave, but she clarified that it was not what she meant, and he should not misunderstand. He declared that he knew she would always trust him, and the system congratulated him for deceiving the chosen lady's feelings and gaining 10,000 villain points. He wondered if bullying did not work but deceiving did. He said that among the bros, monopolizing the stars and moon from winter to spring, traversing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, he should ask the sky where the beauty was going, the earth where the front was, and life if the beauty would be willing to share the bed with him that night. The system congratulated him for making the chosen lady blush, and her heart race, gaining 100,000 villain points. One of Yu Lan's companions cleared her throat and reminded that tens of thousands of people were watching on the field. He replied fine. One of the cultivators declared that it was thanks to Qin Feng's timely appearance. Otherwise, their young master would have suffered more than just losing the immortal crystals and treasures. Another agreed and remarked that the rumors in the Jianghu say that he is a shameless villain who specializes in dirty tricks. But seeing him that day, he realized how terrifying rumors could be. Another insisted that it was nonsense because Qin Feng is a talented and righteous gentleman, so there was no way he would stoop to such despicable acts. And even if he were, it must be because those people did something wrong. Otherwise, there is no reason why he would even bother with such petty tricks. Another laughed and apologized to him for being shallow. Qin Feng explained that there was no need to thank him, as he was just doing what he should do, but he felt enraged by their words, and the system notified that it had never seen such honest villainy before, so his inventory space expanded to twice its size. Yu Lan inquired if it was really Lin San and reflected that last time, during the robbery of the Dao Guo, he used a sword technique called Righteous Spirit, and those who comprehended it are all gentlemen of integrity, and in theory, gentlemen of integrity like him should disdain such lowly acts. But she wondered if he had been corrupted by Qin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Zinner considered that from Qin Feng's intervention last time, it was clear that their relationship was unusual. So if it was Lin San's doing, she wondered if Qin Feng could have been involved too, especially since Lin San left and Qin Feng arrived right after. One could not help but suspect collusion between them, inside and out. Suddenly, one of the cultivators stated that he recognized the black-clad figure from earlier, and he was Lin San from Tiangxin City. And the woman there was the young miss of Tiangxin City, Lin Zinner, and she confirmed that he was indeed from her Tiangxin City, but she had him expelled just a few days ago. He challenged if she thought they were fools and declared that the Kunlun's secret realm was in crisis, so everyone was complaining about a lack of manpower, yet she just kicked out Lin San, a sword genius, which seemed like a play she had orchestrated for Tiangxin City, to which another cultivator agreed and affirmed that it must be so. It was no wonder they ran against the wind while they were all poisoned. They were in on it together. She denied that it was true and said it was not like that because Lin San found an immortal crystal mine, and she asked him to hand it over, but he refused, which is why she expelled him from Tiangxin City. He commented that he could see that Tiangxin City had quite the appetite, and he bet the immortal crystal mine Lin San found was the one right in front of them, and she lured him with it, made them come over to mine for free, poisoned them, and stole the immortal crystals and treasures in their hands, and he questioned if he was right. Another cultivator remarked that even if Lin San is the successor of the Chang Kong sword god, hailed as the #1 sword who emerges once in 100 years, he wouldn't dare to offend over 80% of the forces in the Huanggu before he grows. So the mastermind behind that could only be Tiangxin City. Another cultivator questioned if Lin San not handing over the immortal crystal mine resulted in him getting expelled from Tiangxin City and declared that it was clearly a flimsy excuse just to make him take the blame. She insisted that it was not it. Tiangxin City really wasn't the mastermind behind it. But one of the cultivators questioned if she was saying it was okay that he left Tiangxin City, and if she really thought they would believe her. She affirmed that it really wasn't them. It was Qin Feng because the last time when their Tiangxin City wanted to capture Lin San, he intercepted them and revealed that he and Lin San are half-siblings with different mothers. And since Lin San left and Qin Feng arrived right after, she questioned if they didn't find it too coincidental. Tianjin interrupted and rejected the claim, stating that Qin Feng is not that kind of person and that she was just framing him and trying to blacken his name. But Mo Dao advised that she should calm down because Lin Zinner does make some sense. Tianjin asked how she could calm down and insisted that Qin Feng is clearly a good person, risking his life to save them, and yet he suspected him of being the mastermind behind it. He must be so hurt. Mo Dao cleared his throat and suggested that they should put aside who the mastermind is for the time being because if it weren't for Qin Feng arriving in time, using the Nanming primordial fire to drive away the female ghosts, he feared they would have all been drained of yang energy by that time. Not to mention how he risked his life to detoxify them. Instead of speculating about who is behind it all, he proposed that they act together, catch Lin San, and find out, to which Tianjin agreed, saying that it was what a good brother should say. One of the cultivators acknowledged that it made sense, so they should set off together to catch Lin San. Tianjin asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine as long as he could save everyone. A little blood loss was nothing to him, and just so they knew, Lin San is his half-brother, and he trusted his character, so he would never do such a thing. And he had been wrongly accused. One of the cultivators questioned if Lin San had been wrongly accused, while Mo Dao inquired what he meant by it. He explained that Lin San is a person of integrity, upright and honest, and if he said he didn't know about the immortal crystal mine, he definitely didn't. So someone had been targeting him from the beginning, and that was a despicable, cunning plot set up by that shameless villain, a chain of events designed to frame him just to make him take the blame. One of the cultivators wondered how it was possible. Another remarked that although news of Lin San finding a celestial crystal mine spread shortly after the Kunlun's secret realm opened, he questioned who Lin San was and stated that at best, he was the successor of the Chang Kong sword god, the #1. But in reality, he was just a lackey of Tiangxin City, a poor guy who couldn't even scrape together a few coins. He asked who would bother plotting against him, especially since it started right after the Kunlun's secret realm opened all the way until it closed, to which another cultivator agreed and questioned who would plot against him. Lin Zinner declared that she is the young miss of Tiangxin City and she wouldn't need to frame a servant. Tianjin requested that Qin Feng stop, as he had been severely injured trying to save them and he might aggravate it further, but he declared that he would say it one last time. If anyone dared to touch Lin San, it was the same as going against him, and they shouldn't blame him if he took action. He summoned his sword. The cultivators noted that it was such a strong sword intent. Mo Dao asked what he would do if it was proven in the future that Lin San did it. Qin Feng declared that they are brothers in that life, and if it turned out to be true, all the enmity, all the hatred, would be on his account, and if anyone had any issues, they should come to him, and he would bear it for him. One of the cultivators remarked that he spilled his own blood to save people. Another said that for his brother, he would sacrifice himself without hesitation with loyalty and righteousness. Another said that he is a true hero, a true man. The system notified that it had never seen such loyalty, righteousness, villainy before, so he gained 2 immortal slave seals. One of the cultivators expressed that Qin Feng's affection for Lin San was clear to all of them, and if it was really his doing, they would handle it properly considering his sentiments, so he should not worry too much. Another agreed and mentioned that he needed to take care of his health. Another said that if there was anything he required, he should just let them know, as they would do whatever it took, no matter how dangerous. Qin Feng explained that he saved people without expecting anything in return. But he exhausted himself earlier, and all the treasures gathered in the secret realm had been looted by the shameless villain, so he did not have a single spiritual stone, and he wondered if they could lend him some to get by after leaving the secret realm. Not much, just 100 high-grade spiritual stones would do. He saved their lives and only requested 100 high-grade spiritual stones, and as cultivators who entered the Kunlun secret realm, they usually came from wealthy backgrounds, so 100 high-grade spiritual stones was very little. They had no reason to refuse him, and with tens of thousands of people there, that was tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones. If he used those to recruit alchemists and artifact refiners to start a factory and sold the pills and weapons to those tens of thousands of people, they would see it as a small token of gratitude for his life-saving act, and if the items were a bit more expensive, it was entirely reasonable. If each of those tens of thousands of people earned 100 high-grade spiritual stones per year, he could recoup his investment in a year, and they were all future heirs to major powers. He imagined what a huge business opportunity it was. One of the cultivators expressed gratitude, but Qin Feng should not have to beg. Another stated that he saved him from dangers, so he would be willing to give 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. But another inquired if he was only offering 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and if that was the limit of the Chen family's generosity, and declared that he would be willing to give him 1 million high-grade spirit stones without expecting anything in return. Another said that he wanted to give 2 so he would not have to be polite with them. Qin Feng coughed, so Tianqian offered to help him sit down over there, and he thanked her. On the other hand, Bai Fantong mentioned that it was good and there was no time, no rush, so they should line up one at a time. Meanwhile, Tianqian noted that Qin Feng saved her again and they had a great desert custom. But Mo Dao suddenly appeared. He remarked that once again, they did not have so many customs in the great desert, but she responded that he was her stupid brother and he should let go of her. On the other hand, 2 female cultivators considered that it was an opportunity. One of them said that since Tianqian had left, he should let her support him, while the other said that he should not worry because she would take good care of him. Meanwhile, Tianqian screamed and expressed that she hated her stupid brother. On the other hand, the old man mentioned that it had been a few days since consuming the Dao fruit until that time, and Qin Hao showed no sign of vitality, so he inquired if there could be something wrong. But suddenly, Qin Hao used his skill, the Great Dao Furnace, the surface of the water where he was swirled. The old man said that heaven and earth coexisted and all things returned to one. Qin Hao gathered the water of the entire lake into one huge orb. It shrank to the size of a droplet. He mentioned that it was the power that would defeat his foolish big brother. He clenched it in his fist. A powerful tornado appeared. The old man stated that that power was truly terrifying and reflected that a single Dao fruit could release such immense power, while Qin Feng had 6 of them. The lake was completely dried up. He inquired if he considered himself the strongest prodigy in the history of the Huanggu and reflected that although he was strong at that moment, there was still a significant gap between him and Qin Feng, and as his mentor, he must constantly remind him so he would not get too proud. But Qin Hao wondered why he would not, and he considered that he really dared to answer that. Suddenly, Beiwen asked if it was not the kid who stole the Dao fruit, while Dajin expressed relief that they were in luck. They declared that the Dao fruit was theirs. Qin Hao released his aura as the 2 cultivators charged at him. They believed that it was a terrifying energy, and if that punch landed, they wondered if it would turn them into ashes on the spot. Qin Hao declared that it was already his strength. The cultivators immediately admitted that they surrendered. He wondered if they feared him. Dajin claimed that he was unmatched and they had eyes but failed to recognize greatness, offending him, while Beiwen begged him for his mercy and hoped that he would not hold grudges against them. He realized that just by releasing some spiritual energy, he intimidated those 2 to that extent. so if a real fight broke out, he wondered if his foolish big brother would quickly find himself at a disadvantage. He inquired which faction they were from and what their names were. Baewon explained that they were unaffiliated, just two wandering cultivators, and he said that he could call him Baewon and the other Dajun, and he mentioned that those names were quite unique. They might leave as he would not give them a hard time, but the two cultivators followed him. He became pissed. He questioned why they still followed him when he said he would not give them a hard time, and Dajun proposed that he take them in as his underlings. He refused, and Baewon requested that he reconsider because they eat little, work hard, have great strength, and follow orders, to which Dajun agreed and asked him to reconsider. But he rejected. Over at Qin Feng's side, after a night of treatment, one of the ladies advised that he should rest because he had been treating people all night, and there was no way his body could endure it. But he declined, as the Kunlun's secret realm was about to close soon, and if they were transported out while still weak, it would surely result in their deaths, so he needed to cure them before the secret realm closed. Bai Fantong resolved to secretly keep track of the names of all those who were treated by Qin Feng so he could visit them for favors later. One of the ladies remarked that she only read in books about what it meant to be a sage, but that day she witnessed it in real life. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng considered that if they did not get cured, they could not move, and if they were transported out of the Kunlun's secret realm, they would be like lambs to the slaughter. Their fate was uncertain, but if they were cured, she would have to bite her tongue in front of the rapidly rising Qin Feng. Suddenly, Yorong inquired if she was poisoned. She explained that it was such a peculiar poison, and it was even stronger than soft bone powder. Princess Nanfeng recognized the golden leaf as the symbol of the Medicine Valley, and assumed that she was from the Medicine Valley, so it appeared that she was saved. Yorong pulled out her tools. Suddenly, Bai Fantong questioned if she was one of the top classes that Qin Feng had been gathering information on, having the Great Peak in Huanggu, but she asked what the Great Peak was. Qin Feng apologized and admitted that it was a bit mischievous. He figured his big sister Damu was already invincible, but she was even more aggressive, and he wondered whose wife she was. The other cultivators all choked on what he said. Qin Feng questioned why everyone looked at him like that and explained that he was just a guy who did not smoke or drink, only a bit lecherous, and wondered if that was wrong. Yorong addressed him as a young hero and requested that he maintain dignity. Wanma apologized to her and explained that their boss lost too much blood and was a bit confused. Qin Feng considered that the sea is accommodated by all rivers, and he wondered if it was vast because of its capacity. One of the cultivators claimed that he was sure Qin Feng did not mean any offense to Yorong, as he just saved tens of thousands of people and his body reached its limit, and surviving itself was a miracle, so saying nonsensical things was just human nature. Another agreed and noted that she should just look at his pale face and how he could stumble just by walking a few steps, so there was no way he could even think of offending her. Another mentioned that she did not have to worry because everyone in the Huanggu knew that she was chaste and unmarried, and that incident with Qin Feng was all a misunderstanding. It caught Qin Feng's attention when he heard that she was unmarried. He supposed that she was another one without a marriage certificate, while one of the ladies warned him to walk slowly because he could fall. Yorong inquired if they mentioned that he cured the poison for tens of thousands of people, and one of the ladies explained that he possessed a body immune to all poisons, and his blood contained powerful detoxifying properties. She considered that if she got the chance, she must study him closely. Qin Feng remarked that it was weird and questioned why he suddenly felt a chill. Suddenly, he realized it seemed to be a student from the Tianhong Academy. If he was not mistaken, they entered the Kunlun's secret realm with a task to bring back 10 pieces of immortal crystal each. Otherwise, they would be thrown into the Tower of 10,000 Demons to train. It represented a business opportunity. He inquired if there was anything he could do to help them, and as they greeted him, he observed that seeing how anxious they were, it appeared they worried about not having enough immortal crystals to report back. Lai Jai complimented his perceptiveness. Suddenly, someone mentioned that the Kunlun secret realm was about to close, and another questioned what they should do. Qin Feng advised that everybody calm down, as he would give them a deal because he found over 500 immortal crystals during his time in the Kunlun secret realm, so they could all share them and complete their task upon returning. He wondered why he had not seen the other two holy sons. The two students hesitated, and Lai Jai demanded to know what the hesitation was about, if they lacked manners, and insisted that the third holy son ask them a question. He introduced himself and informed that the other two holy sons took over 200 people to compete for a sage's bamboo slip. Qin Feng assumed that Bai Fantong possessed the human scroll, and pondered if they searched for the heaven scroll or the earth scroll. He declared that it was 500 immortal crystals and that Li Jai should distribute them on his behalf, to which Li Jai consented. Suddenly, Wen Ma emphasized that they should protect their boss as the Kunlun's secret realm was closing, and Kaiyan Jun confirmed his understanding. Everyone was drawn into the portal. Bai Fantong confessed that he was going to faint. On the other hand, a portal opened in a ladies' open-air bath. Qin Feng wondered if it was an open-air hot spring. The ladies screamed that there was a man and accused him of being a pervert. He replied that he was just coming out and that it was already that exciting. That long leg could at least hit 120 miles per hour on the highway. That back, it would be a shame not to do some cupping. As for those mouths, of course, they were meant for eating. Kaiyan Jun claimed that Qin Feng was right, while Wen Ma inquired whether so many people were eyeing Qin Feng. One of the ladies insisted that they were perverts and scoundrels who remained watching. Wen Ma declared that they all clearly had bad intentions. Kaiyan Jun insisted that they shouldn't misunderstand because they were not perverts. But one of the ladies refused to listen, and another questioned what else they could be other than perverts if they peeped on them bathing. Another claimed that smooth talk wouldn't work, so they should take it. They attacked, and Wen Ma warned that if they dared to offend Qin Feng again, they shouldn't blame them for being rude. The ladies expressed their pain as the warning attack struck them. One of them asked whether he hit her, while another said that he should just wait. He challenged them whether they wanted to try hitting him again. He demanded to know who they believed they were and asserted that no one told Qin Feng to wait, and he just did. Kaiyan Jun questioned whether treating women like that wasn't a bit too rough, but Wen Ma responded who cared if they were women and remarked that the battlefield didn't recognize even blood brothers. As he asked whether he would agree with him, Lin San collapsed into his arms. Wen Ma questioned how he ended up in his arms while Kaiyan Jun remained speechless. Lin San asked where that place was, and Qin Feng admitted that he had no idea. Bai Fantong clicked his tongue and commented that it was a mess. Suddenly, a group of men demanded who bullied their junior sister. Qin Feng and Bai Fantong immediately claimed that Lin San did, and the system congratulated him for framing the chosen one, awarding 100,000 villain points. The senior brother remarked that it was nice, and Lin San made a bold move by attacking him using his skill, Dragon Claw technique. The other cultivators praised the hit and urged him to kill those shameless scoundrels. The senior brother asked whether that was all he had. Qin Feng called Lin San and insisted that they were not taking his side, while Bai Fantong speculated that maybe he just enjoyed the thrill of combat because, after all, a single weak opponent didn't exactly boost one's reputation. The senior brother vowed that once he dealt with Lin San, he would kill the rest of them. But Lin San claimed that he talked too much. He struck him in the stomach. He coughed up blood. One of the cultivators noted that their senior brother was a 5th stage Path of Dao Realm cultivator, and he was defeated with one strike when Lin San was only a 4th stage Path of Dao Realm cultivator, who had just broken through with an unstable foundation. They wondered how he did it. The senior brother asserted that they were prodigies, and the other cultivator explained that since ancient times, cultivators in the Huanggu had been divided into various tiers, with those groomed by major sects being the most prestigious, because the future ruling class was always composed of major sect-groomed prodigies. There was no chance for those of lesser-known sects like them. They advised running, as those were people they couldn't afford to mess with, and Lin San asked whether he was really that scary. Kaiyan Jun informed Qin Feng that it seemed like it might be the territory of some sect, so they should leave quickly because even though they dominated the Kunlun secret realm, those were all fights against cultivators under 30, but currently they were outside, so the opponents would be seasoned veterans with years of experience. Even if he proved extraordinarily talented and could fight beyond his level, the opponents would have an advantage in cultivation level, and by refusing the invitation to travel with the Moon Celestial Palace and the Tianhong Academy, they lost the support of any influential backers, so if they got into a conflict, they would be in for a series of tough battles. However, Qin Feng inquired why he was so tense and remarked that setting aside his own trump cards, even just riding on Lin San's protagonist aura should be enough to ensure they stayed safe. On the other hand, Lin San experienced an ominous feeling. He immediately declared that he had something to do and bid goodbye to Qin Feng, but he requested that he should wait for him and promised that at that time, he was just tagging along. He would not do anything bad. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng was transported to a forest of demon beasts. She questioned where they were and when the support from the emperor would arrive, but he replied that he did not know. Suddenly, she tripped on a rock. She screamed as the demon beast lunged at her, but the emperor's sword blocked its mouth. He controlled it from a distance with his aura. He gestured for the sword to exert its force and move. The demon beast's head was cut in half. Princess Nanfeng wept when she saw her father. More demon beasts came charging at them. The leader of the guards ordered that they should protect the emperor. The other guards followed his lead and attacked. A few moments later, Princess Nenfeng was in the emperor's flying carriage. The emperor wondered if Lin San orchestrated a scheme and seized over 80% of the immortal crystals, while Fang Chang monopolized the 6 Dao fruits, and she explained that she did not mean to. He admitted that she really was his good daughter because he trusted her so much, putting over 1,000 elite cultivators in her hands. But she squandered it, returning with nothing but failure, and he questioned if she would have let all those cultivators perish there if he had not arrived in time. She quickly knelt in fear. The emperor's lover claimed that it was not the time to hold Princess Nanfeng accountable, and he questioned if he wanted to give up the great opportunity to others. The emperor asked what he would suggest, and he proposed that since over 80% of the immortal crystals and treasures were taken by Lin San, he should just go after him, and Fang Chang was from their own dynasty, so it would be easier to get the Dao fruits from him. The emperor admitted that what he said made sense, and Princess Nanfeng wondered if she could believe that. The emperor declared that he was going to assign her more people and she should spare no effort to find Lin San and Fang Chang, and she agreed. After learning of that, other factions also dispatched large forces to hunt down Fang Chang and Lin San because the big families did not want to lose their power while the smaller factions were not content with serving others forever. So conflicts kept escalating, and what started as small-scale skirmishes quickly grew into large-scale warfare due to the Lin San and Fang Chang incident. On the other hand, a fortune teller repeatedly claimed that there was chaos and everything was in turmoil. When the blood moon rose, a monster would appear, and when the blood moon appeared, the nation was about to decline and the energy diminished, like falling into hell. If the moon changed color, it foretold disaster. Green signified famine and fear, red indicated strife and war, yellow meant gain and joy, white signified drought and mourning, and black indicated sickness. The current turmoil might have something to do with the monster born during the blood moon 15 years ago. The era of great contention had begun, and as he wondered if the monster would suppress all others or if the heroes would vie for supremacy, he admitted that he could not see through it. He could not understand it. Meanwhile, the system congratulated for successfully causing chaos in the world, so he earned a chance to spin the lottery, and he questioned what he did. He argued that it was obviously those so-called bigwigs who despised the common people, and those insignificant were powerless that they could not shake those nobles. So what he did was just to restore the world to the order of equality and natural order. He questioned why the predecessors determined what was right and wrong and why the later generations accepted it, and he declared that the world must change. Qin Feng declared that he would make sure anyone who tried to stop him would lose everything. But as a humanitarian, he assured that he would take care of their wives and children so they would not have to worry about them afterwards. And the system responded that it had never seen such a righteous and ambitious villain, so his storage space had doubled. He inquired why he would need so much storage space, and as he remarked that it made him seem always ready to confiscate other people's belongings, he questioned if he was that kind of person. He insisted that no prize stays overnight, so he called the system and requested to spin the wheel. The system congratulated for drawing a sword intent upgrade card. He wondered if it was another sword-related item, so he called Lin San. He confessed that he felt like he was about to burst while thinking that since it was about swords, he could not let him leave. Lin San questioned what he meant by feeling like he was about to burst. The system congratulated for using the sword intent upgrade card and reaching the 5th level of sword intent, and Lin San expressed surprise. He recalled that if he remembered correctly, Qin Feng was at the first stage of the path of Dao realm before entering the Kunlun secret realm with 3rd level sword intent, but currently he was at the 5th stage of the path of Dao realm with 5th level sword intent. The system congratulated twice as he had shaken the confidence of the chosen one, gaining 200,000 villain points, while Lin San could not believe that he had reached the 6th stage of the path of Dao realm. He reflected that if he had sinned, they should strike him with lightning and not send Qin Feng to torment him. Qin Feng wondered if he had upset his little buddy again and concluded that the system could not do that. And when Lin San mentioned that he needed some time alone, he urged that he should wait for him. On the other hand, Ziyuan and her companions were transported to a forest within the Daxia dynasty. One of them remarked that they were really unlucky for getting transported to the border between the east and west of the Daxia dynasty, and as another questioned if it was dangerous there, she explained that the east belonged to the Qin family, and years ago, the Moon Celestial had forcibly taken Qin Feng, causing the Qin family patriarch to go berserk. As for the west, it was under the control of Tangxin City, which had long been at odds with the Yinyu dynasty, so if they met them, they would not show mercy. Ziyuan assured that they should not worry because it would be fine. But suddenly, one of her companions warned that she should watch out. She quickly parried and destroyed the sword that was thrown at her. There were cultivators from Tiangxin City in the sky. One of them proclaimed that they were the Heaven's Prides who came out of the Kunlun's secret realm, so they should quickly notify the others and not let those fat sheep escape. They fired their signal flare. It exploded in the sky. Ziyuan urged that they should finish the fight quickly, and everyone agreed. She explained that although few of those men were nascent core realm, all their cultivators from the Moon's celestial palace were heavenly master realm prodigies, so after a few rounds, they would fall. But she expressed surprise when the Tiangxin City forces turned out in full force. She ordered that they should retreat quickly. One of her companions questioned what they should do at the moment, and she instructed that they should head to the Qin family. Another companion mentioned that the Qin family's feud with the Yinyu dynasty might be as deep as the one with Tiangxin City, but she maintained that people said Qin Feng took his brother's supreme bones for power, though she always felt that he was not the kind of person to do anything for power, so there must be a misunderstanding. Her companion queried what they would do if the rumors were true, and she declared that she would rather die at the hands of her stingy brother's family than Tiangxin City's. The cultivators of Tiangxin City stopped when they reached the border. One of them remarked that they had entered the Qin family's territory and inquired what they should do. Their leader commanded them to chase them, and as he questioned why they had to fear the Qin family, he ordered everyone else to follow. The cultivators insisted that they were not going to escape, and Ziyuan noted that they were catching up. Suddenly, the ground split in half, separating the two groups. The ground where the Tiangxin City cultivators stood rose up. They questioned what was happening and who it was. Yun Ziyu declared that it was bad enough that they came to annul a marriage and insult her son, but now they dared to trespass on her family's territory. She found it truly unforgivable. She released a powerful aura from her hand. She obliterated them in an instant. Ziyuan observed that it was such power. Yun Ziyu reassured them not to be tense because she knew they were disciples from the Moon's celestial palace, and although her family name was Qin, her maiden name was Yun Ziyu. They inquired if she was the mother of the Gotsun, and as one of them noted that it was no wonder he was so handsome because he came from Yun Ziyu, Ziyuan wondered if she was the mother of her stingy brother. She politely greeted Yun Ziyu, but Yun Ziyu replied that there was no need for formalities because she recognized her, and she asked how he had been all those years. Ziyuan responded that he had been doing very well, and he was not only the godson of the Moon Celestial Palace, but also the third holy son of the Yinyu dynasty, master of the great perfected Buddhist techniques, one great perfected divine sword formation, and two great perfected divine sword techniques. Yun Ziyu questioned how much suffering her dear son endured to achieve all that. Meanwhile, Lin San wondered if he did not have his own matters to attend to. Qin Feng retorted what could be more important than spending time with him and doing the things they enjoyed. Suddenly, an old man inquired if they were the Heaven's Prides who came out of the Kunlun secret realm. He asked who was in charge there. Everyone pointed at Lin San. The old man identified him as the one in charge. Lin San cursed them, and Qin Feng warned that he should be careful. He grew alarmed when he noticed the old man's attack. He quickly blocked it. Qin Feng exclaimed that it was too scary and that he was about to pass out, so he called the system and requested a foundation pill to calm down. The system congratulated for spending 60,000 villain points to acquire a foundation pill. On the other hand, the old man grabbed Lin San by the throat. He acknowledged that, as expected from prodigies who entered the Kunlun secret realm, it was truly impressive because that move earlier was a great, perfected divine sword technique, but unfortunately for him, he was a master at the life and death realm. Qin Feng called Lin San and informed him that he was on his way. He inquired if he was done yet. The old man inquired who he was. He recognized the ancient double pupils. Qin Feng activated his eyes. The old man screamed in pain as an explosion hit his face. He questioned if it was the power of the ancient double pupils. Qin Feng explained that his spiritual energy was running low, so he could not shoot anymore. The old man realized that although he was Qin Feng, he made the first move, and it was too late to regret it at that time. So to save his life, he must eliminate him and his companions quickly. He declared that he should strike while he was down and seize the chance because it was now or never. But suddenly, he groaned in pain. Wan Ma snickered and teased if it was the joy of being a sneaky rogue. The old man cursed that all of them should go to hell. Lin San called Qin Feng and mentioned that he had a sword move that could break tens of thousands of arts, but Qin Feng joked that it was funny because he had a sword move that could open the heavens. Bai Fantong wondered what was with those two. They used their combined sword technique. They directed it toward the old man. The old man took a direct hit in the chest. He asserted that he was at the life and death realm. He collapsed. Qin Feng coughed and admitted that he was almost drained. Lin San reassured him that he was fine and inquired about Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied that if he was fine, they should settle the accounts. He asked if he was right that he owed him a life because he was in a chokehold and risked his life to save him, and also, his little brothers risked their lives to buy him time, and he was currently missing, maybe even dead, so that was 2 lives he owed him. As for the combined sword technique, as the only godson of the Moon Celestial Palace, the third holy son of the Yinyu dynasty, and the top prodigy of the Huanggu, he questioned if he should not have high appearance fees. He stated that given they were half-brothers, he would give him an 80% discount and charge him 2 billion high-grade spiritual stones, and he asked if he was right that it was reasonable. Meanwhile, at the Yinyu dynasty territory, Lan Mo noted that Yu Lan was lucky to have been teleported directly to the Yinyu dynasty's territory. She inquired how her time in the Kunlun secret realm was and if she accomplished what she advised her to do. Noticing that she was stuttering, she realized that she did not sleep with King Feng, so she remarked that if she did not make progress in love, she would ask her about her career. She said that she should show her the Dao fruits she obtained, but she questioned if there were no Dao fruits. Yu Lan blamed it all on Qin Feng because if he had not stopped her from picking Dao fruits, they would not have gone to the Immortal Crystals mine, and if they had not mined the Immortal Crystals, they would not have been ambushed. Lan Mo queried if she was with him. Lan Mo inquired how Qin Feng performed in the Kunlun secret realm and what kind of treasures he found. One of their disciples interjected to answer her as the palace lord and revealed that Qin Feng was truly terrifying, single-handedly standing before the Dao fruits and intimidating tens of thousands of prodigies from daring to cross the boundary. They also suspected that the 6 Dao fruits weren't taken by Fang Chang but by him, and as for other treasures he obtained, they didn't know, but given his strength, he must have had a significant haul. Lan Mo commented that it was great. She wondered if she could see, and if not, she requested to be told that finding a capable man who could protect her was the happiest thing. She mentioned that once they returned, she should change into a beautiful outfit, and she would personally cook a few dishes for Qin Feng to come over for dinner, then suggested they finalize the marriage. But Yu Lan refused because men were just external factors, and she wanted to use her own hands to prove her worth. Lan Mo responded that men could be external, but they could also be internal. It was not contradictory. Yu Lan asked how they could be internal, and Lan Mo explained that they had been pretty wild in private, so she wondered how Yu Lan could not understand. She acknowledged that she knew Yu Lan wanted to prove that women were not inferior to men, but she needed to understand her own advantages because men could conquer the world through blood, but women could win through sweat. She questioned if Yu Lan understood what she meant. Yu Lan confessed that she didn't understand and didn't want to understand, to which Lan Mo remarked that she was going to drive her crazy. She emphasized repeatedly that she gave birth to her. Only the ones she gave birth to could be drugged. On the other hand, the old man expressed that he hated himself. He realized that the whole time he choked the little brat, not only did Qin Feng use double pupils to ambush him but also shot that destructive energy at his face. It was fine if they attacked someone for being unrestrained, but they combined swords to hit him together, so he hated it. Qin Feng wondered if the life and death realm guy was that poor because there were only a few million high-grade spiritual stones and a bunch of miscellaneous pills, techniques, weaponry, and alchemy manuals. Lin San concluded that it made sense because Qin Feng was born into the most prestigious family, the Qin family, and even if he defected, he was taken in by the Moon Celestial Palace, so he grew up never knowing the value of money. A few million high-grade spiritual stones probably meant nothing to him, and he speculated that if Qin Feng didn't want them, he would probably give them away. Qin Feng labeled the old man a pauper, and Lin San questioned what he was even expecting from that guy. A few moments later, Qin Feng found Qian Jun and Wen Ma. He inquired if those two could still be saved. Suddenly, Yorong arrived, and Bai Fantong identified her as the one from the Great Peaks. Qin Feng wondered what she was doing there and if she was Lin San's official wife. Yorong questioned what exactly happened there. She commented that it was such amazing sword energy while Qin Feng clicked his tongue and remarked that based on the size alone, he didn't think she was a match for little San San. He invited her to come with him. She demanded that he let go of her and warned that she could scream. He ordered her to be quiet. She was flustered and lost for words. Yorong reprimanded Qin Feng about his hand. He inquired what she was talking about and insisted that she quickly help him check if they could still be saved. She called him simply a bandit. He pointed a sword to her throat, so she laughed and revealed that she was just joking with him. The system congratulated for threatening the predetermined fate of a chosen one, so he earned 50,000 villain points, and he suspected that she really was. Meanwhile, within the Yinyu dynasty, one of the members of the Golden Eagle sect urged to quickly surround them because the elder would arrive soon. One of the Qin family members wondered why there were so many people, while Qin Muxu explained that the Golden Eagle sect was a second-tier faction within the Yinyu dynasty, with thousands of Heavenly Master Realm disciples and tens of thousands of Path of Tao Realm cultivators, so they were in big trouble. Another member suggested sending a distress signal immediately. Qin Muxu fired the signal in the sky at once. Qin Hao noticed the distress signal, and Dajin questioned what was wrong. Beiwen urged to wait for them, while Qin Hao suspected that the Qin family was in danger. On the other hand, one of the Golden Eagle sect members insisted they should attack and not give them a chance to catch their breath. Qin Muxu admitted that it was truly over at that point, but Qin Hao swooped in and eliminated the enemies. She inquired if Qin Feng had arrived, but she realized that it was not him and suspected that she sent the distress signal to ask for help, not to send people to their deaths. Qin Hao demanded which sect dared to harm someone from the Qin family, and as Qin Muxu questioned if he came alone, he replied no, there were millions more troops, and they should be arriving soon. She wondered why that felt so familiar. Suddenly, Dajun and Beiwen arrived. Dajun called Qin Hao and confirmed that they were there, and Qin Muxu expected it. She advised that she should forget it because what must come could not be avoided. Qin Hao should hide behind her, but he refused, and she noticed that those two brothers were surprisingly quite similar. Qin Hao stepped forward to face the enemies. He unleashed his skill, Thunder Shatters the Darkness. Powerful lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky. The enemies screamed in pain as they got hit by those. The members of the Golden Eagle sect declared that they should retreat. Meanwhile, one of the Qin family members inquired if he was really the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, and another claimed that his cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm, so it must be him. Another questioned if it wasn't mentioned that he became a useless person after his elder brother Qin Feng took his supreme bone 7 years ago, and how he could already merge with the heaven and earth treasure extinction divine thunder and kill cultivators at the path of Tao realm like it was nothing, and even make heavenly master realm cultivators want to avoid him. Another wondered if the rumor could be true that he gained a Tao fruit from his brother Qin Feng with his own strength. On the other hand, Qin Feng sneezed, and he pondered who was talking about him. He asked if her Medicine Gods Valley's medical skill was up to par and noted that she still hadn't fully restored them after all that time. She retorted if he assumed that they were made of paper and he could just patch them wherever there was a hole. She apologized and admitted that it was because she was inexperienced and lacking in skill, so she wasted his valuable time. The system congratulated for threatening the predetermined fate of a chosen one, so he earned 50,000 villain points, and he found it intriguing because he hadn't even started using force and she was already getting into character. She denied it and said that it wasn't right either, and he remarked that it was not bad because she was even more cooperative than Fang Chang and Long Aoshan's beloved. Suddenly, he noticed the books in her chest. He figured that it was no wonder she complied with just a gentle touch because it turned out she enjoyed those sorts of things. She asked what he was doing. He inquired why she was so tense and observed that, looking at her expression, it seemed like she didn't want anyone to know that little secret. She questioned what he wanted to do and warned that if he dared to spread that secret, she would reveal that he feigned excessive blood loss while saving people in the Kunlun secret realm. To others, his pale face was due to excessive blood loss, but she could tell that it was because of reverse blood flow. And although she didn't know why he bled so much without consequences, she knew he was definitely taking advantage of those ladies. He remarked that she was a woman who had successfully piqued his interest. She considered that the tone, the plot, those lines, that face, and that identity were exactly like in the novels, and she wondered what she should do. She wondered if she should grovel and beg to maintain her dignity, or be hard-headed to attract his attention, or be domineering and reverse the tables to make him fall, pat her butt and walk away, leading to a 200,000-word soap opera-like drama. She called him and claimed that she knew nothing, and the system congratulated for successfully threatening the predetermined fate of a chosen one, earning 50,000 villain points. He found that she was quite remarkable because it was the first time he had encountered such an unscrupulous heroine, and he questioned what would make Lin San fancy her in the future, and if it could be that he has a thing for shameless people. Bai Fantong suddenly exclaimed that she was so shameless. He responded that she was unlike him, a rabbit whose owner is a peerless handsome guy, and Qin Feng revealed that he had a reward. Yorong wondered if the rabbit could also be part of the play. Lan Ma and Kaiyan Jun coughed as they regained their consciousness. It caught Qin Feng and Yorong's attention. She quickly checked up on them. She mentioned that they had regained their strength, so from that point onward, he should just give them some healing pills. However, every medicine had its toxicity, so he could choose to feed them the pills or let her use medical skills to slowly heal them, and although it would take longer, it guaranteed no after effects. She inquired if he would like to feed the pills or choose her. He considered that although he still had the two Saint Slave seals from last time, she was, after all, the official pairing for Lin San, and if he acted against her, it might cause a fallout with him, and while she preferred that he choose her because she was very useful, he judged that losing Lin San for a woman didn't seem worth it. He apologized and chose feeding the pills. When he entered the painting, Genjin addressed him as her master and expressed that he had finally returned. She had missed him so much, while AI recalled that last time, they worked so hard to loot storage bags and storage rings, so there should be rewards for that. He was alarmed and considered that even if his kidneys were strong, they couldn't take that much sucking, so he reprimanded them and told them that all of them needed to be more restrained. Suddenly, he felt a pang of pain in his chest. Genjin asked what was wrong while he recalled that the feeling was like the night 7 years ago when he personally extracted her brother's supreme bone. He wondered if his brother could be facing a life and death crisis. He called Lin San and requested his presence, and Lin San confirmed that he got it. A few moments later, they traveled using Qin Feng's swords. He hoped that Qin Hao must hold on. Meanwhile, Yorong questioned what that thing was, and Bai Fantong explained that it was the mountains, rivers, and estates painting given to him by Qin Feng. He described that it was in the bright sun and gentle breeze when Qin Feng called him over and carefully placed the mountain river and state painting on his back, and she assumed that he was carrying just a painting. But it was more than that. It was a sign of trust. He asked if he was right that she must be rich since she was said to be from the Medicine God Valley, and he revealed that he heard from his master that hospitals were the most expensive places, capable of emptying one's pockets no matter how much they brought, and since the Medicine God's Valley was the top medicine hall in the Huanggu, they must be incredibly healthy. He wondered if he wouldn't be able to eat the best treasures and get fat if he could sell Qin Feng to her. A few hours ago, at the Golden Eagle sect territory within the Yinyu dynasty, Qin Hao questioned who was there. The Golden Eagle sect's fifth elder introduced himself, and he noted that it was no wonder he was a prodigy from the Qin family of the Huanggu, as he killed thousands of their Golden Eagle sect disciples. Qin Hao asked if he shouldn't make way and let them leave since he knew they were from the Qin family, or if he wanted the Golden Eagle sect to regret crossing them. But Qin Muxu declined, saying he shouldn't because he was a 9th-stage life and death realm cultivator. The fifth elder questioned what a noble from the Daxia dynasty was doing on Yinyu dynasty land, threatening one of their sects, and called it an impressive show of force. Qin Muxu coughed up blood, and Qin Hao grew worried for her. She explained that it was all the rewards from the secret realm for the Qin family disciples, so he should keep them safe, and as soon as there was a chance, he should escape from there. At all costs, they must protect the second young master of the Qin family. Protect him and retreat. The fifth elder remarked that they were overestimating themselves.
The Qin family members, Dajun and Baiwan, all sustained injuries as they shielded Qin Hao. The fifth elder inquired whether the item remained in his possession. Qin Musue urged him to get out of there, while Baiwan echoed her, and Dajun pressed him to be quick. The fifth elder remarked that Qin Musue was courting death. She coughed up blood as she withstood his strike. Qin Hao cried out her name. Tears streamed down his face. He roared in fury and burst forth with a powerful aura, likely rivaling a Bankai release mid-vengeance arc. The fifth elder questioned whether he was breaking through. The old man noted that he had lent Qin Hao his strength, but warned that everything carried limits, and his body would suffer backlash, so he must end it quickly, while Qin Hao assured him there was no need for concern because he would finish it soon. It had already become the fifth elder's turn. The fifth elder muttered that he was so fast. He took a punch to the face and shrieked in agony. He plummeted to the ground and triggered a massive explosion. A gigantic hole opened in the earth, and Qin Hao stood by its edge. He spotted the elders flying through the sky. There were 3 of them advancing in his direction. On the other side, Qin Feng remarked that the feeling of uneasiness had eased a little, so it meant that Qin Hao remained alive for now. Meanwhile, the sect leader declared that Qin Hao had dared to kill his Golden Eagle sect's 5th elder, and one of the Qin family disciples warned that this was a powerful expert at the ethereal realm, so Qin Hao should retreat. But Qin Hao replied that they either leave together or die together, because a true Qin family man would rather fall in battle than abandon his companions, and the old man commented that he really was quite something. So that day, he vowed to go insane with him. Full tournament arc finale energy. Qin Hao stood enclosed within a vast, forceful orb of aura. The old man instructed him to watch closely because this was an ultimate technique that existed only in theory, and even after exhausting all effort, he had only managed to grasp a portion of it. He manifested a colossal dragon and elephant. He explained that the dragon elephant theoretically could be stacked infinitely, with each addition of one dragon and one elephant amplifying his power exponentially, and although he had only trained up to 13 dragons and 13 elephants, it was enough to defeat all the supremes in the world, grasp the sun and moon, and pluck stars. The sect leader and his elders recognized it as the Dragon Elephant Great Emperor. On the other side, Qin Feng noted that something felt off because the sense of unease had completely vanished. He cursed and demanded whether his brother had already bitten the dust. One of the elders remarked that regardless of whether he was the inheritor of the Dragon Elephant Emperor or his reincarnation, he remained nothing more than a snot-nosed brat, to which the sect leader replied that he was indeed just a little brat, so there was no need for concern. And as another elder inquired whether they should pursue him, he confirmed, naturally. The brat should watch how he crushed him into the ground. They moved out. Their overwhelming auras collided, and it triggered a massive explosion. One of the elders warned that the kid must not be allowed to live because if he could already endure ethereal realm attacks alone, in a few years, he might raid the Golden Eagle sect and walk away untouched. The sect leader affirmed that they had to kill him and erase the threat permanently. The old man questioned whether a mere ethereal realm cultivator truly dared to defy the might of the Dragon Elephant Emperor. He launched a powerful aura beam that struck the elders and sect leaders' summit. They sustained injuries and spat blood. One elder asked whether he could overpower all three of them, despite their combined ethereal realm strikes, and remarked that he was so young. Another elder questioned how it was even possible. The sect leader reiterated that the boy must not survive. If the Golden Eagle sect had already chosen to cross the Qin family, then the path forward offered no retreat, so Qin Hao had to be eliminated before the Qin family's patriarch intervened. Otherwise, once he matured, the aftermath would be too catastrophic to imagine. He surged with a powerful aura after stabbing himself with the golden needle. The old man identified it as gold needle acupuncture and noted that while it could temporarily multiply one's combat strength, the price was 1,000 years of cultivation and a century to recover, which meant they were genuinely alarmed. But he was controlling Qin Hao's body, and his cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm. To already challenge ethereal realm, cultivators pushed the limits, and any further boost could wreck his vessel. But if he held back, he could not stand against them, so he debated his next move. Meanwhile, the sect leader was amplifying their power. Their summons struck the old man's summons. Qin Hao's body was hurled back by the shockwave. He rose to his feet and regained stability. The old man cursed internally. The sect leader declared that they should end the brat now, and the elders responded with agreement. The old man conceded that he had no choice. He would need to activate the 2nd level of Dragon Elephant. He concluded that even though unleashing that level might cripple Qin Hao's body, it might preserve his life and he could always dedicate decades to healing him later, because cultivation was about eternity, not instant glory, and judging by his wounds, recovery might span decades. But catching up to his monstrous brother was already off the table. Better to live crippled than die trying to flex. He scoffed and declared that if they intended to kill him, they should spend another few million years training first. Suddenly, the Qin family ancestor shielded him. The sect leader demanded to know who had arrived. The ancestor challenged his fellow Taoists as to why they were tormenting a youngster from the Qin family and demanded their justification, and the old man speculated whether reinforcements had come. He stated that not only had they ganged up on him, but they also fought without honor, while the sect leader retorted that those who fought one-on-one had already perished and asked whether he genuinely believed they enjoyed ganging up. The ancestor turned to Qin Hao and asked whether it had been those 3 old fools, and he confirmed. One of the elders muttered that their lives were now finished. Qin Feng passed by the territory of the Yue dynasty. He found it strange and questioned why his younger brother's presence kept slipping from his senses. A few moments later, they ate at an inn, and Yurong mentioned that they had arrived at the place to eat, but Bai Fantong complained that he was too exhausted and couldn't move. Suddenly, one of the customers turned to another and demanded whether it was true that the useless second son of the Qin family, Qin Hao, was actually the heir to the Dragon Elephant Emperor, defeated 3 ethereal realm elders from the Golden Eagle sect single-handedly, and Qin Feng acknowledged that his brother being able to hold his own for so many rounds against Golden Eagle sect elites wasn't too shabby, even if it wasn't Ultra Instinct Goku levels of outrageous. The other customer affirmed it, explaining that his friend, a servant for the Golden Eagle sect, witnessed it firsthand. But the first customer challenged it again, reminding him that Qin Hao was once stripped of his supreme bone by his own brother and even cast out by Tianjin City, and demanded how someone with such humiliation could possibly have let them walk all over him if he really had power. And the second customer remarked that the story now included the Dao fruit. Qin Feng questioned whether the battle had already ended and whether he had marched across the land with a legion only to find the war over before his entrance cue, a real background extra-level humiliation. The first customer commented that no one would have expected the former failure to rise so quickly thanks to the Dao fruit, and added that supremacy seems tied more to the person than to the bone, to which the other customer replied that the Qin brothers appeared destined for a clash. Qin Feng considered whether fate had cast him as the supporting villain, the cautionary tale that warns others not to get too arrogant. Suddenly, Princess Nanfeng addressed the waiter and demanded he bring the wine, and, as the waiter agreed, he gestured for her to step inside. She froze at the sight of Qin Feng. Rage swept over her as she uttered his name, and her followers immediately shifted into battle posture. Qin Feng noted the absurdity of bumping into them in such a place. Yuhong interpreted the men's body language as a clear sign they intended trouble, while Qin Feng questioned whether fate had drafted him into a tale of hardship laced with unexpected turns. The innkeeper rushed over, blamed himself, and apologized profusely for the poor hospitality and guest mistreatment. Qin Feng remarked that it was nothing serious since they were acquaintances and merely exchanging greetings, and when the innkeeper echoed that it was just a greeting, Qin Feng casually suggested adding a chicken to their table and offered to pay for it. The innkeeper agreed and asked Princess Nanfeng which flavor she preferred, listing roasted, stewed, sauce-marinated chicken and others. Qin Feng commented that anything was fine since she wasn't known for being picky. The system congratulated him for capitalizing on the Chosen One's absence, orchestrating a romantic setup, and earning 50,000 villain points. The innkeeper mulled over the scene and wondered why the young lady looked furious despite Qin Feng kindly ordering her chicken as an olive branch, expecting gratitude, not fury. Yuhong recalled how back at the Bloody Sea, after she detoxified Princess Nanfeng, the princess had thanked her with grace and regal etiquette befitting a noble. Yet now she was behaving like a hot-blooded shonen rival. She questioned whether the two were romantically involved. She reasoned that with one being a princess of Daxia and the other a holy son of Yin Yue, their statuses matched perfectly. But with the princess too headstrong and the holy son too domineering, the combo spelled fireworks, not harmony. While she, as a gentle healer, could possibly serve as the balancing balm to Qin Feng's stormy temperament. She worried whether she would be dragged in as the sacrificial bystander if conflict erupted. She pictured him kissing her purely to get a rise out of the princess. She panicked internally at the idea that if he truly intended to kiss her, there would be no way to stop him, and if word got out, her master from Medicine God Valley would definitely force a marriage to preserve face. She concluded that it would turn into a cold, emotionless arrangement, while she would be forced to witness Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng flirting freely, so that scenario had to be obliterated. She remarked that it was only chicken, so if the princess didn't like it, she could choose another dish, and while asking her why she was so furious, she resolved firmly that she preferred slow-growing affection to a forced reputation-saving marriage, and therefore could not let them win. Princess Nanfeng fumed as she confronted Qin Feng. Yuhong immediately recognized the diplomatic chicken had backfired. Meanwhile, Lin San coolly remarked that every grudge has a root and suggested everyone stay calm, and smugly relished that for once he wasn't the one being scrutinized by a mob, now enjoying the reverse perspective like a viewer at a theater. But suddenly, an elder pointed out a nearby poster and urged Princess Nanfeng to look. It featured Lin San's portrait. She instantly commanded them to capture him, and he demanded to know what crime he had committed. Qin Feng remarked that Lin San should not worry because he was there to support him. Lin San felt a sharp pang and muttered that he deserved death, watching Qin Feng go all in while he sat idle munching on popcorn. The system congratulated Qin Feng for deceiving the Chosen One's emotions, awarding 50,000 villain points, while Lin San insisted that he should take it from here. Qin Feng replied that it was a guaranteed win, while noting that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Lin San surged forward and clashed with one of Princess Nan Feng's men. The innkeeper wailed about his shattered table. Another man scoffed that Lin San was a moth racing toward the flame, completely unaware of his limits. Lin San instantly registered that the opponent had stepped into the nascent core realm. Their attacks collided, and every piece of furniture inside the inn splintered into ruin. The owner cried louder about his ruined house, while Yurong considered that the domineering boss still seemed to favor the delicate version of her. One bystander commented that it was impressive for someone being hunted across the world to possess such strength, while another remarked that monopolizing the Kunlun secret realm's immortal crystals would obviously require a few hidden cards. Yet another pointed out that this was the Yin Yue dynasty's domain, and questioned whether a Tianxin city member could keep the upper hand, while someone else added that with one from Tianxin City and the other from the Daxia dynasty, both outsiders were trespassing on Yin Yue's land, so no real advantage existed. The princess's presence alone meant chaos was all but guaranteed. Meanwhile, Princess Nanfeng instructed her men to act with caution, warning that he had mastered the prodigious spirit. Lin San drew his sword. He drove it toward his enemies. But a man nearby interrupted and asked if they should join in. Lin San instantly identified him as a life-and-death realm cultivator, 8th stage. At that moment, Qin Feng stood outside on the street, concentrating his aura. He confirmed that the level 5 sword intent, invincible sword heart, the way of nature, dragon bead's power, Buddha's relic, and the first form of the heavenly domineering body were all in effect. So it was finally his move. He launched himself back into the inn. Princess Nanfeng's men froze in surprise. The system congratulated Qin Feng twice for severing a wisdom root, granting him 1,000 villain points. Princess Nanfeng remarked that though it had been some time, Qin Feng remained shameless. He thanked her and returned that she had not lost her sharp tongue either. Suddenly, the man growled that Qin Feng had overstepped. Lin San demanded whether he was there to help or just drag more enemies into the mix. Qin Feng replied that he was obviously helping, while the system applauded him for redirecting hatred toward the Chosen One, awarding 100,000 villain points. The man growled again, asking where Qin Feng had vanished to. Qin Feng answered that he wielded a sword capable of opening the heavenly gate. The man immediately activated his skill, the Minor Big Dipper technique, to block Qin Feng's sword, but his shield fractured almost instantly. Yurong inquired who those men were who enjoyed fighting so obsessively. The man cursed and announced his intent to kill him, but Bai Fantong intercepted and slapped tape over his mouth. The man warned that if he dared to pull down his pants, he was dead, while Bai Fantong commanded everyone to stop because he had something to announce. With a snap of his fingers, the bound Lin San materialized. He commented that Lin San had already been tied up by him, and turned to Princess Nanfeng with a question, pressing if she truly felt nothing about whether Lin San lived or died. Lin San pressed Qin Feng about the situation, and as Qin Feng remarked that he had no clue, Lin San pushed further, asking if he was not his rabbit, to which he denied knowing him entirely. Bai Fantong ordered him to stay put because he would say it again. They should lower their weapons, otherwise he could not guarantee the safety of the hostage, but Princess Nanfeng countered that he no longer had the strength to fight, and she currently held the absolute advantage, so she challenged whether he genuinely believed she would yield to his threats. One of the bystanders questioned if he was seriously kidnapping a teammate to threaten the enemy and what kind of technique that even was, while another commented that the entire situation defied logic. The man checked whether Bai Fantong was actually being serious, while Lin San warned him to be cautious, since the blade truly pressed into his neck. The man argued that it involved his family's reputation, while Bai Fantong scanned the crowd and questioned what everyone was staring at, musing whether they had never seen a professional rabbit before. The man sobbed and complained that it was too cruel, announcing he wanted to leave such a pitiful world, while Lin San groaned in pain. Bai Fantong prompted Princess Nanfeng to respond, and she advised him to stay calm. He proudly lifted his sword from Lin San. She asked what he wanted in exchange for Lin San. He demanded spiritual stones, declaring that without 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, he would not release Lin San, prompting a bystander to point out that he was kidnapping a teammate, threatening the enemy, and now demanding 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, and questioned if she had truly scrambled her brain accepting such a ridiculous demand. She responded in agreement, while another bystander questioned whether she seriously accepted the price of 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones to ransom the enemy's companion. But she explained that she did not possess that many high-grade spiritual stones, only an invaluable ocean pearl. A bystander remarked that ancient texts described the invaluable ocean pearl as a treasure born of the sea, and while it might not rival the spring of purity or other heaven and earth-spawned treasures, it remained a rare artifact because wearing it allowed one to breathe freely underwater, and some had even cultivated the force of water's softness through it, so its value vastly exceeded 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones. Money alone could not guarantee it. Bai Fantong pondered whether it was genuinely that valuable. He accepted the deal, and the system congratulated Qin Feng because his pet had sold out the Chosen One, earning 200,000 villain points. Princess Nanfeng commented that a rabbit remained a rabbit so easily fooled and declared that they should kill them. The man protested that he had attempted to remove his pants and therefore deserved death, but Qin Feng abruptly announced that he had one sword. Bai Fantong remarked that Princess Nanfeng should hand it over. It belonged to him, the rabbit declared. She stood speechless as he crashed on the ground. On the other hand, the man demanded whether Qin Feng truly believed he could win with only that level of strength. The bystanders warned that it was dangerous and insisted they should run away. They insisted it needed to be broken. Meanwhile, the city lord's mansion began to tremble. He challenged who dared to cause havoc in his city. He flew into the sky and identified the ones fighting. Back at the clash, Qin Feng remarked whether the man was still alive. The man commented that it was such a pity because had Qin Feng broken through to the 7th stage of the path of Dao Realm, he would not have survived his great perfected one sword opening the heavenly gate, a technique that belonged in the final arc of a cultivation Manhwa and not mid-boss brawls. Qin Feng questioned whether that meant he had already reached his limit, and the man provoked him to come forward, offering a chance to land a hit. He interrogated him about his intentions and claimed he was not someone easily bribed, while Qin Feng retorted that overconfidence had never been in a wise trait. The man's eyes narrowed in disbelief when Qin Feng absorbed the energy from the spirit stones. He demanded whether Qin Feng had just broken through to the 7th stage of the path of Dao Realm. Qin Feng remarked that it was not enough, so he addressed the system and requested to exchange for a foundation pill. The system congratulated him for spending 600,000 villain points in exchange for a foundation pill, probably with the same glee as a gacha app draining wallets. Princess Nanfeng warned the man to act quickly because Qin Feng was breaking through to the 8th stage of the path of Dao Realm. The man barked that Qin Feng should go to hell, but suddenly the shape-shifting devil struck him in the back and smashed him into the ground. He challenged who dared to try and kill his master. The man demanded his identity. Qin Feng remarked whether this was the shape-shifting devil, and wondered if he transformed into something beautiful. On the other hand, Wan Ma questioned if that was the shape-shifting devil, while Qianjun noted that with that kind of body and face, gender stopped being a factor 3 plot twists ago. He pressed Wan Ma for his opinion. The shape-shifting devil introduced himself as Dong Fang, and remarked that he paid respects to his master, and Qin Feng considered whether even the name had been altered. The man warned that Princess Nanfeng should remain cautious because he was an ethereal realm expert. Meanwhile, Wan Ma and Qianjun addressed him as Miss Dongfang and urged restraint. Qin Feng mused when those three had become allies. Suddenly, the city lord arrived with his troops. Princess Nanfeng remarked that it was fortunate, and as she introduced herself as a princess of the Daxia dynasty, she inquired whether he was the lord of the city, to which he confirmed and greeted her. He inquired about the identities of the others. Qin Feng claimed that he was the emperor of the Daxia dynasty. Princess Nanfeng and the city lord both stared in confusion. Qin Feng demanded what that reaction meant and whether they implied that he, a proper Confucian gentleman, would fabricate such a thing. And he declared that if the city lord held doubts, he could simply ask Princess Nanfeng whether she had ever knelt before him and addressed him as Daddy, Father, or Father Emperor, which, to be fair, sounded like something torn from the climax of a peak reversal manhwa chapter. The city lord cleared his throat and inquired who he was and why he had stirred trouble in the city, but Qin Feng countered by demanding who exactly was the one causing trouble. He explained that he had merely been resting at an inn, generously ordering a chicken for Princess Nanfeng. But she had suddenly attacked him, and his actions had been purely defensive. The owner of the inn introduced himself and confirmed that every word was entirely accurate. Qin Feng inquired if he could see and commented that the people's eyes were sharp, but Princess Nanfeng accused him of twisting facts and declared that he was not escaping that day. If the city lord supported her, a princess of the Daxia imperial family, she vowed that in return he would receive beauty, treasure, and even a fiefdom. And as he confirmed whether she meant it, she asked if he believed a Daxia princess would utter such claims with so many witnesses present. He agreed and ordered the capture of Qin Feng. But the shape-shifting devil intervened, stating that Qin Feng was his opponent. He instantly tore through the city lord's forces. He declared that the city lord was an old fool and should prepare to die. The city lord registered the overwhelming power. He puzzled over the sensation, why the aura struck with such familiarity, but reasoned it could not be, because whenever he encountered a beauty of that caliber he typically remembered, so the absence of memory made it impossible. He insisted he must know who this really was. The shape-shifting devil surged forward and clashed with him in a fierce exchange. A massive explosion followed. The city lord questioned whether he was the shape-shifting devil. The shape-shifting devil confirmed triumphantly. He acknowledged that the city lord was correct, that he was indeed his old intimate, the shape-shifting devil. However, back then, they had referred to him as Dongfang.
Qin Feng and Lin San unleashed their move, Dual Sword Unity, syncing like a perfectly rehearsed combo in a fighting game. The eunuch snapped into action with the infant Big Dipper technique, throwing his own card on the table. Qin Feng nudged Lin San with a question about whether he had another round in him, and he got a confident nod back. Their aura surged all over again, and Lin San's hair started bleaching into white, one strand at a time. The eunuch squinted and tossed out a jab about whether they were finally burning out. But they doubled down, kicked off Dual Sword Unity again, and aimed their charge straight at Princess Nanfeng. The eunuch tossed out a warning that she might want to keep her guard up. The battlefield lit up as a massive explosion swallowed the next moment. Princess Nanfeng glanced around and tossed out a sharp remark about whether the eunuch was down, then added that if she didn't take out Qin Feng today, she wasn't stopping for anything. She barked out orders to everyone in earshot to attack and promised fat rewards for whoever landed the finishing blow. The system chimed in with a crisp reward notice, giving Qin Feng 1,000,000 villain points for tricking the chosen son into burning through his lifespan. He blinked at Lin San's white hair, muttering that it was a real shame since he wasn't a lowly, and Lin San groaned that killing one had nearly drained them dry, but now they had 7 more, so they were properly doomed. Qin Feng brushed it off with a grin, tossing out that their dual sword unity was untouchable, and if once wasn't enough, they'd go again and again and again. Lin San tilted his head and dryly pointed out that maybe it was easy for Qin Feng, seeing as he used a maxed-out move like one sword opening the heavenly gate as a casual swing. Qin Feng blinked and asked if he really couldn't pull it off anymore. One of the cultivators nearby turned pale and blurted out a mess of questions about who on earth was swinging swords like that, because even from way over there, the sword intent was brutal, and not just one, but 2 of them hitting at once. Another chimed in that they weren't just any sword masters, but 2 who'd already walked into the path of Dao Realm, one clocked at the 4th stage, the other at the 8th. Someone else asked when Huanggu had started churning out sword freaks like that. And another guy responded that from what he knew, there were 3 big names in Huanggu: Qin Feng, Yi Jian, and Lin San. Then he paused and asked if that really could be Lin San. Qin Feng waved it off and told Lin San not to stress because he had his back, and the system tossed him another reward of 50,000 villain points for baiting the chosen son again. Meanwhile, off to the side, one of Yi Jian's men muttered that Huanggu's top prodigy really didn't mess around, and when Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and confirmed it was Qin Feng again, the man beside him asked if he was holding up. Yi Jian gave a short nod and answered that he could handle it, that this time he'd beat him for sure. Somewhere else, Mo Dao watched the chaos and agreed with a nod that Qin Feng lived up to the title of Huanggu's strongest, and Tiantian threw in her own awe, then asked if maybe they should go lend him a hand. Mo Dao crossed his arms and told her that Qin Feng didn't need backup, and when Tiantian shot him a look and teased if he was jealous, he gave her a flat no. Suddenly, Tiantian flinched and asked what that sound was. Arrows dropped from the sky, slamming into the hostile cultivators scattered across the field. The shouts picked up right away, with someone yelling that it was the 7 Stars Barrage and tossing out whether a golden legend had just arrived. Yijian rolled his eyes and questioned whether they were messing with him, throwing shade at the idea that Bai Ri had actually become the golden legend, since the guy got kicked out of the Bai family and had his cultivation trashed, so he couldn't figure out when that kind of turnaround even happened. One of his men blinked and asked what the whole golden legend thing meant and why those scrappy cultivators were all hyped, and the other explained that it was supposed to be the strongest title under the Great Emperor, wrapped in a legacy that stretched back tens of thousands of years, and that every 1,000 years or so a new golden legend would rise fast and hit that ceiling, with 0 exceptions every time. Bai Ri, meanwhile, turned to Princess Nanfeng and threw out whether she was the one who tried to kill his master, and she blinked back at him and dropped a confused look like none of that made any sense. Qinfeng stepped in and dropped a half laugh, calling out the move and telling him to quit launching attacks at people. Asking if he didn't catch that the guy was just messing with her, he poked fun at how sharp her tongue was, tossed a compliment about how adorable that made her, while she quietly turned that moment over in her head, trying to figure out what was being said about him behind her back right then. Out of nowhere, the shape-shifting devil smashed the City Lord into the dirt. The City Lord groaned and demanded how he suddenly powered up so fast, snapping that someone with his talent shouldn't have broken into the ethereal realm at all, and the shape-shifting devil tossed back that, obviously, his master handled that. As for hitting the ethereal realm, he brushed it off like child's play since his master had dropped him into the mythical 6 Emperors game, flipping his fate like it was nothing. The City Lord shot him a glare and called the whole thing made up. The shape-shifting devil fired back that he'd find out soon enough whether any of it was fake. The other cultivators caught sight of something and gasped that it was the blue male enchantress, talking about how tens of thousands of years ago, some insane powerhouse rewrote his body from male to female, ended up drop-dead gorgeous and crazy strong, and ran the world with brutal flair. Every time he fought, his spiritual energy bloomed into blue sunflowers, earning him the name Blue Male Enchantress. But it all ended when the vast Sky Sword God took him down, and after that, he straight up vanished. The City Lord narrowed his eyes and tossed out whether the shape-shifting devil had picked up the Enchantress's inheritance. The shape-shifting devil nodded like it was obvious, confirming he'd guessed right, and casually dropped that before the Enchantress died, he'd pushed the technique even higher, upgrading the blue sunflower into a red one, which apparently meant he was now gunning for the Great Emperor's throne. One of the cultivators muttered that if this guy was really aiming for that seat, then maybe the 6 Emperors game wasn't just some myth, and another one perked up, asking who had the 6 Emperors game fate, and offering 500 spiritual stones to get in on it. The shape-shifting devil shut it down cold, saying they wouldn't get the chance. He lit up the air with waves of aura shooting out from his red sunflowers and took out the cultivators cleanly. He touched back down, glanced at the City Lord, and pointed out that he'd lost. And when the City Lord asked again who owned the 6 Emperors game fate, he shrugged and tossed out why he should even bother telling him. Yijian jumped in and guessed it was Fang Chang, and the shape-shifting devil raised a brow, wondering how he figured that out. Then he changed his mind and clarified that it wasn't actually Fang Chang, and that he didn't shove it onto him either. And Qinfeng muttered that the guy really didn't keep anything under wraps. Yijian locked in on that and threw out that it had to be Fang Chang after all. That's how they got the Blue Enchantress's inheritance and how Bai Ri turned into a golden legend, and he told Qinfeng to stop faking it. If he'd just trusted Qinfeng earlier, they could have nabbed Fang Chang and dragged him back to the Sword Pavilion, giving them 5 great Emperor-tier monsters and control of Huanggu in one go. The system pinged a congrats at Qinfeng for throwing another trap that messed with the Chosen Sun, awarding him 2 million villain points, and he dryly noted he hadn't even opened his mouth through the whole thing. Then it pinged again, throwing out props for another layered trap that knocked the Chosen Sun's halo down to legendary status, handing out a lottery pull, and he admitted it was all him and tossed out a lazy check to see if any more rewards were waiting. The system ghosted him, and he scoffed that it was being stingy. Rules were rules, and a spin couldn't be wasted, so it was time to get started. The system threw Qinfeng a round of applause for pulling the Super Divine level sword technique, Immortal Soaring Beyond the Heavens. He frowned and poked at why the reward had to be sword-related again. It chimed back that immortal soaring beyond the heavens was a sword move, strong enough to slice through the 7 stars. Next thing he knew, he got yanked into his knowledge sea, standing face to face with a man draped in white. The man slid his sword free. He flowed through the technique like a stage performer on opening night, and he made it look effortless. Every motion sharp and clean. When the blade finally cut through the air, he let loose a blast of raw power. Qin Feng muttered that it looked way too cool, then turned to the system and threw in a request to redeem great perfection. The system rolled out another congratulations, this time for coughing up 2 million villain points on the Super Divine level Great Perfection card and burning it to punch through to Great Perfection in immortal soaring beyond the heavens. Lin San blinked and wondered out loud how he kept pulling this off, then added that even though the toll had made him age faster, he still grasped another sword technique. He tilted his head and wondered if being second place to him was just his curse in life. The system dropped another notice, congratulating Qin Feng for shattering the confidence of the Chosen One and pocketing 200,000 villain points, which made him raise an eyebrow and toss out a comment about whether the rate had gone up, adding that he had no plans to let him off easy. He turned back and threw Lin San a line about not giving up, saying with that level of talent, getting a sword technique down was only a matter of time. He floated the idea of fusing again, saying he wanted him to experience another version of him entirely. Lin San raised a brow and tossed back a question about whether everyone could just spam their most powerful attack like a basic move the way he did. Meanwhile, Tiantian crossed her arms and roasted Mo Dao, pointing out that he claimed to be there to handle Lin San, but had done nothing but perch on the rooftop and spectate, while Qin Feng had challenged Lin San directly and told him to stop wasting time. Tiantian threw on another jab about Mo Dao being no match for Qin Feng, who had been in the thick of battle non-stop without taking a single loss. He shot back, asking if she was straight up saying he couldn't compare to Qin Feng. One of his men cut in, warning that the old monsters were dropping in like flies. Their backup was nowhere in sight, and stepping into Lin San's line of fire was just a suicide run, saying even if he wasn't Qin Feng, it was still better than getting himself killed. Another chimed in to try and calm things down, but Mo Dao whipped around and demanded to know what they were mumbling about, declaring that they should let him go because he was ready to show her how strong her brother really was. Mid-spiel, he paused and glanced at his sword, asking why it was twitching. His men exchanged glances and said their swords were acting up too. Then 7 radiant beams tore across the sky like a divine entrance. One of the men dropped the name, the 7 Sword Slaves, from the Sword Villa. Over on the other side, Qin Feng threw out a casual query about the 7 sword slaves. His hand tightened on the hilt of the vast Sky 9 swords, which had started to tremble without warning. Lin San nodded and said the 7 sword slaves' uncles had arrived. Qin Feng recalled hearing about them before, never catching a glimpse, only knowing they ranked at the very peak of Sword Villa's battle power, basically the cornerstone of its long reign over Huanggu. Judging by the sword intent they were putting out right now, they'd already hit the 9th level, brushing the edge of unlocking the sword domain. He let out a grunt and muttered that things were getting heavy. Then he turned to the sky and asked if this was some kind of joke and whether there was still more coming. Mo Dao cracked up and tossed out that the 18 riders of the Yan Yun clan had made their entrance. Cultivators riding enormous beasts burst straight out of the clouds like it was a weekly spectacle. Meanwhile, Bai Fantong figured that with Qin Feng's track record, staying quiet wasn't really his style. Judging by the enemy's cultivation level, things were about to get loud, and hiding in a cave felt way sketchier than hiding in Qin Feng's arms, while Qin Feng threw in that it was actually pretty cool. He figured both were spirit pets, but one went all out while the other barely counted as a snack, and while he mulled over the absurd gap, Bai Fantong decided he really was a genius. He then tossed out how his owner looked sharp, unmatched, and downright awe-inspiring, and Qin Feng just called the little rabbit his rabbit. End of story. Lin San turned to Qin Feng, wondering why it felt like the visitors had zeroed in on him, and Bai Fantong pressed him on what he'd do if that were actually the case. Lin San asked if they really were coming for him, and what reason they'd even have. He remembered how Princess Nanfeng's eyes lit up earlier, like she'd spotted treasure, clearly sizing him up to rip him away from Qin Feng. And thank the stars Qin Feng didn't ditch him. He actually stepped in and fought to stop her. But the thing was, he was just some top-tier servant from Tianjin City who'd already been booted, didn't even have a single high-grade spiritual stone, so he really couldn't get why they were all after him. Qin Feng confirmed they were, because back in the Kunlun secret realm, an immortal crystal mine turned up in the Bloody Sea and drew in over 80% of Huanggu's forces. But it turned out to be a setup. And they didn't just lose their haul. They lost every other treasure from Kunlun too. Lin San asked what that had to do with him, what the implication even meant, and if they seriously believed he did it. Qin Feng made it clear he didn't buy it either, but apparently some folks were swearing they saw his face and sword, and Lin Shinner from Tianxin City wouldn't stop claiming he was the one who located the immortal crystal mine. Lin San couldn't believe they'd drag his name through the mud like that, and Qin Feng agreed, dropping that if he'd known they'd pull this kind of stunt, he would have just let them all drown in the bloody sea. Lin San noted that the whole world might be gunning for him, but Qin Feng was the only one who truly believed in him, and the system chimed in with a congratulations for manipulating the Chosen One's emotions, tossing him 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng pointed out that because he knew those people were out to get him, he stuck to him like a loyal mutt, just to keep him safe. And he wanted him to know that he wasn't alone in the mess, because even if the world flipped on him, he'd still be there, backing him from the shadows. Lin San gave him his word that from then on, he wouldn't disappoint him, and as Qin Feng nodded that he was glad it clicked, the system hit him with another reward for fooling the Chosen One's deepest feelings, racking up 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng then checked if Lin San would really stick with him, no matter what he pulled. Lin San confirmed it. Qin Feng then raised his voice to the crowd, announcing that if anyone wanted Lin San, they'd have to agree to 3 conditions. Actually, no, 4, and warned them not to complain if he went ahead and killed the hostage. Yijian chimed in that they were all from the Yin Yue dynasty, so there was no reason to push things this far. And if he just brought Lin San over to the Sword Villa, they'd even split the Immortal Crystal profits with Moon Celestial Palace. But Qin Feng told him to drop the empty chatter, because whoever met all 4 of his demands got Lin San. First, fork over 5,000 billion top-grade spirit stones. Second, hand in 5,000 divine-level cultivation techniques. Third, bring out 5,000 innate treasures. And fourth, deliver 5,000 beautiful women. They had to be married, and Bai Fantong figured maybe his standards weren't actually that high after all. Qin Feng checked if Lin San got the message, and pointed out that with how things stood, dragging this out was their best shot. And Lin San gave a quick nod that he got it. Tiantian raised an eyebrow over the 5,000 beautiful married women request, wondering why it couldn't be single ones instead. And Mo Dao answered that desert men held loyalty higher than looks and admired him for going up against the world just to shield Lin San. But unless he gave up those immortal crystals, there was no way he could keep that up solo. Qin Feng mentioned that his brother already claimed not to have them, and the system chimed in to reward him with 200,000 villain points for tricking the Chosen One's most genuine emotions. Then Tianshu cut in, throwing out that whether he had them or not didn't matter since he could ask him directly. Qin Feng waved that off, saying it was a bad idea. Tianshu struck him fast and hard, and Qin Feng doubled over, blood spewing from his mouth. Tianshu reached out and clutched Lin San by the neck. Bai Ri and the shape-shifting devil jolted, alarm sparking in their eyes as they turned toward Qin Feng. The shape-shifting devil declared that anyone hurting his master wouldn't live, while Bai Ri wanted to know who this guy even was. Tianshu scoffed that his name wasn't something they deserved to know. He blasted them away with a clean hit. They landed near Qin Feng, who kept coughing through clenched teeth. He asked if that earlier attack was seriously meant to kill him, and muttered that without the dragon scale inner armor and his 33 Heavens Fortune technique, he'd already be dead. One cultivator muttered under his breath that the man was Tian Xiu, one of Huanggu's 4 legends, and as Qin Feng turned on him, asking if he enjoyed picking on the weak, Tian Xiu shot back by wondering how he was even still alive. Over on the sidelines, Lin San rasped out if anyone would bother to speak up for him. Qin Feng lifted his head and called on all heavens and myriad realms to hear his decree. Tian Xiu waved it off as nothing more than parlor tricks dressed up to look profound. He fired another blow at Qin Feng, but Di Shu suddenly blocked the path. At the same time, Lin San's breathing had already turned shallow. Tian Shu's eyes narrowed as he clocked Di Shu. Qin Feng caught the change too and gave Di Shu a nod. Out of nowhere, both Tian Shu and Di Shu grilled him on what exactly that moment earlier had been, but he just shrugged, remarking that there were a ton of people there that day. Men, women, young, old, a proper crowd. Tian Shu flinched when Lin San slipped from his grip. Qin Feng threw out that he still had hidden cards and reminded them that after fighting this long, he wasn't exactly out of tricks yet, because when it came to Chosen Ones, logic never worked. They always clawed out of impossible corners. And it turned out, Skipping the red-haired old monster experience voucher had been the right call. Tianshu demanded to know where Lin San had claimed he was heading. Meanwhile, over at the Fortune Immortal Realm, Shen Xiu casually mentioned that it looked like the kid Lin San had gotten into serious trouble, considering he'd had to burn through even the backup energy Shen Xiu left him. But with his time among mortals now done, it was time to pull him back into real training. Qin Feng waved off Lin San's concern, tossing out a casual promise that he'd handle it. The system dropped a congratulatory notice, praising him for manipulating the Chosen One's deepest emotions, tossing him 200,000 villain points and boosting his reputation stats so high that his storage space just leveled up. Tianshu brushed off subtlety entirely, throwing out a threat to finish things if that's what he wanted. Di Shu gave him a long stare and dragged out an insult about his complete lack of shame after all these years. But Tianshu cut in and pushed back with a jab about whether he still claimed to be the same Di Shu from a century ago who could knock him flat. He countered that he'd been grinding for 100 years, gearing up to flip the script, but Di Shu just shrugged it off with a reminder that a loser stays a loser no matter how long he trains. Their blades met midair, and the resulting shockwave tore through the terrain like a wrecking ball through drywall. Tianshu froze, stunned at the clash. He demanded to know what difference it made even if Di Shu got in his way, then threw the whole kitchen sink at him, reminding him how he once partnered with the demon tribe, sold out humanity, and even cut down his own child. Proof that his hands never stopped dripping blood. Di Shu staggered. The memories came crashing down like a landslide. He muttered a denial. Then his voice broke into a raw scream as tears spilled down his face. He choked out apologies over and over. One of the cultivators off to the side muttered that the guy was clearly eaten alive by inner demons, which sucked because if it hadn't been for that mess 100 years ago, he'd be killing it right now instead of spending a whole century curled up in a pit of regret, while another scoffed that Tianshu didn't have anything special going on and went for the low blow once he ran out of actual skill, which was just straight up pathetic. Qin Feng tossed in a dry comment about how this felt like a bottom-tier business model. Tianshu, not missing a beat, reminded Di Shu that hiding for 100 years wasn't enough to erase the blood trail he left behind, because his name had already been carved into infamy, and Di Shu snapped, begging him to shut up on repeat. Qin Feng stepped forward, tossing out that he might have one last method left to yank him back. He slapped Di Shu across the face. Tianshu and the crowd froze, like someone hit pause. Qin Feng narrowed in and demanded to know whether he was human or demon. When there was no reply, he slapped him again. He asked the same thing again, and Di Shu answered that he was human. Qin Feng hit him with another slap. He fired off the next question, asking if Di Shu had been surrounded by beauties back in his glory days among the four legends, and Di Shu confirmed. Qin Feng gave him another sharp slap. He pushed harder, asking if the seductive demon who got close was actually dangerous. Di Shu admitted it. Qin Feng slapped him again. Then came the final question, whether he let that demon go on purpose or if she bolted on her own. Di Shu answered that she escaped. Qin Feng mentioned that everyone had heard it, and the setup was clear enough. The demon tribe had sent over a female demon to lure in their human genius, trying to harvest those stellar human genes to raise up a fresh crop of demon kings, even planning to manipulate him through a rigged father-son bond to lock in the demon king's future. Lucky break was that Di Shu caught the play with a sharp eye and took down the little demon right then and there, for the sake of billions. And he shouldered the fallout without tossing out a single excuse, then brought up whether sacrificing personal gain for the greater good wasn't something worth learning from or admiring. Di Shu didn't get it. Qin Feng threw out that his sense of righteousness was just too huge, and confirmed, sure, he did it for the billions from their human race. But Tianshu called it garbage since the whole thing was for show, not for any billions, and even if he broadcasted it, that fact wasn't about to change. Di Shu sank into gloom again. Qin Feng hit him again. He pressed him on whether the whole thing had been done just to rake in praise, and when Di Shu denied it, he pushed further, wanting to know why he cared about others' opinions if he didn't do it for recognition. He reminded him that slander's just jealousy in disguise, and someone out there clearly wanted what he had. Tianshu cut in to ask who exactly was being called someone. Qin Feng fired off curses and dragged the guy for hitting the weak and still needing sneak attacks to get anywhere, which, in his words, dragged down the name of every cultivator. Tianshu ran out of replies.
Then Dishu came out of nowhere, saying he already told him that he was his opponent. Tianshu caught the look and marked that it had been 100 years already. He wondered whether the old Dishu was finally back. Dishu declared that being too perfect made people jealous, and the smear campaign was just proof of that, which made Qin Feng curse internally and grumble that the motivation level had gone overboard. Dishu followed up that Tianshu was fated to stay beneath him forever, but Tianshu pushed back, questioning whether that was actually true and admitting doubt. Qin Feng cut in, saying it was the perfect moment. He broke down that the left eye meant vitality, the right eye meant destruction, and the wisdom root separation technique was going in. It landed straight on Tianshu. Caught off guard, he didn't react fast enough. The system chimed in, congratulating Qin Feng for chopping off the opponent's wisdom root, netting 1,000 villain points, and for ambushing in chaos like a true sneak, earning a fat 50,000 villain points. Tianshu let out a scream, and a blast erupted. It hit so hard that Qin Feng got knocked too, coughing up blood. Qianjun and Wan Ma immediately got worried. Then Yijian jumped in with a line about the snipe and the clam, pointing out it was the fisherman's turn to cash in, and Lin San snapped that the situation just turned bad. Qin Feng told them to let go, since he had to rescue Lin San. The system lit up again, this time giving him 200,000 villain points for tricking the Chosen One's real emotions. Qin Feng rang up Lin San and jabbed that he was useless, since he couldn't even guard him properly. Qianjun started fretting over him, while Wan Ma barked that he couldn't just walk away because they'd be done for without him. Bai Fantong tossed in a dry question, wondering if they were trying to beat his unmatched rabbit dedication. He wrapped that white cloth tight around his head with grim flair. He declared that if his master ditched him, he wouldn't last a minute. With the wind howling, the waters running cold, and a lone rabbit left so tragic that his soul might as well rest easy. Wan Ma and Qianjun hurled curses, griping that he was absurdly professional about it. Qianjun turned to his lord, pressing how he could abandon his entire family like that. Wan Ma snapped that his young master better wake up because there was no chance he'd leave without him, and Qin Feng figured maybe they should tone it down a little. Lin San blurted out if Qin Feng was really gone, and they confirmed that he was. The cultivators shouted that they had him, and Lin San barked that Qin Feng's death was all on them. Everyone was going to pay for it. Yijian pressed if he truly had gotten his hands on an ancient divine artifact. The pagoda behind him flared with radiant light. The other cultivators yelled that one force was suppressing them, and they had to shield their young master. Meanwhile, Yurong clawed her way out of the rubble. She declared that Qin Feng wasn't dead. He was still breathing. She insisted she could bring him back with a few acupuncture needles, but Qianjun urged her to hold up a bit. He asked if she'd like to pop him a pill first, but she jabbed his finger in an instant. Qin Feng cursed and barked if she had any shame, while Bai Fantong widened his eyes and exclaimed that he'd actually come back from the dead. Yurong lifted her chin, boasting that her medical skills were downright unmatched since one needle had him back up. And Qin Feng nodded along, while Qianjun casually remarked about how fine the weather was that day. And Wan Ma agreed, saying they could still catch the show. At the same time, Lin San felt relieved that Qin Feng had survived. He then spat blood from his mouth. The system chimed in, congratulating Qin Feng for fooling the Chosen One's emotions, driving him into a death match for his sake, and awarding him 2 million villain points. Also alerting him that the epic-level Chosen One's death countdown had started, promising a mind-blowing gift if left unsaved. The countdown ticked down from 10 seconds. Qin Feng muttered, if that was really the death countdown. Lin San murmured farewell to him, lamenting that they never managed an honest sword duel after all. Qin Feng flatly refused that notion. Qin Feng hollered at Lin San with a sharp edge cutting through the noise. Yijian barked that they should storm the 7-story pagoda, tearing through Lin San's people and leaving no one standing. All at once, Shen Xiu's voice crashed through the chaos, demanding who had the nerve to harm his disciples, and the cultivators muttered among themselves, wondering who he might be. He introduced himself as Shen Xiu, from the Fortune Immortal Realm, and the cultivators suddenly realized they couldn't move a muscle, stiffening in panic. They stammered if he was really Shen Xiu. Meanwhile, Qin Feng threw in a jab, asking if yet another Zhu had shown up this time. Shen Xiu's tone turned sharp as he questioned how Lin San could be hurt that badly. Qin Feng, caught off guard, cursed outright when Tian Xu came crashing down beside him, unconscious like a dropped puppet. Di Shu sneered, wanting to know how it felt to be crushed under his might, and Shen Xiu dismissed the both of them as useless dead weight.
Dishu snapped back that Shunshu was jealous of him, while the other cultivators whispered that their limbs had started to respond again, and that they should pull back fast. Shunshu's voice went cold as he pressed Dishu if he truly called him jealous, then launched into a biting retort about being born in one of Huanggu's 3 holy lands, a paradise for cultivation, trained by the greatest masters since childhood, venturing out at 12, earning renown at 15, and standing among the 4 shining prodigies of Huanggu. When he shattered through the Heavenly Master Realm, he was already at the path of Dao Realm, at the nascent Core Realm, still at the path of Dao Realm. Only upon reaching the Life and Death Realm did he barely touch the Heavenly Master Realm, yet Dishu dared to claim he envied him. He twisted it, declaring Dishu was the one green with envy, but Dishu fired back that he could refine pills, build formations, inscribe talismans, forge artifacts, master countless martial techniques, and even play music, chess, and paint, while Shunshu couldn't, proving who was really jealous. Shunshu demanded if that confidence was what he relied on, and Dishu answered without hesitation that it was. Then he taunted that Lin San, Shunshu's disciple, had already been subdued by his own disciple Qin Feng, though Qin Feng flared up, denying it furiously and calling it nonsense. Dishu threw in that Shunshu still fell short in the end, since his disciple was destined to become a great emperor, which made Qin Feng curse under his breath. He grumbled that letting Dishu stick around only brought endless headaches, and when Tiantian worriedly asked if he was fine, he brooded that he once ran from the Qin family just to stop his old man from spouting that same line, never expecting that after escaping, Dishu would pick it up instead. He brushed it off, saying he was fine, while Yurong teased him about pretending to be aloof, despite having admirers everywhere. At the same time, Shunshu coolly proposed that Lin San should be allowed into the Fortune Land for cultivation and waited for Dishu's reaction. Dishu pondered that though Huanggu brimmed with clans, dynasties, and sects, only 3 stood as holy lands: Immortal Mountain Taibai, the Fortune Immortal Realm, and the Holy Land of Wuling. The Fortune Land was a sacred realm shaped by immortals, where cultivation brought immense fortune and the chance to ascend. He then argued that even if Lin San entered the Fortune Land, Qin Feng would still outshine him, to which Shunshu countered that they'd see in 3 years after cultivation in that place. Dishu hesitated, knowing Shunshu's knack for transforming mediocrity into brilliance, and Lin San was already gifted. 3 years would sharpen him even more. But Qin Feng, who had surged to the 8th stage of the Path of Dao Realm in mere months, might risk shaking his own foundation. Qin Feng abruptly cut in, agreeing to the challenge, declaring they'd meet 3 years later under the full moon at the Purple Forbidden Summit, and warning not to show up late. Shunshu accepted with a steady tone, while Dishu silently cursed, realizing the whole mess had spiraled far beyond his grip.